Matt, you did have a funny joke about the Patriots Super Bowl victory made white America so happy that they digitally altered the Dr. Dre's kid into a white guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I can finally watch this show.
Wait.
I wasn't going to watch it, but now I can watch it.
The protagonist of the new 24 is Dr. Dre from Straight Outta Compton?
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
yeah. That's his son, right?
Oh, okay.
That's his actual son.
No, I know that the guy that played Ice Cube was his son.
Oh, so it isn't.
I don't know if that's Dr.
See,
Dre's
I didn't
son.
see that movie. I didn't see that movie, even though it has my boy Giamatti in it.
it was good.
It was good. Yeah,
I
it was
enjoyed it.
long, but it was good.
It was his role.
It's definitely Cube's actual son. I don't think it's Dre's actual
What was Giamatti's character called in the credits? A scheming Jew? Was that?
Yeah. Jerry Heller.
I know, but I mean, did he ever do the hand?
That's a pretty scheming
Pretty
Jew
much.
name.
Yeah, Jerry Heller.
Yeah.
Did he do the hand gesture?
Well, famously
Speaking
on
of which, you know who I saw today? Who I had lunch with today?
Who?
Ben Fogel.
Who's that? Jared Fogel's brother?
I thought she was
No, but remember you met him? He's also South African.
Oh,
and you,
that
and you
guy, yeah.
tested.
Oh, they go. Yeah. I'll meet the South African. Yeah.
Yeah.
You tested out your accent on him for approval.
Yeah, well, I lived there when I was a kid.
I know, but I thought it was funny that you were like, please validate my childhood accent.
I'm really obnoxious whenever I meet another South African, especially a South African Jew.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You just watch Lethal Weapon and you've got the lighters going.
Lethal
the whole
Weapon
time.
2.
I know.
Yeah,
But we all
Lethal
know
Weapon
which
2.
one.
I totally forgot. I just
Yeah, look at the room.
I just redid it.
That's why I learned my South African accent.
It's a really difficult accent. There
It's
are no
one of the hardest
diphthongs.
ones. You can't do it.
Yeah.
A lot of pure vowels.
It's like you try to start with New Zealand and then you pretend you had a stroke.
I like the Leo's version of it in the Blood Diamond.
Blang. It's not the bing bing. It's the blang blang.
Blang blang.
Yeah.
In America, it's bling bling. In Africa, it's bang bang. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
so.
His is much softer though. He has actually a very pleasant South African accent.
Leo?
It can be kind of no.
Yeah,
Ben's.
Dr. Dre's
Ben
Straight Outta
does.
Compton,
Yeah.
not actually Dr. Dre's
Not
son.
Dr. Dre's son. Right, okay.
You thought they were all their kids, including Easy E's out of pocket kid. They did like a mass DNAing of bastard kids in southern Los
I thought it
Angeles
was,
to find Easy E's kid.
NWA, the next generation.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the M in Muppet stands for.
I'm just trying to find these fucking dumbass articles again.
I did. I watched Being There also.
Oh, this is
this
more
week.
more part of your homework? Yeah?
Yeah. That's not part of my homework. That was just something I did this week. Yeah. All right. I mean, I used to say it was the Bush movie, but now it's the Trump movie, right? Is that what everyone's saying?
Yeah,
That's
just
the
a
smart
mentally
take.
handicapped person blundering around and people ascribing meaning to his meaningless gibberish.
Exactly.
I think it is more appropriate for Trump because all of Bush's non-extemporaneous talk, that was always, well-crafted stuff from GOP think tanks, like
that he fucked up terribly.
the heart of establishment conservatism. Trump is literally just rambling gibberish.
Yeah.
Like he had the thing today where he said,
with Bush, it was like a game of telephone that he wasn't very good
Exactly.
at, but the actual information.
yes, he was like a transmitter for a coherent thing. He is just gibberish. It's like a computer that's winding down. I mean, did you see today where he's in front of the troops or something and he's like, I understand things. I'm one of the best people in the world at processing information and understanding things. I mean,
Oh yes, please.
it's like he spent 10 minutes defending his ability to think, which you should probably not have to do as president.
Yeah, that's protesting a little too
It's
much.
protesting way too much.
I'm smart.
Yeah, that's the Fredo thing. I'm smart, like they say.
Wait a second.
Oh my God.
Oh, too many people.
He is so the Fredo.
Get down over here.
Fredo as hell.
Get down over here.
Didn't it recently come out that the whole narrative about Cheney being like the evil emperor and stuff is like sort of bullshit, and that Bush was kind of thought he was the decider and wasn't listening to Scowcroft and fucking
Probably way
Jim
more so
Baker
in the
and shit.
second Bush administration. But I
Really?
think Cheney was pretty much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the
for
second term, I think it's
In the
well
first one?
In the first term, he was because Bush kind of was way over his head.
But I do think we're slightly comforted by that narrative that we're like, oh, this flailing idiot couldn't be in charge for real. It has to be like
we're doing it now with
evil.
Bannon.
Yeah, they're projecting all the
like,
same
who's
thing
the
on
real?
Bannon.
And it's like, what? How is that better?
Yeah, it really
Like-
is, because it doesn't matter in any
No, it
meaningful
doesn't
sense.
matter.
I mean, but the thing is that Cheney got sort of pushed out in the second term because I think his ego got bruised. Like, I'm the president here, which is a process that I think is happening with Trump, but like on a super fast time scale.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I think in 2 weeks, if he sees one more headline of Bannon being the brains, he's like, he's out of here. No,
It's a good attack.
I'm the one. I'm the president.
I mean, like, look at the two personalities between Trump and Bannon. You can't have two obese rich guys occupy the same space. Like, it sounds like I'm joking, but it's serious. Like, they are going
They
to
just
fall
come
out
in the
over
room bringing in bigger and bigger cigars.
Yeah,
Every meeting, by the end of it, they're just like holding like a fucking like, Yugo-sized cigar, and it's just like this extended phallic symbol.
They're just they're making just uninterrupted eye contact across the room, shitting while eating party subs.
No, I absolutely, I totally believe that they're going to butt heads sooner, if not later.
It's a good line of attack because it like goes against Trump's ego, right? That,
Yeah,
like,
well, that's the
he's
thing. Like, this is a deal where traditionally you would say it doesn't matter. You have centers of power and where ideology is flowing from. But we really are in a new era. And one of the things about it is that there is no guiding ideology or interest group
Yeah.
that has like a pervading power. It is one man's misfiring, dying brain.
Yeah. and he's easily shook.
Yeah. Oh God, so rattled.
I don't think it will actually benefit us in any way.
No, we're doomed no matter what.
Yeah,
It'll
but
be entertaining.
It is fun, and also it will destabilize them a little bit. He can't keep a solid collection of people around him. It's worth trolling him.
I mean, yeah, it's like this is the only politician where mean tweets actually do affect him.
This is the first trollable president.
And
Did
look,
you
I mean,
see that state
Because he is
senator
a
today?
troll, and he is mad online.
It's true.
the state senator who is like, "Listen, you epic cock monkey shit fucker." He like did a bunch of Reddit insults. But I mean, like, look at I was gonna go back a little bit. I mean, look at the process of how he does things. In the previous administration, around this time, when we were conducting operations in Yemen, it would be Obama with like Susan Rice and people who were also pieces of shit. But there would be like this process to evaluate, like, you know, which 16-year-old are we going to fucking blow up? But with Trump, he's like eating McDonald's with Jared and some other fucking shithead.
Watching,
He's like,
the TV is on full blast.
Yeah.
I can't even talk
he's
over
with
it.
He's watching like fucking he's watching
Montel Williams.
He's watching Montel or E with Jared. He's like, you know, I tried to fuck Judy fucking whatever from Entourage, but she wasn't going, you know? Okay. I tried to buy an ottoman with her, but you know, sometimes you just can't let him open up. And Jared is just accidentally spilling salt everywhere. And this is the circumstance in which they're like, yeah, let's send in 50 Navy SEALs into a compound. And they ended up getting like 30 fucking people killed.
Yeah, and they got 10-year-old documents and they're absolutely worthless.
Yeah, that
And
little
they missed
girl
the
was
guy they
really
were trying to
cute.
kill.
Yeah. The
Way
funny,
to pick just the absolute worst little girl to kill.
The
I mean,
worst.
they could have
That
picked
bow,
a
the
far
bow.
less cute little girl to murder.
but because of how fucked up that operation was, like Yemen has withdrawn permission for us to operate counter-terror ops in there. Like, we're still going to run Black Ops, but the cost and difficulty of the missions are going to get much worse. Much more people are going to get killed, which makes those Navy SEALs who are running that Trump flag on their fighting vehicle hilarious. Because, yeah, get us killed.
He's gonna order him into the mouth of a active volcano, and they're like, "God bless you, sir."
Yeah, all right, your commander for this mission is Jared Kushner. And signed Starfleet commander? Okay, so you're going to want to press Y to enter the vehicle. Press down on the D-pad to switch between Franklin and Michael. Hit both sticks for your slow-mo ability.
I mean, I do think it's pretty adorable that, you know, the four martyrs of Benghazi occupied this huge psychic space on the right for 4 years, and this Navy SEAL who got killed basically because Obama Trump thought he was like doing a Splinter Cell run and it was real. that there's like fine. It's like that's sacrifice we're willing to make.
It's fine because I'll tell you why it's fine. It's because they're on the offense. God damn it!
Yeah.
They're not playing
no.
And
defense
also,
anymore and
people
just dying because of
people want
easy
war
errors.
like in the movies.
Yeah,
Like,
That's true. Yeah, that is offense and it wasn't defense. That is a distinction.
we're on the march.
yeah, and I mean, I think that there is something sort of. I don't want to say it's like encouraging, but even like right wingers, they don't like the idea of drone warfare. They at least want it to look like a movie.
Yeah,
Like, because they're like, this is boring video game nerd shit.
it's war for nerds.
Yeah.
It's about stats and it's
Yeah.
not about your gut.
Yeah.
It's not about instinct. I suppose I should officially start the show at this point.
Oh,
But
yo.
Hey,
We're
The
this
old
is
free-form cold
this is,
open. the
Yeah,
classic.
exactly.
That's
we're,
how
we're
we do
keeping
it.
loose. We're keeping it loose this episode because our guest, Adam Friedland of Cumtown,
What's up?
number one cumboy, Adam Friedland.
Dicks out for Harambe. Thanks for having me.
Brendan Burdell, everybody. Brendan Burdell.
Everyone, we know that Brendan Wardell was your favorite episode, and we're trying to recreate that energy here.
Yeah, it feels so good to walk on, in the footsteps of giants. Like, what did you have? Tim Heidecker this week,
Yep.
and Jeremy Scahill and Wardell, and it feels so. These are the the minds of contemporary society, and I am definitely one of them. I'm definitely
it's been a long time coming.
really smart cum boy.
You're the one who puts the own in Cumtown.
This is your
God.
opportunity to show that you're not just a pretty cum face.
Oh god. It's fake though, because like my whole brand is that I'm smart, but I'm actually really stupid. I'm good at like convincing someone on the bus that I'm smart, but I'm not good at like actually maintaining intelligence.
That's
like,
the Costanza.
Nick and Stav's whole brand is that they're dumb, but they're actually very smart guys. So I think that's sort of the dynamic between
Adam-
us.
I realized
Adam-
this yesterday, though. Like, Cumtown is more of a product of red diaper babies than Chapo.
Yeah, kind of.
What is that? Red diaper baby?
It means you come from like
communists.
radicals or leftists or whatever. But like, so
I don't know.
your parents opposed apartheid. They kind of suck now, but
They're at MSNBC now.
yeah, but they were.
my dad yelled
Yeah.
at me yesterday.
And then Stav's grandmother literally had to like run out of Greece because she was a communist and they dropped a dime on her. But luckily, apparently they only sent like the worst Nazis to Greece and they were really bad at genociding people.
Wait, Adam, what did your dad get mad at you about the other day?
I told him that I'm doing this like my friend's big podcast. It's a politics podcast, and so then he called me up really pissed off last night, and he's like, There are two things that we should be focusing for the resistance. And I was like,
Oh
what?
my God.
Oh,
I was
God.
like, oh
So
God.
wait a minute, your dad went
What
from
is it?
Joe Slovo
Yeah.
to Keith Olbermann,
Oh,
basically.
yeah. He's fucking Morning Joe right now. I mean, we elected a guy that shouts at the television. Like I wouldn't want my father to be the president. He's pretty much the same as that, but he believes that. Yeah, he wants us to get the tax returns, which Trump has said, I won. You're not going to get the tax
That's
returns.
the nerdiest
You're
ass
not
thing.
required
Yeah.
to give out the tax
And then
returns.
to get the information on how Russia hacked the election, because then they could get rid of Trump. So
Dad,
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 I
Mike
said
Pence.
it. I said your thing, but yeah. And then I was like, you can't do my homework. I'm fucking 30 years old. You're still trying to write my college essays right now. This is ridiculous.
This guy's like a Philip Roth
I'd
novel.
like to dedicate this gym to Adam's father.
Yeah, shout out.
Chapo fans, got to get the tax returns. Got to get those Russian
Yeah,
guys.
get it,
Just get it
get
out
it
there.
there.
Spread it. Tweet about it. RT. Make it happen.
We
Bring it
gotta
up. Call
say
your
niet.
congressman.
We
Call
gotta
your
say
senator.
yes to Comrade Putin and his
I just like that
schemes.
this is someone who at one point like opposed apartheid when it was dangerous, and now he wears a Speedo to the beach and yells
He still
about
wears
Hillary
Speedo.
Clinton.
Yeah, but then he's like really mad at Bernie still, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. He can't watch Curb because it's like watching himself. So it just makes it, he shouts at the television. He just
And then he yells about tax returns.
Get your life together, man. Get your life together. You're a mess.
So that's Adam. So, and then you said Stav's mom had to flee Greece because she was
his
a red?
grandmother. Yeah,
Oh,
she was
his
a
grandmother.
red, and
Okay.
like apparently someone ratted her out, and she had to go to Bulgaria or some shit, someplace worse than Greece.
Okay.
And he said the only saving grace is that apparently the Nazis they deployed to Greece were like the fail Nazis, and they were not good at tracking people down.
And Nick's dad was actually Nicolae Ceausescu.
It's true. In
A lot of people
Romania.
don't know that.
Yeah.
Adam, I'm actually you are considered the smart one on Cumtown erroneously.
It's true.
I'm actually the dumbest member of Chapo.
We know.
Yeah, I know. I've read 3 books. I count Dune as 2 of them.
That's fair.
And I'm
It's a big
responsible.
book.
I'm responsible for Adam getting roasted about something because
What was that?
after the Chapo election night show when everyone was
Oh
just,
no.
when we were wandering, I was like, I had like $600 from the bar. I was just wandering the street. I was going into CVS to buy like protein powder because I was like, there has to be a bright spot. I at least can have whey protein with the creatine mixed in when I wake up tomorrow. But Adam was like, what do we do now? And not even thinking because like I had forgotten how shitty she was, like her BJP connection.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess we could run fucking Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, you said Tulsi Gabbard or Keith Ellison.
Or
So you were half.
Keith, I was right about one, but
Yeah, yeah.
I wasn't even like thinking. And Adam, like, who
He
didn't
took the ball and ran
didn't
with it.
listen to Chapo closely enough and didn't realize that outside of like maybe 2 subjects, I don't know anything. And like most of my contributions are just one-liners that are good but get us yelled at all the time. He was like, yeah, no, I could trust Felix. And then the entire podcast roasted him because Tulsi did Tulsi.
ethno-nationalist.
Well, yeah. The episode, our episode after the election was like, I think maybe one of our most popular ones, although it's like the most off-brand. Like we're not doing
It
any
was very moving.
racial stereotypes. We're not doing any. I think actually I shit on Israel a little bit at the end, but
Self-hating Jew is
but
a
then yeah,
stereotype.
I have this mark of shame that that I'm so ashamed that I advocated for this modiest fucking bloodthirsty like psycho. She's hot though. I mean like I honestly brought her up because I was like I still would though. I still would though. But whatever, dude. That was the only bad part of the whole thing. The whole episode. I've ruined other Cumtown episodes much worse, so I'll take that one. But that night was so funny because I went to the Chapo thing. I remember one of my clearest memories of election night was we're at the bar and Will just ate a weed lollipop and I was like super high and everyone's in shock and I look over at Will and just everyone in the bar is like on the verge of tears and he's like, this is like that picture of France the day after the Nazis took over and all the French people's faces are just like, what the fuck is going on? That's literally how everyone in that Brooklyn bar
No,
looked.
it's that famous shot of that one
the
guy.
guy
Just, just rolling down. That's what that bar felt like.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, good thing I was
smoking weed. I drank like a ton of beers. I was totally
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you shouted
were
at-
screaming cum
You
eater
shouted-
at the
John
bar.
Podesta
And
went up to
everyone
Podesta.
was, yeah, you were screaming cum eater and
At
almost
Podesta.
falling over.
Wait a minute, what?
The stumbling,
Wait, Podesta, wait, you know,
limping drunk
what
that you
happened?
are.
Podesta goes up and he's like, because Hillary's too much of a
I didn't
coward
do
to
that.
face her donors.
I
Wait,
didn't do
Podesta
that.
goes up and he's like, it's still very close. They're still counting. Everyone go home. Please go home. Please.
Yeah.
She's fucking tearing the green room apart. Please go home.
Yeah.
Please.
And you were like, you come in,
Yeah.
child fucker.
Matt, what's
I did that?
And
yeah,
know
you
what?
did
The
that.
weird thing was, I was like, shit, we're going to get kicked out of the bar. But the bartenders just kind of looked at him and were like, you know what? We're all having a bad day.
Yeah,
Wait a minute, I honestly don't remember.
You didn't
this.
just say that. When we all took a cab home, we take a cab home at like fucking 4:30.
And you were in the front next to the poor, terrified cab
and
driver.
I was like, I was using my spectrum ability. I was the least distraught, not because I didn't think it was awful.
No, but you
because-
got that artist focus, which was very helpful in
Yeah,
stabilizing
a
for us.
combination of autism and my talent as an athlete, which is absurd confidence in the face of things that, I always think I'm going to win.
Yeah, Matt and I decided it was the end of the world and we were gonna party.
Yeah,
joyfully.
so I was in the car and I was like, "Hey guys, why don't we get sandwiches? That'll cheer everybody up." And so I was ordering the sandwiches.
You
and I
like
was
Marge Simpsoning us?
I am, yeah. And I was like, "So, how about a club sandwich? How about that? Yeah, this place is good." And Matt, like, there's just stony silence, so I just order for everyone. And then after 5 more minutes of silence, when we finally get to our block, Matt just yells, "This is like if fucking Grimace was president."
Also, when that same conversation where you said Tulsi Gabbard, she's the troops, she's pretty hot. That same conversation, there's this black dude out on the block, like, comes up to us and he's like, "Hey, my man, can I get some money?" And you're like, you had all that fucking genius like live show money, so you handed him like $40.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh man, thanks." And then he daps up the bouncer at the bar we were at. And they're like, "Oh, are you on this shift?" He's like, "Nah, I'm not working tonight." He's like, he wasn't homeless. He was just some dude that worked at the bar.
Yeah, that guy
we
rules,
thought was
though.
panhandling.
I'm not even mad at that. That's
No,
a great move.
That guy
Like,
was, yeah.
As somebody
Wow.
who used to work at a
I'm
bar,
learning a lot tonight.
dude, as somebody who
White people felt so bad. That
You were like
Yeah, you were
stumbling.
blacked out, dude.
Yeah.
As somebody who used to work at a bar, I wish that some moron from a podcast who made an undeservedly high income came in and thought I was homeless and,
Yeah, selling like PBR and T-shirts.
Yeah.
To an event that really went south.
Dude, that night was so funny. Yeah, I can't believe he was the president.
I still sometimes I'm like, oh
LOL.
yeah.
LOL, dude. He's like so polluted. I mean, like, Twitter is now all about Trump, and like he's so polluted my subconscious. Like, he's just part of me. I have dreams about him now. I literally.
Oh, no, there's an article about that Catherine Liu wrote because all of these people were having dreams about Donald Trump.
I have dreams
It's
about
like
him like
Cthulhu.
once a week. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she's like a
he
Marxist Freudian, and
represents-
she's like, this is
he
a manifestation of your anxiety. He has
Yeah.
come to represent every threat.
Well, exactly, because
something like that. I kinda skipped it. It was a little
He
smart.
is the rough beast slouching towards Bethlehem. He is an apocalyptic figure in some sense. Maybe not like apocalypse, but like he is a era defined. A new era has dawned with his emergence. Like you can't.
He's a fat
it's not the
diapered
same country.
horseman.
Yeah, he's a fat diapered orange horseman. We cannot. So like that kind of trauma of like seeing history get broken in front of you, like seeing a tear in reality as you understood it just open up in front of you, that's going to create some serious psychic trauma.
Yeah.
That is then going to be expressed through just this constant like image.
It's like
of him in your
suddenly
head.
learning. It's like
create a
suddenly
psychic
learning.
trauma so intense that you won't remember it, and it'll be described to you months later on a
I gotta say,
podcast.
I remember when we got back, because I got back to my place after that. I remember throwing that sandwich we got in the garbage when I got out of the cab.
Dunking.
I'm sorry, but I like brought it with me, and I had it in the car, and I had a conversation with my driver. We were like, "You fucking believe this?" And I'm like, "No, dude, I can't fucking believe this." And I got out of the thing, and I'm like walking towards. I'm like, "I can't eat this," and I just fucking threw it in a pile of trash.
Wow, that's
I had a
shocking.
dream.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry, but I don't remember this thing at the end of the.
Oh my
at
god!
the
I
bar.
remember you kind of like leaning against a tree, but the tree was more of a sapling. So like I'm like he's gonna fall in the mulch. Let's stand over here. So you put your arm around me, and I remember thinking, I am actually not physically big enough to hold him up. Like if he takes a hard fall, and then I think Nick intervened and like picked up the other side, and we sort of.
Fuck, I don't remember
Matt,
any
I
of
would
this.
have carried you like in an officer and a gentleman if you asked.
No, and like in the bodyguard.
Yeah.
Because
Carrying
he's the troubled artist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I was
Yeah,
thinking
he's
because
I'm definitely not anyone. I don't work at a fucking factory. That's for sure.
No.
The next day after that, like I did the nostalgia trap with David Parsons. Shout outs out to David Parsons. And my cab driver. This is a very Thomas Friedman moment. My
Yeah.
cab driver.
But there really are like.
They really
fairness
is,
to him,
yeah.
It's you have really wonderful conversations with cab drivers.
Dude, the
sometimes.
last cab driver that took me to LaGuardia was a Lebanese Shia, and we talked about how Saad Hariri is actually the late King Abdullah's cuck baby. But anyway.
Oh, that is funny.
What?
Nobody cares about these characters from the Phantom Pain.
I have
We
one
haven't all read Dune.
I have one
read
thing
it.
that I know about, and you're gonna let me talk about it. But no, so this guy was a ethnic Russian from Ukraine, and
He smashed your risk board.
he was like well, no, he's an ally to me, but he was like, Trump's kind of a shithead, but Hillary was gonna give weapons to all these Banderas, and it was like kind of interesting. It was kind of interesting to hear that perspective on it. But then also, what?
What is the point of this story?
I don't know.
You didn't even
point
smoke
is
it.
that-
You have no excuse.
Two countries with
Cut his mic off.
McDonald's.
Cut his mic off.
Two countries with McDonald's have never gone to war with each other. That's the point.
Actually, that rule was
That's the
broken
point.
in 2008. The Georgian-Russian War.
Yeah.
Both have fucking McDonald's. So retire, bitch. Tom
suck
Friedman,
on
retire,
that,
You
bitch.
can
Tom.
blame Perestroika for that.
There's
Yeah.
another Tom Friedman who's an artist who a friend of a friend was an artist assistant for. And I was like, I was at a wedding. I was drunk, and I was like, "Can you explain like what the other Tom Friedman's art is like?" He's like, "Yeah, he's like one of his pieces is like really powerful. It's like a bar of soap, and he like takes his pubes and he makes concentric circles on the bar of soap. It's really powerful." And I was like, I think he's the better Thomas Friedman. I do think.
Yeah, that rules. That's valuable.
That's actually the title of Friedman's next book, Pube Dove. How the eradication of crabs are all reinventing globalization.
There was one thing I did, because I can't talk about this on Cumtown, and you guys are my boys. I could be a little bit more emotional with.
I'm not a boy.
I'm gonna you're my boy though.
All right, fine.
But you guys do know that I was like an indoctrinated Zionist youth, right? You do know that I lived in.
You were
I have to go.
you're a
Felix's mic
foreign
off.
middle class
Cut Felix's
Jew.
mic
No,
off right now.
I did a gap year before college in Israel, as it was my Zionist calling, and I do think that this would be probably a good platform for me to talk shit on on that experience.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Lay it on the line,
Yeah.
dude. What was it like?
By the way,
Oh,
we
man,
don't
it was
expect
terrible.
a 17-year-old from your context to necessarily
Yeah,
have
yeah.
the best politics on Israel.
Well, yeah. Well,
You were
17
17?
years are universally
I
stupid.
turned 19 there. It was like would
Okay.
have been my freshman year. So I took classes and then I worked on an ambulance like half the year. But I remember there was like this. So I was like pretty fervent Zionist, but like also I like went to Zionist summer camp. But like the reason I sort of thought I think I got into it in retrospect was that I was getting like BJ's, hand J's, like from like girls from New Jersey, and no one in my public high school in Las Vegas wanted to like suck my dick. So I was just like, well, that must mean that Israel is like really they have like a right to like build a wall.
Well, like that's the number. That's,
Honestly-
that's the theory behind birthright, right? Like,
Yeah,
get these
yeah.
horny kids to come here and
Seriously,
get laid.
that would
Yeah.
work on me. That would work.
Dude,
Dude,
100%.
seriously, yeah. And I got really
I mean,
involved.
not me, because I've had sex, but I understand, especially
Well, I had
for
sex.
boys.
I lost my virginity at Zionist summer camp. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
It was by design.
Yeah, I
it's
mean-
all by design.
When you're on birthright and a girl with braces sucks your dick, it's called the Iron Dome.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this pube soap. It's actually very cool.
It is powerful. Yeah, I looked it up too. It
clearly
was pretty
degenerate
cool.
art.
It's
Yeah,
it's
Tom
very
Friedman.
cool.
Superior Tom Friedman.
Yeah, he's the better Tom
the better
Friedman.
Tom
Yeah, this is
Friedman.
clearly
Yo,
the
check
superior.
that
That's
shit
a very
out.
No
placid image.
Yeah, it's better than
whatever.
every page he's ever written.
So-
it's not sports.
So they sent us. So like the summer before I went to Israel, they sent us to like we did like a Jewish leadership program. And they sent us to Capitol Hill to teach us how to lobby our members of
Oh
Congress.
my god!
Yeah. So,
By the way, Adam, I hope none of the Cumtown fans listen to this episode.
well, I don't know. I brought this up at the last Funny Moms, but it was fun. I mean, whatever. There's a little overlap, but I'm from Nevada, so they set everyone up with our Congress people, and fucking Harry Reid agreed to meet with me and my friends Alex and Tommy. in his office. And so they like give us all the talking points. They're like, this is why it's important to build. It's not a wall. It's a security fence. And this is why it's important to protect Israel no matter what. My name is Adam Friedland. I'm 16 years old, and I'm desperately trying to get this girl, Becky Kaplan, to touch my dick. So yeah, I remember like going to the fucking Senate building because
what was Harry Reid like?
He's tall. He's taller than you think. He was a boxer. I think that
We were
song,
just talking about Harry
Simon
Reid
and
the other night.
Garfunkel song was about Harry Reid. Yeah.
He was also the inspiration for the Tommy Smothers character
In
Good
Casino, yes. When I comped you, Mr. Senator, Mr. State Senator.
You were milling around.
But he was actually the opposite of that character because that character gets bribed a lot and, you know, Ace goes off on him. But the real Harry Reid, this undercover informant tried to bribe him and Reid just started choking him and these agents had to run into the room.
I heard that.
Harry Reid's actually very interesting backstory. Like his mother was like changing sheets in hotels. He like came from nothing. He was born in this like middle of nowhere, like from a fucking like Western kind of town
The
called
Mormons, right?
Searchlight. Yeah, Searchlight, Nevada. And he's Mormon. And I think he married a Jewish girl. He made her convert, which my parents not okay with that. But
And her entire bloodline.
yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
But I met with him in his
Quick
office.
sidebar: Warren Zevon, the only other half Jew, half Mormon. Continue.
No, that's not
Clearly
true.
superior
I'm about
Yeah.
to drop some fucking knowledge on you guys. Roseanne Barr, half Jew, half
Oh, that's
Mormon.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the
And I
joining
think-
of two incredibly powerful bloodlines.
I think Chelsea Handler too
she's
Really?
is also half Jew, half Mormon. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone look that up.
I mean, Mormons are like... they're-
Roseanne-
and
like
Larry
a
King's
weird,
wife
like-
is Mormon.
Roseanne's like a weird like Eurasian Jew too, because I remember like looking up.
Yeah.
Oh, Belarusian.
Yeah.
That was it.
I'm a quarter Belarusian, 3/4 Lithuanian. All right, it doesn't matter.
That
You
reminds
wear
me. You
well.
know who
Anyway, I
else
just
is-
remember
you
I
know
was-
who else is half Mormon, half Jew? Belladonna.
Oh yeah, the porn star.
Yeah.
Is that
Way
true?
more than I would expect.
I
both Roseanne and Chelsea Handler.
Thank you.
That-
you.
yeah.
I don't know. Somehow that combo creates
Is Belladonna
some
funny?
really smart stand-up comedy.
Maybe there's something to that combination.
Yeah, I haven't
I
seen her
respect
stand up.
Mormons a lot.
I grew up with a ton of them in Vegas.
They're fuck.
No, they're fucked up and
creep me out.
they're creepy, but they're also like they're everything evangelicals pretend to be.
Well, I mean, yes, they're
evangelicals think that
successful.
evangelicals are like, I'm successful. My secondhand boating supply business only loses $300,000 a year. I have a great marriage, except for the 20 times a year that I go on a rampage of fellatio and fucking other men and smoking meth. My kids love me. The 2 months out of the year that I'm allowed to see them, I'm just a man of God. By the way, I'm also selling male bracelets on Etsy. I needed to raise money. The judge is making me pay for my own breathalyzer on the car. But also, I think I should be able to tell everyone what to do all the fucking time. I'm a pagan fucking idiot, piece of shit. Go Trump. But anyway, Mormons
That was
actually...
good.
Speaking of secondhand boating supplies, on some episode, I heard you admonish the noble Ski-Doo, which, by the way, those things rule, and I want you to take it back right now.
I don't remember saying.
Instead of
anything
you said
bad
that
about
the
them.
the MAGA chuds were Ski-Doo owners.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
okay,
I'm not
but
taking
Ski-Doos
that back.
This is not really that related, but I just watched that scene in Eastbound and Down
Yes.
where he's at rock bottom and he's on the Ski-Doo in his jeans. He's wearing jeans on the Ski-Doo and he runs out of,
Yeah, my
of
dad
gas.
used to do that.
He runs
He would
out
wear
of gas
shorts. My
in the
dad
middle
used
of
to do
the
that.
way. And he just walks on.
He would wear jorts on the Ski-Doo because he didn't have real trunks, and his mullet would be waving in the wind.
So the Mormons
And
are.
this was the Ski-Doo he bought with money he probably really should have been paying child
Well, the
support
reason-
on. But in my opinion, at least I got to enjoy the Ski-Doo, so it could be worse. It could be
Ski-Doo-
frittering it all away.
Yeah, Ski-Doo's like what most evangelicals spend their money on is like, oh, I'm going to build a $50,000 recording studio so I can record my Christian EDM
Yes!
track called "You Give Me Energy."
It's a blight on nature. They're probably horribly pollutant. They're disgusting. They're so fucking fun.
They rule.
This is one thing that
Back-
this is the thing where the MAGA chuds are right.
Me and my family took the
They
whole
get how to
trip
party.
on ski-doos around the island of Key West, and it was the best family vacation ever. Love
Yeah,
you, mom. Love you,
it
mom and dad.
rules.
Love you, Lizzie.
But like, okay, so Mormons
Yeah, Hemingway
are
used to do
successful
that when he
and
was
they
in
do-
Cuba.
He would hunt sharks on the ski.
Yeah, he'd have the 3 cats on the ski-doo.
And he'd have just a gun that he'd use to shoot
Yeah.
sharks from the ski.
Yeah, he'd hold the gun barrel first in his mouth. As he,
But he had a great time.
yeah, he had a great
I mean,
time.
yes, okay, Mormons are more
I'm
successful
glad he killed himself, by the way.
than evangelicals. Their families are more
hot take.
stable. They don't get divorced all the time. You know, they actually are what evangelicals
I
claim to
love-
want to be. But they also, when things get a little too much pressure, declare themselves prophets and start polygamous communes in the desert.
I have.
Whom among
I
us?
have. Okay, really, Matthew Christman of German heritage. Listen, anyone who comes from Anglo-Saxon or really most types of the, like
Ooh, don't do it to him.
First of all,
respected.
Bavarians are POC.
That's right.
That's true. We're
That's
the
right.
swarthy Catholics of
But
the Prussian Empire.
Most white people, if you go back only 3 generations, they have at least 2 family members, 2 great uncles who went insane and thought that they were Christ. So at least when the Mormons do it, they build an entire community about it. Whereas when the regular Protestants do it, they're just an asshole.
It's
in
not
their
a real
Well, do you know
community,
about-
though. It's an AstroTurf community. It's like Disney does community, except like you bash gay people instead of them all working
Who,
there.
the
I'm not
Mormons?
saying I condone their actions. I respect their initiative.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do love multi-level marketing, and that's the reason because it's the religion itself is a multi-level marketing
But there's
scheme.
such a like a genre of ex-Mormonism that they're clearly like,
Jack Mormons.
Jack Mormons, yeah.
they're clearly like hemorrhaging people.
Well, no, until recently
No.
anyway, they're one of the fastest growing religions in the world. A lot of their
It's
But
true.
that doesn't mean they're not
growth-
hemorrhaging people. It just means they're evangelizing.
That's true, and they're evangelizing in like Africa, which is weird since they didn't think black people were fully human until the fucking 70s.
People, everyone has a pre-woke period, but
Those are the old tweets.
okay. Let me put it this way. Yeah,
old
If you
more-
ever
more-
check out Brigham Young's tweets, problematic.
Yeah. Listen. A lot of people drop out of Mormonism. A lot of people stay in evangelical Christianity. Well, yeah, you know what? It's easy to get a black belt in Taekwondo. It's a little bit harder to get one in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
I actually went to Temple Square.
Me too. I
yeah.
went to a debate tournament in Salt Lake City when I was in high school. When I was not getting any head. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's so creepy because it feels like Disneyland's version of religion.
It's weird. It's weird.
It
AF.
feels totally ersatz. It feels totally just like fabricated, and because you can't go into the temple unless you're a Mormon,
Right.
You have to have your temple card. But they have this big museum next to it,
Yeah.
and like the big culminating thing is you go up a spiral staircase or style incline like a Guggenheim kind of, and there's a big painting of the night sky, and you get in the middle of it, and it's this big circular room, and all the walls are painted like the stars, and then Earth, and then Kolob, and then a big statue of Christ in the middle of it, and it just feels real
Yeah.
fake.
Well, as far as like people that believe that when they die they're going to inherit a planet that they're going to rule over with their 75 kids and their wife, as far as those type of people go, they're chill as fuck actually. Like in Vegas there were
It's
a
true
ton of
you'd
Mormons
expect them to be worse.
because Howard Hughes
yeah, Iron Bob
obviously,
Mayhew, yeah.
the Howard Hughes Corporation, when he was like losing his mind, only trusted Mormons. So he only hired Mormons. So there's
that
in
seems
Vegas.
like it could end up like an Altamont situation, though. Like that could totally backfire.
Well, no, I mean they were
he was
like the best
batshit
workers.
insane and trusted Mormons because they were incredibly, in his view, pure and clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they had
It's
clean
like how
blood.
people in the Midwest love to hire the Amish to frame their house
I used
for
to
like
jack
10
off.
times the price.
I used to jack off so furiously though to the moms because like they had this like sort of almost repressed, but they were like bursting with this sexual energy. And my friend Brad's mom, I used to fucking just murder my dick whenever I'd come home. From
Well, I'll say
hanging
this.
out at his house.
I drove through Colorado City, Arizona once, which is one of the big ones, the one Warren Jeffs used to lead.
Oh yeah.
And the houses are these giant, like improvised buildings with like a bunch of drywalled additions. And
Keep
they're all on a
having kids.
hill of dirt with no grass, and they all have really, really tall walls.
Well,
around
they've been
every house.
excommunicated. Those
Yeah.
guys.
But
They're-
like I saw one of the ladies, and she was there with her little children of the corn kids, And she was wearing that outfit that I saw them when they were arraigning
prairie
the people,
dress.
the prairie dress
Yeah.
and the hair, and it's like that would kill my boner. And I mean, I would never. I would need like at least 12 wives to make up for those
No.
just horrifyingly unappealing fashion choices.
Disagree.
The regular moms
one of
would
the-
wear like Hollister and stuff and be hot and be like 31 years old.
What is
and like
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They just
because
stay
they
at home
started
and work out
spawning
all
at
yeah,
day.
like
they'd be
13.
blonde. They'd look like hot high school girls, but they were moms.
To slightly redirect to Adam's teenage horniness, I do want to come back around to your teenage Zionism as a
yeah.
result of being horny, and how it totally paid
100%.
off in getting beaches and hand jobs.
It did pay off, but then I lost it.
So how did you lose it then?
Okay,
you just
there were
started getting
two
laid
moments.
regularly, and you're like the
I don't
novelty
need
of that
Israel
went away, and
anymore.
you were like,
There were
holy
two
shit,
moments.
this is objectifyingly terrifying.
There were two moments. One was at the end of my year in Israel. They had a campus activism seminar, right? And there was this British guy who made Aliyah, who was like one of the leaders of the program.
It was Sam
Who's
Chris.
sort of. My program was half British, half American, and they're all from North London, and they all live in like this like a 2 block radius. It's like a
Let's shit
fucking
in Jerusalem, mate.
yeah, it's
We're
a
building a
shtetl.
bloody Tesco next to the temple.
They're all Tories, and they're all fucking like repugnant, and they flat ironed their hair, and they all had Euro mullets. But these dudes. Okay, so anyway, this dude stands up and he's like, "Next year, you are going to war. You are going to the United States, Canadian, and British college campus. On these college campuses, there is a war between Israel and Palestine that you are going to have to undertake. All right, let's get some ideas. How are we going to make people like Israel?" Okay, all right, shoot. Here's one idea. All right, when it's Sukkot, you have you sit in the quad of your college and you make a sukkah and you smoke hookah. You do hookah in the sukkah. And when people ask you what's going on, you say, "Well, in Israel it's cool that people smoke hookah." And I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Fuck did
They were
you
like,
just say?
the Palestinian campus activists are going to spread lies. They're going to say that Israel is killing the Palestinians. They're going to say that Israel is brutal. And they're going to say that. I was like, yeah, okay, they are. Like, I mean, they're doing all that. And then there was one weekend where they took us to the settlements. And that was when I really lost it.
Talk
I
about
was like-
insular, weird religious
Yeah.
communities. Yeah.
So we went to the settlements and they were like, you're just there and it's like all tract housing. It's like, it looks like Vegas. It looks like where I grew up. It's all like fucking like cookie cutter, like, it looks like fucking Arrested Development, like it's like tract model homes. Yeah. And they're like, yeah, just look down the road. That's like a Palestinian village. And they're like, yeah, we got to protect ourselves. And they had like fucking guards, and they're all fucking like religious psychopaths. And I went there right after the disengagement from Gaza, and they had to, the settlers in Gaza. There was like maybe there's so much fewer settlers in Gaza than there are on the West Bank. That was like the first step of Sharon getting woke and being like, well, I'm gonna make everyone leave Gaza, and then next step, I'm gonna make everyone leave the West Bank. But then he had a fucking stroke. But the butcher of Sabra and Shatila, by the way. But yeah, and I remember I was in the settlements, and I was like, I feel like I'm in a fucking stolen car right now. And then all of a sudden they were like, you need to get inside. We need to get inside. And we're like, what's going on? And they made us go inside this like fucking rec center they had. And they were like, there's a riot in the village, like the Palestinian village, like right down the road. And we think there's a terrorist loose. And like we were all like hiding in this fucking rec center. And I remember there's like this like guard they had with us, and he had a fucking gun. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing here right now? I'm fucking 19 years old. Why did my parents agree to do this? I paid for a blowjob from a Russian sex worker that was fucking sex trafficked here with my fucking meal stipend money. And then forgot the envelope of meal stipend for the month in this strip club, and had to starve for a month where I ate a shawarma every day at 5 p.m. to survive. That's what I did. Anyway,
How was the beach though?
it was a condom blowjob from
best.
from a woman that was had braces and fake
God.
breasts, and I remember this was the first time I felt fake boobs, and I was like, "This is terrible. These are the hardest."
At 19
heaviest-
years old, you were picky.
I just remember feeling them. I'm like, this is horrible, and I know that my dad, when we're in like supermarkets and stuff or restaurants, he'll like look at a woman with fake breasts and be like, "That's nice," and I'm like, "Well, you've just never felt them. You've never felt them before." Yeah, it was just like wholly inappropriate that I was sent there for a year, and then I left, and then I went to college, and then I studied Middle Eastern politics, and then they told us about all the shit that we weren't told about, like the Tochni Dal and the ethnic cleansing and during the 1948 war, and it's just like, okay, I was on a fucking propaganda trip, and yeah, so that's, I mean, I went to college in D.C. because I was like really into politics in high school, and then like within a week of being there, I was just like, you know how when you get to college, there's always that first guy that's like running for something. It's like the representative for your floor. There's like
the
someone
RA or something.
Yeah, well, like the first, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make this semester the best semester ever. Like, my name is Tim, and I'm running for floor representative for the 7th floor. We're gonna fucking kill it this year. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you running for? And it's always those guys that are the ones that like get internships on the Hill and then go into politics, and they're always the worst fucking people in the world. So I fucking lost Zionism, from going to Israel.
I love those grotesque like British Tories who tried to give you like their patent speech about going to college, and you surrendered immediately.
Well, I did some like spy work for the Palestinian campus activists. Like I sat in on
You were a
Hillel.
double agent.
I sat in on Hillel meetings and like told them, and then I told the Palestinian kids about like what their plans were to like protest like anti-Israel speakers and stuff. I was like I was like fucking James Bond, dude.
Triple parentheses 7.
Yeah.
But of course, the real question is, did that get you laid?
No, I didn't really get laid. I mean, I got laid okay. Like, I had girlfriends, but then I kind of mostly got laid in the last, like, 2.5, 3 years of my life after I moved here. And it was, like, weird. I mean, I have, like, I talk about this in stand-up, but, like, there are enough girls in New York that have seen, like, Annie Hall that think it's, like, acceptable to have sex with a disgusting, spindly, Rumpelstiltskin-like Jewish creature. And so then like I moved here, and then I was like, girls were having sex with me finally, and it was, I just can't live anywhere else. I have to live here for the rest of my life. I'm fucked because I don't know. But yeah. So I got like blowjobs in Zionist indoctrination camps. And then I took a break for like 5 years until I was like 27 years old.
The Jewish people, they take something bad with camps and turn it into something great.
It's true. Wow, this
It's
is
going
like
from the absolute worst camp in the world to the absolute best.
The blowjob camp.
Camp blowjob. But I did, if it's okay with the rest of the gang, having Adam on. I do want to talk with Adam for the first time on the show, because I feel like he's a minor figure in the show mythos that like I don't think we've ever fully explored. But can we talk about my boy Pop?
Can we
talk about King Pop?
He's out. He's so bored right now. I don't know if you've been following his Snapchat.
Lost some weight.
We should give.
Wait a minute. So he did not
background.
do 10 years,
Yeah.
obviously.
We should do back. Yeah.
Oh,
we
yeah.
should
Okay. So
do-
Adam, could you lay out like who is Popcorn and why is he of interest to us?
Well, it's before I knew you. Nick sent me this Instagram of this kid from Kentucky who's like an obese high school student.
he's like an Eric Cartman looking like white
looks
kid.
like-
I mean, like, he's got like curly blonde hair,
he is like
but he's like a
IRL
big
Cartman.
fat
That's
like white
perfect.
kid
He's
Yeah.
cherubic white trash.
who
He's
rocks
like-
like
he's-
true
yeah.
religion jeans.
So he plays fast and loose with the N-word.
Soft A.
Soft A. And then, I went kind of deep into Pop, and I found out that he has a black stepdad and half black siblings, so maybe that's influenced him thinking it's okay to
He's
say that
basically
word.
Nathan
But
Johnson.
yeah, I mean, so I evangelized Popcorn because I thought this was before I knew Will, and
Yeah.
you found it, and showed
I think
it
I
to
showed Nick, yeah.
and then Nick showed it to me, and then I showed like a billion people. Anyway, like, and you know his social
He's like
media
his
presence,
Instagram style is so amazing though, because he's like, I don't know, what was he, 15 then?
something like that,
And it's just like it's just all his feed is just him just smoking blunts, like comment off that gas. They mad though.
It's amazing.
Like making
He's
out with
Mountain
like
Dew,
hot
Macklemore.
women.
Yeah,
in
that
his high
girl,
school.
his girlfriend is hot.
Yeah.
Do you remember that text exchange that he posted, which was like his girlfriend being like, you know, like he's like, he like texts her, he's like, I promise I will never cheat on you again. And she's like, as long as you promise 100. And he's like, yeah, I love you, baby. And she's like, I love you too. And he's like 100, we're gonna stay together forever. Like, this is true love. And it's like, and I don't know. Like he was a boy that we followed. A group of people in New York were following on social media because we
Yeah.
thought he was funny, and he was team follow back. He would follow you back because he was a real savage, and you know, if you follow a savage, he'll follow you back. And then he had a post one day that's like, well, he didn't post for like a couple weeks, and then he's like, yo, it just got out the clink or whatever. It just got out the
Huskow.
Bing.
He's a total rap king, but he also uses old timey slang
Yeah.
from the 30s.
I just got out the clink. He's like, yeah, I'm about to go to jail for 10 years. And I was like,
I remember seeing this and thinking, is this for real? Like, is this all just been an elaborate prank?
because I thought he was just like, he was acting like he was a criminal, but he was just a boy that was just trying to be like a rapper.
Yeah.
So then I DM'd him.
Yeah, well, that's generally how it starts.
Wait, I can find the DMs, but I DM'd him and I was like, popcorn, like,
I'm worried.
I was like, popcorn, where is it true you're going to jail? Let me find it.
Wait, while Adam's finding the
But
DMs,
he's like this very charismatic personality.
yeah, he's got swag for days.
Yeah.
Like he really does. And my favorite, like he would just post a lot of videos too, and they would just be him, like, you know, rapping to like G Herbo or like Bobby Shmurda, and like just smoking blunts and just being like,
Oh, he's a terrible
off
rapper.
that gas, yeah. And then he raps himself, like his boys make beats, and he's like this, like, yeah, he does his own rap shit. But my favorite popcorn video, it's lost forever now, unfortunately, are just him and his friends standing in a barn
Gang.
smoking weed, and it's raining outside, and they're just waiting for it to stop raining so they can smoke weed somewhere else. And just popcorn's turning the camera on and just says, gang shit.
Gang shit. Yeah,
That
and
to me was so beautiful.
And then there was like an adult that they were hanging out. It was all boys, and then one of them is an adult, and he like turns the camera to the adult, and he immediately puts his hand over his face, like, "Come on, popcorn, stop putting me in your stupid videos." Anyway, yeah, I found the DM. So I was like, "Hi, popcorn. Are you really going to jail on Wednesday for 10 years?" And he's like, "Yeah, I have to do 2 years out of 10 to get parole, but I'll probably do 4." And I was like, "Damn, dude, sorry to hear that. What happened?" And he's like, "Me and my dude." Did a home invasion with a handgun and went on a high-speed chase with the police because we was in a stolen car. Which is so much illegal stuff.
That's so bad. That's so
Astounding amount of illegal activity.
Like so like
so much going on.
He's so bad. He's such a bad boy.
He's like, what? He's like 17. He's like doing felonies at like a 28-year-old level.
well, thank God he got arrested when he was still 17, because if he had been,
I really,
Like-
yeah. Had he gone to adult prison, popcorn would have gotten
Honestly,
eaten
initially,
alive.
I didn't believe it, but I kind of believed that he was doing all those things.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
he was 16. Yeah.
he was 16. So thank God. So basically,
so he's spent what, 2 years?
it's not a joke. He did do 2 years, and I don't know what kind of facility, but he was locked up for 2 years. And he's just gotten out, and like, you know, Adam was the first person to text me. He was like, "Yo, Pop's out."
Yeah, yeah.
He's on Snap. He's on the Snap.
He's on the
right
snap.
now.
You gotta follow. You gotta follow a savage, dude.
Yeah, follow a savage. So yeah, just I don't know. Like he, just his impish, youthful joy and vigor
Antics.
and antics.
Felonies.
And felony charges.
Well, then I said, "Are
It
you?"
imbues me with like it cheers me up.
He's so bored now because like he can't smoke gas on Snap or on Instagram anymore. So hopefully,
Which was 90% of what he was doing before.
Yeah, there were a lot of
Hopefully
great weed shots. That's the thing that I remember. He
Yeah.
could really
There was that.
showcase the marijuana.
There was that, and then the one right after he got beat up when he did the mirror video, and he was like, "Yeah, just got jumped today." Like, yeah, I'm gonna see you out there on these streets. And he's like, literally has a black eye, and he never cut his fingernails. He had long, terrible, disgusting fingernails. Anyway, after he told me what he did, I said, "Man, I'm sorry, Popcorn. Are you doing okay?" And then he did not answer a soft
Yeah,
ass-
but they used you to like ruin the moment
A soft
with
ass
like
question
this
like that.
intimate gay.
And then I
How
was
are you
like, "How are you
feeling?"
feeling about this?" And then I was like, and then a couple hours later, I was like, "Can you have Insta in jail?" And then he said, "No, you can't." And I was like, "Stay strong, Pop."
I just came up with an idea. The way that Israel, look, Zionism is a cancer on this world. No one in my family has ever been Zionist. We're not Zionists because I was told from a young age that Israelis are just the most unpleasant fucking people in the world.
I think that's why my
But
parents are Zionists, because they hate it when they move here because they're just so disgustingly
they're
rude.
awful. They're awful.
They have no manners.
But anyway, look, so, the population transfer that's occurred in the last few years, that was sort of the real thing behind Jonathan Pollard, was getting all these people who weren't really Jews sent from Russia to like fight Arab birth rates in Israel.
yeah,
But, so they're always lowering standards because, they can't.
because of demographics.
Demographics, right. But it's like, there's no such thing as really half a Jew if you're going by that definition. So they should take kids like Popcorn and send them to Israel.
Put them in the
you
IDF.
you can smoke that gas, but you have to be a part of something, Popcorn.
You have to be a Golani.
Yeah.
Chopper,
Yeah.
Oh,
And that-
hell yeah.
That takes care of our delinquents. It teaches them respect, a schedule, being part of something bigger. You would get another version of Modest Yahoo.
Yeah, and he would kill it at the online Hasbara.
Oh my God, he'd be saying, yo, Goofy, you try to call this an apartheid state? How come my boy is Druze?
Yo, Ali Abunima, you mad AF? Because I'm off that weed, pussy, getting this money while you mad as fuck, B.
Yeah, it's true. Hezbollah are complete haters. Man. I mean, Jesus Christ, that would be so funny. The Russians in Israel are hilarious. I was on a bus once, and there was this kid that was like just had like fingerless gloves and this like disgusting greasy haircut, and he looks at me and goes, "Let me ask you a question." And I was like, "All right, what's up, dude?" And he's like, "Are you a metalist?" And I was like, "A metalist? Like, can I like work with metals?" And he's like, "No. Do you like Metallica, Megadeth?"
I mean, the Russians that they brought over, they're kind of like the teacots of Israel.
Oh yeah,
Like, they really are.
they become a Vigdor Lieberman.
Yeah, a Victor
Yeah.
Lieberman is like, I mean, everyone there, like everything is like a teacup meme. It's not really a teacup meme. It's like if Richard Spencer got to run a country. But Victor Lieberman is like the Sheriff David Lee Clark of that place.
Yeah, that's a great analog.
He was also a bouncer. And he got into politics because he beat the shit out of a child. And then his like neighbor who was in politics like got him out of the charge. And he's like, "Wow, you really can use this to help people." What a great country. What an amazing place.
My favorite one is the Nazi woman Ayelet Shaked.
Yeah.
Oh God,
Who's
Don.
like, "I still would."
Don.
Yo, dude,
I still would.
Dude, in the Israeli version of Chapo and Cumtown, after Netanyahu won in 2015, the Israeli version of me and the Israeli version of you, I was like, I don't know, man. There's some like good rising stars that could beat Likud, like
Ayelet Shaked. I still would though.
No question.
What a perfect place to wrap things up now that we've come full circle.
Oh yeah, thank you for
That
having
is an
me.
excellent bow.
Can I do a plug?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it.
The Cum Boys are taking over Caroline's Comedy Club, ladies and gentlemen, February 21st. So if you're in New York, you should come see us at Caroline's. Right, Nick? Yeah.
I'll be there.
Yeah. Will is going to be there. And then we're going to have another show in Brooklyn a week after that. But Caroline's, we want to get a strong showing for that.
Yeah, Caroline's would be dope. But also, if you haven't checked out Funny Moms yet in Brooklyn, definitely come out to that. They're a lot of fun.
Should we start plugging the Dollop show?
That's in April.
That's in
But yeah,
April.
well, I mean, shit, might as well just say now. Matt is going to be, we're the Dollop Live on the road.
Yeah, in Detroit.
Matt's going to be the guest in Detroit.
I think that's like the 27th or something.
What is
And-
that? The
And,
Dollop.
Dave Anthony's podcast.
Dave Anthony's
okay,
History
cool.
podcast. It's
Yeah,
very funny.
and Felix and I are going to be the guests in New York at the Highline Ballroom, I think, in April. So,
Dave Anthony's best friends with Mark Maron, right?
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I won't. I won't.
Yeah, thanks for that, Adam. But, Chapo and Dollop live in Detroit and New York and Cumtown at
Cumtown
Caroline's
at-
February 21st.
Yeah, and then the fourth Monday of every month we do a show in Brooklyn. Me and Sav and Nick at a place called Come On Everybody, called Funny Moms. They've been pretty cool the last
And
couple months.
Come On Everybody's name takes on a different meaning when Cumtown shows up.
Right, yeah, we take it over. We change the sign. We put our own sign up, and we really fuck shit up. That's what we're all about. And if you guys, whatever. Thanks for having me.
Adam, thanks for
Yeah,
coming on
my
the show.
pleasure. It was a
Yeah.
good
It was
show.
awesome to talk to you, man. All right, until next time, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Cheers.
You are listening to Andy Ancap's Volunteerist Radio Hour. We're here to take on the thugs who are trying to bring United to heel. Now we bring our solution to the United disaster with volunteerism, the free market, and the non-aggression principle.
I have an entire thing about this plan in that voice.
We
Guys.
started the show, right?
Guys,
What?
Yeah.
we gotta talk about the Boss Baby.
Oh shit!
I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's.
Can I say my favorite Sopranos thing ever?
No, we're talking
Just
about
one thing.
cinema.
It's real quick.
Just
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
This is your Chapo for this week. It's Chapo. Let's go. Joining us now for the second time, making his
Second time.
triumphant return, Adam Friedland.
Second Timers Club. I got the green blazer,
Those
like the.
shoes.
Oh, thank
You
you,
ho.
Oh my God! Someone's shoes look like a fam.
guys. These shoes, I happen to know. I went up to a very cool teenager on the
It's
street.
macrame by Yeezy.
Yeah, it's like they're like sort of athletic. They're a sports sandal, and you know what? It's my look for the summer, and I'm glad I
But
busted them
you're
out.
wearing them with socks.
I'm wearing them with
Yo, when this
brown dress
episode
socks,
goes live,
gold
we
toe
have
from
to
Costco.
Tweet pictures of these abortions he's wearing on his feet.
What you talking about? This is style,
My
okay?
man wearing the running bull ones.
How's your skin, by the way? Have you started using your snail
I
mucus?
started my program. Amber's got me on right now, a skincare program. I had a really rough winter this year with the dryness and flaking. But yeah, hopefully in the next week I'm going to be back in action.
Yeah.
With having a beautiful shimmering face. Still can't grow a full beard, but I think that's stage 2 of face
Fine.
recovery.
And you shaved after Passover. You had that horrifying mustache.
I did. I grew a mustache to become a 30-year-old man, but it was I can't grow it in the middle. I'm sort of the opposite of Hitler, guys. I'm a really good guy.
Who's the
You-
guy
in many
from
ways, you
Motley
are the
Crue who
opposite
had
of
that?
Hitler.
In more ways than one.
Nick Mars.
Mick Mars, that's it. He had that famously, the
Yeah.
catfish.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good look. You might want to look more into
It's-
like filling it out.
Yeah.
Now he has Korean skincare. He's going to expose the whole beautiful
I'm gonna
punum.
look so fucking hot. I'm gonna look like a porcelain baby.
Adam does kind of look like a woman who's on a K-pop show now.
Oh, it's true.
Like
Yeah.
K-drama.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Boss Baby.
Wait, I just
Speaking
want to say
of
my
penis.
one soprano.
Oh, God damn it!
It's worth it. It's worth it. Sorry, I'm busting your flow, guys. I'm coming in here. I got the green blazer on for my second time. Peering on chops. Okay, there's this scene right at the beginning of the scene. Carmela's in the kitchen and she's facing a picture of Anthony Jr., right? Who's one of the ugliest people I've ever seen.
It's
And
true.
she's holding
He's
a
an
pencil.
ugly child.
And she's sketching the picture of Anthony Jr. And it shows for 1 second her drawing of her disgusting son. And it's the funniest part of all 6.5 seasons. What is it? 6, but this last one was 2 seasons.
Are you sure that wasn't in a dream sequence?
No, that's
They had
not-
great dream
They
sequences.
suck.
Okay, we're not going down. We're not
I'm
going down this
sorry.
fast.
Thank you, Boss
Let's
Baby.
get back on track.
Boss
Like I
Baby.
said, we have Adam on the show because Adam has a story to tell that you've probably already heard, but it's
It's like
still funny.
Rashomon. It
Yeah.
requires multiple
Exactly.
telling.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we're going to talk to you about a few other things that are burning up the news with Adam. Before we get that, we need to report from Matt Cinema Chrisman on Boss Baby.
Oh yeah.
You actually went to see.
I went and saw Boss Baby. It was my friend and I were having dinner, and we're like, "Oh, what? It's like really, it's too hot, and I'm stupidly wearing pants. And what do we want to do?" And it's like, "Well, let's see what's terrible at the theater." I mean, we saw the last Transformers movie together. You know, we like a good time in the theater, smuggle in some rum, and it's like, "Oh, Boss Baby," and we're like, "That's the stupidest thing we could pick," so we went with it. And so yeah, we got some booze and we went in, and it really did deliver. It was incredibly entertaining. For one thing, the real dominant motif is CGI children's asses. Like every other joke is a shot of a child's either butt crack in diapers or just bare ass.
A production by Brian Cox in conjunction with Podesta Films and Jeffrey Epstein Pictures.
I mean, it's funny because obviously, like, it was there's a lot of poopy and, potty jokes, but I found out there's a really thin line between, like, juvenile potty humor and just straight up child pornography. And it was right on that line.
That is the line that most artists have trouble with. Mm-hmm. Like, if you create anything, you're like, this is really good, but am I getting into child porn territory? Like, if you're challenging yourself creatively, you should be having that problem.
Yeah.
But like, Matt, this is what, like, okay, we've all seen the poster, and that's basically everyone was responding to.
Yeah.
What is like the premise of
It's
this
the Boss
movie?
Baby. What are you talking about?
But like,
Wait, he's a Bruce Springsteen baby.
Yeah. No. Okay. Basically, in this world, that's what's really fascinating is the world that they create. Is that it really is like a brutal piece of propaganda in its own way. It posits that babies come from a factory for a company called Baby Core. And most babies come to Earth as children, but some babies who, when they're tickled, don't laugh, become managers of Baby Core. And then they all live in, like, they work in an office building where they, like, basically manufacture the other babies and then promote people wanting to have babies on Earth.
is this exactly what Scientologists
Yeah, I was
believe?
about to say.
I have to say, as a high person, this is so upsetting to listen to.
No, it's very good. It's excellent, and I loved it. And they send the Boss Baby down to Earth. He's one of the executives to be the little brother
Voiced
of this
by
kid.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, because there's this company called Puppy Co. that's basically like a giant puppy mill that's supposedly coming out with a beautiful, perfect, cute puppy that's going to be so cute that people aren't going to want kids anymore, and so there will be no children.
Wow.
It's basically a prequel to Children of Men.
This is it's the decadent West. Is
Yeah, and
refusing
so
to
they send the
reproduce.
Boss Baby down to stop it, but what kind of annoyed me is that what the Boss
This
Baby
is
does...
white nationalist propaganda. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
What the Boss
This
Baby
incredibly
does is
disturbing.
more like corporate espionage. And you wouldn't send somebody from management to do that. You would, like, hire it out to another company. So that wasn't believable. But what was really, like, grim and depressing about it is the way that it sets up capitalism as, like, not just a transient human structure, but as the foundation and basis for all existence. Like, the babies are in this corporation. They have money. Like, he has money that he gets from working there. So, like,
That's
they
the
have
dream.
capitalism where humans are literally forged. And some people might say, well, the way the movie is kind of suggests, the way the movie is set up, it sort of suggests that this is all the younger brother imagining, like he's basically dealing with having a younger brother and
I
what
see.
it does in his family, and this is like his imagined way of, like, coping with it. But as Lacan teaches us, ideological fantasies structure reality. So that is really, like, that's part of what the Boss Baby is. It's to tell us that we cannot escape capitalism.
anywhere.
Are there adults in the Boss Baby universe?
Yes.
Does he interact with them? And
He
they're like,
does, but he doesn't. He
As a
pretends to
baby.
be a regular baby in front of them.
Oh, I see. So
Oh,
it's
it's
sort of like
like
the
Toy
Secret Life
Story.
of Pets.
Right.
Yeah.
The kid's the only one who knows that he's a boss baby,
Okay.
even though he wears a suit and carries a briefcase.
Is there a part where the boss baby is like, even I, the boss baby, the smartest baby, could not fight against the tyranny of a sick judge ripping me from my father Alec Baldwin's arms and delivering me to my bitch mother Kim Basinger and poisoning my mind against her?
How about this? Glenn Gary, Glenn Boss Baby.
Well, there is a
yeah.
Glengarry joke. It's in the trailer. He's
I
with
figured
these
it
other
had to be
babies around a conference table, and the kid has a cookie. He goes, "Put the cookie down. Cookies are for closers," which is going to kill among the 4-year-olds who go to see this movie.
Check this out. ABC, always be crying.
But the real
good, bro.
the real
idea of
things
a
that
baby
power the
Taylor
movie are is
there.
that the boss baby, all babies know about this when they're born, but when they stop sucking on a pacifier, they forget it. And also the boss babies stay babies forever because they drink magic formula that keeps them as babies so they don't grow.
That's just
Sounds like a
steroids. It stunts
millennial.
your growth. And like, if you want your baby to be a baby forever, you're listening. You've somehow bred.
That was the
give
same.
your baby steroids.
That was the milk that that doctor was giving Michael Jackson.
Yes.
It was milk to help him stay a baby forever.
And there's a scene towards the end where the boss baby goes back to Baby Co. having succeeded and gets a huge party, and they're spraying him with formula, and it, honest to God, looks like bukkake. We were like looking at each other like, anybody who goes to this movie unattended with a child deserves to be chemically castrated, and including both of us. Then they go to, when they're spending time in Baby Co., I'm like, I was just yelling basically under my breath, like, well, does he have a house? Does he go home? Like, are there restaurants and stuff? Like, are there other babies doing like manual labor and things?
Are like
Yeah. Is there a Boss Baby City? Or are there Boss
Yeah.
Baby municipal
Right, because there is
workers?
money. He has a
Are
big
there
wad of
Boss
hundreds.
Baby couples?
Yeah.
Are there married babies?
So, Boss Baby. So you would recommend going to see a movie
Highly
because it's a
recommend
dumb
Boss
internet
Baby.
joke.
Just go in there. You'll be occupied either by being viscerally upset by the really perfectly rendered digital baby asses. And when we walked out, I was like, holy shit, I'm glad we decided not to see the 3D one. And then also asking questions the entire time about how this is supposed to work, because it's absolutely
The
baffling.
universe is full of holes.
It's totally weird. Like the premise is like they have to get people to want to have babies. Like they have to market having babies, but like there's no role for, because his mom gets pregnant. Like his mom has a belly, but then Boss Baby shows up in a taxi. Like he shows up to their house in a taxi wearing the
Unattended.
suit, unattended, with a suitcase. A briefcase.
I was gonna say, like, you describing the plot of this movie sounds like they gave it to like a team of screenwriters, but like had them base it on a journal that was found in like the home of one of those like Henry Darger style outsider artists.
Yeah,
about, like,
apparently it is based on a book series of children's books.
No, it is David Mamet, actually.
Well, yeah. If we haven't disturbed you and disgusted you enough already talking about Boss Baby, let's talk about something even more disturbing, which is coordinated online harassment.
It's,
Adam,
awesome.
Adam, you recently gaslit and assaulted a woman. Tell us about that.
I defended all of yours. You use as honor.
Start from the beginning. Show me on the doll. Show
I
me
got
on the
in
doll.
trouble for being a good friend, actually,
Now-
which happens to me constantly.
If you're
folks.
a crossover, listener to us in Cumtown, I'm sorry to cannibalize this material, but if you're not, you may have heard us make allusion to it. But Adam was just visiting L.A., the
I was
city
in
of
LA.
Angles,
yeah, it's an angular.
Getting that Zog money.
yeah.
and you had a cab ride that turned very salty on account of us.
Well, I mean, I was in the hills at this pool party.
Hollywood Hills.
And there were a lot of gentlemen that looked similar to me, and I couldn't figure it out. And then a lot of older men as well, and it was just older men, and then clean-shaven, smooth gentlemen like myself.
This is the prosciutto and melon pizza gate.
And anyway, I took a sip of this drink, and then I woke up 12 hours later.
Anyway, I'm in the new X-Men movie.
I got a walk on him in Logan 2, which I'm pretty excited about. I play his best friend. Okay, I was in LA. I was going to meet my friend Stavros. I got in a Lyft because it's way cheaper in LA than it is in New York. That's not interesting. But in New York,
Okay.
it's weird though.
You're
because
doing that comedian thing. It's like a reflex. You cannot not compare New York to LA.
in New York.
No, he's doing the comedian thing about talking about comparing prices of things and what's cheaper elsewhere.
Yeah, don't you know?
Triple parentheses
Parentheses,
comedian.
parentheses.
So comedians are doing that, and comedians sit on occupy the majority of the seats on the National Security
true.
Council, and somehow we're fucking bombing Syria now because of all the comedians on there. But it's racist to point that out that they're all comedians.
Speaking of, I got tickets to New Rules.
Hell yeah.
I got tickets.
Yeah.
How awesome was that? By
Brandon Wardell ruined.
He had Brandon Wardell
We
on.
were supposed to go, and then he's like, "You got the tickets to the rehearsal. I'm gonna get us tickets to the Friday show," and then we didn't.
God damn it.
Brandon,
He felt he fucking flaked on me.
everything.
Brandon
I
was on
The
the.
show.
Okay, so I'm in a lift. I'm going to meet my pal Stavros, Cumtown. And in New York, sorry to do this, Annabelle.
You motherfucker.
In New York, it's just a guy that was from Senegal and doesn't know how he got here, and he leaves you alone, lets you get to your fucking destination. But in LA, it's always like some dude that's probably a failed actor, and he's just like, "So what's your experience with rideshare?" You know, which is just like,
rather walk.
it's like, "Hey, I'm Damien, triple threat. I don't know if you saw, I'm a 4.9, but an LA 10."
The way you get rid of that is you start telling them the truth about Syria. That's what I do in every car that I'm in. But in LA, they won't talk to you.
So he's like, "What? You know?" This guy's like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm just like, first of all, I was surprised they were even talking. I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing talking to me?" And there was a lady in the lift already, and so I was like, "Oh, I'm here for a podcast." And he's like, "Oh, what's that like?" And she's like, "A pot." And then the lady sitting next to me said, "Oh, a podcast? That's very interesting. What's your podcast called?" And I can immediately tell that she would not like the podcast.
You just
Two
looked
dope
her
queens.
up and down and thought, no, you will not know this information
It was
about
just
me.
a vibe thing, and that's one of my talents. As an X-Men, actually, in the Logan movie, my talent is that I could tell if someone is a cumboy or not.
She was not.
Yeah, she's not. The guy that called all the JCCs with the bomb threats, probably. Probably a cumboy.
So like you're thinking, you're like, okay, don't want to tell her my podcast.
So I was like,
you're like,
so
I'll
she's like, what's it
play
called?
it safe.
I was like, it's comedy. That was my response, right? Because I wasn't trying to necessarily engage.
Nice touch.
Nice touch. It's
Yeah.
comedy. So, whatever. So then she's like, yeah, I got a podcast myself. It's a political podcast. And so in order to change the subject from Cumtown into safer water, from what I understood, like book reading ass water, I was like, oh shit, my friends have a political podcast too. That's crazy. I think it's like I think people like it.
See, this is
And-
why I'm not really that sympathetic, because if she said, "Oh, I have a political podcast too," or "I have a political podcast," I would have said, "That's cool."
Yeah, I should have shut up and I should have not said anything.
Yeah, but you don't do that.
But I don't do that because I'm my father and I'm 30 and okay, but so I was like, oh, my friends have one. She's like, what's it called? And I'm like, it's called Chapo Trap House. It's like, and then the second I said that,
Just the
just
steel shutter is just
blood
slammed down.
rushing out of her face, and she's like, no. So I was like, what? They like, I was about to say like, they like plan out what they're gonna say before the show and stuff. It's pretty good. Because that's like my bar on what makes a good podcast, not just like me and Sav and Nick just call. So she said, so I said, really? She was like that. I was surprised she wouldn't like it. I don't know. And she's like, yeah, they're horrible people. And I'm like, well, I just said to you they were my friends. And so I was like, no, I think they're pretty nice. They're my pals. I don't think they're bad people at all. So she was really the only person in the lift making any accusations about anyone's character or anything like that.
It's true. She could have just stopped
She
it.
could have just stopped there and said, "Oh yeah, I heard of it."
Yeah,
sorry.
but she
Yeah.
persisted.
But she persisted against all odds. She said, "Yeah, they oftentimes will conduct coordinated harassment campaigns of women and POC." So then I said, "Have you listened to Chapo?" Like, I don't think that's what that is. And she started getting really upset because really the way the conversation happened was she'd make a statement and then I'd ask a question because I was like sort of
See, that's a mistake.
See, that's called sea
interviewing
lion.
her.
That's sea lion.
It's called sea lion.
And she's not there to do emotional
I was
labor
just
for
trying
you.
Is
to
that what sea lining
understand.
is?
Yeah, that's a sea lion.
It's basically asking any kind of follow up on any statement.
But
about
isn't that
anything.
what, like, these women with the, with the candles and the sheets, isn't that what they want men to do, is ask them questions?
Not randos. I don't think they want randos to ever ask them questions.
They don't.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't want.
I saw a lady
questions
with
that
a
are supposed to
mattress.
But a
interrogate their
rando
point of
is
view.
just a guy you haven't fucked yet.
That's a good attitude to take.
So I was just confused why she thought that. Like, I just sort of wanted to know.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, first of all, I think that's kind of weird because, I have a female friend that's on their podcast.
Hashtag not your shield.
And yeah, so then she was like, yeah, one. And I was like, okay, I don't know. And then I was like, well, that's kind of like, aren't you just like, by saying that all these people are white men, aren't you just acting like you're erasing the identities of all the women and POCs?
Why were you
on the left?
having this argument?
Dude.
Why?
I just wanted.
Why were you having tweets in the back of a lift? Why were you
I was
exchanging
just,
tweets?
I don't know. I don't know why I engaged, but she seemed to be very upset, and I was kind of having fun. I was bored at that point. I wasn't harassing, but I was interested in seeing where it was going. Anyway, point is, it sort of gets on the subject of Sadie Doyle, and I said, well, I think that she's kind of unhinged,
Sexist.
right? She's like tweeted at my friend like for like 3 days on end, and like, my friend was just responding with pictures of Dr. Evil that said ride. I didn't say that, but I was like,
God, he was like a brick wall. He was magnificent.
oh, that was
One of
beautiful.
Nick's finest performances.
Yeah, that was really.
It
that
blows
was
me away that
virtuoso.
that didn't become a meme way of like deflecting someone or trolling someone because it's so perfect.
Oh, it was incredible. Anyway, I didn't say that about Nick, but I was like, I know she's like tweeted at friends of mine for like days on end, like every 20 minutes,
and
I-
has actually done coordinated campaigns to get people fired from their
Yeah,
job.
that's
which is
what I
something
said.
we've never done.
Right. She's like gotten people fired, like, and, limited their ability to earn a living. Like, I think. And so she said, after that whole thing, I said her only response was unhinged. Unhinged. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's unhinged. And she's like, you see, you don't get it. You really don't get it. Like, that's exactly the point that I'm making of like how basically she's a genius and I'm a dumb idiot and a dummy dum-dum, and I don't get my misogyny, but obviously, I think.
And did you respond extremely
She was
well
just
to
saying
that and
that- no,
immediately
she
pick
was-
up the bell hooks?
No, she was saying that that's a gendered term, and that later on she tweeted about it. She claimed that I called women unhinged, not one particular person that is potentially, I don't want to sound ableist, but unhinged.
Adam in the back of the car. We just got to get rid of women. I can't stand the fucking complaining.
I mean, granted, I was dressed and in my Andrew Dice Clay T-shirt. I was wearing my Dice Man Cometh T-shirt, and I was
Get rid of the broads.
I was smoking a cigarette straight
Around
in their
your head.
face. Yeah,
And
No.
also,
Dickory
Anyway,
dock.
wearing-
Sadie can suck my cock.
so the
also
question.
wearing a mystery hat.
So I was just trying to ask her. So the last part was I was just trying to ask her, like, isn't it sexist to deny that women didn't like Hillary? Like to deny that.
Dude,
Oh.
And-
what?
And
What
her
are you
face.
doing?
And so then she starts going.
this is a person who has crafted a elaborate
I didn't know who it
mind
was.
castle world where Hillary is president.
You don't wake up a sleepwalker, Adam. You never wake up a sleepwalker.
This is like if you see 3 people in matching jumpsuits and the same Nikes, and you're like, "What? You can't get on a comet by killing yourself." You know that, right?
I was defending your honor, guys. Anyway, so she, in the middle of like my question that I was sitting on, she just starts going, "This conversation is over. This conversation is over." And I was like, "But I just no."
That's
It was
actual
done,
assault.
right? So then I'm like, so then we're like sitting there in silence, and
Cool.
the cab driver's like looking at me, and he's like just mouthing like, "What the fuck?" Because like, so then I feel bad. It's quiet. I feel like I got in like some sort of like argument in a relationship, and that we're taking like a quiet, like silent car ride together, and another 10 minutes in the car with this lady. So I was just like, I just like broke the silence by saying like, "Listen, like, I didn't wake up this morning trying to. I see you're upset, and like I didn't want to hurt. I didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
You're
and I
asking
feel
for mercy. That is the worst thing.
I know, because I was on the right side of history. But anyway, so I was like, "Listen, I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. I can see you're upset, and I'm not like an asshole, and I don't want to like wake up and just mess with people that I don't know and make them upset. And I think I'm a pretty nice person, actually." And so then she goes,
Guy.
I didn't know. I didn't know that you can't say that you're nice. I didn't know that's
You didn't
against
get
the
the press
rules.
release.
I didn't get the press release from Chelsea Clinton that I'm not allowed to say that. And so then she's like, exactly, a nice guy. When I said person, but she was like, a nice guy.
She's the one gendering you.
She's like, you're a nice guy. Like, you honestly, it was like in the tone of, you're too stupid to ever get woke. And like, you'll never be on my level. You're just a coordinated, harassing, brocialist piece of shit. I mean, she obviously, that was just the tone of all of it. The last part, right, of the story is like, so she rejects my apology. We're sitting in a silent cab, and the driver feels really awkward. So he just goes to me, like, after another 5 minutes of silence, he goes, "So what's your experience with rideshare?" Which was the first question.
Are you sure this wasn't a malfunctioning Johnny cab from
I was
Total
like-
Recall?
So I was like, honestly, I don't really take, I live in New York. I don't really take Lyft or Uber that much. But I'm taking Uber this week because it's very cheap in LA and it's much more expensive in New York. And he goes to me, "Well, we're not in Uber, we're in Lyft." And I'm like, "Oh, I just call them all Uber." But actually, I deleted Uber, and then I looked at her. Oh no! This was my Larry David moment. This was like, I couldn't stop myself. We were like pulling up to the place I needed to go. I couldn't stop myself because I knew this would just infuriate her. But I just said, "Actually, I deleted Uber because the CEO is sexist to women."
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I wish we had dashboard cam footage of her right after you left. Like literal steam shooting
yeah.
out of her ears.
That was a more awkward cab ride than fucking Travis Bickle and Martin Scorsese in Taxi Driver. You know who lives in that apartment? Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton lives in that apartment. It's not the White House, though. You know who's in there? You're going to laugh at this.
Well,
Like,
look,
you're-
actually, for the future, you don't need to defend us at all, ever, especially
I
not
don't
in
even need
person.
to mention you, really.
That's probably
Just enjoy the show and know that it's not
Imagine
for everyone.
if I said Cumtown. But Yeah, so she then said, so then I was like nervous because some of the fans said they found the tweets. And I was like, they were like, oh, should we tell other people? And I was like, no. And then I guess that people found out. It's public speech. People found it. Whatever. I don't want to.
Yeah, she went on a tweet storm.
She went on a
about
tweet
you.
storm. And I was like nervous because I was like, I don't know. I don't want this person to get harassed. I don't want to prove her point, like, and so, but the fan, the Cum Nation, there's so much love in Cum Nation. The fans, one of them responded to the one, like the serious, women don't give me the time of day vibes tweet, and posted a picture of me and Stav kissing and said, actually, he's in a happy, loving relationship. And someone's like,
That's great.
Someone's like, actually, you harassed a queer Jewish youth. Which is like, I think that's
the best
positive.
way to respond.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
positive.
Like the whole thing, like the targeted harassment thing, just like means that you're popular, you have a lot of followers, and you made fun of someone's thoughts on a public forum.
Yeah.
Someone's like the thoughts that they've broadcast in a public forum, and you made fun of it.
That's one of the confluences between liberals and alt-right is that they both think posting is like war, and that if you like quote tweet someone or just even say anything about him and more than like two people tweet at that person, that's like assault. It's the same way that the alt-right guys are like, we're ready for meme war.
Well, but it's because those are the people who do like to participate in pylons. So, of course, it's what they ultimately fear the most.
Yeah.
So, in their mind, they're like, let's go after this, whatever, 9th grader in Tucson who, doesn't know what speech to use. Their greatest fear is it being turned against them, and so they interpret it when there's two people being like, "Oh, I don't agree with you."
Well, it's like a clique, like any other clique. Like I didn't think that this was like a big podcaster person, but she's got like a following. And she got like a response on Twitter. It's not like it's. The other thing is, I gotta fucking say, you really can't talk shit in L.A. You can't talk shit on Hillary. You can't talk shit on any fucking movies because someone's probably there that worked on Boss Baby. So you got to be like, oh, that was good. That was
I
good.
would like to meet them because I have a lot of questions.
I feel like if I was in Brooklyn for the
Yeah, I
most
worked
part.
on
No,
it.
but
I worked on
DC
the
is
baby
like
apples.
that. DC is totally like that.
Yeah, you can't even talk shit about the city of DC on the streets, or else you'll get hurt. People will get
They
in your
all kiss
shit.
each other's asses. They're like, okay, ideologically, supposedly on paper, we're diametrically opposed, but there's no reason why we can't go out and get a bland burger.
People in DC love eating a burger that tastes and feels like a hockey puck.
They're
And
very
then-
upset about these burgers
and
they
then-
had in DC.
and then-
They're like,
They were
they're
so fucking
traumatized.
bad.
The caliphate should honestly take over DC. It would make it a better city. It would end the chronic alcoholism problem among wonks, and they would have quality halal meat.
I have another idea. Boss Baby Burger.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Now we're talking.
Made with real baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really weird, and I didn't think that anyone would find out who it was or that she would have been tweeting about me. But I guess while she was sitting there angry, she was dragging me for all of her hi sweeties online.
This is definitely the most boring episode of Black Mirror.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, that's probably not true.
Actually,
It's a very
thinking
hit or
back, you
miss
are
show.
correct.
Your joke doesn't hold.
What if your phone knew your name? What if you and your computer had the same birthday? What if your mate was a TV? What if you had to plug your dog into a wall and charge him? What if instead of someone saying, how was your day, they said, what did you download?
Can we segue from that potentially that dystopian future to ours? And I just wanted to get Adam's thoughts on I think word of the week. No, phrase of the week, phrase of the year. Holocaust censors.
Yeah,
yeah.
true.
Yeah, we were just saying, like, we don't know why everyone's yelling at Sean Spicer. Like, that's hilarious. You have to pick your battle.
A room full of the finest comedy minds could be locked together with typewriters for 100 years, given the Boss Baby Infinity Immortality Serum, and they would not come out with a fucking phrase as funny as Holocaust centers.
It's good. I mean, yeah, I'm not that angry. Another funny take, which was I heard a lot.
Really, you're not?
It's hilarious.
Why?
I mean, people are asking me to be mad about it. Like my dad called me. Both my parents on speakerphone called me about it, and they were like,
"Have you heard about the Holocaust centers?"
And they were like, on Passover, for them to do this on Passover. Adam, how dare he? Anyway, I just think the funniest part to me was that Sean Spicer called Sheldon Adelson to apologize.
That's the Trump White House. Like, you have to call the richest whatever race you offended.
Really, which is offensive because he's not a representative.
But like
of
Sheldon
Jews.
Adelson is like not even
He's
there
a
mentally.
mutant.
Like,
He's all cartilage at this point.
Who, and the real victim in all of
His
this.
organs
and
have ossified.
I've seen him before. He's like goes around in one of those like golf cart.
Where have you seen him?
Oh, at Jewish community functions in Las Vegas growing up.
Vegas, dude.
Yeah, I'm from Vegas. Yeah. I mean, I think the main victim in all this, and I think this is the lesson we can learn, is Bibi Netanyahu, because he should have gotten that call, and he should have been apologized to by Sean Spicer, because he is the president of all of us.
Bibi is, unfortunately, he's infallible. He's like the Pope to us.
Yeah.
He's greater than the Pope.
Yeah.
For me, it really proved that I don't even know if this is true, but in my heart it's true. Sean Spicer has to be a child of the American suburbs, because like he couldn't think of a phrase, and like instead of the word camp, he thought of center, like a fucking guitar center or a goddamn like electronics store in his shitty exurban hometown.
Yeah, he's
Come on down to Holocaust Center.
I feel like he's just crying so much of the day that like I gotta give him the pass. And also he's so funny too.
He's hilarious.
Yeah.
He's so fucking funny.
He is the best one of all of them, and I hope he stays around. In fact, after Trump is president, I want Spicer to stay on as press secretary.
Hiccups and tears.
He just has to be comprehensively criticized
Show them all.
for hours a day by the president of the United States, that maniac. Just with the gray suit that he wore at the first presser, like when Donald Trump afterwards was like, "You looked like absolute shit in your suit."
That's why Trump met with Steve Harvey.
Oh man,
My man, you coming out to address the United States of America. How you looking like you still got the damn coat hanging in there? Now, Sean, you gotta think like a husband, but act like a wife.
oh
How are
man,
you going to represent the United States of America with only 3 buttons on that suit?
we need Spicer out there in the boat-sized
We
double.
need
breast.
him. We need him in a 12-button eggplant, 1998 NBA draft, first round.
I want my president an aubergine.
Sean, we got you a double-breasted vest.
I mean, I'm still waiting for the fucking Ben Carson, Steve Harvey going around fixing the inner cities of America tour.
Well,
we were promised that.
It hit a slight roadblock recently.
We got to talk about this.
Oh, because he got stuck.
Carson got stuck in an elevator today.
Yeah.
And
not-
this is
Another one
We have
bites
to
the
bring this
dust.
up.
I did not consider myself as much stuck inside the Tyson Krupp contraption as much as I felt as though the world was stuck around me. There's no way to prove that the elevator wasn't moving, whereas the world had just stopped. I believe it was the prophet Jehoshaphat in the book of Gargamel who said that the man who travels in a stuck pontoon boat does not see the river move, for he is moving the river. I want to say to the firefighters who rescued me, though I could have escaped from it on my own talents, that I appreciate you for risking your lives and your family's lives for reaching into the metallic beast.
That's so good.
How long was he in there? And
Oh, like 4 minutes.
3 eons.
What is a minute to God?
Ben Carson is God.
No, that fucking rules. But actually, Adam, I wanted to ask you about another member of the Trump cabinet that you had a very funny story about, Stephen Miller.
Oh,
that
shit,
bug-eyed psycho looking like.
You haven't
Yeah.
heard too much about him.
I was
lately.
Yeah.
LA. So my
Like he was like the sort of like skull.
It really makes me worried that he's in a sub bunker of the White House with like a big whiteboard and it's all filled with a horrifying thing that he's going to unleash on us.
So I was just in LA. I'm from Santa Monica originally, like West LA. Liberal. They used to call it the People's Republic of Santa Monica. They'd always like elect fucking socialists and stuff because for their city council and stuff. Anyway, my cousin, and then we moved to Vegas and whatever. My cousin went to Santa Monica High with Stephen Miller, and he said that a couple things. We talked about it in LA. One,
Like Adam, like in profiles I've read of Stephen Miller,
Yeah.
like it talks about how he like forged his conservative blade and ire going to the ultra liberal Santa Monica High School.
I hate to like go on like the Paul prison Paul, what's his name?
Prison Planet.
But like in a place like Santa Monica, him like getting into conservative talk radio, like every kid was in like the liberal like upbringing was encouraged to have a thing, and so they were like, well, that's Steve's thing, like, you know, like he's just really into Rush Limbaugh, like you know, like it's weird, but like that's
it's a healthy interest. But
yeah,
will pass.
he's a teenager and he's just gotten into some weird shit, and like we'll just let him get into it, and then he'll learn on his own.
Oh my god.
He
It's like
definitely
cautionary
called his
tale.
parents by their first names, for sure. He'd be like, you know, whatever.
It's just an Alex P. Keaton situation.
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. You know, like sort of upper middle class, liberal Jewish family. But yeah, he got into conservative talk radio, and then he's like started writing op-eds for local newspapers. Where he'd say like, oh, everyone in my high school is fucking and they're giving the kids condoms so they could fuck, and it's so messed up that they're all fucking each other with the condoms that the school gives them. And if those condoms weren't there, they definitely wouldn't be having sex with each other. And the school is encouraging this behavior. But my cousin was telling me that he sort of like breaks it down to the fact that he was like, he remembers like when they were like 11 or 12. It was actually his girlfriend Kelsey was in the same class as him. Like he started male pattern baldness. She's like, it just comes
Oh,
from
man.
that. She's
Yeah.
like, it's all.
Oh god, yeah, no, he didn't have a chance.
Yeah, he didn't have a chance.
Well,
like
yeah.
he started going bald real young. But obviously the best story that they told me was he ran for student body president their senior year, and he gave a speech where at the end of the speech he got booed by all 4,500 students of the entire school. And so he ended the speech by saying, why should we be expected to pick up after ourselves when we pay janitors to do that for us? And literally the entire school just started booing him. And
He's so hateable that he made kids like boo littering. That's amazing.
Fuck you, bitch! Homework rules.
And so yeah, but it I just imagine him, this just bald 17-year-old boy on stage, instead of like, you know, in high school it sort of is punk rock. I hate to
That's right.
I hate to say what Prison
That's
Paul is trying to
right,
say,
Adam.
but like
Conservatism is the new punk
it's
rock.
the new punk rock. And yeah, no, fuck the Beatles. No, so fucking, you know, in high school, I just spent my entire time making everyone think I was cool, or trying to make everyone think I'm cool. This dude literally wanted to antagonize the entire school. He wanted to be loathed. He was literally a wrestling villain. He was literally on stage getting booed by his entire school, which for any other normal, from what I would consider normal human being,
Like
that
a
would be
Would be a
psychically scarring
traumatic,
event.
nightmarish,
Yeah.
end in a Jeremy spoken class today kind of situation.
Yeah.
Exactly. That would be the Carrie moment, like just getting laughed at and booed by your entire school. But this dude was on stage, like putting his hand, cupping it behind his ear, like, "Can you hear that, sucker? Fuck the poor."
For a certain type of broken-brained individual who is met with revulsion by everyone they meet, they internalize that and make sense of it in their own mind by thinking, well, if everyone
hates me and is disgusted by me, that means that I'm right. Like being hated is proof that your ideas are too much for the mob, the dumb normies to handle, and that you're just too fucking logical for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is very basic antisocial, like psychology. That's what they're like.
Yeah.
But I do like the
he
idea
should
of
be
him
arrested.
as like the high school punk rocker. Like
He's punk rock,
like
dude.
on stage, like in front of his entire school. Like, Sid Vicious when he went on his solo act that would just be like smacked up doing covers of Iggy Pop, and then would just be like, do I look like I pissed myself? Fuck you, wanker.
I'm gonna do fucking affirmative action is racist.
Yeah, he's like the G.G. Allen of conservatism, dude. It is the new punk rock, dude. I agree.
He takes a county property tax bill, like shoves it up his ass.
He's got all the Gigi Allen tattoos, but they're just logical fallacies.
Well, I mean, like there is a certain logic to this, like doing something so radically unpopular. There's something a little punk about that. But what he was doing was essentially, as a teenager, calling into the Larry Elder conservative talk radio program. So, like, sorry, I'm still not buying it.
No, I'm sorry, sucking up to that's
like
just a
he's
brown
weird.
noser.
Yeah.
That's a nerd.
Anything that people don't like is punk rock.
That's true, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I find that like when I really fart like crazy in a ride share, that's the new punk rock.
So what's your experience with rideshare? Let's break this down.
I mean, sometimes I got gas. No, I don't say a fucking thing. Is my experience with rideshare.
Well, yeah, you're in New York.
I'm a business.
I
Yeah.
immediately start ranting about the White Helmets documentary.
What's our experience with rideshare? What's our experience with another form of transportation that everyone loves to hate? I'm talking about air travel, people, and the other hot news
What's
item
the
of
deal
this
with those
week.
peanuts thing.
All right, so you want me to do my 20-minute chunk for my act on the airlines?
No, and United beating the shit out of that guy and kicking him off the plane.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what everyone's been talking about. For
They say bring your seat back up, and I'm like, back and up. How do you do both? That's my question. What's the deal?
Actually, the Chicago police actually beat that guy up because he said, fuck you, I'm getting in the plane, not on it.
Why don't they make the whole plane out of the black box? That's what I want to know.
Why don't they make the whole plane out of that Vietnamese doctor?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm very excited for this segment. We have a new friend of mine. As many of you may have heard, I'm an ANCAP now. And the guy sort of guiding me through being an ANCAP, his name is Andy ANCAP. He's the fourth biggest ANCAP personality on YouTube. And he has some solutions for this.
What is ANCAP, just for anyone who may not?
Andy Cap, everyone's favorite drunken, British lout from the comic books.
That's what a lot of people get wrong.
Hot fries?
The hot fries
Love
guy.
those
It
fries.
stands for anarcho-capitalism, but Andy Cap, that's the official snack of ANCAPs. They invented it. It's a volunteerist factory. The workers make $1.09 an hour, and it's a paradise.
But all of the hot fries.
Yeah. Exactly. And you just eat those and you're like, wow, ANCAP works. But I think we should talk to Andy right now.
Andy, what do you think of all this controversy over United using the police to beat the shit out of some guy and throw him off a plane that he paid for?
Greetings and mutual non-aggression. Andy ANCAP at your service. The ANCAP way to deal with this situation is, well, first that the United had absolute property rights to even kill this doctor if they wanted to, as the plane was their property. And the moment that you walk onto somebody's property, you are living by their principles. Luckily, through the non-aggression principle, murders do not usually occur because it would not be mutually profitable for both parties. However, we do recognize that there is great statist overreach onto airplanes and even the purchase of tickets, as was the case with this incident. So, the anarcho-capitalist way to solve this problem is to make airplane tickets worth $300,000. But they're not a ticket to buy, just a single ride on the airplane. It is you own the seat as you would a house. And with each successive ride, it increases in value as it would during real estate. So, if you're a good passenger, the market value of your seat rises a good 10% year to date with compounding interest. But then you turn it around, you sell it to another guy who wants to fly. This way, because now everyone is a homeowner, there's no more assaults. And there's no age of consent because you're technically at sea. All right. Thank you guys for having me. I have to go buy a new cape.
I can't believe we got Andy Ancap.
That's
You got
a really
him
good
on
get
the
for
pod.
us.
I hope this will be the first of many appearances.
Like, I don't agree with him on everything, but he's a smart guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but like I mean, aside from Andy Ancap, I mean, we all know and respect his opinion. But who the fuck are the rest of these slugs going out of their way to defend United Airlines in this
Well,
situation?
what do they call it?
Wait,
They
who's
called it
defending them?
terrorism.
Oh, plenty of people. I read something from Tyler Cowen today, who was just like breaking down why, actually, according to economics, they really did nothing wrong. I mean, like, what do you expect from this
here's
airline?
the thing. Anyone who
They don't know the difference between rational and moral.
Yeah, that is true.
Moral doesn't mean anything, but that's just gibberish. Rationality is all we have. No, but like the people who are observing it from afar and choosing to side with the airline, fuck those people for eternity. They're just bootlickers. They're just instinctive, craven, just courtiers of power. But if you were on that plane and you wanted to see that guy get his head caved in, I totally understand. Because I want to get the fuck out of there, and this asshole won't fucking leave.
That's what they do. They use people's like discomfort of the situation against them, so that you blame the person being abused by authority.
Yes. It's not that they fucking dipshittedly overbooked the flight and then wouldn't pay for more and are like having like a staff, like using it for staff, travel. It's this asshole won't stand up.
But
I'll cut his head off myself. I gotta
interrogated. Like, I mean, like this is like interrogation techniques. Like this is what the military used to do. I think they've kind of phased it out, but it's like this is the guy that's making it bad for all of you. Even though you're all being abused, they pick one guy who's like, well, everything's shitty, but it's his fault.
It's Private
He's
Pile.
making me do this to you.
Yeah, smacking Private Pile with the fucking soapboxes. But I got to tell you, I'm pretty sure that they got those chairs they sat the guys in Abu Ghraib from the airlines. Am I right, people? I mean, they're a torture to sit in.
Yeah.
Small. They get-
Seriously,
they keep
I'll
getting
tell you anything
smaller.
you want, Miss Flight Attendant.
New rule.
New rule.
Chelsea Manning is being released from prison in May. Human rights activists criticized the U.S. government's treatment of Private Manning, saying that it was inhumane to put even a whistleblower in United Coach.
New rule. No, just the loud. See, at the beginning, the loud wasn't present, but now the loud is loud right now. Yeah, we were doing when we were in LA. Me and Stav and Nick were walking around, and we kept just like seeing something like, why is this guy so bad at parking? Was it the Republicans? We just do every joke and the punchline be the Republicans.
Wait a minute. You were walking in L.A.? I thought that was illegal there, talking about the difference between L.A. and New York. Am I right, folks?
Yeah, whose idea was that? The Republicans.
God, he still has a viewership. It's
It's an
insane.
insane viewership, and
Oh God, I'm so mad at
More
Bordeaux.
ways than one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's all guys like my dad that just like, they love it. They love it because he doesn't pussyfoot around those Muslims.
It's like, why can't I believe in sensible gun control and literally destroying the Middle East?
Yeah, I mean, well, wild times.
That's too.
Is he?
That's good. Just like Trump.
Yeah, but he's pro marijuana.
That's the only. Well, he's
pro the
basically on
ganja.
the. If you go to Whole Foods and smoke weed, you should never go to the doctor. He like literally believes
he
that.
doesn't think germ theory is real. Like, he's awesome.
New rule.
You're wrong.
I don't want to hear anything else about this incandescent theory of light. It's phlogiston, okay, people?
I wanted to do one, but I can't do the voice. But I really think we could have worked with Louis Pasteur and calling him a Republican.
Whose idea was that? The Republican.
Thank you. I can't do the voice.
Boiling water to prevent infections? Whose idea was that?
You just don't even finish the word.
New rule: if you don't keep a window open to get rid of bad vapors and bad humored spirits, you have to run for Congress as a Republican.
What's wrong with Sarah Palin? Has she been sleeping in a room with a fan on and having her soul periodically stolen every night from her life? She's dumb, folks. Come on, why are you laughing at that? He's also a shameless and berating his audience
If you
for not
can't
laughing.
take it, you're weak.
He has the obnoxious body language too, where he does the hand thing, that very oh look, it's a nervous tick, but it's not a nervous tick.
Yeah.
Anyway, he is somewhat responsible for normalizing hawkishness among liberals. Anyway.
New rule: if the Arab brain could process democracy.
Yeah, the only Jewish guy who's in Religulous is an anti-Zionist rabbi. Like, get a load of this nutcase. The chosen people were not given Israel by God. Look at this
That
fucking
guy destroyed
weirdo.
That guy destroyed Bill Maher too, because Bill Maher was like, "But don't you think that the only democracy in the Middle East should be preserved?" And then he brings up the Holocaust. He's like, well, what about if the Holocaust happens again? Like, great arguments. But the rabbi goes, my entire family was killed in the Holocaust. And Bill Maher just stands up and goes, fuck this. And leaves.
That was the one he walks out on. And it was,
You're right. He walked out on that one. That was after the guy in the Jesus costume owned him.
that guy owned him too.
Yeah.
Jeez,
You don't
the
bring a
Holocaust.
Holocaust to a gunfight.
Don't bring a gun to the Holocaust Center.
Yeah,
I just keep hearing that Modern Lovers song down at the government center as down at the Holocaust Center.
Oh, the Holocaust Center. Oh, I'm thinking of Costco.
Wait a minute, is
actually.
Is that where you got those fucking shoes?
No, but I was staying across the street from the Holocaust Museum in LA, and Stav, there's this
Did you
picture.
pick that?
There's this
Did you
picture
plan that
which I
way?
think is one of the funniest pictures online. But Stav wanted me to recreate it, and I was even like, "Come on, dude, I'm not gonna do that." But this guy Danny Green, who plays for the Spurs, the San Antonio Spurs, was in Berlin at the Holocaust Memorial, and he takes a selfie with his hands like to the side, and like big smile on his face is like. And the caption is like, Holocaust Memorial had to do it. So Stav's like, yo, take the Danny Green picture in front of it, like with your arms to the sides. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing that.
You didn't do it?
But it is a point. It is a point of like just my tourism. Whenever I visit a city, I go to their Costco to see what it's like, and I do visit their local Jewish museum / Holocaust Center.
It's like some Tom Friedman shit. It's called the Costco and Holocaust Museum test.
If your country has more Costco's and Holocaust museums, you might have another genocide.
Yeah. No, we didn't actually end up going because I think it should be in Europe, right, guys? Why is it here?
Totally.
Why in LA? Whose idea was that? The Republican. Oh man. So that doctor should have gotten dragged off the plane. What do you guys think?
No, but
No.
if
yeah.
I was on the plane, I understand if you wanted to see it.
What if
Because
they
that's
tried to
how
do it to you,
fascism
Matt?
works. That is
What
how
if they tried to do it to
fascism
you?
I would probably. I would be
Obviously,
very.
people
meekly
don't like it
submitted
when they
to
Of
get
course,
beat
I would
up.
meekly
okay.
submit to authority. I'm a fucking veal cat.
No, you're not. You were just telling me today how you almost got like pulled aside by TSA for like throwing one of the tubs because you didn't know that to go to Canada you had to keep your passport on you while going through the check.
That did
so
happen.
you had a fit.
It was a very small fit.
You got angry at pub quiz the other night. You stood up for the injustice of incorrect questions. Greenland is not a country.
Yes, well, it isn't for one
part
thing.
of Denmark,
Greenland
right?
is not. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Greenland
Jesus
is not a
Christ,
country.
there's two of them.
The least populous country by land area is Mongolia because it's an actual country, unlike Greenland. No, but if there's a fucking cop in my face, I'm not gonna get you mad. I'm a.
You know what I
I'm
say
a
to that
domesticated
cop?
American.
3 words.
You're a pug.
I'm a cuck.
3 words. Letters of marque. Do you have one, sir? No, you do not. By naval law, I can arrest you.
Well, did you see like?
I love the amount of balls that all those "Am I being detained" guys have because they actually do it and then they just get the shit beat out of them. They're so confident.
That never
I kind of
works.
believe those dudes like can only come if they get tased.
Yeah,
They're
maybe
into
that makes
electro
sense.
stim.
Yeah.
They're into electro stim.
Yeah.
Well, actually, my favorite of like the contrarian United Airlines takes was the people who said, a lot of sympathy for this doctor. I wonder how much sympathy there would be if you were wearing a "Make America Great" hat. And I just love that they have to invent these like totally fictional grievances and then get mad about the thing that they've invented in their head.
That man was white. That's ridiculous.
Fair enough. I probably would have thought it was funnier.
That's
I mean, it
true.
was still kind of funny. Come on.
They have a point.
But,
No,
like,
but,
if he had a
like,
stupid hat on,
we
would have
been alarmed by the extension of violence towards a human being under a business.
Like here's what's crazy.
Imagine if it was Bana Alabet.
But like, this is the thing. Why does the Chicago Police Department have to enforce every bizarre detail of the contract you supposedly enter in with an airline?
Because in their modern form, they were invented as a shabiha for the fat fuck alcoholic dumbasses of the Daly family. And so now that the Dalys aren't in power anymore, just any fucking round-faced, fucking red-nosed Mick retard can just tell them to do anything. And they're like, oh, well, it involves beating up a minority, so I'll do it. That's the CPD. The CPD is bounded by the Constitution to just assault anyone that isn't white.
Yeah, we stumbled upon a fundamental contradiction between private property and public provision.
And I remember, I read about like how will this affect the markets, and they're like, yeah, this won't affect anything. No one cares, and they're beholden to airlines anyway, and they just know. They're just like,
they had a big drop. They had a
treat
big
you
drop
like
in
shit
stock,
anyway.
but it's gonna
Yeah,
bounce back.
There was a dip. They're like,
it's
nah,
just a
we're
dip.
not worried.
It'll be fine.
Not even a little bit.
Credit our most recent guest after Adam, Alex Perrine, had a really great article about how just airline deregulation is like how airlines work now is like a parody of how like people think capitalism is supposed to work. It is capitalist, but it works in the exact opposite way in that there's like 4 firms that control every airline in America, and they have intentionally decided that it's more profitable to not compete with one another and thus just charge more for shittier and shittier service. And guess what? You can't vote with your dollar and go elsewhere.
I honestly think that I think that the modern airline industry is actually a giant Stanley Milgram experiment to see what like capitalists can get away with in abusing people, and like that data is being poured over, and like this thing was one of their big experiments. Like, okay, let's kick a guy in the fucking head
This
and
is
drag
a Stanford
drag his
prison kind of arrangement,
drag his unconscious body through it and have everyone see it. Let's see what happens. It's like, well, not really anything. I mean, others some choice Twitter owns that got aggregated by BuzzFeed. Oh, okay. Well, as some people pointed out, now we're just going to administer beatings at random, and you can pay for the privilege of maybe not getting hit.
Well, I only fly on Virgin Air, which is like flying at the club.
Bottle service?
Yo.
No, that's because they only allow virgins to fly on it.
No.
Oh!
That's not true, dude. It's
They looked at his shoes and were like, get this man a ticket. First class.
The shoes are bad, fam.
Yeah, these shoes are like my make people angry for the summer shoes. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, you're trolling people with their shoes.
I'm trolling the homies, but I love them.
So that's catching us up on the hot news that's burning up, current events and news and everyone's water cooler discussion. But before Adam gets away, I want to talk about a topic that's hot to me.
Oh no,
hot this topic to the trap, and I want an update on our boy Popcorn.
He's just having a tough time right now. According to Snapchat, he's not having a tough time. He's just using a lot of guns, and not
He's
just
using them.
not
Don't
using
worry.
them, but he's just holding them in his Snapchat, and he's listening to a lot of Future and
Is Felix.
Yeah, this doesn't sound anything.
That sounds exactly like Felix.
I just want to see if he's okay. I did send him a snap, and it was just like, "How's everything since you've been out?" And he said, "Good, man." So, solidarity with
What's
Popcorn.
the thing about how he was like, I heard they try to rob me, and he just has like a stack next to his ear. He's like, heard they try to rob me yesterday, and he's like holding the money that apparently people tried to gank from him.
Yeah, he's like, showing a lot of money on his Snapchat and talking about sort of maybe paranoia or not paranoia about people trying to rob him, but still, waving the money and the weapons around. The thing is like...
Is he smoking gas on the snap, though?
He's not smoking gas, but he's smoking mad ports. Just busting.
But that's legal. You can't...
Blasting
PO
cigs.
can't
Yeah, he's been smart enough
violate you
not
for
to
that.
do drugs on Snapchat, but he does have a lot of guns on Snapchat. But I don't know. They could just be doing it for a picture. But I don't know. The whole thing is sort of just taking me on this real emotional journey because I feel like I was following this boy, you know, who I thought was funny.
This is your version of Boyhood.
Yeah, it is like Boyhood. Yeah, it's in that only white men are moved by it.
I'm glad you got that layup.
Yeah, thanks, yo. Yeah, shitting on the white man. I guess I learned something in that lift.
My God, he can be taught.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just a
the end of
boy that I was
Pygmalion.
following, and then I found out that the boy got in trouble, and I was concerned about the boy. I just thought he was funny because he was like, you know, just had just
He's an outsized character.
was like a 14-year-old that like thought he was like a
cracker.
yeah. He thought exactly. He's a rambling boy.
larger
you know?
than life.
Larger
Who
than
doesn't
life.
love- it's
And then shit
It's
got
like
real.
if Thurman Merman got on the gas.
And now I feel sort of like, you know, like this responsibility to check up on him and make sure he's okay. And I really hope he is okay.
I really hope this all ends with you adopting him.
I really want him to be my son. And I'm going to tell him, you know what, Popcorn, I know that you're a savage, but I will not accept that kind of language in my household. I don't care if your friends don't mind you using that word. It's not a word that white folks should be using, and it's got a lot of history behind it. And
Okay, this could be a sitcom. We could pitch this tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know,
I'd
an
watch
adult
this.
comic and fan of the internet stumbles upon a struggling young Instagram gangsta and feels like he doesn't have anyone in his life. I'll be the role model.
oh, I know.
And you both go to LA to like start your careers. You as
Yeah.
a comic, him as a rapper.
Yeah.
I told him, I did quote Will. I told Will, and Will's like, well, just tell him to make this money legally in the rap game. And so I told him that. He's like, yeah, bet, dude. That's what I'm working on right now. Yeah. So I was like, all right, cool. At least if he still has this dream of being a rapper, which I don't know if I should encourage, but whatever, you know.
Reach for
You
the
just encourage him. You
stars.
just get the legal
Go for
paper.
it.
You have a lot
Yeah.
to learn about fatherhood.
There are all these. I just feel like on a larger scale, there are all these people online who like aren't like you know well known, but I feel like I've been following their lives for years now, and I feel like really weird about like there's this guy Nick 420 CA that I've just been watching smoke weed online for like 6 years now. And like I know, like we found out he's married, and we found out like he got a new apartment, and he got rid of the Bob Marley poster.
He's
growing up.
Cats in the cradle and the silver
growing up.
spoon.
You know,
little boy play with the man in the moon.
Exactly. I feel like I'm following these people's lives, and it's just like, or just regular freak shows from high school that I'm still at 30 years old, just like watching, have Facebook meltdowns and stuff, and just like I love it still. I can't quit them. I can't quit all these people. And I guess I'm just going to keep them in my lives forever and then write them a letter on my deathbed, each and every one of them. Popcorn. In the voice of Morgan Freeman. Popcorn, I love you. I've always loved you. For 60 years, I've watched you grow into a beautiful young man.
Well, respect to Pop, a true savage. Respect to Adam Friedland, a true friend.
Guys.
For sticking up for his friends. That's
Yeah.
what a
And
true
happy
friend
birthday,
does.
Adam.
Happy birthday as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well done.
I'm a man of 30.
Happy birthday to your sister too.
Oh, yeah.
Who shares the same birthday
We
with
have
you.
the same birthday, 4 years apart. And my
have
dad
your-
used to tell all my friends, it's because my wife only lets me have sex with her once a year. And then all my friends would be like, yo, your dad gets no pussy. He thought he was being the cool dad, but by complaining about his sex life to 13-year-olds, but he was not cool in their eyes at all.
So next time, Adam, Cumtown. Any upcoming things you want to plug?
We have
More
funny moms this month. It's actually going to be like maybe the best one we've had. We have really good people this month.
What's
but
the
it's
date?
On the 24th, fourth Monday of April 24th. They come on everybody. If you're in town. And then I think I don't know. There's fucking I don't care. Actually, nothing else. I have nothing else.
Adam Friedland, everybody. Chapo for the week. Till next time. Cheers.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Hey,
It's
Matt.
rude.
Hey, Matt, it's your pal Adam. I'm just checking in.
Hey.
Okay.
All right. All right.
You're rolling?
Yes.
You know that like Cum Boys, we like to do parody songs.
Yeah.
About where we involve having sex with our fathers. So I like to, I'm a little bit more of the news junkie of the crew. So I like to also make parody songs ripped from the headlines, but also have them involve having sex with my father. So I have a new one I was doing in the shower today. I don't know if it's going to be funny. We can cut it if it's not, but this is to the tune of "Don't Worry, Be Happy." But did that guy kill himself? I remember there was like a thing. Like, do you know that guy that did "Don't
Bobby
Worry"?
McFerrin?
Yeah, Bobby McFerrin killed
No,
himself.
he did not.
Okay, here it is. My daddy's dick is larger than life. Mine is small and naughty but nice. Don't worry. Coffee. So that brings in the meme that we're all talking about, guys. Kafifi and a little bit of flavor about having sex with your dad. So I just wanted to bring my perspective to the show.
The best memes combine the best jokes combine two or more ideas.
Yeah,
That's a
exactly.
good one.
Adam Friedland joining us,
Yeah.
everybody.
We got Adam. We got
hey.
Adam in the trap, safe space where he is respected, and I just want to extend our welcome to Adam. Our political humor. Kafifi is fake news.
Oh,
Felix, haven't you been like sort of remixing like 90s like pop punk songs to be about incest and Donald?
Yeah. No, I've been doing that. I've been. I have this idea.
You used to like do the What's My Age Again? What was the version you did?
My first joke for What's My Age Again, and I'm afraid this is going to be cut by censorious producers because technically we would get sued. But it's Alan Dershowitz listening to What's My Age Again, and he's like, "Oh wow, this is not at all what I thought it would be about." But no, I was thinking about if. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is bonus. He's probably not a gray wolf, but and it doesn't say accuse him of anything. It's just saying he's listening to it. He's confused.
Somebody yesterday did a tweet joking about how they just realized that the Blink-182 album title "Take Off Your Pants and Jacket" is like a double entendre with jacket, and it's about masturbating. And it wasn't until I read that tweet that I finally got it.
wow, you loser.
I never got that. I just thought it was just a stupid phrase.
Dude,
and now, 20 years later, I'm like, oh shit, it's about masturbating. Those guys are way cooler than I thought.
Blink-182 has this song called "Stay Together for the Kids," which is about divorce. I was on a nostalgia music video trip a couple weeks ago, and the first frame in like the Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like black with white font, it says 50% of American households are destroyed by divorce. There's like a fucking it's the best disclaimer before a music video of all time.
I was reading the Blink-182 Wikipedia article for the same reason, and when I got to Mark Hoppus's one, it was like I was a really normal kid until my parents got divorced, and that's what made me so twisted that I started Blink-182.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Which one of the Blink-182 frontmen
Tom.
is now a serious UFO researcher?
Tom DeLonge.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, he started a band called Angels and Airwaves and kept saying things in the media like, I have just created the greatest album in human history. And then he released this album, which is all about like, we're looking at the stars, it's just like, and planets, and then like 6 months later, he says, he released a statement that said, I was on a ton of back pills and I thought I was making the greatest album of all time, but it turns out that I was just in an opioid-induced frenzy and I just used a lot of delay pedals and you should not take those quotes seriously. But now he's investigating, now he fucking broke the fucking greatest band up to investigate UFOs, that fucking coward.
I saw Mark Hoppus is like a Trump Russia guy now, and I saw someone replying to him. They're like, "Sir, Mr. Hoppus, sir, do you know if the 25th Amendment will be invoked against President Trump?"
This is down a similar path. I was just reading today. Did you guys see the thing about how these two Silicon Valley dipshits have this new
Hoppus has got to be like on their agenda as potential candidates, right?
Yeah, well, check this out. It's called the WTF caucus, and it's like,
that's so irreverent.
It's these two
Wait a minute, there's a swear in there?
Well, no, it doesn't actually stand for what the fuck. It stands for win the future, I think, but it's like a cheeky.
Never mind.
They're these two like Silicon Valley shitheads who are like going to create the next MoveOn.org to like disrupt the Democratic Party, and they're like, you know, we love the Democratic Party. We think it's gone a little too left in some areas and not enough in others. I wonder which areas.
Yeah.
But anyway, in it, like mentioned in all of the press about like their platform and this new think tank, and the person they're interested in running for office is the former frontman of Third Eye Blind.
Hell yeah.
Stephen
Jenkins.
Stephen Jenkum?
No, Jenkum.
Stephen Jenkum?
Yeah, me and my boy Todd Fuck, who started Revolution Partners. We invented the Juicero. We have a new political movement. It's called the N-word caucus. No, I know what you're thinking. It's a double entendre. N-word is innovate, and we're gonna run the guy from InXS. We're gonna bring him back to life using technology, and he's gonna jack himself off on stage while auto asphyxiating and be like, "Donald Trump, sir, this is what you're doing to America."
Sorry, it says the guiding principle behind Win the Future, a new project by the tech duo that's launching in time for July 4th. The effort, called WTF for short, aims to be a new movement enforced within the Democratic Party, which can act like its own virtual party, said Pincus, lead architect, during an interview.
My favorite response to that was from a guy, another tech dick, who says, "Yeah, you know what? I feel like this is just trying to, stay within the Democratic Party. I think what America needs is a new party, a party of people from both sides who understand the importance of decorum. It should be called the Dignity Party." And it would include people like John Kasich and Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
And everyone who and Susan Collins and everyone who agrees that we can get together and have common sense solutions as long as we use our inside voices. And the real fucking kick is that the guy in question is the blood-sucking vampire who runs Ticketmaster.
Ooh.
And one of the worst rent-seeking shitheads of all time.
But
and he's like, you know what? I think there's a way in that we could be in the middle.
And
shock.
And his two figures of dignity are a hobo and a woman who faints and vomits all the time.
And Stephen Jenkins from Third Eye Blind.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, I mean, didn't they have that song that was about being on meth?
Yeah. Semi-charmed kind of life, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So he would be the perfect candidate to tackle the opioid crisis.
And they also had a song about teen suicide that was wish you would step back from
that wedge, my friend. Cut ties with all the lies.
It should just be all not like Blink-182, that's the Democratic Party. The Third Eye Blind, it's the radical moderates. Chumbawamba, that's the left.
Leftist,
leftist.
yeah.
We're with Chumbawamba.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sum 41 is alt-right now.
Sum 41 is alt-right. Tool is now he's
like
also
Oathkeeper.
Oathkeeper situation.
I know my oath fits because I watched the Constitution break. Muslim in office sucking dick. What more can this country take? Duh, 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 duh. He's eating dog in the Oval Office. Duh, 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 duh. Have you no decency?
Oh man!
Wait a minute, is that true?
Yeah.
Is Mayor James Keenan a fucking Oathkeeper?
No, that is Tool. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
don't know if he's an oath keeper per se, but he's very right wing. Like I saw something recently from him where it was like a photo of him and he has a vineyard apparently.
Yeah, I saw some awful documentary about him building some shitty vineyard in Arizona.
That sounds like the worst
Arizona
thing you
wine
could
country.
possibly-
I think that was
the most arid state in America.
It was a Werner Herzog documentary. He's like, how is this crazy man in the middle of the desert who makes makes professional butt rock.
His songs appear to be about the complicated math that Americans do in high school.
No, he's
he
like
does songs about the cosines.
He's like a Blue Lives Matter guy, and I saw this thing, something online where he was like, it was a photo of him at his vineyard, and he was like, capping it, being like, I got a request like online. Someone asked me if the wines produced here are vegan. And I said, they won't be now. And he was like literally like dropping bacon into a cask of wine.
Just
And I was like,
wine worse.
yeah, the thing like having just rotting meat in a cask of wine. But yeah, that's who the lead singer of Tool
when
is
you're,
now.
When you're fucking shitting your guts out from trichinosis, you know that you're owning the libs with every bloody bowel movement.
Also, like,
well, I mean, I gotta say, what kind of moron asks if wine is vegan?
Yeah, that's
I
a
mean,
really
I fucking
stupid
hope
question.
so.
I was thinking
You know
about
what?
that.
I'm starting to think that actually didn't happen.
No, I was thinking about it, and it's like, since I heard that, I was like, yeah, like 90% of things like this, that question wasn't asked. Like, I see some of these things where they give the guy a perfect setup where it's like, is there a safe space in your gun corporation? So like, whatever guy can be like, yeah, there's a safe space. It's called the safety on my gun before I shoot you.
No, that's a real thing. I don't know if it applies to wine, but I know in some liquor production processes they use a filter of some kind that involves an animal product.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay.
vegans can't drink certain liquors. That's why there are vegan bars.
Yeah, I made a girl dinner once, and she refused the wine, and then refused the condoms that I had because those weren't vegan either. Apparently, we can cut that from the podcast. Yeah.
She refused you,
That's-
is what you're saying.
No, I had to go with a boner to the bodega to get Lifestyles, which are vegan, but Trojan apparently uses animal products because she had a phobia of any type of animal. Why am I still talking?
And now you know.
What animal product?
I mean, the
is in
only
Trojan
animal product
condoms?
is in
I
like
think the lubricant, maybe.
Hey,
Well, it's
this
not-
is the animal product right here, baby.
Hey.
The only animal product in them is like right on the center of the tip. So if you just like prick that out with a pin and then put it on, you're fine. You're good.
Hey, you know, if you laugh at those vegans, but if the British Army had used vegan gun cartridges, the Sepoy Rebellion never would have happened.
That was when they greased their bullets with like tallow, beef tallow,
Oh, right.
and
Yeah.
like
Beef and pork, and all the Muslims and Hindus.
they
were
pissed
very
off
mad about
everyone basically. But just as long as we're on the topic of like these sort of like fake outs that people take seriously. Did you guys see the thing about like the new hot thing on the alt-right is making up Antifa protests and then have people come up to counter protest? So it's like you're kickstarting your own protest by creating a fake one. And the one that happened over the 4th of July weekend was they were like, Antifa is going to be burning Confederate flags at the Gettysburg battlefield this weekend. All patriots show up. And a bunch of people did, including one guy who like shot his toe off with a blunderbuss.
yeah, that ruled.
Yeah.
But that's so instructive because it shows that at this point they're still afraid to show what they actually want. You know, because they basically, that's why free speech is their stupid rallying cry. It's because they are still too circumspect to come out and be like, yeah, white nationalism, that's it, that's what we want. Because
You're right.
They're worried about a backlash from that. So instead, they need to have some people disrespecting history or some shit to excuse them standing around in their fucking cargo shorts, improperly carrying guns.
Do they actually think they're trolling Antifa by doing this? Like, has anyone ever shown up like, hey, guys, I'm here for the anti-fascism rally?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like trolling per se as a way to just kind of get their message out there and make Antifa people look bad, or I don't know.
I don't know. I remember that was the Gettysburg thing you're talking about, right? Where the guy shot himself.
Yeah.
There was I saw a guy who he was like a fucking 3%er biker guy, and he posted these pictures of a deserted street in Gettysburg with just like some motorcycles there and says, yep, not a single Antifa in sight. I'm out enforcing right now.
This is like the Bear Patrol.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm not surprised it happened because if you had to have me guess which cast member of 8 Mile would end up in the alt-right, I would have guessed Cheddar Bob.
I think they should keep. I mean, I think Antifa should get behind this and just like keep making up fake events, because for these like 3%er oath keeper,
think
like
so too, yeah.
middle-aged guys, it like that's just a whole day for them.
And
this is
it's-
just wasting their
Send
time.
them to Burning Man. How
Yes.
hilarious!
Oh,
would
yeah,
that be?
yeah.
I was just
Tell
gonna
them
say-
that there's a massive Antifa protest in the middle of the Nevada desert, and if they're on a unicycle, that means that they hate Reagan, and you should just fucking mow them all down. They don't use currency because they're fucking what is that?
They're burners.
They're burners.
They're Bernie
Yeah.
burners.
Well,
I mean, like, if you actually like want to fight and harm those people, like most Americans don't know how to fight. It's just every video I see from those rallies where it's like Proud Boy beats the shit out of Antifa. It's just two like a skinny fat guy falling on another skinny fat guy. But if you actually want to harm them, just like let them stand around by themselves. Like
in August heat.
yeah, one of them
They'll
will
have to shoot
collapse. Like they
something.
keep accidentally shooting themselves.
Or
One
having
guy
a heart
had
attack.
That asshole at the Sharia march in New York just had a fucking heart attack and died on the stage.
Take that, Islam.
Yeah, no, I was thinking like about these fake protests. Like, I think we should start doing this and creating like fake Antifa protests to get like Proud Boys and other various Keck related groups to show up to. But it'd be basically like the scene in Police Academy, but we set it at the Blue Oyster Bar. You know what I mean?
Oh, me and Virgil were talking about the Armenian guys that like stabbed that Proud Boy the other day.
Oh, who's that guy? He was like the bodyguard of like Baked
Apparently,
Alaska or
the
something.
fucking stick imbecile has a bodyguard who's just a fat guy. And I don't really know the full outline of the story because all the sources are from them, and they just like make shit up all the time. It might as well just be a fucking hoax for to fucking
But
rip
Virgil, like,
people up.
I saw a photo of that guy in a
Yeah,
hospital
he's in
bed.
a hospital. So their version of the story is they were in fucking downtown Los Angeles or somewhere thereabouts, and they were I guess they were out in full force with their fucking wooden shields and their mismatched helmets and their fucking mop heads, and I guess they were out defending Western cultural values in this area which is dominated by these. This Armenian gang.
Armenian Power, like one of the most terrifying gangs in the world.
Yeah, apparently they like pushed MS-13 off their turf once.
Yeah, in
Jesus.
Glendale. And so, yeah, these people's grandparents were like the people that killed all the collaborators in the Armenian genocide 100 years ago.
Damn.
And so they show up, they're just like in America and they terrify other people who kill people. And then they just see these guys in like hockey masks and wooden shields. And they're
Only
like, what
fucking
the fuck?
cartoon frogs.
Yeah, they're like, oh, kafifi, good sir.
But wait, so like I saw the photo of that guy like laid up in a hospital
Yeah.
bed or whatever, and I was like, "This is my bodyguard or whatever." He didn't look like a He didn't. He just looked like he looked
I have a
large.
suspicion that did not actually happen. My guess is that they were making Pepe masks at a Kinko's, and he accidentally lanced his scrotum with a 3-hole punch.
My guess is he sat in a kitchen drawer.
But I have I nominate that he had like a Pepe tie on under his combat uniform and it got caught in a hot dog roller.
One of the funniest
This
things.
gets worse before it gets better.
That's true. This is true for both the white civilization and the hot dog roller situation.
One of the funniest things I saw from that was that fucking baked Alaska guy posted. Just heard that Base Stickman's bodyguard's in the hospital, and they're right now going to start streaming in 15 minutes.
Oh my god! Imagine you're like dying, and Baked Alaska is like, "Yo, can I get those hearts going for white civilization?" This is the last thing you see before you die. It's just a retard.
So, like we were talking.
Yo, we're doing a rap song for the troops, but only the white ones.
So it dawned on us that. It dawned on us that the primary Proud Boys, the ones who wear the literal LARP costumes and go around, are reviled by every normal person that they meet in society. Like Felix was telling me about some video where Proud Boys were just getting beaten up by 14-year-old skater kids.
Yeah, they got chased out of the park by these skateboard kids.
It's like you see them, it's like, who the fuck are these guys coming up
He
the
got,
hill?
like some Oath Keepers. Speaking of the Oath Keepers, they like in Houston, they like just grabbed some dude in a fucking headlock and pushed him out of their shithead protest because he was waving a bunch of stupid meme placards, and they thought that it made them look foolish. I don't know where they got that.
that video
It's
is great.
absurd.
That video is all. If you read the comments to the video, just like a bunch of other 14-year-olds, like the guy who got choked, being like, "We're gonna fucking kill that guy." And it's like, no, you're not. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, they should. I don't know if there's Channel 1 is still a thing, but they should start every school day with that video as a scared straight thing. The guy just whining like they're good memes. I thought, yo, dude, I thought I would make friends.
They're good memes, Brent.
So send them. You know, if you want to make a fake event, just send the Proud Boys anywhere. We liked a place in the Armenian gang territory that's like literally a front. Just say like, oh, they serve halal food.
Yeah. They don't have any. They don't have any refrigerators.
Antifa is going to be tagging Confederate monuments in the Pacific garbage patch.
Antifa is doing a die-in in Death Valley for Black Lives Matter. We need to go there with double as many people.
Bring a
D-Ray's
lot of
gonna be
milk.
there.
No water, just milk.
Yeah,
Just milk. Yeah.
What I would like the most about this is I presume now the Proud Boys are like, Armenians are no longer white. They're not
Well,
Caucasian.
they probably thought they could make common cause with the Armenians because they're like, well, you got genocided by Muslims too. Which is just, even like a terrifying gang member like sees the guys in the masks and fucking bass stick men, and they're like, any normal person's reaction is just immediate bullying. And
Yeah.
the AP Armenian Power version of that of bullying is just to stab someone. So
Well, this is actually a good segue from, you know, the fascist movements of the past and present coming together. I saw this news item just today, and I knew we were having Adam on, and I knew we had to talk about it because this one is also sort of a callback to the last time you were on, Adam. One of the things we discussed was NBA basketball player Danny Green's selfie at the Berlin Holocaust Memorial.
Yeah, had to do it one time. # Holocaust.
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite selfies on the internet.
It's up there.
So fucking
Yeah.
good.
It's up there. But to one up the Spurs Danny Green, there is a now one Clay Higgins. Oh, Clay Higgins from down in Louisiana. He is a Louisiana politician who has recorded a special video. It says, I'm looking at the video right now on YouTube. It says, Clay Higgins has a message for America, from Auschwitz. And I was just thinking, I think we should just watch this. It's 5 minutes. We can edit it down if need be, but I think we should just watch this message from Clay Higgins
Yes, please.
to America from Auschwitz. So,
Could be a railroad anywhere, right? Except for this one's at Auschwitz. Birkenau. The expansion of Auschwitz, where 4 more large gas chambers were built. They could murder 2,000 people at a time. On these rails rode those poor souls.
this is like Hank from Breaking Bad talking to you.
Great sense of dread.
Could I get a Mr. Pibb? Well, all right. Have a nice day.
The shoes. They love the shoes in Holocaust remembrance.
What are those?
Every single one of their shoes look like a fam.
They never went down to Auschwitz. He was looking for some souls to steal.
Oh man.
Oh, this should not be as funny as it is.
What is his job?
Cyclone.
Congressman
He's
from
in the House. He's a House, but he used to be one of those fucking like Felix talked about how the first generation of T-Cots was like pissed off small town cops writing letters to Kanye West.
Yeah, he's one of those
That was
guys.
how he got famous. He was the cop who would write the indignant letters to
700 people.
ungrateful celebrities, and now he's in the fucking Congress.
Guards.
He's literally in a gas chamber right now, shooting like a
Cyclone
selfie
fire.
video.
Cyanide pellets activated.
Y'all keep those hearts going. You like this?
After about 20 minutes, everyone was dead. And then slave labor.
Boomhauer, keep that camera still.
His Cajun accent is incredibly distracting. Yeah, it's like what you want to do is you want to get some of them Jews down. And you want to build some Cyclone B, and what you get out of that is you got some genocide right there, my friend.
Now these Jews ain't have no toilets.
2,000 dead Jews in 15 minutes, I guarantee.
Suffocation cell, punishment cell.
Like, I mean, if you're watching it, it's just his giant egg-like head just dominating the frame as he solemnly tells you about the man's inhumanity to man.
Did he just learn about this?
Every year in Europe, they have an event called the Holocaust. We have to stop this.
The world's a smaller place now than it was in World War II.
No, it's not.
The United States is more accessible. Terror like this. It's hard to walk away from gas chambers and ovens without a very sober
need for Mr. Pibb.
Commitment. Unwavering commitment. Make damn sure that the United States.
This is like when Warren Schmidt visited the Indian Museum. Those people got a raw deal.
Think of how great it'll be when Trump visits the camp.
I can't wait.
Wait, what?
Slideshow.
That was just some still.
Show. That's the show icon. Show icon.
Okay.
Hell yeah,
dude, that was. I'm Representative Gunch Shithead. Primo Levi said that there ain't no monsters but men who will fulfill their deeds. That's why OSHA has to be stopped.
The last image was just still of just his bowed head covered in a cowboy hat with his arms up.
with his police uniform on.
Superimposed with an American and Israeli flag.
Hell
over
yeah,
him.
bro.
Open letter to Adolf Hitler.
So I remember when Clay Higgins ran for Congress first because he was this Joe Arpaio wannabe who did these Crime Stoppers videos that got him fired because he would just straight up name like local criminals and name them. And I'm like, that he did the celebrity thing. But before that, you'll be interested to know, he's not even really a fucking cop. He was a used car salesman. Just like all of those fucking guys.
Wait, he stole cop valor?
He became a cop through some fucking
like Steven Seagal did.
Yeah,
in
kind of like
Louisiana.
that.
Yeah.
Then he like had jobs in the fucking police, and now he's still a legal law enforcement agent in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Oh, hell yeah!
Yeah, and he places like McDonald's employees under citizen's arrest when they don't give them enough fries.
Yeah, and he's the guy who posted this Facebook thing a couple months ago, just literally just calling for the genocide of Muslims. He's one of the worst people alive.
Oh, that's terrible.
But you have to have a genocide of Muslims, or else they'll genocide us.
Yes, or else, and this is a good view into his apocalyptic mindset that the Muslims are coming because we have open borders and they're going to set up death camps for us.
They're building them right now.
Yeah, that's what every mosque is. That's why they have a curved top. That's how they store all the cyanide gas.
I would say this guy is, setting himself up for a Fox News career, but, he's probably going to be in the Senate in a few years. He's a very red district in Louisiana.
If Sheriff John Bunnell doesn't beat him to it, he'll be the first cop president.
I just am imagining him detaining like teenagers, being like, y'all boys ain't planning on doing any Holocaust now, are you?
I'm going to ask you some questions about some local criminals you know. Do you know any Reinhard Heydrich?
I love how that video started off with the train tracks because there's this weird cross-section between train guys and Holocaust people where they always talk about how many train tracks there were at Auschwitz. I mean, apparently they were running a ton of trains to get a ton of Jews there.
Yeah.
They were like,
way better
there was
than
like,
the MTA.
There were like 14 consecutive train tracks in the middle of Auschwitz. It was incredibly impressive. What the Nazis were able.
Well, the Nazis had a very efficient train switching
Yeah.
system.
Well, they kept him running.
I gotta say, I think he's getting a lot of heat for this, but I think in the long run it's gonna blow up in his face because an increasing percentage of his base doesn't think the Holocaust happened.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. Yeah, like most of the people who would otherwise approve of the message of this video, when they see it, like it's like he might as well be at medieval times for them.
Yeah. A bunch of my friends did this trip. I didn't do it in high school called March of the Living, where they send like scared Jewish teenagers to all the camps, and then they send them to Israel afterwards.
rules.
They're like, we're gonna scare you with the Holocaust and then show you why we need Israel so much. And it's like this, like I knew like a bunch of people that like got head and stuff. We're in Poland. Like I know people that have lost their virginities in Poland because like the girls were like so upset about seeing like Nazi death camps, and like these kids would like start acting out sexually because they didn't know how to handle like the gravity of what they were seeing every day on this fucking terror tour that they take kids on.
Well, like not only that, going to Poland just in general must suck.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's fun. Maybe I'm
I
giving
think
it a
Warsaw
bit.
is chill.
Maybe
now.
they got a cool club scene there now.
Yeah, I think they do actually. Yeah.
I mean, I am often just blown away, and I can't even get my head around the fact that the most comfortable, secure people on Earth, these exurban, suburban, middle-class people who form the basis of the political support for guys like this shithead, are 100% convinced that there's going to be a genocide of like guys with jet skis within 5 years. Like, how the fuck do you have that level of dissonance between your day-to-day life, in which you sit on your fucking fat ass and watch TV, and then you climb in your fucking SUV and you go and you go to a fast food restaurant, you get a gigantic burger and you eat it in total comfort and silence, and you go home and you watch TV again, and you go to your bullshit job and you do that in air conditioning, and you never confront a single element of your existence that is in any way difficult. You have no difficulties. But while you're going through that life, in your head, you're imagining a world in the very near future where some terrorist is taking an AK-47 and like forcing you onto a cattle car to send you to a gas chamber. How do you fucking like deal with that kind of dissonance? It's insane.
I think it's a few
It's
things.
genuine psychosis.
I think it's, these people have been fed for the past 16 years the most vicious, apocalyptic, anti-Muslim propaganda. That, and they also live in incredibly segregated communities. Matt, you saw that picture that went viral recently of the fucking people on the subway? Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I saw it today.
It's a viral picture that shows how great America is.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it's
that Muslim family.
I get. Well, for one, how do we
And
know
that
he's a
white
Muslim
lady?
guy? He's just
It was
like
just- Okay, the photo
He's
is on
brown, close enough.
It was the New York City subway, and it was like a photo of like two little girls, like a little girl smiling at a baby, it's like a mother and a daughter who are white, and then I assume a father and daughter who are brown of some
like
kind. Yeah,
dark
just
brown
brown.
skin,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the kids are smiling at each other, and everyone was like, "This is what makes America great." And I'm like, what a fucking low bar to clear for a country.
It's the lowest. Wait, is this actually shocking to people in the geohell that is the middle of the country? And I thought for a second, and I came to the answer: yeah, this is so outside
they
people's
don't.
normal
When you're at the
experiences.
Starbucks in suburban shit dick Kansas or whatever, you're not seeing anybody who doesn't look like you, so you can imagine anything. And I do think that, like, at the base of this is there's some sort of primal knowledge to these people that the insane comfort they have is not earned. And that there's some injustice in the world that has allowed them to accrue it, and that there is like a cosmic balancing coming, and they're fucking terrified of it. It's like they're all living with that Jefferson quote, "I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just." It's all there in the back of their head that they don't confront it, and they're so mad about the idea that they would ever be called to account for the absolute just debauched splendor, the undeserved splendor that they live in, that they just become obsessed with these fantasies of massive retribution because they know in their hearts that they have it coming.
Like, they know deep down the world is changing in ways way beyond their control. Like, yeah, nothing is ever going to be perfect, but people are always gradually liberalizing on their views a lot of things, and the world in 50 years is going to look totally different than these people's ideas of how it should be. And they also know that they're not going to do anything. These aren't doers. Their closest thing to action is like going into a voting booth and wedging in there every 2 years to vote for like Gertz shithead and
Clay Higgins.
And so knowing that they're not going to do anything except like these sort of signaling things like eating Chick-fil-A and carrying guns to a movie theater, they're totally powerless. But with like Trump, with all of like this type of shit, the open calls for genocide, it's more out in the open than it has been in the like 16 years before it, because it seems so much more unavoidable now, and it seems so much closer to them. And like, these people are actually like dying now. We're gonna have so much fewer of these people in 4 years than we do have now, and it's just becoming so apparent to them how little they can change the world to continue in the way that they think it should be.
Well,
and so it's just a spasm.
Don't you think that in the next 100 years, so much of the planet is going to be so uninhabitable that we're going to have these mass population migrations, right? And we're going to have at a certain point, account for millions and millions of people having to relocate to different parts of the world. And that's why, like, Syria is sort of a precursor to, these, what's going to happen, like, these massive, like, dislocated groups of people.
Yeah.
So, like, I think, like, effectively, like, we're going to have this, but times 1,000. Because there's going to be, populations that are 1,000 times bigger that the world's going to have to just decide what to do with. Like people from Miami, for instance.
They're not coming here.
Yeah, no.
I don't want their...
Build that wall on the state line of Florida.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Mr. Worldwide, go anywhere else.
Well, but also, I don't like a lot of people don't have the means to even become refugees, and I think in a lot of these cases, people are just going to stay and they're going to die because they have no other choice. People are already dying in Bangladesh; it's a direct consequence.
They're just
going to
stay
change.
in the sea.
I mean, they're going to be in areas with extreme climate events.
Yeah.
I mean, unless the only thing is like, unless someone like invents something, which is usually how the two things that happen in human history is either like a shitload of people die, like an insane amount of people die, or someone invents something. But
I mean, that's,
hey, we'll see.
Honestly, Felix, that is the Simpsons version of what would happen. Is we have been acting irresponsibly and stupidly for decades, but then someone comes along and develops something that saves us all at the last minute.
Yeah, those are the
accident.
only two things that ever happen. Something's invented where we don't learn the lesson we should have, or everyone dies and we also don't learn the lesson.
We're making the shift as a civilization to video chat, everybody. But actually,
Camboy civilization.
I just think we're just going to build more and more walls. That's basically it.
Well, actually, this is a good segue to we're talking about building walls. We're talking about insanely entitled and afraid suburban assholes who just hate and fear anyone or anything different than them, and also prank videos online.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm bringing this up because I came across this again today. Steven Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
My man.
Yeah, we've discussed him, I think, briefly on the show before. But
he has fought Islam so much by putting on a dress and like having sex with men just to own Islam.
He's like, his classic move is the Bugs Bunny as a girl thing, but like he puts on like a very bad
drag
outfit, and then like goes to the women's
He's why the hidden imam stays hidden. He doesn't want to bump into Steve Crowder.
He does. His pranks are just like the dumbest, most thoughtless, like just immediate ideas. He makes James O'Keefe look like the Yes Men.
But okay, so like, well, his latest thing that I saw was that he did this video. I'm just reading here from Conservative Review. It says Steven Crowder exposes tax-free income and racism of illegals. And their write-up of his latest video is that Democrats like to say that the U.S. needs illegal immigrants because they will do the jobs that our Americans are too proud to, and that they benefit because they pay into the system. In his latest video, CRTV host Steven Crowder decided to investigate that myth with shocking results. Crowder and Not Gay Jared, that's his co-host, this goes by Not Gay Jared.
Very normal.
hired themselves out in regular
Regular
It said
man.
hired themselves out as day laborers and competed with migrant workers for work. The illegal immigrant workers did not like that competition at all. So basically, Crowder and Not Gay Jared, like they do like a sting where Crowder like pulls up to like a group of day laborers in his like giant pickup truck to negotiate like for like a day's work, and then his friend who's with them underbids all of the Mexicans, and then he's like, okay, I want that guy, like you hop in the back, and then like they get Mexicans in the back of the truck and then ask for their papers and then yell at them when they don't have them and shit. So I want to just play you a little of this video because it was
Please don't.
sick of it. Okay.
This is also
Just for context.
This is also a classic bit from the Tom Green show, which was 1,000 times funnier, I'm sure, which was called Undercutter's Pizza, where he'd follow around a pizza delivery man to houses and then offer a pizza while the delivery guy was up at the door for half the price. And then,
Wait, I remember that.
yeah,
The Man Show also did a bit like this, where they pulled a day laborer and then like took him to get a manicure and shit, and just hang out for a day.
yeah, so he's a fucking thief.
All right. Just we're going to play only a little bit of this.
These individuals don't necessarily have a great affinity for American pride, paying taxes, white people, or good old competition.
Same.
Hey, you guys have papers? You guys have papers? I need papers. Do you have papers? There's no call ice, you motherfuckers.
So if you caught that there, that was using mariachi music after they literally just said, we'll call ICE on you motherfuckers to some Mexican day laborers.
Hilarious.
Crowder, yeah, great bit, right?
Oh my
Really,
God.
really
one
funny.
of the greats.
Yeah.
Very funny.
So that's Crowder, and I saw that, and honestly, it turned my stomach so fucking much. But I remembered that Crowder had a great article a while ago about
virginity?
About virginity,
Yeah.
about how he got married the right way.
Yeah.
And I think I think it goes a little something like this. So this is the headline here. This is the Fox News opinion. Waiting till the wedding night, getting married the right way, by one Steven Crowder. And the headline, of course, there's a photo of him and his lovely bride. He goes, as anyone who's read my abstinence column here at Fox News Opinion could guess. And abstinence column, of course, does have a hyperlink, and I clicked it. And this goes straight to just another article from 2 years prior that says, why not having sex might be good for you. And he says here, sex, some of us do it, most of us like it, and we all think about it a lot. I know I do, though I was once told that it was normal. Getting busy really isn't the taboo subject that it once was. So he goes on to talk about how, abstinence is the only taboo left. And if you tell people that you're abstinent, they think that you're not cool. But that's because
That's a checkered handkerchief.
yeah. So he says, as anyone who's read my abstinence column can guess, my wedding is something I've looked forward to for quite some time. After having tied the knot at the end of August, I can now say beyond all shadow of a doubt that it was everything I'd hoped and prayed that it would be since childhood. I'd also prayed to be bitten by a radioactive spider and develop sticky hands, but I was an idiot. That's it. That's humor.
Oh,
He's
wow.
just keeping it
Okay.
light and funny there.
All right.
That's funny.
He's a humorist in addition to being an abstinence columnist.
Yeah. Let me preface this column by saying, my wife, I have to get used to saying that.
Borat.
My wife and I not only waited sexually in every way, no, we didn't pull the Bill Clinton and technically avoid sex.
Hell yeah.
But we didn't shack up.
That's right, I busted a nut in her, fam.
We didn't shack up as live-ins, and most importantly, we courted each other in a way that was consistent with our publicly professed values. We did it right.
OTPHJ, over the pants hand job.
Yep.
Classic.
And he goes, feeling judged? I couldn't care less. You know why? Because my wife and I were judged all throughout our relationship. People laughed, scoffed, and poked fun at the young, celibate, naive Christian couple. I think they were poking fun at you and laughing at you.
No, they fucking didn't.
Well,
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, there's nobody.
Everyone avoided talking to you.
Yeah.
Which is what everyone does because you're a grotesque
Wait,
monster.
you guys know that Steven Crowder is from the show Arthur. You know that.
What?
Steven Crowder was one of the voices in the animated show Arthur.
What?
Yeah. Yes, he wasn't Arthur.
No, get the fuck out of here.
No,
yes, he was.
true.
It's
He
true.
No, he's
yeah.
right. He's right.
Yeah.
That's truth.
Yeah, it's true.
So he must be living off those residuals because certainly his show doesn't.
Well,
make any
he wasn't
money.
like a main character. He's like a
he was
minor
one of
voice
the
actor.
he was one of like the bunny or I don't know whatever.
No, he wasn't the bunny.
No, not the bunny. I don't know.
Star.
Yeah. He wasn't one of the stars. He was just like some voice actor.
No, there was Arthur the Aardvark, and then there was his sister DW the cunt, and
wow.
and she used to fuck everything up.
No, DW is a queen. She's in all of the mememes. That
I think she was a CUNT, and I know Amber's not in the room right now, so I know I'm with my dogs right now. But I didn't like her.
What's your problem with a woman who speaks up for herself?
I don't know if she spoke up for herself. I think she used to fuck with Arthur's shit all the time. But he was going through some serious changes in life, and he was at an age where he was, maybe hormones were coursing through his body, and we've all seen the famous picture of him with the headphones on the side of his head when his ears were on the top of his head. We know he's just struggling with growing up, and his sister was always there just to highlight how big of a loser he was, and I think that's pretty jacked up. That's friggin' jacked up.
I don't know why your reading of the situation is centered on Arthur and his issues,
he's the protagonist.
and his values.
And
what about
identified.
her issues and her inner life? and her
Aardvark women
values?
are never centered. It's true.
I think that she was a bully and a troll, and I think Arthur I identified with because I was around the same age as him, and I was probably going through some of the same aardvark problems.
Okay, so there was Arthur, there's DW.
Isn't it ironic how Arthur
DW was named after D.W. Griffith.
yeah.
He was the famous racist filmmaker.
Yeah. If you thought the stuff that she did that made it into the show was bad, I think it's pretty ironic that Arthur is such a big hit on Black Twitter, whereas Steven is such a big hit with people who fantasize about murdering black people.
The crossover.
Yeah.
Wait, so who was Steven on the show, Arthur?
We can look it up. I mean, he was one of the guys. Yeah,
I'm sure someone will figure it out. But
One of the ancillary. That show. They're still making that show, right?
Arthur.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I think they are.
Yeah, bring Steven back to Arthur.
My dad he said that we were in trouble because he was getting rid of the cable, but I think he got in a dispute with the fucking cable company, and he's like, "We're getting rid of cable. We're gonna read books," and then I just started watching PBS.
He was the voice of Brain
Brain.
on Arthur during seasons 5 and 6.
Yeah, he's not living
Oh,
off
he was the
residuals
voice
from that.
of Brain, but he didn't get Brain until he was 27.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, one of those things.
Well,
Wow, going down the Arthur rabbit hole.
flex to
so to speak.
The Aardvark hole. Yeah. So back to Crowder here. He says, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, okay. So he's pretending that everyone mocked him, which, as Matt pointed out, A, nobody probably talked to him, and B, there's nobody in his social circle that would think less of him for being as big of an asshole as he is. So he goes, everyone said that we'd never make it to our wedding without shtupping, and if he's stealing Jewish valor right there. By the way.
Yeah. Well, it's a classic comedy speak.
And if we did, our wedding night would be awkward and terrible, they said. Turns out people couldn't have been more wrong. Looking back, I think that the women saying those things, he says women saying those things, not men. The women saying those things. The women saying those things felt like floozies they ultimately were. And the men, with their fickle manhood tied to their pathetic sexual conquests, felt threatened. So he goes on and on about this. And they're what I like about this story is that it's not just him bragging about how good his wedding night was with his virginal bride. Is that he talks about how he says the day after we ate breakfast at a local inn, we discussed how excited we were to start the rest of our lives together, how scary it was that everything was now so different. At the same time, we overheard the table next to us discussing their very own wedding night from the night prior. What a coincidence! The thing is, nothing's really changed, the bride said. puzzled, my wife asked.
This happened.
Did you get married last night too? So did we. Congratulations, the other dame said. Yeah, we did, just last night.
Disgusting.
Where's the groom? My wife innocently, scratch that, naively asked. Oh, he's sleeping. There was no way he was coming out with me this morning. She paused and smirked. Let's just say he's got a lingering headache from a really good time last night. My heart sank. Firstly, that poor schmuck's good time was simply getting snookered, not enjoying the company of close family and long-lost friends with a clear head and clean conscience, not staring in awe at his beautiful new wife, wanting to soak in every glimmer of her eyes as she shot him heart-racing looks from across the dance floor, not taking all of the cheesy pictures as they cut the cake, even carrying her across the sweet threshold as they nervously anticipated their nightcap. He probably won't even remember any of it. Instead, he got smashed. He was that guy at his own freaking wedding. So I like that he's taking this opportunity to shit on this totally imaginary couple. Which, once again, didn't happen. And
that he made up.
But like he just made up this person and just being like, because the guy's sleeping in, he just assumes that he was like too shit-faced.
Also, what does that have to do with fucking? Right?
It's alcohol.
He's saying that alcohol is bad. He doesn't say that premarital sex is bad.
Well,
I mean, he should just convert to Wahhabism.
Yeah,
if he
it's true.
cares that much about alcohol.
So he goes on and on. And he says, then I realized something. Our wedding was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. It was a God's honest celebration of two completely separate lives now becoming one, physically, emotionally, financially, and spiritually. Everything that made us who we were individually was becoming what bonded us together. Our family travel. So like, blah, 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 blah. I'm glad he had a wonderful wedding. I'm glad he's so happy with his wife or whatever. But I like that he needed to invent a theoretical other couple to shit on. Mm-hmm. And then he just goes at the end and says, your wedding can be the most memorable night of your life or just another party. Oops, did I just make a judgment? You're darn right I did.
Oh, bitch, go off. I mean, isn't this just all conservatism? You do something that's uncomfortable and shitty and kind of sucks, and then to justify why you're doing it, why you're following these completely arcane, weird rules that, like, if you want to follow them, fine, but you think you're a better person for having done them. Like, you have to invent people that are being mean to you.
Like, I genuinely
I don't give a
care
shit. Yeah.
at all if you want to remain abstinent until a wedding and you want to have that kind of relationship. I don't know anyone who would judge someone for that if that's what they've chosen to do. I will laugh and judge at fucking a piece of shit like Steven Crowder every time he opens his mouth because first of all, I don't believe him and his wife were actually virgins until marriage. Second of all, he's only doing this and writing this so that he can call women who don't wait until have marriage floozies and harlots and say that the other pathetic men were just, weak compared to me because, my cock got in there first. No one else has ever been in there but me.
So, Will, if I recall correctly, Stephen, his original grift was he was like a comedian, right? Like a stand-up comic.
Yeah. He was like a conservative comic.
Yeah, conservative comic. And then he did this abstinence column, I guess, and he keeps alluding to being a Christian, but never really specifying it. So, any of these values are just skin deep. And then after Breitbart happens, he realized that, the real grift is in this the shock videos. Yeah. And so he started doing just the most execrable pranks against the most vulnerable people in society.
Well, it was like the video he just did with these day laborers where he's like, fact one, they hate white people. Fact two, and he goes on about how $400 a day, that's 50. He'll do a little math here. Yeah. That's $50,000 a year, tax free. And I'm like, good. I hope they're getting $50,000 a year tax free.
They're absolutely not getting.
Yeah, they're not exactly. Do you think they're working
they're working every
day,
fucking day. Yeah.
This is an obsession that's on the right, but I also see it on on Imgur people about not about day laborers, but about homeless people.
Yeah.
That's you shouldn't give money to homeless people. They make $25 an hour. And it's like everyone is like, yeah, I'm in the know. If I go to a large urban area, I don't give money to the homeless people because it's all a scam. And like from my perspective, I think if you're gonna sit on the sidewalk and just kind of look dour hour after hour, then I think that's worth $20, $25 an hour.
Who gives a shit? People make $100 million a year because they were just really good at selling, just tricking people into buying these shitty financial instruments. If like just some guy, if he's gonna pay the price of like flattening his nuts, like fine, I don't care. People grift the system way worse than that. At least he's spending it on something cool like Fent. And not,
my friend's a mind freak street magician, and
the guy who broke his dick.
Yeah, he broke. Our friend. Yeah. He's some might call what he does a grift, but I think it's pretty cool.
But like it broadly, like Crowder, like he's gone through like several iterations.
Yeah.
But like his main one is that like he was trying to be like the conservative who has the bite of the political comedy apple.
Yeah.
But like they can never get their teeth around it, And I guess like I'm wondering, like there have been attempts at it, there have been stabs at this, but like
after that video,
Red Eye,
Red Eye, and like that kind of thing,
Yeah.
like, and it's just like they're all sort of stillborn, and like it's both because they're genuine, like the people that it's not like there are unfunny people with reactionary opinions out there, but it's just the people who they always line up for this are terribly unfunny.
Well, as I think we've discussed before, and Felix pointed out, and Matt, it's because they get too mad.
Yeah,
like once they get too into the weeds of their joke, they start to realize how mad they are about how the libs run everything, and then they just end up doing a rant, which isn't actually comedy. And the other thing is that, of course, Steven Crowder thought he hit the big time with the help of Andrew Breitbart by becoming Fox News's resident impish, provocateur. Kind of a pre-Jesse Waters or parallel Jesse Waters, but they let him go because, as one Fox News executive said, he's not very funny.
No, he's not. And like from that video we saw, it's that's like the big payoff is just screaming, "I'm gonna call ICE on you."
He said, "We're gonna call ICE, motherfucker," over mariachi music.
It's like, you're a monster.
He got knocked
You're an
out.
execrable person.
He got knocked out by that trucker.
Old fat union guy.
Yeah,
that was the funniest thing he ever did. But like
that was the funniest thing he ever did.
I mean, like I
don't think it's I think that for me, too much of comedy it works both ways, because too much of comedy today, especially with Trump, is people just trying to make good points and people not trying to make jokes. So people are like trying to make these great points about like, oh, how Donald Trump's a traitor or whatever. But what you're really getting is just all these guys at fucking open mics in Williamsburg that are like, I'm going to take Trump down with this joke of mine, which is like really honestly fucking pathetic. And, and also, I don't know. I think that like it doesn't work. I think it works sort of both ways. I think that, you see it with Dennis Miller. He's trying to make jokes about Obama, like by like dropping like Peloponnesian War like references, and he thinks like that's really gonna bring down the fucking house, bro. But like, it's like it's pretty pathetic. But I think it's also the sad thing is that it's sort of happening on the left or whatever you want to, not the the other side, like the
both sides do it.
I think John Oliver's show is like well researched, but I don't know if I find it funny. And like, are you really good? Like, if you have 30 minutes, are you going to really have enough time to be funny and to make good points? I think it's like it's like that's not really like that good of an idea.
Remember the half-hour news hour from when the Daily Show was really like the prime Jon Stewart. Like, no matter what you think of his politics, he was actually like a very good comedian for that format. So conservatives were like, well, we can have a funny show too. And then the half-hour news hour, which was just all these like bewildered birthright ladies who were like, Democrats have a new tax plan. It's for Monica Lewinsky to give a blowjob. It was so bad. It was kind of endearing. But then now, like, Trevor Noah's in there, and his punchlines and everything, they're as clumsy and like overextended and self-righteous as half-hour news hour. So it's
I'm really sad that I kind of got tired. I like Jon Stewart, and I think he was doing that job at doing 30 minutes or 22 minutes of new stand-up every night that's been written for you. It's not an easy job. Like what Trevor Noah is doing isn't easy. Like they both do it well, and they're both like polished, even if the writing isn't always the best. Like I admire like what they're able to do, but like once Colbert started, I thought that it was like doing really satire in a way that like American comedy hasn't really been able to do in so long, and it's such a bummer that character doesn't exist anymore, because he was able to actually make jokes about what was going on, but do it through the guise of this like lost like imbecile.
Yeah.
And like that's
Well, I mean, seeing where Colbert has turned into really tells you how just barren and awful the political quote-unquote comedy scene during Trump is now.
Yeah, it's a
because
bummer.
Somebody made a joke to me the other day after that god-awful thing where he was complaining about people saying that Trump is a symptom. He's obviously like the disease because, you know, it's not like Trump is just the apotheosis of a million cultural trends that have been going on for years. No, he is this singular thing that has destroyed American discourse, which is just an insane thing to think. And when you look at how insightful and incisive Colbert used to be on this point and how he was making fun of this very trend during the Bush years, it's sort of baffling. But somebody said, no, you don't get it. On his old show, Colbert was satirizing a dipshit conservative. Now he's satirizing dipshit liberals. And that's really the only way to make sense of his show.
I mean, I think he's brilliant. Like
Stranger to the him and Stranger to the Can.
Oh,
one of the funniest shows,
So
one of
funny.
the most underrated comedy
Yeah,
shows of the last few years.
I completely agree. But I just miss that character so much. And I think that I know that his ratings are good now because everyone's like fuck Jimmy Fallon. Like he's like trying to do Jay Leno, like both sides are crazy. Kind of, the left is crazy and the right is crazy too. And I don't know.
Have you hear about the Proud Boy?
Seriously, folks, watch out. Antifa are putting razor blades in apples. Seriously, folks, have you noticed there's always interracial couples in soup ads? What's wrong with a white couple? Kevin, you know I'm not racist.
Oh, the best is when he used to.
Kevin, I gotta say, being racially intelligent is not being prejudiced.
Yeah, the best was when he used to
Kevin,
do
you hear about this bell curve? You hear about that?
he used to do that bit jaywalking, like out on the street, like his man on the street thing, and he like asked people like civics questions, and when they did get it wrong, he'd be like, "You're a fucking idiot." Who was the first president? They'd be like, I don't know, Thomas Jefferson. He'd be like, look at this fucking idiot on Hollywood Boulevard, where the smartest people in the world are supposed to be. That's the best thing with that fucking star shit. That meme, that star meme, is like. That just Hollywood Boulevard should just be fucking bulldozed. It is the worst place in America. That's like where like the fucking like homeless Spider-Man is like and fucking like athlete's foot Pikachu and like all those like fucking caricatures that you have to like pay money to take pictures with. It's like
Times Square.
It's like Times Square. It's like people are going to honor the president in Times Square. It's like the most fucking pathetic.
I gotta say, when the day that some dipshit going there, either way, like to shit on the Trump star or to polish it, gets like stabbed by one of those people dressed up like a superhero, that will make it all worthwhile.
Yeah. Like hypodermic needle Elmo.
Superman like breaks somebody's neck while they're like spray painting the Trump star. That'll make it all worthwhile.
Antifa Deadpool owns Trump supporter.
Oh, that's the next thing is all these people have to dress up. Like there has to be like a Black Bloc Neo, a Proud Boy, fucking Cable from X-Men. make Hollywood Boulevard like make that the battleground. That's the only place where they can fight.
I really want to meet Oathkeeper Batman on his hover round.
Yeah.
All right, you guys want to do this Ben Shapiro Virgin article?
Let's do it, boys.
Locked and loaded. Okay, so I was doing Crowder and his Virgin article, which I didn't believe, and then I remembered Ben Shapiro, show favorite, friend of the show, a constantly recurring guest. He also had a Virgin article. He had a whole book about this. And unlike Steven, I actually believe Ben.
Yep.
This is in Town Hall from 2005 under the headline Rescuing a Generation. This is Ben Shapiro.
This is an historic article.
Ben Shapiro, this is a historic post here. He says, as I explained in my new book, Porn Generation, how social liberalism is corrupting our future. In today's America, being a proud virgin is no easy task. Those with values are under attack. In a culture that treasures tolerance above morality. It's no wonder that because of my outspoken advocacy of traditional morality in general and of virginity in particular, I've become a favorite target of internet leftists who often refer to me as, quote, the Virgin Ben. He goes, the internet is riddled with writing like this, quote, in Ben's case, it is helpful to remember that some people choose celibacy while others have it thrust upon them. Poor Ben. He no more chose abstinence than Clarence Thomas chose to be black. Yep. And then another one, the Virgin Ben also apparently has never had a really great Saturday night. The Virgin Ben, indeed. This guy's interview so completely reeks of repression that I almost feel violated reading it. Like I stepped in someone else's wet dream. It's freaking eerie, man. So he just goes on to list all the things people have said about him. And he goes, such heated, inarticulate, and unreasoned hatred for moral standards should not be shocking. Social liberalism seeks to promote a live and let live society wherein all types of deviant behavior is tolerated and accepted. And by deviant behavior, he means getting your dick wet before your wedding night. Or I'm sorry, I don't mean to make that male-oriented. It means, you know, having sex before your wedding night, experiencing the wonders of magic of human sexuality before a priest or rabbi gives you
Also, he also means gay people.
Obviously he means anyone, So he goes, those on the left have thrust their notion of a civilized, amoral society upon all of us. The fact of the matter is that a live and let live directly contradicts the notion of a communal society. We all have to abide by certain rules to live together. An amoral society minimizes the rules which we live together.
Is this the fucking doctor from Hell? This is exactly what he said.
Any change in those rules is bound to affect us all.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no,
none
it's
of this
not.
is
No,
none of
no,
this is
it really-
true.
it really
you also don't support a communal society.
Yeah.
Support some kind of small government fucking libertarian psychotic thing.
This reminds me a lot of that. Do you remember that kid Pruing 2 Forever, that YouTube account?
Wait, what?
Yeah, he was like this little kid that, you know, was growing up on the internet and not that self-aware, but he had some amazing videos. My friend Brandon Wardell used to be really obsessed with him when he was in high school. Friend of the show. But he had one that was like, hey everyone, stop looking at porn. I'm sick and tired of all these guys looking at porn. Just go find a girl and have sex with her. It's like pretty much as like advanced and nuanced as Ben's argument here.
I know he's going on he goes, by discarding traditional morality in favor of amoralism, we have catered to the lowest common denominator. Social liberals have taken control of our culture through music, film, television, and other mass media. R-rated films today often include softcore pornography. Television shows like Friends promote a fun-filled, promiscuous lifestyle with no consequences. Friends is his example of rampant amorality.
Yeah,
Why didn't Rachel get scabies at any point? This bullshit.
Friends.
What the fuck? Like, should they have stoned Monica to death? Like, what the fuck?
Someone tell me how they're living in such a nice apartment.
How come they're on time to everything in New York City?
He continues. Rap music is misogynistic,
Hell yeah.
glorifying its own degradation. Pop music holds aloft cultural wrecking balls like Madonna as empowered feminist heroes. He's writing this in 2005,
That's
by the
so
way.
old,
Friends and Madonna were like 10 years gone by that point.
Oh, even more. Like, being like the moral panic about Madonna was like 1984. Like a virgin.
Yeah.
He's just copying grown-ups.
Advertisers.
He is. That's his whole thing.
That's his crime.
It's like he's just been inside reading like Edmund Burke his entire life, so he watches Married with Children, and he's like, "Oh, this is what culture is. This is what we're still talking about."
Ben was definitely one of those. I listen to real music, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones.
I listen to a little guy named Beethoven and Civil War marches.
Ben also says, Advertisers take advantage of sex sells phenomenon to push our culture to new lows, while teen magazines for young girls push boy craziness and dispense dating and sex advice. Ben is worried that teenage girls are too boy crazy.
Oh man, he's just copying grown-ups.
Yeah.
He's just he's just one of those
He's
kids
one of those
that was
speak and say like puppets who just like just says what like the adults are in his community around him.
Oh,
like,
I feel so bad. Because those kind of kids used to just get bullied so bad. I mean, he's a piece of shit, obviously, but like there was a kid I went to school with that was like that, who shit his pants in in third grade, and like he was one of those like listen to the teachers, guys. And then like
That's Ben, and that was Ben's original grift, was the college student who's actually conservative and like sexually conservative for an audience of like 80-year-olds.
Yeah.
Who all think like his bow tie and his roller backpack
Who,
are
like,
just incredibly cute. And so he writes books that are like porn generation.
Yeah, I mean that's
well,
all
he just wants to meet the granddaughters.
I mean, yeah, like going back to Steven Crowder, if you like look at his Facebook, like there's like an all right amount of views on his videos. Of course, he does like 1/10 of what any Let's Play guy does. But
like Minecraft.
yeah, all the Battlefield guys that I like to watch. But I do have 3 favorites. But you think about it, and it's like, oh yeah, no, they're just like a lot of 60-year-olds who like do now know how to use a computer, and of course, the first thing they'll see is like the very good boy who likes the grown-ups and tells nice jokes
He's
about the
mother's good boy.
Muslim rape gangs
He's
and
a
like
hep cat.
not jacking off. Yeah,
You know, from there, he became, he got made fun of a lot and, like, just wrote a bunch of articles like this that are just quoting, like, fucking Daily Kos and Fire Dog Lake, just ripping on him.
Yeah.
And from there, he wore that as a badge of honor, where everyone's like, Ben, you're pathetic. Ben, you're fucking wrong. Ben, they didn't send the fucking weapons of mass destruction to Iran from Iraq. What the fuck are you talking about? And he took that to mean, oh, he's so low that he must be correct. And his new shtick is, I'm the logic guy. I'm facts don't care about your feelings. I do facts and reason. But it's not facts. It's sophistry.
The best, one of the best Ben Shapiro videos is when he's on that dais with this trans woman who's in the OJ documentary. You remember that helicopter pilot? So do you remember when Ben was like telling her like that she's not a woman, and he's like, yeah, facts don't care about your feelings, and then she's like, you better watch your tongue, sweetie, because you could leave here in a stretcher. And he's like, this woman has she has threatened my life. I will be telling the police.
I think that sums up Ben. Just perfectly.
It's just fucking tattletale. That kid who shit his pants, like I think he's like a research doctor now, but like literally everyone from my third grade's like, oh yo, you know what Eric's up to? It's like, oh, you mean Eric has shit his pants? I think like no matter what he accomplishes in life, he'll always be the kid who shit his pants.
I mean, that's probably the plurality of the conservative movement. It's the roller backpack kids.
Oh yeah, Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz is the is the kid who, starting in 8th grade, shows up to class in suits and is like, "Good morning, my dear sir," to the teacher, and has just been called a faggot so many times.
His like senior quote was like, "I'm going to take over the world." Like those kids that think that they're like evil masterminds.
Like Ted Cruz.
In like 7th grade, my friend took like this summer math class so he wouldn't have to take a requirement going into 8th grade, and he told me about this kid who was like,
I'm not taking it because I don't want the requirement. I want to advance. I want to be a genius.
and that kid's probably Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
Like, he probably works in the White House.
Yeah, those kids that think they're evil masterminds are the best. Like the puny humans kids. Yeah. You simple humans. It's like, shut the fuck up, Jared, dude. Like, we're trying to learn.
Just last thing about Ben and his assault on the porn generation. He says here, we live in an America that makes Paris Hilton a cultural icon and Jenna Jameson a New York Times bestselling author. I bring that up only because Ben and Jenna are now Twitter buds.
Yeah.
And they chat on Twitter because Jenna Jameson apparently loves Ben Shapiro now. She's a big Shapiro head.
But I thought she loves
she got
Trump.
engaged to some like Israeli diamond dealer, and now she's just straight up Lakudnik.
You know who she dated before?
MMA guy.
Yeah.
Tito Ortiz, the dumbest fighter in existence. He
Who spoke at the RNC? Did he?
yeah, that
Or
was
he
Dana White. Dana
Yeah,
White
that was
spoke
Dana
at the
White.
RNC and was like,
But he spoke at Trump rallies.
he
Tito
spoke at
Ortiz.
Trump rallies, and it wasn't political. He was just like, when the UFC was down in the dumps, Donald Trump said, I'm going to come to fucking fight. And that's what he's going to do for us. And I was like, all right, that's like less crazy than the other shit.
He's going to come. Donald Trump is going to show up at all of our pageants.
But what I love about like that Ben wrote a whole book about pornography is like, imagine the research.
Like
he
not watching porn.
Yeah, all the not
he had just
watching pornography.
I went undercover in the big bus.
I took a job as the bang bus driver for several sordid
Those girls
months.
are not amateurs. They're clearly professional.
I've
seen them at other works.
I don't like to compare ourselves to our heroes in arms protecting us against radical Islam, but I took a hot load to the back of the neck.
But I think it's really touching, and I think it's really nice that Ben and Jenna are friends now.
Yeah.
And like Jenna is like she tweets about like campus snowflakes, like that's her whole like.
Wait, but I thought she was real Trump, but he's real never Trump.
Yeah, but that like
Yeah,
they believe
but, I
the
mean,
same
no
shit.
fuck-
They
yeah.
believe the same shit, you know.
Yeah, like there's no real cognitive dissonance there.
It's really just about who's better at brutalizing poor people and Muslims. That's really
Mike Pence.
that's what the Never Trump movement is for guys like Ben. That Trump isn't going to efficiently terrorize people in the way that he likes.
He's too dumb to carry out the great purge that needs
Yeah.
to happen of the undesirables.
There are levels of intricacies of the Gideon protocol that he cannot even begin to understand.
All right, guys. A-okay? Adam,
good.
Yeah,
thanks again for
thank you
joining
so
us,
much.
man.
Thank you, boys.
Always a pleasure.
We were so excited to do the return, Adam's return.
By the way,
this is my
Adam.
third
By the way,
time.
Adam
Third timers.
is creeping up on Derek Davison.
yeah, that's right.
As the number one Chapo
Who's
guest.
Derek Davison?
well, it's weird.
Doesn't matter.
Adam and Derek are both Rand Corporation scholars.
And they're both Middle East experts.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I do have a degree in Middle Eastern Studies, which I got before the Arab Spring, so everything I learned is pretty useful, guys. All the books ended in, like, question marks. Like, they were like, do we know what happens next? Not sure.
All right, guys. Cheers. Till next-
Hey, it's Mike Huckabee coming at you. A little bit. Those boys from New York City are going to talk about John A. Gotti. Well, he Gotti himself was sentenced in prison. But before that, I thought I would cut things up. A couple media people were talking about how they used to like me when I would just keep my opinions to myself about how homosexuals turn into pillars of salt and Latinos reproduce asexually. But, I thought I would get some of that shot back with good old-fashioned comedy. Play that Jew from New York's bass line from the show where they all lived in the guy's living room. Do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, great to see good-looking crowd out here tonight. All right, so, my daughter, Sarah, ate in a restaurant, they always said, oh, you call her Sarah Huckabee? Call her Sarah Sanders, call her Sarah Huckabee Sanders, don't call her late to dinner. Well, it seems like they didn't let her get any dinner at all. I've been in the news lately. I've been around the news. Folks, I'm getting big again. I took $500,000, that's million with an M, $500 million from guitar. Yeah, well, it's news to me because I'm a bass player. Yeah. Oh yeah, so they're talking about ice agents. I hope you don't abolish my ice cream. I like eating it. Seriously though, every single person that immigrates here is a member of MS-13.
Think about when you eat a meal with MS-13 in it, you're hungry an hour later.
Hey, they're over there in Europe competing at the World Cup. Well, hey, I just want a big gulp cup full of custard, unflavored. I bring my own flavor packets. Seriously though, William Kelly did nothing more. I just want to say, it's very humbling for some boy from Arkansas to come on down here and tell you sex jokes in New York City. But seriously,
This city will be cast down for its sodomy. All right, have a good night, y'all.
These are the things that make life important. And we're going to talk about a film that shows just how you can become a man of respect, a man of honor, to run your own family, be it a podcast or the Gambino crime family.
Will, to get control over this podcast family, you need all 5 girls that listen to this show.
We are talking about, honestly, I think like over the run of like the movies we talked about on this show, I think maybe the most extraordinary movie we've done on the show.
None comparable.
This is
comparable.
This is a movie that like we're like is in terms of budget and like casting is like like more professionally done than The Room. But at the end of the day, every bit as baffling and perplexing as that movie,
Yes.
despite its ostensibly professional cast and
people whose
production.
job it is to do that stuff.
No.
Astounding.
We are talking about the film Gotti.
Yeah, the boss, baby.
Starring John Travolta as John Gotti.
The capo di tutti capi.
The boss of all bosses. But before we do that, we've enlisted some help, some friends of ours.
These some friends of ours, you know what I mean.
Some friends of ours to talk about this thing called respect. It's Mike Recine.
Thank you.
And Adam Friedland.
Thanks for having me. Adam,
I think time out. Adam showed inadequate
Adam, that was
respect.
not a lot of respect in that
What the hell?
introduction. Adam, I was showing you respect, but I got
you
nothing
come
in
to
return.
our podcast, and this is how you treat us.
Do you notice he didn't even take off his hat when he came in here?
Sorry,
Adam's still wearing his bucket hat.
Don't this is not respect.
Hey, guys, good Shabbos and respect to all of you. Thank you for having me. That movie was the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
No, you say that, but we all saw it on Friday, and honestly, I had more fun in the theater watching this movie than almost anything I've seen in recent memory, without a doubt.
It was a blast.
And we definitely ruined that old man's day.
There's
probably enjoy it.
There's an old man wearing Fila's and black dress socks and shorts
and a tank top,
and he got mad at us for laughing too much during the movie. We were not.
We were not
respecting
showing
the movie.
respect to the Don.
Yeah.
I saw it in Kips Bay, which is like a weird enclave for people from Queens to be shuttled in and out of Manhattan. And you know how they say, like, you know, this was the most, you know, dollars per movie theater for a thing, an award that Avatar won and retains to this day, by the way. But I don't know if Gotti accomplished that. I don't think they got that much money per individual theater, per room, per screen. But it's probably the most op-eds ever written per theater. Because everyone in my theater looked like they write 10 letters to the editor every day to the New York Daily News about overhearing rap music in Astoria.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
They're
come
a
on.
bunch of trolls behind a keyboard.
I love that. Who are you going to trust? People that saw the movie or you seeing the trailer?
Well, that is ultimately what convinced me. I didn't even think we were going to do an episode on this. I just wanted to see a movie on Friday, and ultimately, this is what convinced me that this movie would be worth seeing. Was the publicity campaign that sort of leaned into the universally awful reviews, 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. The fact that this was uniformly panned.
Well, John
across
Gotti
the
Jr.
board.
liked it.
That's true. Well, he's sort of the hero of the movie in a way. It's like
they should have called it John Gotti Jr. That's my takeaway.
So the publicity campaign for the movie taking aim at the reviewers of the movie and
These Jagrul loser bastards.
And striking a sort of populist tone that's very of the time, shall we say, to attack the
Fake
the
news.
eggheads and the fake news that are telling you not to see this movie, but telling you, the public, the people with respect, that you got to see the movie in order to get respect.
I will say, I think it worked in the sense that I think everyone who voted for Donald Trump in the New York metropolitan area is probably also pro John Gotti.
Yes.
And so if you can get all of them to see this movie, you're in.
This another.
No, it's gonna be. They're gonna love it for years to come. I honestly think that this is going to be the Rocky Horror Picture Show for guys who are medically prohibited from wearing turtlenecks.
This was another interesting side note about this movie. It was directed by Kevin Connolly of Entourage.
E from
fame.
Entourage.
E from Entourage.
Who was potentially on ecstasy the entire time he was making the movie. Because
he was on something like this is a movie in which is so singularly incompetent in every aspect of its execution
Every
that
aspect.
it becomes art in a
Yes.
way. It becomes a kind of genius because it's like. It would I was worried going to this movie that it would just suck and be boring.
Yes.
It would just be
Not the
bad.
case.
But no, this movie was bad in such a shining, shimmering way that
Such a specific. It's like you watch this movie and it's bad in a way where all the bad things come together to form this mosaic of an entire mindset and culture. It's literally an educational experience.
You know what was so brilliant about it is that it perfectly mimics the way that a stupid guy who lies all the time tells you a story.
Yeah.
Like, it's disjointed. Characters are technically introduced, but then we don't know anything about them and they don't do anything, and then we reference something that they've done. So, like, every time a character comes up, John Gotti will go, "Oh, who's that fucking jerk off?" And Stacy Keach will go, That's Joey Meatballs." And then Joey Meatballs will flash and text across the screen.
Yeah.
And then the guy Joey Meatballs is talking to is going, "Joey Meatballs, my favorite member of the mafia." And then we won't see him for 20 minutes and it'll show up. It'll be like, "Remember that thing he did?" And you'll be like, "No." Because it's like, it's a guy who's lying to you, but he doesn't even remember what he did or didn't lie to you about.
I think interesting that it's directed by E from Entourage because this movie literally is, if any of those shitty movies that they pitched
Escobar, isn't
Vinny
it?
Chase to do in Entourage,
Yeah.
if any of those actually became a movie, it would be this. Or even more on point, if you remember from the first season of The Sopranos, when the first screenplay Christopher is working on, and it shows a screenshot of the laptop, and there's just this line of dialogue: "I must be loyal to my capo." If that screenplay got made, it would be this movie exactly. And also, if the real Christopher Moltisanti directed and produced it as well. Like, this is exactly like the worldview of the movie. The dialogue of it and the execution is exactly what if Christopher Moltisanti were a real person that wanted to make his vision of his own life, this is what it would be.
Well, I don't know. If you guys keep trashing this movie, I'm going to vote for Trump again. Me
and my whole family. Fuck you.
So let's dive in. Let's start from the beginning of this film. So we get in there, we sit down, and I swear to God, from the very first scene of this movie, I knew it was going to be special. Imagine, if you will, lights go down. Screen comes up. What do you see? The beautiful night Manhattan skyline. New York City at night. Cut to the East River. It's an elderly gentleman wearing a sort of luxurious winter coat, is leaning over the railing, looking out at Queens and the night sky. He turns around and is John Travolta wearing a ridiculous wig and fake eyebrows, who breaks the fourth wall, turns to the camera and you, the audience, and says, "New York, the greatest city in the world." And at that point, honestly, like me, Adam, Brendan, Matt, we all stood up and clapped.
Yeah.
I saluted the screen at that point. Like,
No, it was like
At my screening, I kneeled.
No, what do? You kneel? Forget about it.
I
You
was
bafungu.
I was instantly shot 57 times by the 75-year-old moviegoers from Ozone Park who all had 38 Derringers and their black dress socks.
They should have played the national anthem at the beginning.
Yeah.
That would've been
However,
I
cool.
complain that they didn't.
instead of the national anthem, it has that amazing opening, and then it just jumps straight into the opening credits, which is a montage of real news footage of the
Yes.
real John Gotti at all his various trials.
A lot of archival footage
Oh,
throughout
yeah,
the film.
It's a montage. It's like an upbeat newsreel montage of the real John Gotti, set to music by the rapper Pitbull. Like, probably the corniest, most bullshit rapper.
It was an
alive.
original song, right?
What?
It was an original song for the film.
Are
I
you
believe.
serious?
With
Oh, was it?
Leona Lewis, I believe. I've been,
Also from Avatar.
was she,
They had a Pitbull song in the closing credits too that I
Yeah.
think must have been if it was original for the movie, then that is even more genius because it's one of the classic movie closing song credit sequence where the song tells you what the movie's about.
Yeah.
So Pitbull's rapping and he's like, "Listen, y'all, it's the mob. There's a code. Gotta live by the code or they'll kill you."
But I think my song got run over.
That was my favorite scene.
I think
That was excellent.
Even more incredible is there is a non-diegetic Pitbull song in the 80s.
What?
No, he's just saying that like they play it over stuff in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, they're listening to it in the 80s. They're like, oh, yeah, we got some Pitbull songs 20 years early. They fell off the truck.
So we get that credit sequence, and again, I think the real John Gotti would probably be very insulted to have any kind of Pitbull music associated with him.
Where's
It is an interesting
Sinatra?
choice to use hip hop because, as we all know, the blacks are jealous of us. They want to be us.
The original.
They copy our culture.
That's so good to be like a cultural appropriation guy, but Italian. Like, I know. Those are my favorite memes on Facebook. Are the ones where it's like gangsters, and it's just like any black person at all who's like not in a gang, and then it's like gangsters, real gentlemen who wore suits, and it's like Al Capone who murdered like 7,800 people and had syphilis and tried to fish in his swimming pool because his brain was so rotted by the end of his life. You're like, that's a man.
It's cool he had sex.
You don't see any of those rapper types having sex.
Hey Al, congrats on the sex. So the movie begins, and it's of course the narration stays with it because they need to like if there was no narration, this movie would literally be just a disjointed collection of things happening.
Yeah,
it would be even more incomprehensible.
And he goes, "You either end up dead or in jail. Me, I got both."
Not like all those other immortal people in jail.
Right.
I love that, Mike. Yeah, that was right after he said New York is the greatest city in the world. What I love about that is like I did both. So he's just he's finding a cool way of saying, "Hey, I died in jail."
Unlike Al Capone, who's still alive.
I love, like Carlo Gambino dies of old age peacefully because he wasn't a fucking idiot. Like Gotti is like, yeah, but the life came for him finally at age 90.
We're gonna find out who did this to you, Carlo.
Oh, this cancer prick. That's how fuck cancer shirts started. All right, I'm starting a new thing of ours. It's called The Child. And you become a made guy by wearing a shirt that says fuck cancer to a charity 5K to buy more shirts that say fuck cancer.
So Gotti begins, we begin to learn the story of his rise to power and how John Gotti became the boss.
The boss of bosses.
And apparently the story begins when he was, a Gambino family associate who was tasked by his superior, played by Stacy Keach.
Everyone in this movie is like 90 years old. There's not a single like young actor.
Other than the guy who played John Gotti Jr.
He's probably secretly 57.
So his sort of boss figure, played by Stacy Keach, tells him, that there's some crime where someone's kid was kidnapped. They paid the ransom and they still murdered the kid. And, the mafia is like, hey, kidnapping's one thing, but if you pay and they still kill the kid, we're not going to abide by that. So he's saying, I'm giving this to you personally. This is a personal matter for the Gambino family.
Get me the guy who's always going to prison.
So he makes his bones.
And he goes, "It would be my honor."
Yeah.
We all laughed when that. Yeah.
So he makes his bones killing some hapless asshole.
By the way, a botched killing. They were trying to grab the guy out of a bar and take him off and kill him somewhere nice and quiet, but instead he fought them and he just panicked and pulled a gun out and shot him in the bar in front of people in the bar who later identified him.
Yeah.
So like the big crime that's like is coming out to show what a fucking awesome criminal he was is one that he fucked up and immediately was caught for.
Well, when it's 3-on-1 with a squad and you knock somebody, you have to thirst them because what if your squad needs heals?
Okay.
Like what if Gotti's guys were trapped in the storm before they got to the bar?
All right.
John Gotti double pumped.
Moving on.
He's talking about video games.
So, then of course he goes to jail for that crime again. And then in one sequence, he explains that through bribery, he was able to get furloughs for dental work.
Yeah, that was pimp.
And he leaves the prison goes to the dentist's office, changes in the dentist's office, comes
Into a
out
cool
of it
suit.
into a cool suit, and then he's like, there's a few loose ends from that hit I did. I needed to clean up, and we were all like, "What? What loose ends?
I only
What
left
is this?"
48 witnesses.
And then it shows him just walking into a motel room with a woman inside it, going to the shower and shooting the guy in the shower 6 times, and then leaving, not killing the woman. Again, movie does not even bother to
I think
explain.
it implies that
who that
she
was.
helped him.
Yeah, because he says, "Good job."
work.
Good work. Yeah.
But maybe I actually think I have a fan theory about this that I've been arguing with on the Gotti Wikia about this. That perhaps he didn't hire her and Gotti just heard her having sex and was like, "Oh, good, what you did good at having sex with that guy."
Oh yeah,
before
yeah.
I killed him.
Congrats on the sex.
Yeah,
toots.
exactly.
Again, I just need to underscore like the overall staggering incompetence of every aspect of the just pacing, writing.
No
editing.
scene relates to the following scene. It is a collection of sketches. Many times one line or even half of a sentence, and then it immediately cuts to a completely different thought and idea. It's if it wasn't telling the life of one person, it would be so baffling and confusing. This entire movie.
It's like you just take any 10 minutes of the movie, the thing you'll see is like John Gotti talking to one of his kids and being like, if you want to be a man, the first thing you got to learn is how to be strong. And the first thing you got to learn about being strong is respect. But the first thing you got to learn about respect is being strong. And then cut to like a bunch of fat old guys in a garage, and then they have a tense conversation and shoot like a third fat old guy in the head. Cut to some fucking social function at John Gotti's house where he's like, whoa, now they got these things, push pops. You can decide how much ice cream you want.
Can I be excused? I miss my grandpa.
And then it will cut to an entire unedited video local news report from the 1980s.
Yeah, like
about
a
one of their crimes.
3-minute news report.
To explain one of the awesome crimes that Gotti does, instead of dramatizing it in any way, they just show an entire remote report for a local news station. It goes on forever, and the guy's talking like local witness Frank Pulowski says that he saw a car. It's like no information that is any way meaningful to anyone, and delivered by an old guy in the 80s.
I mean, I don't know, man.
Up next to Sal with sports.
You get that. I mean, it is so hard to get a license for a local news report from 1985 on Long Island. You just got to use it if you got it. It's like Rolling Stone songs.
I want to get to that crime that is again completely obscured by archival news footage. But before we get there, I want to go to one of my favorite scenes early in the movie where it begins to try to sort of sketch out what it exactly, in case you weren't familiar with the Mafia or John Gotti, like exactly who he is and what they do. Because another staggering thing about this movie is the absolute lack of actual crimes being committed.
Yes.
Other than bird brain murders for which the perpetrators are immediately sent to jail for a million life sentences.
Yeah, they only kill bad guys, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a complete like fluff piece on John Gotti's life. He only killed bad guys. He never did crimes. He talked about running books in Ozone Park.
Yeah, that was the early in the movie. They
Brought us
showed
the fireworks.
He brought the community fireworks. You know what John Gotti was? John Gotti was Italian Sons of Anarchy.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Every crime he does immediately indicts 35 people. I can only name like 2 or 3 profitable operations they had, but the community loves him because once a year he throws a party where he's like, oh, you want to get some hot dogs with marinara on it? You want to get some disgustingly wet chicken wings? My friend in the Mafia who looks like James Comey for some reason is cooking.
But that's just it. Is that they don't in this one they don't show them doing any profitable crimes.
Yeah.
If you didn't know what the Mafia was and you watched this movie, you would think, yeah, it's a club for old guys to yell at each other and then sometimes get killed.
That's the thing. It's like you would have to think that John Gotti made money in the GTA way, where it's like you kill somebody, respect increased.
Everybody he shoots turns into gold coins because they don't show them doing anything, doing hijackings. They say explicitly, we don't deal drugs because that's for the animals.
That's the greatest mafia propaganda.
Absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
But they don't show him hijacking. They talk about gambling, but only this guy saying, stop telling people to stop that guy from using my name when he does gambling. So that means we know that guy isn't gambling. They don't do any crimes.
I want to talk about that scene. So this is your first impression of what the Mafia is about. It shows Travolta and a couple like similarly ludicrous looking people like doing Italian face walk out of one of their social clubs.
Olive oil face, it's called.
Yeah. You walk out of one of their social clubs in Queens, like the
In Howard Beach.
Yeah, the Hunt and Fish Club in Howard Beach.
JFK Airport.
And Travolta's like, pointing with his pinky out. And as Matt was saying, he's like, this Greek guy, I don't like him. He's making book. He's using my name. You tell him to fucking cut it out. And like that's basically the only instance you get of like any crime that's not just associated with directly murdering people who they've felt disrespect from.
Yeah.
But
it's just like a murderous Kiwanis club.
right after he mentions the guy making book, and another little bit of local flavor. There's an old woman pushing a grocery cart home, and Travolta stops his goons and just goes, "Oh, help this lady out!" And it's like, well, she's pushing a cart; she doesn't need help carrying it. So to show that they're helping this old lady and they love the community, one of the guys puts his big meaty hands just on her back. And just sort of guides, so he doesn't actually help her.
Then the boxer, the boxer with like severe CTE walks up to him, and this guy looks in no way athletic whatsoever. He looks like
he just wakes up and goes to a Dunkin' Donuts for 15 hours.
Yeah, a guy that like literally just sits in a Dunkin' Donuts and steals napkins all day. And that's his racket. Is he's a napkin thief.
Oh, that guy's a good earner.
he comes to the back of the pork store with Dunkin' Donuts napkins.
He's like, oh, I did good today.
They don't make you pay. Anyway, so this guy comes up to him and he's like, hey, what's the matter? You not fighting anymore, champ? What's going on? He's like, oh, they had to close the gym down, John. It's like the equivalent of like, they had to close the teen rec center, John. And he's like, don't worry, I'll work it out for you. Don't worry. And then no mention of the boxing or the gym.
Well, it was such a good insight into the people who are pro Gotti / pro Trump, because it's like anything bad they do is contained in their own world. But also, you never follow up the question of why they have so much money. So it's just like, in the badger brains of the people who are like pro Gotti / pro Trump in New York, they're like, oh yeah, so this guy, he just sat down all day and he would have some fucking spaghetti argument with some other old piece of shit and kill him, and it would just sprout $1 million for him, and he used that $1 million for non-specific community like John Gotti is what every conservative thinks about Obama. He's like a fake
community organizer.
He's like, oh yeah, I'll open up that rec center again. Oh shit, we spent our entire community budget this year on a barbecue with one grill.
The cool thing about this movie, I don't know if we're distracting from the plot,
No,
but
it's fine.
John Travolta is one of my favorite actors, especially John Travolta at this stage, because he is so desperate to convince the public that he does not spend his entire life trying to jerk off male masseuses. Right? So he just is like, that's who he is, and he will deny it. He's like in the Church of Scientology. His kid died under mysterious circumstances, but he in
That was him
every
getting
role.
into character
Have
for
you
this
seen
movie.
To Paris with what is it called? To Paris with Love or something?
I saw that in theaters.
with John Travolta, where it's one of the only movies where he goes full bald, which is he's been bald since like 1981.
He's a rug man all the way.
Yeah, he's a rug man for sure. But that movie's insane too. But he is desperate to convince the public that he is not just trying to jack off every single guy that comes in his with a 5 foot radius.
I just want to say, Frank Terranova told me that Travolta's not gay, and the thing with the gay rumor is that you can't deny it. So
no, you have to embrace it.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah,
And also,
reverse
his real life
psychology.
wife is in the movie too. Kelly
She plays
Preston,
Victoria
who does
Gotti.
play his wife.
She's also doing olive oil face, and maybe one of the like you could do a fucking Razzies just of the performances in this movie, and they'd all be nominated, and then you'd have to pick one, and
I still think the funniest thing to happen in the last 10 years was when he was at the Oscars and he was like on Quaaludes or I don't know what it is, and he was introducing the singer Idina Menzel, and he said, "Everyone knows I love musicals." Everyone, please welcome singing "Let It Go" from Frozen, Adele Dazeem. he took the name Adina Menzel and he turned it into Adele Dazeed. He's like fully illiterate. He's trying to jack off everyone around him. Allegedly. And he's like a member of an alien cult, and he just wants the public to think he is Danny Zuko still.
Well, here's the real meta thing in like 50 years from now when the guy from the Entourage reboot makes the Travolta movie, and it's not going to show him doing acting at all. He's just famous for no reason, and it's like, look, he stayed in his own community of Scientology. He got money by jacking off these masseuses, and he was just a cool guy.
We were talking about it, and like, what's so funny is to contrast Travolta's performance as Gotti with his performance as Robert Shapiro in American Crime Story,
Which was so good.
which I thought was brilliant. It was just
Oh my God, yeah.
so funny and on point. But what was so funny is they look identical.
Yes.
They're wearing the same dumb wig and big bushy eyebrows
and the Italian suits.
But it is so funny the difference between him playing a character that's like where the writers are in on the joke.
Yeah.
And Shapiro is a laughable figure,
Right.
And the ones in Gotti where the writers obviously are not in on the joke at all.
No. Talk about
So,
fucking cults. Those
I
people
realize
are
that
fucking brainwashed.
in trying to describe the plot of this movie is probably a fool's errand
Impossible.
because it's impossible. There really is no plot. Things just happen at this weird clip. Nothing is again, no one scene is related to a scene that comes prior to it.
No.
Things happen with no regard or no effect on the plot later.
The only
So-
actual plot elements are exposition scenes where Stacy Keach just lists 15 Italian guys in a row that you don't know and have no concept. Where he's like, well, to do this, you're going to need Tony Caligliano, Stevie Vesuvio, Sancho Panza, Sacco, Vanzetti. That is how that like plot is established.
Yeah, there really was no distinction between the periphery characters, like at all.
Well, there was like probably other than Travolta as Gotti himself, there's probably 2 or 3 other characters that like you could identify as a viewer like as a distinct character, including his son and the Stacy Keach character. Everyone other than that just exists in this like weird, vague, like they all like there's no distinguishing any of them. They come and go.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of potato people in tracksuits.
Here's what I want to say though. We'll get into each of our favorite scenes and moments in dialogue in the movie, but like what early on the movie tries to establish is that like, you know, when you're in the life and the life really matters to these guys, the life is about the code. You know, it's about the code and these life and death rules that they follow, and that's what makes them men of honor and respect, and what keeps their criminal fraternity together. The writers of the movie and filmmakers clearly take this shit seriously.
Yes,
but the actual movie itself and Gotti's true to life story would be proof positive that no one actually cares about these rules, and they break them at will all the time.
And that was the great thing about Sopranos too. It's like you see these guys who believe in this stuff their whole life, and then they realize that it's like wrong.
Yeah, they're
You know?
they're aliens basically. Like they're dinosaurs living in the modern world. That's why The Sopranos was so great.
Yeah, The Sopranos was like they did all these little things that indicated to you that these guys weren't cool. Like the malapropisms on The Sopranos were brilliant because it was a very subtle way of showing that they're completely alien from society and think they're a lot smarter than they actually are. But in this movie, just John Gotti's the coolest fucking guy in every room. Like when they sentence him to life and then like order his court fees, he's like, the life sentence I could take, but the $50 fee, it's like, oh, this guy's so awesome.
Yeah, he has like 3 or 4 like charm moments where he's supposed to be witty and clever, and they're all just pig shit stupid. And that's the thing about this movie is that you'd think, well, yeah, he probably was not very clever. Criminals in movies are always way more clever than real criminals are. And that's why this is like the most, in its own way, realistic mob movie of all time, because it's from the point of view, like the actual point of view of people in this milieu, as opposed to every other mob movie that is good, quote unquote, which is written by somebody who's outside of it and is critical of it. And is like has a remove and distance and a judgment of it. This is people who they do not taste the water. They don't know they're in water. They're fishes. They don't know they're in water, and they're just making this like, here it is. This is the thing about these guys is they got a code, and they got respect, and they take care of the community and the families.
Speaking of that code,
it's like those are literally gibberish that you're just spouting.
One of the things that again the outer borough Gotti / Trump supporter, if you ask them why they idolize someone like John Gotti, one of the things they'll tell you is like, hey, They may do these murders, but it's only people who are in the life. There's they don't.
They got a code.
They don't do they don't do violence to people who are just civilians or whatever. One of the first major plot points in the movie shows Gotti doing exactly that. This is a true thing that happened, but one of Gotti's kids
Dude, say allegedly. I don't want to get sued by John Gotti.
One of John Gotti's kids was allegedly mowed down by a car. He was just riding his bike in the middle of the street in Howard Beach, and some guy hit him with a car, killed him. His young son, and we know he was
Hilarious.
his young son because, again, the young son is introduced about a minute before he gets hit
literally
by a car.
before.
He
Literally
got straight
before.
A's. He doesn't even have hair on his prick.
No, they show him in
My
bed.
son had a tiny ass dick, and now he's dead. Marie, get over here.
a
We're
beautiful
starting
hairless
another.
penis.
You did too many fucking aerobics, and you almost gave him a clit, and that's why he's dead.
He goes up to the corpse of the kid on the street after getting hit by the car, and he just peeks inside of his shorts. And he's like, "God damn it!
One single pubic hair. That's my boy.
He didn't even have
Took it as a
pubes."
collector's item.
I don't think he's mine. The pubes are too straight. Oh, no.
In case people think Adam's joking, that is actually a line of dialogue in the movie of Gotti's grief at the death of his child is he didn't even have hair on his prick. So what does Gotti do to the driver of this car, who again wasn't in the life? He's abducted and killed. But again, the movie does not show you this on screen. It only refers you to actual news footage of the event. So talk about a whitewash of this guy's life. They could have actually dramatized and shown the moment of kidnapping and then torturing to death some terrified schmuck who was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, even with that scene, they still kind of glorified it because they were like, he didn't even fix the dent on his car.
Oh, yeah.
So
He's still parking it where Maria can see.
This is not way to respect the family.
Well,
it's really not even the killing the kid. It's the disrespect.
Like every fucking auto repair shop in the tri-state area wasn't owned by someone who knew John Gotti. It wasn't called like Denunzio Albertino Bumper Repair. And all their bumper repairs were just people who ran people over on purpose.
Yeah, no, and then after his kid dies, he goes to the social club and there's a bunch of sweaty men out front. And I remember saying out loud in the theater, "Respect incoming." The whole movie is it's like Italian Dragon Ball Z, where they're just assessing respect levels the entire time, and they're like, "My God, Vegeta's respect levels are higher than I thought possible."
Travolta does have Vegeta's hairline in this movie. So he's the prince of respect.
I have a working theory. I think Kevin Connolly got really nervous the night before directing this movie.
Yeah.
And then
because he did direct it all in one day.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
And I think he just got some guy from China to do it for him, and he just showed him Goodfellas once. It would make a lot more sense if the person that directed this movie did not speak English.
Yes.
It would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, what they took 15 mob movie scripts and ran them through Babelfish to Japanese and then put them back into English and then they just assembled them at random.
This is the first gangster movie ever made by the first build of Skynet. It's like they took all the marginal qualities that people like in other mob movies, like the sort of jokey banter and camaraderie of Goodfellas.
And the narration.
The intensity, but none of the thing where the plot can be followed by anyone at all or who any of the characters are.
Yeah, they're just
it's
these
fine.
blobs.
We're joking around here. We're having a good time, but do you guys have the balls to criticize Islam?
Yeah, there are a lot of characters that are introduced way too late in the Quran.
Yeah. I really wish they would have gone into the mafia offering the federal government help after 9/11 as another point in how they were actually good guys.
I love that one because what was help? It's I saw an Arab yesterday.
Well, it's funny because that harkens back to World War II when the government did enlist the help of Lucky Luciano, but it was really only, I mean, the ostensible, what they said they were doing was that, hey, we know the mob controls the ports in New York.
The docks,
So
yeah.
the docks or whatever, we're going to make sure that no Nazis sneak in. And, we need Lucky to do that. But
Mm-hmm.
really what they were doing was making sure that unions wouldn't organize on those same docks. That's true, by the way.
Well, unions were started by Nazis. My name is Dinesh D'Souza, and this is the big lie.
Yeah, National Socialists.
Sorry, I'm just
Organized labor, organized death camps.
I'm thinking back to the line about he didn't even have hair on his prick. I would like if the next scene when they're all gathered at the social club and like everyone's paying their respects and they like some guys from some neighborhood kids come up and they're like, Mr. Gotti, we heard your kid didn't have no hair on his prick. We'd like to give you some odds.
So fucking funny. This just give a big bag of pubes.
This is a tradition from the old country. It's called Tributo Simano.
You're giving your pubes to Mr. God.
Here's another amazing thing from this movie. We speak about like some like early on in the movie they'd be like, that guy over there, that's Angelo Ruggiero, and then the screen will pause to show you Angelo Ruggiero,
Who was a rat, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like the absurd overuse of name and location cues. At random moments, they'll just be like, it'll cut to a shot of the Plaza Hotel, and it'll tell you New York City, and then it'll cut again, and it'll be like New York City. This movie doesn't take place in any location other than New York City, so I don't know why they would keep reminding you.
Why would it have
Lewisburg.
to?
I guess, well, a prison, yeah.
Yeah.
But like again, you would think that would be obvious when he's in prison and then back in the city, where the difference between those two locations.
Yeah, just everything is like copy and paste Wikipedia.
Oh, here's
like all the establishing lines.
Here's-
Like might as well have footnotes.
Here's another really funny thing about John Gotti, the character, and like as he's portrayed in the screenplay. One of the things he says repeatedly throughout the movie, like when he first sees the Sammy the Bull character, he goes, I don't like that guy. I don't trust him. He's never been to jail. And he says it multiple times in the movie. I don't trust anyone who's never been to prison.
And then he's affirmed when Sammy the Bull flips on him. He's like,
Yeah, but
I
he-
knew it. You didn't want to go. You didn't go to jail.
But he does trust Sammy the Bull. He put Sammy the Bull in the most important position and sensitive position he could give it. I mean, I guess he's like me, where he like makes a prediction, then acts otherwise, so you just can't be wrong. Except I don't go to prison when I like call elections or like UFC fights wrong yet.
Yeah. You're
But-
more of a Tommy Patera, I think. Tommy Karate from the
so?
Banana Family. Yeah, you're like a wild card.
yeah. No, that's what people say when they see me game. It's like sometimes I die 7 times in a row. Sometimes I just drop a 20 bomb.
And like, okay, so this movie does cover a bit of real history, and if like you didn't know about any of this, it would be utterly incomprehensible. But even if you know the slightest, it's more incomprehensible because like there are these big things that happen. Like they show the assassination of Paul Castellano in front of the Sparks Steakhouse in Midtown Manhattan, which is like a big thing. This was the moment where Gotti takes over the Gambino family.
The 5 boroughs.
Okay, yeah, and it cuts back to his mentor explaining to him, what it needs to take. And one of the best lines of dialogue in the movie, he goes, "John, I don't got to tell you about New York. You're a New York guy. New York is all the Gambino family. That's who we are. If you're gonna do this, you're gonna need support of all the 5 boroughs: New York, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx, the Queens, Staten Island." Just listing all the 5, they're pausing to give you that. Let me be clear. There are 57 boroughs. They are Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn. But so Castellano isn't a character in this movie at all.
No, he barely shows up.
So
but-
when he gets killed, like you don't feel anything because there's never been even one moment
And-
of tension between him.
Well,
and
the
John
only
Gotti.
thing that like passed for a plot was him getting progressively annoyed with Castellano and getting the guys together to kill him. And they never meet. They never have a conversation. They never are shown in any kind of disagreement. It's just sort of, I don't like that guy. Hey, he's not like a real guy. He's not a real gangster. I don't trust him.
That could have been relatable because I feel like Chapo Trap House is kind of like John Gotti and Paul Castellano is Pod Save America.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
You hear that, Pod Save America? We love going to prison. Yeah, no, it's like I've seen a bunch of Gotti made-for-TV movies because I had a lot of time alone when I was a
the one with
16-year-old
Armand
and my parents
Assante
had,
wasn't bad.
Premium cable. But in all of them, there's the same thing where it's like, because it's like a Jewish screenwriter who wishes he was in the mob because it would mean he would have more friends and like romanticizes it. And he's like, it's the same thing as like the suburban rap fan who thinks Drake is a pussy. It's like, oh yeah, he was a businessman, Castellano, you fucking pussy, you fucking bitch. And so it's always sort of sympathetic to Gotti just blowing his brains out. And I was expecting something like that, but it was like, what was that one Mystery Science Theater with Mitchell?
Yeah.
Where they're like, Garza, Garza. They're just naming these two Italian guys you never see, and they just don't really figure into the plot, except they are the crucial plot point. Like, in the Armandesante Gotti movie, there's a scene where the disgusting naked Castellano emerges from the pool and you see his fat body jiggle about. And I guess the implication to the viewer is like John Gotti would never do that. He would wear like a Victorian bathing costume, or he wouldn't be that girlishly fat or
The
something.
Don never wears shorts.
Right. But with this, it's just like, look at his house. This piece of shit thinks he's cool because he has columns on his house. Well, guess what? He's going to die.
You take the better than me.
But another great piece of New York City mob lore is Vincent the Chin Gigante and his
That's Nick Mullen, by the way.
and his feigned mental illness to avoid prosecution,
Just walking around
and doddering
Manhattan in
around in a
pajamas.
dirty bathrobe.
Yeah. Think about Vincent Gigante today. Just putting a cash.me in his bio. Like, this guy couldn't be the boss. He's doing another tweet storm.
Again, something that could have been done in a way that made him an interesting character or adversary. Nothing. There's a few recycled shots of him doing the bathrobe routine, shuffling about the streets, and then you get one other scene with him when it's implied that like he car bombed some guys in retaliation. But
And it's a guy that we saw 2 scenes of, and for like
Right.
10 minutes after, they're like, I can't believe they killed Frankie. And it's like, there are 7 characters in this movie named Frankie.
Just like Frankie, yeah.
Including John Gotti's son.
I thought it was funny because one of the scenes he's wearing a suit. So I was just imagining he'd get home from walking around Manhattan in pajamas, and then he'd change into a Valentino suit and just hang out in his apartment in a suit. Can we talk about the marketing campaign of this movie?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
So the Twitter. So have you guys like checked out the Twitter page for the Gotti movie?
No.
Oh, the Twitter. So the Twitter page it has embodied this like it's like a mafia, like a tough guy Italian guys running their Twitter page, and when they get criticized by like film geeks and stuff, they'll be like, "Hey, pussy, come over here."
Oh, we just put 10 dimes on film Crit Hulk's head. Watch out! You shoot at him, don't miss. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
Okay, so there's this one critic who very aptly. So this movie is the first film that's being distributed by MoviePass, right? And MoviePass, I have it, but it's going to go out of business unless they.
It's a doomed
it's the
concept.
dumbest business idea.
Idiot.
Simultaneously,
Venture
it's the
capital
best.
idiocy.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
best.
But so then they decided, okay, we're going to distribute films, and we're going to have a second revenue stream that way, as opposed to us just losing money by paying for. I mean,
Other
I
people's
saw like
movies.
15 movies last month.
Yeah.
For $10, which is less than even one movie
Yeah.
ticket. Anyway, so everyone who has MoviePass got a push notification sometime around last week, which just said, Gotti, the critics hate it, the audiences love it. Like, how about you see for yourself, right? Then if you go on Rotten Tomatoes, it is currently at a 0%.
Yep.
It is at like a 99% audience score. And the reason is because there are a ton, like thousands of people who saw this movie and then decided, they were so passionate about this movie, they decided they were going to create a profile on Rotten Tomatoes and then give it a 5-star review. So that led people to believe that, okay, they are fixing the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. And to the extent that I think The Incredibles came out the same week as it, and it got slightly, I think it made like $1 billion, like bajillion dollars. Gotti only had slightly fewer audience scores on Rotten Tomatoes. So basically, this whole marketing campaign was that they made a bunch of fake profiles on Rotten Tomatoes, and everyone gave it 5-star reviews, and they marketed it in the vein of like the whole Trump, you can't trust the media, you can't trust, it's all fake news. And that's like sort of the way they've gone about it. It has been a failure. I think they made $1 million like opening weekend.
So you're saying there's an Italian-American troll farm.
Exactly. I don't know nothing about that.
I'm going to become like the Eric Garland, but against Italians. Sir, unhand our democracy with your greasy hand.
A bunch of guys in a bunker just on the internet 24 hours a day drinking straight from Prego bottles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like this gets into like what is also interesting about this movie as a stand-in for the Times is that like this is like the Donald Trump movie.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
like Gotti
in every
is a
respect.
stand-in for Donald Trump, both like the way he's portrayed and the like moral confusion and degeneracy of the film itself, in that it portrays this obviously evil man as some sort of hero or person worthy of admiration or respect.
Because the only way they can evaluate actions is by a series of like 3 or 4 fucking bumper stickers that they've memorized about like, it's about family and hey, take care of the community. The same way they are for Trump, and it's like, he's a businessman or whatever. Like they only have like these very small concepts that they apply to this guy.
Yeah, this movie is for people that have a tattoo on their body that just says family, but only talk to their uncle because they think they'll inherit a Zippo that they believe to be solid gold.
Well, this gets to we mentioned before this movie's overuse of stock footage of from real newscasts, and maybe my favorite point in the
testimonials
movie is the real testimonials that are real local news footage.
And before you do this, I want everyone to go around this room and name an Italian American you respect.
Oh no, we
Did
have
you
to
put in
do
some
that.
cricket sound effects? No, but this is a real news footage from when Gotti died in 2002. And there's this real news footage from Howard Beach, and they were talking to these real teenagers and people from the neighborhood, all lining up to say, I don't care what anyone says, Gotti's a good guy, he kept the streets safe, he had class, he's not like these bad criminals nowadays. And I actually saw, speaking of the Twitter campaign, I saw someone on Twitter reply to the Gotti account whose handle was like deplorable MAGA USA #1 to say, Gotti was a good guy. When he was around, Queens was clean and safe, not like it is now, which is ludicrous because the crime rate in Queens in the 80s was probably 10,000 times higher than it is
Queens
today.
is maybe one of the safest parts of the world right now.
Yeah,
like
no.
that's insane.
Crime has dropped so significantly.
I saw another deplorable account reply to someone saying, if Gotti was around today, he'd have more followers than any of these Hollywood goofballs.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Gotti would beat Ninja on Twitch.
They think of him the same way they think of Trump, because the thing is, they all these guys going, he was a boss, he was a great boss. He was an objectively shitty criminal. He sucked at crime.
Yeah, even if
he
you're
got in and out of jail all the time, and then he fucking did even within the code of the mafia, by killing his boss, he committed a violation of their code.
But he was a pussy.
And then almost immediately he starts going. I mean, yeah, it took him a while to convict him, but he was basically on trial for like the entire time he was boss, and then he went to prison for life and died there. He's a shitty fucking criminal.
I mean, he's better than ISIS.
But he was on TV all the time. It's the same way they think Trump is a great businessman, even though his entire career is just a bunch of money laundering schemes and bankruptcies. He was on TV all the time. So, of course, he was a good businessman.
Also, speaking to his leadership, also, like, all the guys in his crew turned out to be rats.
Yes.
Like, all of them were informants.
Yeah, it's like, I keep people close. Like, everyone, you have the door literally like just flapping open.
Can
and
you
come in.
imagine, like, John Gotti, throughout the movie, he makes a bunch of like weird moral points about how he's going to beat the government, including refusing comfort medication when he's dying.
Yes.
Which is like, yeah, just imagine a federal prosecutor going like, he didn't take Ativan? Oh, I'm so owned. But he actually did get over in the government because every single person he talked to every day was wired. And can you imagine the asinine bullshit?
Oh my God.
They probably got some version of CTE just listening to this, the conversations all the time.
Guys just
hey,
saying,
I think, they invented eating pussy about 1935. They didn't have it before that. Now you look now.
That would be.
I'm not racist, but
that would have been way better though, because they didn't even have any kind of like attempts, almost like one or two attempts at like giving the language any kind of color. They were just talking about mob stuff in just these things like, oh, we got to have a sit down with the capos, just that kind of stuff, or saying got mafia wisdom. Like there's one where Stacy Keach goes, "The boss is the boss is the boss," and you're like, "Oh yeah, damn right." And then they think that's so fucking insightful that later on in the voiceover, Gotti goes, my boss Neil used to say, "The boss is the boss is the boss." It's like, in case you didn't catch that absolutely meaningless fucking slogan that is just literally a tautology, I'm gonna say it one more time because this is what passes for like wisdom and insight here into this
movie
code
was
of
written.
morality.
This movie was written on the toilet. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a scene where Ruggiero, there's one alpha bald fat guy, and that's Stacy Keach, and one beta one, and that's
who, by the way, I want to point out was played by Pruitt Taylor Vince, who is a big hillbilly.
Yeah,
He's from Louisiana, and he tries at the beginning to do like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And it's like, oh, okay. But then as soon as the movie wears on and he has to do scenes where he's yelling, he just completely drops it. And so he's just going like, "Look, John, I'm telling you, there's no way that them FBI guys heard what we were talking about."
Oh, John, they bugged my can of candied peaches. Because they explain this in the most confusing way possible, but Ruggiero fucks up in some way. And, because he tries to kill Anthony Caspipe, who's a fascinating character that we see 2 fucking scenes of. But Vincent Gigante wants to kill the beta fat guy. And Gotti's like, "No, I'm just going to put him on the shelf because he loves being in the mob so much."
You'd love the life.
There's a heartbreaking scene that's similar to it's like Old Yeller.
Yeah.
Or it's like Harry and the Hendersons. Get
out of here. We don't want you here.
Where they're like, "You can't come to our shitty building where we sit down all day anymore."
In
and
the back
he looks
of a
like
store.
He wants to kill himself. They're like, You cannot come to the store that doesn't sell anything anymore. And you are fired from the mob, sir. And he looks like all of his children died in front of him because he can't sit on a folding chair and go, "Hey, how about the Bills this year?" anymore.
Felix, and then the movie says that he dies 2 months later and
of cancer.
The VO should have just said it was cancer, but he really died of a broken heart.
No, it
literally says
did say that.
It said that. You don't remember that?
Yeah.
He literally said that.
And then the following scene is my favorite scene in the movie, where it's one line. It's John Travolta looking at his friend's tombstone, and he's like, "Hey, you fucked up. Sorry about that. Now you're dead. Okay,
That's
bye."
so Trump. That is so Trump. If Jared dies in prison, Trump is going to be like, "Emotional day," and then he just goes to Jared's mausoleum and he's like, "Well, who would have guessed that you would be outlived by me? Funny how things work out." It's just so Trump. But I think we should sort of circle the drain here, circle to the ending, and talk about what this movie because the first half of the movie, or first 3/4 of the movie is about what a cool guy John Gotti is. The last quarter of it is about how cool his son is. And we know that the son is supposed to be cool because in the movie, he's like the hunk from a 90s teen show.
Yeah, he has spiky hair.
Spiky hair, he's low body fat. Whereas in real life, John Gotti's idiot son, looked like a Goomba from Super Mario. Just a hideous bowling pin shaped man. But in this movie, he's just in excellent shape.
And the kid, it's not like they got that guy for his fucking acting ability, because he might have been the worst performance.
I was
in the
convinced
entire movie.
that actor was a not professional.
I thought
actor.
there's no way this guy's an actor. He was so bad.
Oh,
He was a contest winner.
Yeah, he's
That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's they definitely scouted him from the Fuck Team 5 franchise. He has porn actor written all over. Johnny
totally.
Sins would have done a better job.
Absolutely.
100%.
Can we go back to Gas Pipe for a second?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Then we can talk about the John A. Gotti storyline.
Yeah. Mike, could you tell us the thing you told me about the real Gas Pipe and that 6th Ed Bradley interview with him?
So it's
First, tell us who Gas Pipe actually was.
Anthony Gaspipe Casso was the underboss of the Lucchese family, and he was he tried to kill Gotti with that bomb, and then Ruggiero tried to kill him. But there's an interview on YouTube of Ed Bradley talking to Gaspipe, and he's asking about these 2 Long Island guys who own like a garbage carting business, and the gas pipe killed, and he was like, "These are family men who are trying to make a living." He's like, "What do you say to that?" And gas pipe's like, "Well, I mean, I didn't know their family, so I don't know what There's a lot of great moments in that interview, like gas pipe. Like he made a deal with the government, and then the government like reneged on it because he was like smuggling cheese into the jail and stuff and getting in fights. And he's like, they betrayed me, and I just think of my daughter. He's like crying on the interview.
But like to underscore again, this is a guy who has dozens of murders on him, like like murder, torture, executions. Like
Gaspipe was sociopathic, like for the mob.
Yeah,
like he was notorious, like in there. He was a terrifying guy and an amazing character. But again, if you only reference him from the movie, it's like, oh, that's sort of like the ratty looking dude who tortured somebody who we never see again. But
the one scene he had was pretty cool, though. I thought
when he's torturing the guy, yeah, they got
in the meat locker. Yeah,
I mean, it's like the guy that got to play him. That guy should play Gaspipe in a movie that wasn't produced by an AI for sure. But yeah,
the Google Deep Dream algorithm.
yeah. This movie was made by the Microsoft AI that had to be suspended from Twitter because it kept posting racial slurs automatically.
So you think the movie's ending because the movie has been structured around these really incoherent flashbacks, but it is the spine of it are these scenes of Gotti when he's with terminal cancer in prison trying to convince his son not to take a plea deal on charges that he had and go to trial because you gotta be a man. You gotta stand up.
There's real footage of that, and that footage is like super interesting because it's Gotti telling his son like, "I would never lay down. I would never like putting the life above his own family and
just being
else.
a complete piece of shit,
right?
Just
Which really
like,
shows you who he was.
Yeah. And then they argue, and the son's like, "I want closure, Dad." And he's like, "No, you gotta be a man." And then at the end, he's like, "Don't do it," and he leaves. And then they show the kid signing papers, and you're like, "Okay, I guess he took the deal, even though he literally just spent the entire movie being told not to." And then, that's basically that's it. He's like, "Closure. That's for guys who got too much education and not enough brains. Good ass was your closure." But he leaves. And then they show him on the gurney in a hilarious scene, like they're trying to get him into like hospice, and he won't take pain meds. And they're like, "Why don't we just let you put you into a coma? You know, this hurts so much." And he's like,
he's Robert Mueller.
And he's like, "Every day I'm in here is a fuck you to the feds." And then he dies, and you're like, okay, the movie's over. And then it decides it's going to follow the legal travails of John Jr. And it's like you're like, wait a minute, he signed the deal, I'm assuming, but then no, he's out and he's on trial.
Yeah.
And then he gets acquitted, and then he's out again, and then he like has a scene where he just goes into a garage and yells at some people who you have literally no idea who they are.
And their argument is incomprehensible.
Gibberish.
It's just like he goes in there, he's like, "I'm in here because my dad told me to be here." And they're like, "Yeah, well, who's saying that?" "I'm saying that." "Okay, well, then I guess you make the rules." "Yeah, I also make the respect." "Okay, fuck you."
And then he goes back on trial, and
it's like, what dialogue tree do I take to get that?
All it is the movie is explicitly saying that this kid, this poor guy, is being railroaded by the feds, that they're harassing him, and that they won't let him go. Even though
the government is the real gangsters.
She says that. Kelly Preston says that. You're the real gangsters. And then it closes on a fucking title card that says, John Gotti Jr. was charged over 50 times with crimes. Even though he was repeatedly acquitted, the government made deals with bad guys and let him out on the street in exchange for testimony. He just wants to be left alone. I mean, it just becomes an explicit plea for the government to leave him alone or get a pardon from Trump, which might happen, honestly. And it's like, what the fuck happened? Where did this movie come from? And it's like, you're trying to tell me that this is an unjust prosecution, but one of the scenes in this film is of John Jr. swearing an oath to become a made member of the Gambino
but
family.
He left, which is never showed.
They don't show that.
Never showed or expressed until his lawyer is making his final plea, which is like, "Come on, let him go."
Yeah.
And the jury's like, "Yeah, okay.
Yeah, cool."
I like to think the government, like, they were in that garage that day, and they're like, "We got you. You did one day of the mafia. We're going to prosecute you for that forever." But yeah, no, it's just like,
John A. Gotti, later in the movie, he's in this sprawling McMansion, this like idiotic estate. And it's, he has kids now. He's married to the girl that he met at the disgusting
She's
barbecue.
beautiful.
Beautiful.
She's a
fucking
You look like my mother.
She's beautiful. But
Exactly.
yeah, so it's this huge house, and it's implied that it's like unfair that the cops are arresting him. But it's like, okay, how did he get that house? Like, what did he like pass his Series 7?
He was a job creator.
Yeah. It just never explained like how or why or when he left the mafia. Just like
or what being in the mafia is.
He quit
at
as
all.
of the start of this trial. Let him go.
It's like it's hard to imagine what you could quit because it's just people having brunch. It's just people
That's the
sitting
point.
around.
That is the point. Is like the coolest part of Sopranos is that they like do all these crimes and they're like protection rackets and murders and like all these things. But essentially, like what they do it to support is not like having big houses or like fancy cars. They do it so they can hang out in a boys club with like in a clubhouse with their fellas. They do it so they could be in a frat, but like for their entire lives.
Yeah.
And that is like there's like a kind of like a they think that they're like were spit on when they came over in Ellis Island. They had to work and they like always talk about how hard they work, but essentially they really just hang out with other adult men all day.
Yeah, Tony's. That was like the most clever thing in the Sopranos. It was what a fucking great, clever show. But like when Tony always bitches about how hard he works, and it's like the previous scene is him eating like him at like 2:00. I could go for another lunch.
This is about. You're right. This movie is. It shows you what the allure of the mafia is hanging out with your buddies. But the problem is the real downfall, even among downfalls, is that it doesn't even look like any fun.
Yeah.
Like nobody says anything funny. They don't do anything. They don't even like drink or play cards mostly.
We don't even see John Gotti cheat on his wife.
Yeah,
I
he
was
never
gonna
has
say,
sex.
There
There's
was no
strippers.
goo mods. There was
There's
no cigarettes in the whole
They
movie.
don't go to the Copa.
Yeah.
They're like there's one scene where they're just like joylessly sitting in a disco, and that's it.
Yeah, they went. John Gotti went to the club with Neil so he could point out people he didn't like.
Yes.
And would later hire and rat
He's
on.
like, it's like, get these whores out of the way. I want to point out these guys that I don't like the look of them.
Show me another disgusting guy that I'm going to trust for some reason, who I hate on first sight.
I love it. He's just gossiping.
Yeah, he's Trump. That's also Trump.
Yes,
Trump.
He's just
Trump
a
probably
gossipy
goes
bitch.
to the Oval Office with like Don McGahn and is like, "Who's that guy?" And they're like, "That's literally your Secretary of Treasury." I don't like him. I don't trust guys that haven't been on TV.
I want someone following him.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like fun.
Here's the thought, though. Has the power and membership of the mob gone down because of aggressive federal prosecution or because of the availability of gaming and podcasting and the accessibility of male friendships later in life?
That's true.
I think that's actually.
If I didn't have you guys, I wouldn't know what I would do. I might have to join the mafia.
Yeah. I think about
We
my
do.
gaming
We-
clan. I
we
think
are
about
the
you
mafia.
guys. I think about the other fair podcasting family in Brooklyn. The podcasting family in
Familia
Queens.
de la cum.
We're all wearing athleisure.
Yeah.
And like comfortable velours.
I'm sort of fucking stupid, but I'm very confident when I say things. I don't really work that hard, but I'm always complaining.
Yeah, that is who this movie is for more than anybody, more than any like general subset of Italians or Trump voters or anything. It's a very specific group of men like Kyle Smith who like the idea of the mafia because it's where they could be with their friends all the time. Like those are the people who are like, yeah, that's why there's no crime. That's why there's no actual mob stuff because
So when
that's
women
not what they
complain-
actually care about. They care about being in a room with your friends, being in a big, dimly, poorly lit room, by the way, because they literally
exactly
did not,
where we are right now.
Right.
like, yes, but as someone who's watching a movie, I would appreciate an even lighting keys so that you can see people's faces in the middle of the frame. Every interior scene in this movie has a big black spot in the middle where all the people's features or clothing become totally indistinct because they just didn't light the space.
It's negative space. I think it's actually an art house decision.
You know what?
You can tell that
There-
Kevin Connolly is a fan of cinema verite.
E from Entourage.
No, it's true. He it's amazing. At 2 points in this movie, he accidentally does an homage to Michael Mann and Robert Altman. Like there's a scene where there's a bar fight that has the overlapped, indistinct dialogue and jittery camera of a
Robert
classic
Altman.
Altman movie.
Yeah.
But obviously totally accidentally. And then there's another scene where John and John Jr. are walking down a flight of spiral stairs, and the camera, instead of like following them down with their faces forward while they're talking, like is behind their back and following them from behind, and you just see the back of their head, and it's like a tracking shot in a man movie. Once again, totally accidental. It's amazing. It really is like you gave a fucking monkey a goddamn.
I really think a
typewriter
Chinese
and
guy made.
That's a horrible thing to say about an Irish director.
Oh, can I tell you an
Bog
entourage?
ape, I'm
A
sorry.
little entourage gossip.
Yes.
I saw Vinny from Entourage at a coffee shop by my old apartment, and he asked them to turn the music down.
That's respect.
That's
Depending on what music they were playing, that's either respect or a lack of respect.
That's some page 3 shit right there. Juicy.
But there was a tweet recently that went viral. It was like a group of white men is called the podcast, and everyone was like, "Yeah, but if we didn't have those podcasts, we'd be shooting each other."
Exactly. I would be exactly like Meyer Lansky.
Yeah.
Adam would be Bugsy Siegel.
Of course,
Bugsy Siegel.
Bug
Absolutely.
Chaser Siegel.
The bug. Adam
I didn't
the
even
bug.
think about that. I'm sorry. I did not even think about that. What everyone always replies to you with on Twitter when you're just trying to have a good post.
I don't know what you're talking about. The bug.
I mean, I think I'd aspire to sort of a legs diamond figure.
Okay,
you know?
yeah.
Irish,
Irishman,
bootleg,
yeah.
Irish bootlegging. Yeah.
Dutch Schultz.
Yeah.
He's good. I'll be him, loud and excitable and killed in the bathroom, most likely. That's where I will likely die. Actuarially, I will likely die in a bathroom like Dutch Schultz. But we would be the worst mob. I mean, what
Oh my
crimes would
God.
we? What could we even think? Like, what hustles could we possibly put together to make?
All
money?
right, so you do one podcast that's free, and then you do another one.
Right, but that's legal, baby.
They forget about the money they gave you.
Here's how
That's
you make
racketeering.
Here's how you make it illegal. You slander somebody every episode.
Ah, yes.
Hey,
you know what this
Hey,
movie was
Agent
like?
Napoleon, nice podcast. You pay us for the privilege of putting it out
That
every
just
month.
every time someone is polite to us and like subscribes to our Patreon from their podcast, we're like, that's respect. They're not just being polite because they met us once.
I know. I think if we did try to become an actual mob, crew to trying to earn, like, I'm honestly thinking it would be things like lying to Grubhub to get the free order refund, but you keep the food, and then pays for itself.
It's smart. You think about it. You take the expensive food out of there, boom. One of the biggest costs of living.
Yeah, it adds up. Let me tell you. You
know
just
this
got to
movie
get them on the one. You go, yeah, it never showed up. I don't know what you're talking about. I never got it.
You know what this reminded me of? Do you remember that episode of Sopranos where they're all hanging out? I think it's when Paulie gets out of jail and they're having a party and they're making Silvio. They're like, Silvio, do it, please do it. And he's like, Silvio, just in his normal voice. He doesn't change his voice at all. He goes, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. And everyone's like, that sounds exactly like Godfather. Oh my God. They're all freaking out. But that's like that scene for an hour and 45 minutes is this movie.
Yes.
I think. Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just people doing impressions of other mob movies.
Yeah.
Just like 100 Italian men doing De Niro scowls.
Yep.
And it's just like, but it's not, but in no way is it anything like what is good about any of these movies.
I mean, I guess just like in summation, Gotti is now the movie for everyone who used to look up to De Niro because of Goodfellas and Raging Bull.
Well, real
Fuck Trump.
Italians disowned him a long time ago.
Yeah, he had certain preferences that not acceptable.
Forbidden by the church.
That's what's amazing is that Italians
not holy.
invented they were like in the modern context the first people to be like, yeah, they're getting rid of white people.
Yeah.
So I would just say, in summation, like with Gotti was actually one of the most extraordinary movies I've ever seen. I would say run, don't walk to see Gotti. You're gonna love it.
Mm-hmm. And if you see a critic, do not hesitate to do the most profitable mob activity by killing them with 20 witnesses.
And I just
don't worry, you get to go to the dentist in prison.
If you want to, sit in a dank, dimly lit room with other badly dressed men arguing over what food to eat, incessantly doing movie quotes back and forth to one another, and generally being a drain on society, you can either join the mafia or start a podcast.
I also want to say that as someone who's like a fan of the show, and like I did come from that kind of like Italian fascist upbringing, where you can't disrespect people. But one thing I respect about you guys is your lack of respect and how you're not afraid to like go after people. You know?
Yeah.
I'm afraid to do that stuff.
I mean,
thank you for
sometimes.
respecting our disrespect.
You got it.
and I thank you for that. Unless, of course, literally any member of the Gambino crime family finds this episode, listens to it, I retroactively take back.
Yeah,
and
no,
disavow
I've always
everything I
respected
said.
your guys' work. I think
just
you
wanna
guys do a lot
say-
more than argue about cold cuts.
Adam's address is
Yeah.
take it up with him.
He told us to do this. We're scared of him.
I just want to say publicly that one person that I disrespect is Mr. Donald Jessica Trump. And, and I think that we strayed a little bit from politics on this podcast today, but it's important that we remember that we have to disrespect him by calling him orange and being rude to him and cheese doodly, like a sort of a Ned Flanders kind of insult. So just keep resisting. That's all I have to say.
Maybe the Gotti people fucked up by making this the Trump movie. Maybe if it was like a resistance movie and it was about Gotti doing a deal with Trump, and Gotti's like, "Whoa, I'm bad, but can you imagine if this guy was president?"
I thought I was a freaking crook.
That's how you get that. Make the resistance mafia movie.
Oh,
cut
God.
this! I have a $1 billion idea.
I'm just last words from me. I give this film 10 out of 10 gabagools and 11 and a half prosciuttos. Mwah.
My final review, honestly, if like Lars von Trier or one of those other fucking stupid Europeans made a movie this confusing, people would say it's genius. So I give it 10 out of 10.
So, again, in closing, I would like to thank our two friends. Our two friends of ours today.
From the other side.
Adam Friedland, you already fucking know, Cumtown, baby. Mike Recine of The Sit Down, a great podcast. Being here today to discuss what I think is the greatest social crisis facing our nation. And we are going to do it now, for the first time ever, a Chapo symposium on the issue, is there a Joker crisis in America? I will be doing the role of McLaughlin on the McLaughlin Group. To introduce this, all-star cast here. Let's be honest, we're playing with a full deck. Jokers are wild, and as such, we've got all aces bringing you this conversation here today. Beginning with, introduce
Felix
yourself.
Biederman. I consider myself the Pat Buchanan of this roundtable, asking why the Joker has gone to Israel so many times, and why those scars are scars from circumcision. I couldn't do the joke visually, Matt. It was a joke before everyone got here, before the McLaughlin Group formed.
Good joke.
It was pretty good.
I was just disappointed because I didn't get to set it up by calling him the Joker.
Yeah.
Very funny.
No, I think I have a different opinion on this movie than most of the people here, but I think we can all agree on one thing. The music choice, especially for a key scene in the movie, perfect. Absolutely perfect.
You're referring to Gary Glitter's number?
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to
Let's
that.
not get ahead of ourselves.
Next on the panel.
Hey, I'm Jen Pan. My qualifications for talking about this movie are that I've seen it, which apparently is more than most people who are writing about it, including some articles I saw today in Vogue and The Cut that were titled things like "Why I Won't Be Seeing Joker."
It's important to take a stand. You need to have your voice heard.
This is true.
Amberly Frost, dedicated soldier in the glorious cause of the workers' movement, and PhD in Joker studies.
Matt Chrisman here. I am reviewing this film, A Changed Man, because of all of the ways I thought I could possibly respond to this movie. I do not think in a million years I could have predicted the way that I actually did. And we'll talk more about it later.
Will Menaker, host, McLaughlin, Chapo Trap House.
Adam can introduce both of us.
We got Nick from Cumtown Podcast, Adam from Cumtown Podcast, and I'm glad you guys invited us on to talk about our buddy Shane from the Matt and Shane Podcast, who's recently fired from SNL.
Can you imagine if they tried to put him in that movie? Yeah, no, I'm just like pissed off all the fucking time because the fucking Chinese people won't let me say shit that I want to say.
So he obviously he got a raw deal, and so thanks. I mean, we're gonna share some thoughts on that.
We're gonna get into it, but leading off the symposium, we do have a special guest calling in from Australia, international film critic Matt V. Brady. will kick things off with his first thoughts on Joker.
Matthew Brady, audio log. I'm recording this in the hopes that there's still someone out there to listen to it. I think it's important that at least one person stands witness to these end days. I suppose I should start at the beginning. I can only speak to what happened here in Australia. We lost contact with the rest of the world pretty quickly. On the 4th of October at 10:23 a.m., the Australian Prime Minister ordered every fighter jet the Australian Air Force has into the air. That's right, all 8 of them. Their target was simple: every cinemaplex and movie theatre in the country. The reason? The Joker movie. Unfortunately, the bombs came too late. A few bold souls had tried to warn us beforehand. They told us this movie was dangerous, but we just didn't listen. And even that was an understatement. Joker, directed by Todd Phillips, is like the Black Death and the Spanish flu combined. This movie has dropped more bodies than Hillary Clinton. Watching it is like staring at the opened Ark of the Covenant. Movie theatres just became charnel houses. And the few that managed to survive, you could hardly call them lucky. You see, the movie, it infected them somehow. It was like a virus or something. They'd walk out of the theatre, immediately get online and create a gimmick account like Joker Rates Dogs or at Gottmik Joker and just unleash havoc. It's still hard to believe how fast it all happened. How fast the world ended. I suppose I should attempt to describe the movie itself. Future generations, if there are any, deserve to know what happened in the before time. You see, I did see the movie. I had to. I managed to find one of the few theatres that didn't get hit. I didn't even need to buy a ticket. There was no one at the register or the concession stand. There was no ushers. I don't even know if there was anyone in the projectionist booth. But that movie, it was playing, so I sat down to watch it. Or I tried to, at least. It was kind of hard to pay attention to the movie itself. I mean, I was constantly having to check the exits or scan the rest of the audience for potential threats. I got up and went to the bathroom 7 times and searched it just to make sure no one had hidden a weapon in there, Michael Corleone style. And when I wasn't doing that, I couldn't even sit down. I had to spend the entire movie in a combat crouch with my weight evenly distributed between both feet so that I was ready to launch myself in any direction at the first sign of danger. One thing I did notice, though, for a movie called The Joker, it wasn't actually very funny. It was pretty light on actual jokes. I feel like the Joker himself could have maybe done a few more bits, you know, like say he had a can of Coke Zero, for instance, and he took a little sip and he went, this Coke Zero tastes a little funny. Yeah, I guess there's a 1 in it.
Mad Matt.
It really
Mad
is.
Matt now wandering the loam of the outback.
A harrowing report from
Wow.
Australia.
I
on
couldn't understand anything he was saying.
on how the Joker madness is spreading. But we've all now exposed ourselves to it, and I want to begin this roundtable discussion with Felix. Your article in Deadspin, I think, is a great jumping off point. Could you talk a little bit about the history of the Joker in American culture, how this Joker fits into our current moment, and some of what you make of the reaction to the movie itself? From there, you wrote a great review. Nothing in it is wrong, but I think we're going to widen
of anything that I write.
Widen the aperture of this discussion because we have some very enthusiastic takes on this movie.
Well, so the Joker, you know,
Joker is a lens you can see certain periods of American history through, like the Cesar Romero Joker, who I mistakenly referred to as the Oscar Romero Joker in the initial draft of the article that somehow went to publication initially.
That's actually, it was a good comparison because the U.S. military and those death juntas were basically the Batman of the 80s.
Yeah, no, United Fruit Company, Wayne Industries, but he represented a whimsical time where we tried to kill Castro with poison dental dams and things like that. Of course, Castro, he was part of the anti-condom movement, so he was safe forever. But in the 90s, you had like an Adbusters style Joker in Jack Nicholson, who had no real, nothing really beyond taking an art gallery and making it crazy. And then when we became very self-serious and gritty after 9/11, because we had lost a war, we had Heath Ledger. And now we have the perfect Joker, because it creates for this time, because there's a bunch of sound and fury and reaction and counter-reaction about this thing that this movie isn't actually about, and journalists alternating between telling themselves the same 30 jokes that they've told since late 2016 against an army of people who are not radicalized, but just pay attention to guys on YouTube named the snarky logician arguing with each other forever about this thing that's just it would have just been a slightly above average movie in 2006.
Jen Pan, your thoughts?
So I'm sure we'll talk about all the political stuff, and I do want to dive into that, but I think I really like the movie just on the basis of it being kind of like a movie about psychological disintegration, which is the sort of best movie genre that there is. And I mean, I think that, one particular part in the movie where that comes through is kind of when there's that sort of reveal near the end where it turns out that he's kind of hallucinated this relationship with his neighbor who lives down the hall. And that was sort of the, point that people, I think, got a little upset or uncomfortable about. They were like, this is the kind of incel part or whatever. But I really didn't think it was a condemnation of her. He didn't seem to be particularly angry at her. She seemed like a good mom and a good neighbor. But there was that kind of reveal where it was oh, he is completely batshit. And I thought that was pretty cool, even if that kind of moment was a little bit Fight Clubby or, a bit, a bit tired at this point. And there's promises that we'll talk about Gary Glitter, so I'll hold off on that. But that's
not guilty.
Yeah,
we need a Tariq Nasheed thread on Gary Glitter.
Amber.
Okay, so I actually went into this knowing that it was going to be a series of homages, and I had a major criticism. It would be that it was a little too packed with homages, but I thought that actually in many ways it was the inverse of a Death Wish or a Taxi Driver, because those are movies that are high art and highly reactionary, and this is a movie that's not really high art, but it has perfect politics. It is a class war movie, but the kind of liberal punditry class wouldn't know class war if it bit them in the ass. They would watch the execution of the Romanovs and be racism much? It's actually insane. And I think the most interesting thing about the movie is that it has proven that the Trump administration has turned every liberal into a 1970s Wisconsin housewife, just listening to her son's heavy metal records backwards, looking for secret satanic messages. It's completely insane. I think it's amazing watching this about the Central Park 5 minutes about incels. And when it's just so clearly about class war, if anything, this movie has exposed the psychosis of the kind of cultural media liberal.
And it's not even subtly about that. There are points in the movie.
That's the biggest complaint, is that it's too on the nose about class war.
There are points in the movie where you just see newspaper headlines that just say "kill the rich." We'll get to that, but next up, Matt Christman.
All right, I went into this movie expecting myself to have basically Felix's opinion of all this ridiculous mess and cultural mishigash over this. What a perfectly emblematic moment. We have this garbage and just this stupid sterile argumentation about garbage. That's so perfect, and that's what I was expecting to think. And I was, of course, also resentful of just the idea that now every film has to just be a superhero movie for it to get funding. So you just make good movies and turn them into superhero garbage. But I sat down to watch it, and I now believe that it is, I think, honestly, almost accidentally and not really through an effort of any of the filmmakers, just lightning in a bottle, a work of surpassing brilliance and a masterpiece. I think it is genius. I think it is brilliant.
Michael Moore agrees with you.
I think that there are two levels of analysis here that are incredibly sharp and illuminating, and made me feel like I had taken an intellectual fucking enema. They just made so many things that felt kind of right outside the tip of my tongue to make sense. It just by exemplifying two phenomenon. One is it distillates the last 20 years of cultural conversation about what the Joker means as a cultural character, right? Because the Joker's been around forever, but only since Dark Knight, the Joker's become a focal point in culture. He's a shibboleth for white male alienation, right? The twisted idea, the idea, why should I apologize for the monster I've become? Nobody apologized for making me one, right? That's what the Joker represents. And this movie is about what that means. It has to be a movie about the Joker. It has to be a Joker origin story because it's the origin of the Joker, not as a character in the Marvel DC universe, but as a cultural phenomenon, what the Joker comes from. And then on the level of the text itself, you have the whole movie is about the process whereby capitalist cultural hegemony takes white male alienation and directs it away from class consciousness towards individual nihilism. And that is the process of the movie. The movie is his class alienation that all people feel being directed by culture down to this nihilistic path and away from a real revolutionary spirit. And that's why it had to be a 70s period piece, because the Joker now is a gritty character. That's the whole joke, is that it's comic book stuff, but he's serious. And the 70s is when we invented gritty cinema. It was the first new Hollywood 70s is when gritty cinema existed. And it has to be a superhero movie because that's the current coin of the cultural realm. And it's people who grow up with these cultural references and experience class-based alienation are then channeled because of the culture that they consume towards nihilism and away from class consciousness. And the dream at the end where he gets held up, spoiler alert, and embraced that isn't real is that the thing that could actually be good, the suppressed desire for community and solidarity. And then he snaps back to being literally in the asylum and separated and unable to connect to others and committed to a life of meaningless violence. And then you have the fact that the liberals decided to tell people this movie's too scary. It's too bad. You're all going to become incel shooters if you see it. Don't see it. So, of course, all these guys go and see it because that's enticing. And now they can't analyze it about class consciousness because they've already been told it's actually about how you're an entitled white male who wants to be in charge and you hate women and minorities. And then you see the movie and you're like, well, I relate to a lot of this.
It's also not what it's about, obviously.
I guess it's about being a Nazi, and I'm a Nazi now because they're brainwashing. They're literally washing it and poisoning it by saying that shit, and they hope you'll take that message away from
Matt,
it.
you've been talking
They
for an
hope you
hour.
will. I'm sorry, I'm done. Like I said, I'm just going to say a few things, and that was one of them. I probably won't talk again for 20 minutes.
That's not true.
Nick.
Oh, yeah, I just thought it was tight. Yeah, this is dope. I guess everybody projects their own. Literally everybody projects everything they're feeling onto this fucking movie for some reason. But the only important thing to me was that Todd Phillips could make a funny movie when he needed to. And the moments that are supposed to be funny in that movie are fucking hilarious. So, that alone did it for me. Other than that, yeah, it's a great performance. Fucking fun to watch.
Best actor in the world.
It's just, it was fun. It's a fucking fun movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you go see that movie and you don't walk away not feeling like you had a good time.
Adam.
I guess I depart from what everyone's been saying. I think the movie was about anti-Semitism. A lot of people scoff at us because we're failed stand-up comedians and we bathe our mothers and we get into bed with our mothers and watch late-night television with them. And, I think, one day we could maybe snap. One day we could maybe kill the president or something like that, So I agree, dude. You guys are way smarter than me.
I guess spoiler alert. The movie does culminate with. I guess we should talk a little bit about Joaquin Phoenix's Arthur Fleck, his take on the Joker. Felix, you described how previous incantations of the Joker have fit into American culture. Two questions. A, where does Jared Leto Joker fit into your equation? And where does Joaquin Phoenix Arthur Fleck Joker?
Well, Jared Leto was perfect for like the pre-Trump hyper consumer of media period, because it was like this fucking idiot doing something stupid and then people running it into the ground and this thing becoming financially viable despite what, a few odd 100,000 people who consume every bit of media said. So it was the perfect pre-Trump thing. But this one, like, just in and of itself, like, removed from what I think of the movie as a whole, he does, like, Joaquin Phoenix he's the greatest.
He's great.
He does a fucking amazing job playing a deeply disturbed, like, sort of sympathetic, isolated man. Yeah, no, he's twisted as fuck. But
also, just amazing dancer. I have to say,
Yeah.
like, I know there were like 5 like weird,
thought he
like
was
interpretive
great.
dance scenes,
Yeah.
but he's like clearly taken some Martha Graham classes.
Absolutely, he's got loose hips. He's wonderful.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
in his body.
I will.
And then the fact that he gave himself computer neck for the movie.
Yes.
To appeal to the when there's no reason he doesn't work at a desk. There's no reason for his posture to look like that.
Right. He looked like the Hanway unboxing kid. Like, it's fucking amazing. He's the king.
Jen, like, as Felix was alluding to, like Joaquin Phoenix, his portrayal of the Joker, Arthur Fleck, a struggling comedian. But to me, what the movie was really about is a fairly harrowing and affecting, because of Joaquin Phoenix's performance, portrayal of a guy suffering from mental illness and the lack of social resources to help him or his family. Like, do you think that the portrayal of like sort of civil service and social good in the movie says that it's a lack of that that's killing Arthur, or is it like, are they as indifferent as the Thomas Wayne, sort of charitable billionaire character?
Yeah, I mean, as Amber said, like, I too thought that the movie had perfect politics, such that when we walked out of the theater, we went to see it together, and when we walked out, I said, I'm going to call the movie Woker. I mean, I think that, obviously, like, he is psychologically disintegrating, and the backdrop is, one of extreme economic inequality, the retrenchment of the welfare state, and, labor unrest. Did everybody catch that whole, like, garbage strike?
Right, the
Yeah,
garbage
like-
strike. Also,
which also
he
means
was,
that
like,
the trash is
literally-
piling up.
Yeah. Also, he was like literally chained to a radiator and beaten into brain damage
yeah.
as a child.
Yeah. Like, he had a lot of shit going on. But I also think about that part in the movie where he is talking to his social worker, and at first, he's kind of like, "Oh, you're not listening to me," and it sort of seems like she's not that invested. But then she's like, "The money is gone. They don't give a shit about you, but they also don't give a shit about me." So, I think that overall, his kind of like own turmoil was very, very much set in this, larger context of societal disintegration. And I mean, I have more to say about just like mainstream American movies and class conflict. But we'll come back. Yeah.
I think that element of him being alienated from the social welfare state, but then at the end the thing about that we don't have any money, it's very perceptive about failed and how intentionally, because the idea is these institutions aren't alienating them themselves. They are hollowed out by the neoliberal state.
Totally.
Like, they are intentionally deprived of resources so that they don't function. But what the function of that is that someone who interacts with those institutions in a way that is alienating is then alienated from the state as a concept, and it further atomizes them and takes their rage and makes it more personal and makes it harder for them to see things as like the product of capitalism.
So I thought also it was the thing that annoyed me is that I realized oh, this is a We Live in a Society movie, and I don't like that they're using comic books to tell Ken Loach stories, but nonetheless, I will say that I do think everyone who is not the wealthy people there are portrayed relatively sympathetically, or at least opaquely enough to leave room. Really, the only true enemies in it are one, Wall Street guys, and two, these lofty, allegedly benevolent, liberal, billionaires. Yeah. And I thought that was pretty good. I thought even the kids that knocked him around, later on he was just yeah, I should have chased them.
There's also his Jewish coworker. who plants the gun on him
Yeah.
and causes all the problems.
I don't know if it
No,
was
that
a
was a
Jew,
dwarf,
Nick, but
Nick.
yeah.
No, the dwarf didn't give him the gun.
No,
it was
no,
the
it was-
Jewish man.
I thought it was weird when Phoenix looked directly into the camera and told the viewer to Google the USS Liberty. Okay, so like I agree with what you guys saying about like the politics of the movie, but that's still like it doesn't make like the actual movie that great for me. Like
Well, it's really
like-
heavy-handed because it's a fucking comic book.
right,
movie.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's like to
And
me-
that's
to-
like
Yeah,
what is
if you
upsetting.
if you
because, like,
zoom way into it and just look at it as like this is a stupid movie about the Joker, it's fucking great.
About a
It's
clown
fucking,
that's mad at Batman.
Yeah, it's like the only thing Todd
if you
Phillips
measure
said
it
about
by
the
its
movie.
standards, I
The
completely
only thing
agree.
Todd Phillips said about the movie is like, yeah, you can't really make jokes anymore. And that's it. I haven't heard like him wade into these conversations at all. And that's like what I've heard from the filmmakers.
I think he said at one point, he's like, you're not like, he's not like a hero. He's just like a subject. And I feel like people don't understand.
people who
that
made
you
the
can-
movie
Everyone's baby
don't
brain
give
now.
a shit about that.
Everybody who's in a movie has to be a good guy that you root for because then
Yeah.
it teaches you good lessons in how to be a good person because you have the brain of a
That got real
5-year-old.
bad with Breaking Bad is where that fucking started. The final season of Breaking Bad, people are like, "What? Shouldn't he be in jail?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "What?"
No, it's Hays Code idiocy.
Right, that's a level, the third level of analysis. That this is all very depressing because we're having these in-depth meditations, myself included. I need that $300 from Deadspin for more gaming mouses. But about this thing that like, it's an impossible thing to verify, right? But if you took this movie, removed the Joker from it, removed the context that we're in from it, put it in fucking 2007 where we all watch it, how would you feel about it? I don't know. And it's depressing because, yeah, not only is this movie beat you over the head, very unsubtle, to the point where we're unsure of, like, when we delve deeper into it, we're unsure of how good it actually is. The main criticism from it is adults who seem to have had some sort of like brain degeneration where just every piece of media has to be about friends being nice to each other. Protagonist
like
means
Dick and
good
Jane.
guy. Protagonist means you like them. Protagonist means you are them. It's psychotic and sucks.
Well, did anyone see the Florida Project?
Yeah, that was just poverty porn, though.
No, I think it's the
Yeah,
most.
yeah.
I think it's the most beautiful movie about the American working class that I've seen. In
No,
a very
that
long
and
time.
American Honey were both.
Yeah,
like, look
well,
at these
you're both
poor
middle class
people.
cunts, so I'm gonna like fight back.
But
on
no,
this.
but who was that
It is
movie
a
made by?
beautiful movie, and it is something about
Who
and
made
there's,
that movie?
The guy
Bourgeois
that
people for
made-
sure.
Yeah, but bourgeois people do make
was-
good art.
But back to-
Nonetheless,
back to-
it is like
I don't even know what that word
Is this
means.
another Joker movie?
yes, in
Florida
many ways.
Joker?
It is. So there's a protagonist in
Shirtless
it that is
Pensacola
like a
Beach
shitty
Joker.
person who's like a very shitty person, and it's like you don't feel like compelled to say, oh, this is a good person or this is a bad person, specifically because it doesn't carry with it the baggage of the Joker. It's that people aren't looking at it being like, oh, is this supposed to represent like Pepe or something?
Right.
Like people can watch that, and this is also a terrible person and still like feel sympathy and feelings for them, and it's just like literally people are become. It's like Hillary being obsessed with Pepe. Like they've lost their fucking minds.
See, but that's just the thing, and that's why I must fixate in my extolling of this film is at the level that it is most powerful for me at, and the one that I think justifies everything that I think you might have a narrow point about in terms of why has it got to be a Joker movie, all this dumb stuff, and how it's obvious and hit you over the head. In my opinion, all those things connect to raise the movie to its highest level, which is where it is a movie about how the Joker started, but not the character in the fucking comics, the phenomenon of, because he represents alienated
folk
white
hero?
male pathology,
Yeah.
right? That is what the Joker is. That's the guys who wear it. They embrace that idea. And the liberal scolds who are terrified of white men since Trump, that's what they think it is too. And this movie is about how that came into being. The process of alienation and then fragmentation that turns someone and makes them identify with that instead of something more broad,
Well, the worst-
something more
yeah.
pathological. And that's where the movie, I think, shines.
The most dangerous example of that is James Holmes or whatever, and then that's like this like Berenstein Bears thing that people look back on and think that it had more weight than it did, and it's like again, it's like it's it's funny in the movie where Joker says, "No, I don't believe in any. I don't fucking pay attention.
Yeah, no, and it's
I don't know what
love
this shit
that.
is." And
Someone
James
wrote
Holmes
something
is
about
similarly. It's like he's just somebody that's severely fucking mentally ill. And
It's
decided
already
to
been
kill
written
a bunch
about
of
multiple
people.
times
Yeah.
as like the myth that won't die, that he was inspired by this movie. But it's also like but dude, people got shut up at a fucking Ariana Grande concert, or
Mhm.
like, you know, what was the Stephen Paddock thing? Like
Jason Aldean.
Yeah, Jason Aldean.
like it's completely deranged. It's literally because people just kind of fear these alienated young men and the things that they like.
Well, I think it's also like it is. I talked about this a bit in the review. And this is obviously like a pre-Trump phenomenon. It is annoying to put everything through his lens, but it's because this has been going on since the 80s and before that, where people feel they have lost all power politically, and the one place where you feel like consuming everything and reacting to everything does produce some effect is doing that with the culture.
Vulgar Gramscianism.
Right,
yeah.
right.
It's all entirely outsourced. There's nobody experiences anything internally anymore. You consume it and react to it immediately in real time externally. And they expect it to reflect like morals that are also
But
sourced
that's
externally.
but also like we've yet to like I don't know how we drive home to like these insane paranoid like liberals and conservatives that like that's not how art works. Like it's gone past Gramscianism and it's moved into like basically superstition and augury. Like no Cumtown listener has actually had sex with their dad. I'm sorry. I'm going to go out on a
I
limb
don't
and
know.
say that.
Yeah, I mean, I have evidence to the
You're not a
contrary.
listener. No, but like this is like the thing. Like the idea that they think that a movie is like, or any kind of art is some kind of like spell that like directs people's actions. That's not how fucking art works.
Well, it's oh, sorry.
No, go
but
ahead.
It's like it's the easiest form of like criticism of art is to just like try to identify either theory or morals and line it up with like a checklist.
Mm.
And
Mhm.
it's like a shortcut to actually thinking about anything because it's much harder to describe what your feelings are. To react to a piece of art and explain this is how it made me feel, rather than these are the rules it followed or did not follow.
But it's gotten worse since Trump, right? Like every piece of like film
I don't know if
criticism
it's-
has turned
yeah.
into a goofus and gallant comic
I think it's
strip.
the evolution of like media where you point to a lot of things. I think a lot of it too is you have plenty of people that have like post high school education now, and then they work at fucking like Radio Shack, so they have
Mm.
nothing to do but like continue doing homework online.
Mm.
So they'll go see the Joker movie and they're like, well, I guess this has to be worth more than the $20 I spent on it. Let me like write a screed about why the Joker's a bad
yeah,
guy.
there's an economic incentive certainly to like see fucking like shadows and like see monsters.
Yeah,
and
to
shit.
give your life more worth than it has.
I don't even think it's like what Nick says. It's not even necessarily economic. It is like the two things that give your life that make you keep you from killing yourself are novelty and meaning.
Mhm.
This is false meaning. There's no novelty left.
There is a project, and I honestly don't know how conscious it is, but the outcome of this project at the elite media level of condemning the Joker and people who like it is psychos. The end result of this, regardless of whatever the conscious intent of it is, the end result of this is to brand white male alienation as pathological and reactionary inherently.
Mhm.
And that is why you condemn the Joker movie. And then, but the real result of that is, of course, the people you're talking about, they're not going to be warned away from it. They're going to be intrigued by it. And when they encounter it, they're going to encounter it on the terms you've created that say that it's pathological. And they're going to then be reinforced in the idea that, oh, yeah, the problem isn't economic. It's all the things you want it to be about, because then you have annihilated the possibility of solidarity. We can't have solidarity with all these white males. Oh, they're racist and they're sexist. Meanwhile, they could easily be appealed to on the root basis of their alienation.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you're poisoning the well for everybody else with these evil men. And that's the actual end result of all of this demonizing the Joker. It is to reinforce this persistent cultural hegemonic agenda. It's a strategy. It's a rhetorical strategy for disallowing solidarity.
I don't know if I think for like a lot of the people that just react to it, I don't know if it's a conscious strategy, but the effect certainly is like taking people who would otherwise not give a shit about this and making them identify with it. If you just point at something and say, this is bad, this is dangerous, this is going to make you specifically kill me specifically, what the fuck do you think is going to happen?
Evidence of that being this movie has now obliterated most box office records for an October release.
also-
for an R-rated movie.
It's
Eileen Jones is
The Suicide Squad Joker is interesting to look at because, like, I remember thinking Suicide Squad was coming out in like 2001 because I feel like that's when the coverage of that movie began.
Yes.
It was like every 2 weeks they're like, fucking, Jared Leto took a dump in Will Smith's sleeping bag, and like every single fucking month there was like a Hollywood Reporter or Vanity Fair article or something about his fucking antics.
He sent them used condoms.
Yeah, used condoms. He put a bullet in his mailbox. All this dumb bullshit. And I didn't even end up seeing Suicide Squad, but I know he got like cut down to like 10 minutes or whatever.
Going back,
but what's important about that?
I'm just saying, like, if you look at because you look at the media run up to this Joker coming out, you think, well, how much of this is contrivance? How much control do they actually have over the way people are talking about this movie? You say, like, okay, is all this outrage, is that like manufactured? Is it possible for them to do that? And it's like, well, if you look at Suicide Squad, they tried to do that. They tried to like get people like, what? Wow, this is going to be such
fucking
a great performance.
They tried to do that with Lady Ghostbusters.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing about the Jared Leto Joker is the reason they couldn't get it to catch fire and get people to really panic is because Trump hadn't won yet.
Yeah.
It's Trump that made
It's
the
Trump
context for the current
syndrome.
Joker.
Yeah.
Because the Trump winning is what sent everyone to a panic because they lost all control of the government, all that, but they have the readouts of culture and they're going to use them. They're going to use culture as just a vulgar brick to hit you in the head until you become one of them.
Yeah.
And one of the ways they're going to do that is by demonizing anything that they think is an expression of this awful male patriarchal identity that led to Trump winning, because Gamergaters are why Trump won, because the Pepes are the ones who made Trump win, which is absurd. He won because Hillary Clinton was a terrible candidate. He got less votes than Mitt Romney. It was purely a depression of Democratic turnout because of the awful Clinton campaign. That is the only reason he won. But now, because the only explanations are cultural, it's got to be this awful trend and these awful men. And so that's why the Joker now is a problem. And when he was a joke, when Leto was doing that stuff.
And on another level, it was
Leto's
just,
also a shittier actor.
Yeah, he has an Oscar, which is hilarious.
He's mostly good at dying.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like they it was a very much like trying to be into like a hot topic, but it's like ironically the actual like fucking poor people that probably would have more in common with that character have the same tastes as the Suicide Squad.
Absolutely.
Joker. They're like, yeah, I want Mountain Dew Joker. They don't want.
Yeah, I want him when he's like a
metal
fucking
gritty.
I like the one where
New
he's
York
like
Joker.
an Instagram cartel guy.
Yeah.
Which apparently was the Leto inspiration, was Instagram cartel guys with like engraved pistols and shit, like lame suits.
Yeah. Also, it was just a way for a studio to make a superhero movie for $60 million, which is like unheard of. And as like now all these movies cost like $200 million, and they're breaking box office records based off of this panic that's like associated with Trump.
It's like
it's a perfect storm.
In terms of like the motivations of the character, there's very little in terms of like literal exposition in the film, with the exception of that one scene before he kills Robert De Niro or whatever. And it just boils down to something about like jokes are subjective and so are morals. And that's the whole point. That's all they like really give you.
Well, let's talk about the film itself. It really focuses on Joaquin Phoenix as Arthur Fleck, his portrayal of Joker. The first thing we see of him is he is like a sort of street sign clown and sort of carnival barker on what is clearly a stand-in for CD 42nd Street, dressing up like a clown for being rented out to advertising purposes.
Sort of a Subway Jared type.
Is that a segue to Gary Glitter?
He lives at home with his mom. He dotes on her and takes care of her.
She's not quite all there.
Yeah, and he has aspirations to have a stand-up comedy career and generally be noticed by people. And like the sort of the dawning of his Joker personality is about like coming out of his complete and total social isolation as someone basically the person on the bus that makes you uncomfortable. Jen, like, how did you feel about the development of Joaquin Phoenix's portrayal of this character and as it relates to the politics in the movie?
I mean, I don't know. I think that, well, okay, maybe I'm skipping a little ahead to Gary Glitter, but I feel like maybe it's time since we're talking about the content of the movie. So I thought that scene was awesome, where he has basically, it's sort of the analog of like Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver showing up at the political rally with like his head, with like his new mohawk, right? So like he's basically
everyone loves a makeover scene.
Everybody, oh my god, it was totally a makeover scene. Everyone loves a makeover scene. He like puts on his face paint, kills a few people, including his mom. Spoiler, sorry. and then is dancing on the steps to Gary Glitter. And I
was
was
in a Cambodian prison for pedophilia.
Yeah, does everybody know who Gary Glitter is, by the way? Or like,
Hey.
But this was the weird thing. A
confirmed
lot of
pedophile.
people didn't know.
right. So just as like a little refresher, so Gary Glitter was this like British glam rocker in the 70s, and in the 90s he was convicted in the UK for possessing child pornography, went to jail for a few years, got out, like immediately went to Southeast Asia and began molesting children.
Twisted.
Yeah. And you know, what I found out today is he actually served his time there, got out, went to the UK, but he's in jail again because he was like immediately convicted
for?
of multiple rapes.
What for?
Yeah, he's like,
you surprised me.
no, in 2015. In
Shoplifting.
2015, he was convicted again of like multiple rapes, so he's in jail in the UK now. So I mean, for the best, you know.
Of course,
like, I'm not,
he clearly can't keep his hands off
yeah.
the kids.
So the film critic Anthony Lane in the New Yorker, and like I also read an article in The Cut talking about the kind of like dancing to Gary Glitter scene, and both reviews were sort of like scandalized, like, oh, we can't be giving royalties to a pedophile, like this movie clearly did this to
every
offend.
movie made by Hollywood.
I know, right?
The famously anti-pedophile Hollywood movie system.
Yeah. But I mean, what struck me about that scene is it's obviously a moment of such dysfunction that, of course, they had to use a jock jam by a pedophile who's in Thai jail.
Yeah.
Right.
And they left it. It's like I feel almost deliberately left out of the trailer. That's not the music that it's paired with
Totally.
in the trailer, and it gives you a much different idea of what's happening in that scene when you see the trailer versus the actual film.
Well, and like on top of that, like I was sort of shocked by like how many people were like, "Did you know who Gary Glitter was?" And it's like,
yeah, he's
how
gross.
do you not know about this song? Like, honestly,
Yeah.
it seems like the media class, like, you have to be so simultaneously unpunk and unjock to
Oh,
have
yeah,
not
totally.
been exposed as a.
Yeah, one of
like,
the articles I
I'm
read was
both.
like,
nothing. You've never been to like a single stadium.
Yeah. One of the articles I read was like, this song has been plucked from musical obscurity, and it's like
Oh
the
my
musical
God.
obscurity in
Every sporting
stadium.
event ever.
Nerd are you?
Every sporting event in America ever,
Right.
even after it was revealed he was a pedophile.
No, they played
still
it more. It was
What is it?
tight.
Rock and Roll number
Great
2?
song.
Yeah. Is the name of the song?
Yeah.
It is
It's a
like
jam.
It is like
A jock jam.
I
if you will.
was talking about this with somebody today where it was like it like they had to they like whoever picked it like I don't know everything about how movies are made, but I assume things go through multiple layers. Like
you don't? There's no like back line for people
well, I
like you
assume
for
like
that?
there's a guy who's fucking awesome at imagining things, and they just go from there. But like, do you
They
think
have
it
a
was
music supervisor, a guy
right?
that picks
Right.
the songs. Yeah.
So do you think this was deliberate? Like that they were
I think they
deliberately
had to
like-
know.
Todd
but, like,
Phillips
also,
probably thought it
like,
was hilarious.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that it's funny, but there's also a good chance that like a not insignificant number of people in that decision making room were just like, oh yeah, tight.
Yeah, totally. I mean,
yeah.
like I said,
people in
it's
Hollywood
a
are
moment
Can we
stupid.
say
of,
like I don't know if this is knocking things off course, but a brief anecdote was there was a lady sitting in front of us and Matt was laughing the entire movie, including the scene where he kills his mother. And
It's a hilarious movie.
the lady
It really picks its spots, but when it does do a joke, it lands.
That's what was so great about it for me is that scene where he does the joke and that woman, I guess she's supposed to be Dr.
Ruth, yeah.
She's like, that's not funny. To have like this
What was
old
the
woman
joke?
who talks about her pussy on TV, he tells him what he can't say.
He's reading out of his joke nook. He goes, knock, knock. Who's there? It's the police. Your wife just died.
Yeah, because your son just died in a drunk driving accident. Which is funny because like you could have fucking Zach Galifianakis do that bit, and it's like it's like Norm Macdonald anti-comedy. It's fucking hilarious. And then that like quick cut to just the 2-shot of like you can't joke about that.
Yeah, and Bobby's like,
that's not funny. There's certain things you can't joke about. It's like a fucking hilarious.
Very
He's a
good.
very good like comedy director, and like very few people have like the ability to edit a shot.
This
like
movie
that.
was funnier than Hangover 3 by far. Yeah. For sure.
That my mom just died. I'm celebrating. I mean, there's so
so
many
funny.
like just really fucking deeply funny moments.
Anyway,
in that
Matt
movie.
was peeing his pants the whole movie, and then a lady in front of us just kept turning around and looking at him.
To be fair, I would be worried if you
based
were
on the
cracking
profile,
up.
yeah, based on the profile, she was like, "Oh, is it one of those guys?" Yeah.
Sorry, lady. I'm twisted. That's all there is to it.
It's
You're
just
gonna
my
have to deal with
twisted
it.
friend, man.
The first three
Someone
rows
was-
might be
if a
twisted.
guy that looked like Matt was Cape Fear hysterically laughing
He
behind
was, the
me
whole
in a movie
movie.
theater, I might be worried even if it was like a Pixar
There
movie.
were multiple black women at the movie theater seeing the movie by themselves. I
Oh
noticed
yeah,
that
no.
on the
So
way in.
like, we should talk about the the theater experience.
Well, we saw it at Alamo Draft House. You know, our favorite film experience.
You guys with Alamo are fucking the Trump Diet Coke.
You guys, really, we got to stop. I honestly,
awful.
this is one thing I actually agree with the audience on. They absolutely hate it when we complain about the Alamo Draft House.
Well,
and I understand.
First of all, why do you listen to the audience?
I know I
It's a
shouldn't,
cuck
but
move.
it's one thing I agree with them on.
Okay,
we all
I don't care.
acknowledge
It's an
it.
awful fucking theater.
Also, we were
But you guys see every movie there. It's insane.
I know.
It's
It's
fucking
getting drunk.
I like
insane.
my treats, okay?
To
What
be
can I
fair,
say?
the
should just
Fandango
sneak an
app doesn't
airline.
work with the Regal and Union Square.
Okay.
And I've
Really?
gotten bed bugs there numerous
Nick got
times
bed
and
bugs there.
ringworm.
Yeah.
You get ringworm.
Which one?
I mean, it could
Union
be my
Square
fault.
Regal.
I don't want to put it entirely on
Yeah, it was
me.
probably your poor life choices and living in a windowless tenement in Chinatown.
Yeah.
Well-
but
You're like, it must have been the movie
let's put it this way.
theater.
I had bed bugs, and I used to go there all the time. So you should be
Jen and I
careful
went
going to
opening
that
night
theater.
or opening day for the 420 showing, literally.
Hell yeah.
We were frisked.
yeah.
There was like a security
We-
apparatus at
our
the door.
bags were searched,
I was
and
saying-
they ran the metal detector over me.
I want to get like full Muslim outfit, full garb, and go to one of the theaters that's searching people and be like, "Why? Because I'm Muslim." Is that
It
why?
was like-
Is that why you're searching me at the Joker movie? They're like,
It
"No,
was
it's the
like-
other one."
actually deranged, and then we got in, and like the theater, it was an Alamo Draft House, like 420 showing. It was like half, it was mostly like women that just want to drink a watered down Aperol spritz in the dark.
I saw it in Williamsburg. I didn't get frisked, and it's like
Was there like a
got, like,
security
bag
line with like metal
searched.
detectors and stuff?
And metal's like
So that was
No.
just like a special Alamo thing, I guess.
yeah, they're giant babies. Again, they suck.
Okay, we saw it at the Alamo on Monday, and because we had like a ton of people on this episode, Chris was like, if you have any extra XLR cables, bring it to the theater. And I did, but I brought it in this like sort of perfectly rectangular leather pouch. And it's actually shout out to Jack Wagner. It was the thing you left at my house when you came over to record. And I brought it to the theater, and I was not checked, but I swear to God, it looked like the perfect case for a handgun.
Also,
that's
look
how-
at
that's
you.
how-
Yeah.
Look at you.
Well, that's how Will would do a mass shooting. He would take like a Luger that he got from his grandfather's estate out of a nice leather case.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be just some vulgar AR-15
No,
out
yeah.
of
No,
a
he would
duffel
be
bag.
like, I would have like a bespoke like leather satchel.
Okay, so Arthur Fleck, it's a movie. It's a portrayal of his, mental disintegration, but it really does, grind down his shitty day-to-day existence, and like the catalyst for all of the horrible things that happen in the movie and the streak of murders that he does is both him being given a gun by his coworker and eventually losing his job and access to social welfare.
By his more reactionary coworker.
Yes.
Because when he got like beat up by kids, he's like, oh, they're just kids. And then his coworker actually like coerced him. And we've already established that he was on like 7 medications. And then eventually he, because of the social services got cut, he didn't get them anymore.
Yeah, he's also the only other coworker that's not marginalized in any way other than by being bald.
But
yeah,
that's
this is so like, where do you have to, how did he end up there?
his condition is
yeah.
material, and it's like and
Yeah.
the culture buffets him in one direction. It gives him the idea of a power fantasy with a firearm instead of
Sure.
solidarity, and it gives him like someone to blame without it pushes him in that
Yeah,
direction.
I'm just adding that as like something else to throw in the pile as arguments against any commentary that the movie is like reactionary in any way with regards to race. Because I don't know, you said that somebody was saying that it's like the Central Park 5 was real.
the
or
opening
something.
scene
No,
of the movie.
I
But
don't
those
think
aren't-
that at
those aren't-
all.
They're like fucking.
Also, like,
they're a mixed
Italian
race
kids.
gang of like Italians and
Yeah, I
Puerto
thought they
Ricans.
were
Also-
very multiracial.
Yeah, it's
Also,
not. Those are
yeah, it was
not-
the Colors of
Thank
Benetton
you.
gang.
Yeah.
Like, moreover, like, I'm sorry, but the focal point of the Central Park 5 was a rape in a park.
Yeah,
There was
a
like-
rape of a rich white lady.
Yeah, like this had nothing to do with that.
Right,
These
it
people were
wasn't-
just deranged.
Exactly.
Well, the opening scene of the movie is him, out on the street hawking his sign, and then a gang of teenagers steals his sign, runs away. He chases after them because he's going to get his pay docked if he loses the sign of the store that he's doing his clown shilling for. They run down an alley. The teens hit him with the sign and beat the shit out of him in an alley, and then it's like title credit Joker over the screen is like the first scene is of him being beaten and humiliated in the street by a group of rowdy teens. But the real the real violent turn in the movie is after losing his job and having this gun, he murders 3 sort of like they're coded as like Wall Street stock bros, but it's later revealed that they work for Wayne Industries. and they're frat bros, and he does
They're
like
drunk
sort of
and they assault him.
Yeah,
after
they're-
What is
assaulting
Wayne
him.
Industries? Is there? What is that? Oh, okay.
It's they do
manufacture items.
Yeah, it's part of the business.
It's one of those things where it's anything.
Yeah, no. In the Batman universe, Wayne Industries just seems like they produce smokestacks. Like that's their
Right.
main export.
and
the
also
pollution factories and the racism factories.
Yeah.
Also in this movie, Thomas Wayne is running for mayor, and we see him as sort of a fake philanthropic, Michael Bloomberg style, self-styled benevolent billionaire. He's the only one that can save Gotham. And there's even a moment on TV where he goes on the news responding to the Arthur's murder of these three finance guys on the subway. That that there's like an anti-rich attitude, and people who are jealous of success are striking out at their betters.
They're
basically.
clowns.
And it's important to point out that Thomas Wayne, because we say, what does Wayne Industries do? It's always very, very vague, and it's often just what's
Made a
convenient for the
terminal.
plot. It's convenient. It's what's convenient for the plot. But I think that the modern understanding, if you ask somebody, what do you in your head think that Wayne Industries does? It is definitely a manufacturer of something.
Right.
It's not like a brand or like pharmaceutical company or something. It's a manufacturer, which means that there is zero chance that around the time of this movie is exactly when Wayne Industries starts massively relocating their facilities out of the United States. Like they are in the process of moving to Mexico and then later China. All of that shit is being done in foreign countries.
It would be cool if they stayed in this universe and did another like 1981 period piece for Bane, but he's an Italian bodybuilder from Bensonhurst, and his dad's like greasing him up before the competitions. He's like, "So Bane, you look so beautiful, like some Michelangelo was going."
His dad is like Lou Ferrigno Sr. from
Yeah,
Pumping
right, you're
Iron.
such a beautiful baby boy, Bane.
But he's just never seen the lights because his dad's cheap. Makes him lift in the basement.
Dad, Wayne's company, they doing a banquet hall at where we were gonna do the bodybuilding competition, so they canceled it. And that's his backstory. Is that he lost to Arnold because when he was in his top shape, they had to cancel the bodybuilding competition.
That would be cool if Wayne Industries, their actual business was club promotion.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Just handing out flyers.
We came up with Ladies' Night.
For that reason and many others, Thomas Wayne is definitely the closest thing to a antagonist or villain. Because
bad
and
guy.
also the movie sort of introduces the idea into the Batman universe that the Joker is the bastard son and half brother of Thomas Wayne. Now,
But
the
that's
movie,
not clear.
It brings it
Very
back.
Freudian.
The movie brings it back and like implies that like his mother, who he like uncovers a letter which would imply that he is Thomas Wayne's bastard child, and that's why he's lived a hellish, deprived existence as his father's sort of primordial denial of his existence and responsibility for fatherhood. But then it sort of brings it back and implies that maybe his mother is just crazy as well, and also the real source of his abuse and trauma in his life. But
It was supposed to be Alec Baldwin also. So they got a guy that looked like Alec Baldwin to play Thomas Wayne. Yeah. And he would have played it like Trump. It would have been amazing.
You're a loser, Arthur. Bye bye.
It would be great if he used-
Cloud.
if
Get
he
the
used-
cloud out of
It would be great
here.
if he used like the inflection he used with like the greedy little pig message on the like. Yeah, no, I mean like that was like, again, like, but the biggest complaint you can have about this movie is like it's a bit on the nose. But the like, you abandoned me kind of thing, and like, you whatever exploited my mother, either like literally or whatever. Like it's a little on the nose, but like, you paternalistic wealthy people have abandoned your children.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. I think it has a allegorical sort of symbolic valence, and that is that even if he isn't technically his half brother, in his mind he sees himself as the half brother of Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
And Bruce Wayne and Arthur represent socioeconomically the great divergence in like the destruction of the white middle class after deindustrialization. What I hate to quote him, but what Charles Murray calls the great divergence, right? Where the mass of the non-skilled working class
I gotta
whites
say, I'm sorry.
collapsed in their standard of living, and the knowledge economy whites in urban areas and suburbs, they went off.
No, but
there's Bruce Wayne, and then there's Arthur.
Deindustrialization also greatly negatively affected Black Americans too.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that it's not a unique phenomenon. It's just it was experienced specifically by this group this way.
He's not a good
but
father.
it is a universal phenomenon. It's just that he doesn't experience it universally. He experiences it through these cultural baffles that take him away from recognizing that it is a universal phenomenon and towards the specific and the alienated.
he's not a good father to Bruce Wayne in the movie either. I mean, he
Yeah.
essentially abandons him and leaves his son to wander around the edges of his property and be molested by a
Seriously.
Being molested by clowns.
Right, yeah. And then when he meets the man who sexually assaulted his son the day before, he's like, "Oh, you're that guy that came to my house?"
Yeah.
That's just- he's like,
That's weird.
"Oh yeah, you're that guy that came to my house."
You gave my son flowers.
He gave his
He's
son
like,
flowers.
"Hey, listen, you do that again, pal, I'm gonna be pretty fucking mad at you."
he also stuck his fingers in his son's mouth.
Yeah.
Yes.
To make him do the smile face.
And thankfully, Ricky Gervais as Alfred saved him.
Yeah, they made Alfred cool.
Yeah.
Did anyone read the Eileen Jones thing? This isn't a review, but it was like a kind of like historical retrospective on like moral panics around film. It's really good. It's incredibly good. But
Like which ones?
there's just one. I mean, like obviously
Love Guru.
Do the Right Thing and Anshin
Do the Right
Andalou.
Thing's a big one.
And Anshin Andalou, which was like such a limptic, where because he was like, I am going to incite riots, and people were just like golf clapping at it.
Remember Natural Born Killers?
Yeah,
Natural Born
yeah,
Killers
yeah.
caused a huge fight. And in fact, Oliver Stone ended up getting sued by John Grisham. Did you guys remember this?
Really?
So there was a copy. What the media called them.
bitch.
There was a boyfriend and girlfriend teens who went on a crime spree in like Alabama or Mississippi, and the media and they killed a grocery store clerk or something in a robbery. And the media said, oh, they were inspired by Natural Born Killers. And John Grisham was like family friends with the guy who died, and he initiated a lawsuit of Oliver Stone,
Like he doesn't
claiming
have
that
enough
he
fucking
led
money.
to the death of his friend.
Was the greatest
That's
lawyer
so
in America.
Stupid.
Oh, it's terribly stupid.
What
But
a
that's a I mean, that's
Okay.
that's where you
Well-
take it to the furthest extreme.
The article is just called Joker and the Long History of Movie Moral Panics. And she said, moral panics about provocative films like Joker are as old as cinema itself, but more often than not, they're proof of a film's merit and of a deeply anxious middle class, which is like the perfect.
The thing,
Again,
the thing
they-
that I
they
know,
can't ever
Like the
see-
Edison movie where everyone thought the train was going to run over.
but
I mean, it was very threatening.
speaking of anxiety of like the middle class and specifically the media class who made this into a story, the palpable disappointment that there was not some sort of shooting this weekend. That's
I
just
know, they wanted it
pulsating
to
off these
happen. They're
people.
disgusting.
They wanted so bad for somebody to shoot so that they could confirm everything they ever thought about trash dick Mayo boys. And it didn't happen, and they're fucking pissed.
I just want to read this one paragraph because it like really zeroes in on like why people are mad. And this was before the movie even came out. The furor surrounding the new Joker movie started not from a disastrous screening, but from an ultra successful one. It got an 8-minute standing ovation at the Venice Film Festival and subsequently won the film's prestigious Golden Lion Award. Just for context, Golden Lion has gone to Rashomon, Ivan's Childhood, Battle of Algiers, Vagabond, Au revoir les enfants, The Story of Chiju, Vera Drake, Brokeback Mountain, and Roma.
And Love Guru.
Just hoping someone's having a good time somewhere. I like to think that Euro partiers at the Venice Film Festival did that voting, were trolling us, anticipating the moral and aesthetic freak out among American guardians of culture at the elevation of Joker to significant art film standards. I picture them hooting so hard wine spews out their noses.
You know what? She's 1,000,000% right that it was absolutely trolling.
Yeah.
But it was also true.
Good.
It was
They're not
perfect.
wrong.
They got to troll America and also honor a film that I think is fucking brilliant.
It's of its time, certainly. It's the film of the moment.
It's like if movies now are supposed to be these cultural reflectors, if that's the idea, well, then you have to love this movie because this movie actually is culturally relevant and incideful.
I
in a
wish
way
we had
that
a
most
Ken
of the movies
Loach.
that get plaudits for like, yeah, this movie really takes it to toxic masculinity. Horseshit. It's all fucking pandering garbage. That just is. It exists to elicit a head pat from people who can easily deconstruct its baby-brained ideology. This is a fucking challenging movie that's willing to do the Verhoeven thing of embodying certain malignancies and even bad filmmaking tropes to make a greater point.
I agree.
You're talking about Love Guru?
That was hilarious. You see that?
Yeah. He's like, I'm an Indian guy, baby. Yeah. No, I'm like you, Randy, baby. I'm from India.
Okay, so on the subject of Ken Loach,
Sorry, you should have invited us on this. Y'all are so
India,
smart.
baby. Yeah.
Love Guru and Ken Loach. No, just Ken Loach. Okay. On the subject of Ken Loach, though, I mean, when we're talking about, like, I don't know, American, like, mainstream American movies and like class conflict or whatever. Like, I mean, Joker in terms of like art, as you were saying, is kind of bad, right?
Right. But
as Matt, you were saying, is kind of in a different tradition, which is that I don't know, we don't have a Ken Loach in America, you know? So our like Hollywood blockbusters about class conflict are basically the
Batman
Purge
movies.
franchise. Yeah, Batman movies, the Purge franchise, that recent movie Ready or Not.
Yeah,
and, like, I
that
don't
was
know,
pretty good. I like
you know,
that.
I like all those movies, but they are also all like, oh, the rich are literally hunting the poor with crossbows. Will no one do anything?
It's a little on the nose.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it has to be because we don't have as you say,
Right.
we don't have a
We're not
class film
European.
tradition. We can only like put it in an exploitative box, which is why I liked Ready or Not a lot, which is why I love the Purge franchise, and which I think this might be the apotheosis of that approach.
The last Purge one was pretty kind of a little problematic.
It ruled.
They tried to make a black Purge.
It was great.
That one?
Oh, it was fantastic.
I saw it in theaters. I didn't really
It
saw
had a
the
pussy
first
grabber
Purge.
joke in it.
No, that movie
that was the
ruled.
first Purge. I
The
think.
first Purge, confusingly, the third Purge is called the first Purge. Is the best
Yeah.
of the series. It is like a
Is that the last
blaxploitation.
one?
It's like a blaxploitation social realist like propaganda movie. It's
But
great.
I saw the first one, and it's like, okay, there's one day where you can kill anybody, and I watch it. It was fun. It was fun, and then the second one is like, okay, Purge 2. So there's one day where you can kill anyone.
They like add more exciting
evolved.
elements
It's
each
evolved
time.
out of like the
Oh,
premise.
really?
Yeah,
I
so
thought
at
it was
first
just-
it's like, oh, the state's not here. You can kill everybody. By the second one, it's like, the state is secretly engineering the killing. What happens in the third one? I can't. The third, that's
Third
actually
one
kind
is
of
some
the first.
Klaskowski shit.
Oh, yeah.
It's
They
definitely
show like a housing project.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
no, it's about because a woman is running for president to end the purge, and the evil Nazis who run the government hire a bunch of like literal
literal KKK.
like racist mercenaries led by Phil,
There's false flags.
what's his
about-
name? Anthony Michael Hall to kill her, assassinate her on Purge night because they lift the restriction on political figures so that they can kill her. And it's all about how this revolutionary army wants to just kill all the evil Nazis who run the world. And she says, no, that makes us just like them. We have to win the election. It's all about
Do you
electoral
think
reformism.
in 8 years we'll get an anti-war Punisher movie?
But what's so funny about that is that movie is very reformist, but the first Purge, the next one, is very revolutionary. It's Maoist practically.
That's the first
Okay,
Purge.
but-
we're talking
But
about.
wait a minute. What did you say? Well, we're going to get
Within the
an
next 8
anti.
years, an anti-war Punisher.
Well, that's
movie.
what's so frustrating about that fucking Netflix Punisher is that Netflix Punisher was made by Hollywood woke people, and they were handed an incredibly reactionary fucking thing. The Punisher is just right wing reaction from the 70s, from the Death Wish era. It is reactionary, and they tried to make him like woke, and he's actually killing Nazis. But he's a guy who kills people pathologically. You have to try to do something like that. And instead they're like, no, we're going to have our cake and eat it too. And it's totally incoherent and sucks. They need to embrace the Joker as a bad guy the way the fucking Punisher is a bad guy the way this movie does.
Okay, but
They
on
should
the
make a version of the Fantastic Four where they fight the national debt.
On the anti-war tip, though, like when I was just reading these reviews, like just numbing my mind with like liberal moral panic idiocy, like one of the things people kept saying was just like, oh, so we're supposed to feel sorry for this person. Oh, so we're supposed to sympathize. At one point, someone says, oh, because people didn't love him enough, and it's like. He was like chained to a radiator and beaten into brain damage as a child.
sorry for Arthur
Yes,
Fleck.
you're supposed to.
And it's because it's a great-
it doesn't cost anyone. But on the anti-war thing, I realized liberals are now invoking something that we originally did with, I think, the juvenile delinquency scare, and then the war on drugs, and then the war on crime, and then the war on terror. Where anytime you were like, oh shit, some people like hit some buildings with a plane. What do we? Oh. You know what? Maybe America's foreign policy might have something to do with that. And they're like, "What are you sympathizing with the terrorists?" It's like,
Absolutely.
do you want to solve these problems or not?
Yeah, you want to like blame him for responding to
No, they want to be
force.
moralizing like
Yeah.
fucking like judges, and like it's like if you ever suggest like a pragmatic approach to something where it's like, oh, where do these people come from? They're like, look, some people are just monsters, and our entire role is to condemn them.
And you know what? Even if he might be bad, even if you're
He's
like,
chained to a radiator.
well,
He's
yeah,
gonna
but
turn
even
out
if you don't
normal.
buy that, even if you think he's responsible for his actions and he's bad, so fucking what? Who decided at what point that you have to like and agree with the protagonist of a movie?
Right.
That they have to be a good
Or
person,
anything.
and their
How do
actions
these
have to be
people read something
justifiable.
like Lolita.
What is that child made bullshit?
Yeah.
And that is the basis for all of this. It's like because the Joker is not like the bad guy in the movie. He's the protagonist. I
feel
by
like-
definition you have to
But
like
also,
him
it
and
doesn't
really
cost
think everything he
anything
does
to
is good.
sympathize. That really started. I feel like with the fucking season finale or the series finale of Breaking Bad. All the criticism of that was like he should get his comeuppance. He should be punished.
I mean, he died.
He died, but it's like, everyone was mad that like Skylar should get all the money and she should go to Jamaica to get her groove back and fucking his dick should fall off and he should be in jail. And it's like, just
because they want entertainment to be Hays Code era morality plays.
Yeah, it's like, how about
'Cause
this?
Hays
How about
Code,
you don't sell meth.
Yeah.
You don't fuck over your wife.
No, because
and just
if I
enjoy
see
the
the movie,
show,
it's
you
going to make
fucking
me do
asshole.
that. It's going to make me do it. If he looks cool, I'm going to want to do
Again,
the
these
things he
people
does.
believe they're like superstitious. They believe art is fucking witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
Don't listen to Cumtown. You'll have sex with your dad.
Well, when I watch pornographs, I want to have sex with ladies. So,
Got you there.
I don't know
All
what
right.
you guys are saying.
We are over an hour, so I think we should offer our concluding thoughts on where does the Joker phenomenon go from here, Felix?
We won't remember any of this shit. Probably 5 days from now, there'll be a new thing, a new thing that everyone fucking argues about. Yeah, no, you just the rest of your life till you die.
I guess the last thing I want to say about the Joker, and by extension, the swirl of controversy and criticism that has been coming out, is do you guys know the literary critic Eve Sedgwick? She has this really great term, which is good dog, bad dog criticism, which is basically what everybody does now, which is to only evaluate a piece of art on how progressive it is or how reactionary it is. And I think in terms of Joker, obviously I don't think it's reactionary, but I, also don't want to just swing the other way on the pendulum and be like, it was so great because the politics were great.
Right.
So,
Right, because I like a lot of reactionary.
Well, was the
Death
movie
Wish
fun?
Death Wish is a great
yes,
movie.
but that's different.
It's not different when you're talking about a Joker movie. It's like a comic book movie. It should the only metric you should be weigh this film against is what the filmmakers' stated intention or loosely is that you can't be funny anymore. And what was the other thing he said? That's the only thing I've seen. Todd.
That's all he said.
We live in a society,
Yeah.
basically. He said this guy's in a hero. It's just this is
right.
what happens to people when they get chained
I
to
mean, you're
radiators as
really not
children.
supposed to have to extract anything out of it other than let me sit here for 2 hours, and if this is funny when it's supposed to be, intense when it's supposed to be, then that's it. That's good. That I don't need anything more out of a Joker movie than that.
We don't really need to be literal or didactic about
Right.
the stuff.
Yeah.
I think my thing that leaving this I basically can't wait till a year from now when people have to go back and watch this and explain why they were so scared
Yeah,
of it.
seriously.
That is the
It's
thing.
it's gonna be like going to New Jersey and being like, hey, remember when you guys all thought War of the Worlds was happening, and you got muskets and put colanders around your head and formed a militia to fight off the aliens?
So much of my sort of artistic satisfaction comes from patience and foresight at this point. And I guess the other thing is it's just wow, people just really can't enjoy anything.
Nope, no, they can't.
They're just incapable of enjoying
Because everyone's too panicked about the fact that they only
scene
control
with Gary
culture.
Glitter dancing together. It's a great scene.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was cool.
They're just panicked. They're hitting the culture button because the power button is broken.
Yep, that is a very good phrase.
Yeah.
I know you're drunk and that's why you said it, but let's remember it and
No,
make sure
I
we keep
think
it in.
it's true. So I have 3 final thoughts.
Jesus Christ.
Number one, can I have a question? Number one, I'm glad this was brought up. I have talked a lot about how I love its themes, and I think it's brilliant, and it works on every level of metaphor. But I also want to insist that it is not only the reason I like it. I believe that when it comes to it as a film, it is well acted, great
He's
shots.
great. He's great.
Every joke lands. There are a handful of jokes everyone hits, which is having a fucking 1,000% ratio and having them hit that well. Fantastic. The violence is really gripping and gritty in a way that is grounding. His character is compelling.
Also
I feel for
conservative
him.
and rare.
I feel for him. I love all the performances. I love the way it ends. Everything that happens, I'm clapping. When he kills his mom, I'm amazed. When the little person is trying to get out of the house and the fucking chain won't go, that's beautiful fucking physical comedy.
Yeah.
So I think at that level it works, and then and on top of that, the metaphors and everything are fantastic.
That one shot where he says the thing about your son was killed in a drunk driving accident and how quick and it's like a fraction of a second to get that timing right to cut to that bitch being like, you can't joke about that.
Yeah, like, don't you do that.
It's so fucking funny.
Point two. To Felix's argument that we'll forget about it in 6 months. I agree because nothing stays in the zeitgeist for that long. It's moving too much. There's too much data.
I do think people will get mad again when it wins a bunch of Oscars.
Well, then it'll come back when that happens. But I think that doesn't mean that it won't come back, because the thing is, as you have pointed out a million times, time is a flat circle. Culturally, everything is just the same. Everything never really changes. So things go out of the cycle, but then they come back in. Some are embedded because of the import. I think the Joker is so freighted now with cultural import as a concept, and this movie is such a good job of bringing a lot of those things to the fore that it will be bow embedded and come back. And it'll go away, but I think it'll come back. So that's my guess about it. And then third, last point, I think that the importance of the Joker character, his usefulness as a metaphor in the contemporary moment, can be shown with a simple point, and that is that during the Obama years, the Tea Party guys would go around with posters of the Obama as the Heath Ledger Joker, and it would say
that's when I first got interested in politics,
and Barack Obama embodied chaos and disorder and horror and the destruction of the country. Now at pro-Trump rallies, they have pictures of Trump as the Joker, and that transition from seeing the Joker is this force for chaos and evil embodied by Obama, and now Trump being the savior and also embodying all the Joker's traits. That shows you where the Joker does, what the Joker's cultural expression and usefulness is. So that's it.
Oh, wait, real quick. My ex-boyfriend is at a Zizek talk. The first question in the Q&A was, what did he think of the Joker movie?
What did he say?
He hadn't seen it yet.
Oh, okay.
I know.
I do.
Doesn't like it. I'll be very disappointed.
He'll love it.
I do.
He has good taste.
I do want to have a small retort to what Matt said about this being permanently
You are a
embedded
small
in our-
retort.
All right, you know what? I think your podcasting is fucking childish. I've never wanted to do this. I regret everything. No, I feel like we're like in a cultural lost decade where nothing from this time will be reabsorbed into the cycle. It'll be forgotten for just a decade of products that were consumed for the exact time they were out and gone forever.
Everything's such a fucking regurgitation and a reboot that everything is, all the references are to other things, just like Joker is.
Yes.
But I guess that's what I mean.
Okay.
The Joker will come back.
One
he will
more
be different,
thing.
but he will come back.
One more
Joker
thing.
will
On that
eternal.
tip, I have to say, I was talking about this with Jen. When I think of I wore my Iron Maiden shirt in tribute of this. When I think of what, scared like the Tipper Gores, like the last major cultural moral panic, where, by the way, like liberals and woke people did join with like conservative Christian right and the authorities to be like, by the way, if you listen to Prince, you're going to be a misogynist.
Yeah, take down Twisted Sister.
Yeah. Like, I have to say, though, like, what did they say keep your children away from? It was The Simpsons and Beavis and Butthead. It was like NWA and death metal. And these kids, these poor kids, they get a comic book movie. It's recycled.
That's really true. And you know
It's
what? I
recycled.
feel like
we had great art to be
Yeah.
scared of.
J-
Great.
this
and
movie
like
does a
it's
suicide
fine.
bombing. Well,
But we had
Unreal
there's
Tournament when I was
there's never going to be a best ever death metal band out of Denton about a Joker movie,
And that's the sacrifice they were willing to make this movie, because
Yeah.
it had to be a comic book movie to encapsulate the entire phenomenon.
its time.
But the fact that it's a comic book movie will fix it in time and make it less relevant. And so, you know what? I retract what I said. Joker will come back, but in a different form.
Oh,
Well, did you see there's a lady Joker?
But I find
like
this,
Birds
but,
of
but
Prey?
I will
Yeah,
say that
Lady
the
Joker.
sacrifice this movie made is pure and beautiful, and it is a fucking martyr.
Final thoughts, Nick and Adam.
I don't know. Go see the movie and then
Yeah,
go
it's
back to
tight.
Googling Epstein. Who gives a shit about the Joker movie? Get back to work. Keep posting about Epstein.
Epstein ain't going away.
Yeah, see the Joker movie, and say thank you to Warner Brothers.
Check out Love Guru too.
And check out Love Guru.
Yeah, for a movie dealing with similar themes as Love Guru and the Joker, check out Two Guns.
But like also just a bigger point, and I mentioned it earlier. Don't forget that this is just a movie studio finding a way to make a fucking comic book movie for $60 million and to use its PR department to drum up controversy and then have like a smash success in its opening weekend.
It is also that.
Always be doing
It is
materialism.
also that.
Just
Always
it's a
be
fucking
doing
It is-
it's
at
materialism.
the
a
end of the
fucking
day, that.
company making a movie and they found a way to like.
Yeah, but it's good,
and it's good.
That's the thing.
No, it's good. That's the thing. It's good. Even like
I'm not saying-
Scorsese's
that doesn't mean it's
criticism
bad.
of those Marvel movies, where he says like, "Oh, they're like theme parks," and it's like, well, no, theme parks are fun.
Yeah,
but the Marvel movies just are dog shit. They're
Yeah,
not
but
fun.
like you don't have to not enjoy.
I love
something
roller coasters.
by
Right.
like paying attention to like the political economy that produced
Right,
it.
right.
Go to a movie, have some popcorn, have fun. It's
I will
not
say
a
this
big
though,
deal.
just about the
won't
craft of it.
Take a
hypnotize
girl,
you.
try to hold her hand, ask
Cut
if
the
you can
hole
kiss.
in the bottom of the popcorn.
Put the hole.
Say to the woman
put
next
your
to you, like, "Ma'am,
penis-
excuse me, I think our popcorn's got switched. Can you reach to see? Is this your penis in my popcorn? Can you reach in there and see if this feels like your penis? I think ours. Can you just check?
What
Can you just check and see if our
What were you
popcorn's
saying
got-
about what you were gonna do? Just like wander around the theater and just be like,
Excuse me, ma'am. Hi.
You should, when you go to see this movie, you
I'm
should be
having
doing.
a really bad day. If we could just talk for a minute, and I could smell your hair.
No, yeah. When you see this movie, you should do the thing that you should do when you see any movie, and just like talk about your life's problems when you buy your ticket. Go right up to the ticket counter and just tell them what's going on.
This movie is absolutely just a cynical product of a profit-minded content mill. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's just also, it's just a miraculous coming
It
together.
landed.
It's the way that like the thing swells out of the ooze. It's
I don't
like,
even
it's just a
think Todd
random
Phillips
product
is
of like
as good
of
as it is.
bioproduction.
Sorry.
It's just, it's DNA going crazy. It's life finding a way, as Ian Malcolm would say.
Yeah.
But I will say this. I've watched every single Marvel movie, the vast majority of them in the theater. So I'm there. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm looking at the screen the whole time. And nothing I've seen in 40 hours now of footage has held my interest and attention as much as the first couple of fucking minutes of this movie.
I think Donald said on Letterboxd he found himself caring what happened next. Yes. Which is a great review. Yeah. Now, I don't give a fuck when I watch those movies. I'm high or on a plane and farting.
There were maybe like there was like a 15-minute window where that movie started to drag, but other than that, it was great the entire fucking time.
We need to wrap up the Joker Symposium. I think the generally seems to be the consensus view. The Joker not going away, even though Hollywood continues to be a cycle of repetition and self-cannibalization. However, at this one turn around the wheel, the stars aligned to make something that was somewhat uniquely perceptive about the Joker phenomenon and like just general cultural relevance of this like 1930s oddball comic character that continues to bedevil the public conscience through largely an uncannily good performance by Joaquin Phoenix, but also wittingly or not some fairly perceptive and smart writing and directing.
One question.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
No,
Matt.
I want to pose one question.
This is more of a comment than a question. Matt Crispin.
It is a rhetorical question. It does not mean to go on. Just think about it, guys. Imagine a world where the character that the Joker is in our world, this symbol of darkness, this twisted menace, this incredibly challenging role for any actor to take because of the darkness within it. Instead of the Joker, it was the Crypt Keeper.
We will not leave you like that. And in fact, we are going to kick things into the next gear by bringing out our good friend, host of Cumtown podcast, the hometown hero, making his Las Vegas stage debut, Adam Friedland!
In the home. Adam Friendland in the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bug problem.
We've got a bug problem in Las Vegas.
Hi. Hello. I just want to say I haven't actually made my official endorsement, but in the spirit of the New York Times endorsement, where you can endorse two people, I'm endorsing Bernie and Bloomberg. Because I think either way, and Felix knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. We know.
We win, all right? Tails, I win. Heads, you lose.
An agreement come upon in a Prague cemetery.
Yeah. Actually, it's really intense for me to be here right now. Because the last time I was here, I cried. I went to see Animal Collective. I didn't cry from the music. When I was 19, I wanted to win this girl back, and I asked her on a date to Animal Collective, and then picked her up at her place, and she was with a date.
I needed a fucking ride.
And I just
took her on a date with another guy, and then I threw up, and then I cried. So this is really intense for me to be back here.
Vegas strong, baby!
Vegas, baby!
Let's hear it for the lunatics at the top up there. Let's hear it. Let's make some noise. You guys are fucking
real sickos.
You guys are fucking lunatics up there.
The people who look at things a little bit askew.
Damn, they let the insane asylum out up there. Look, I love you guys.
Damn, somebody order some straitjackets.
You're a local boy, though.
Yeah,
hometown hero, Adam Friedland.
I'm actually.
You can tell by the hat he's wearing.
Yeah, we love locals, baby. Stations, casinos, baby. I'm actually in town for my mother's birthday this week, but I'm happy we could link and build. And I just want to say happy birthday to my mom. Shout out to my mom. Yay! Love of my life. Absolute love of my life.
They are like
beautiful, the most beautiful woman from from whence I came. Okay, what are we talking about? Bloomberg? You want me to be anti-Semitic, right? They brought me on because they know my work from my comedy career, where I'm a capo. I do self-hating Jewish comedy.
It's Chapo Trap House.
Chapo Trap House.
Yes, there we go. That's the wordplay.
Okay. So yes, what's up? What's up?
Yo, I bet you Bloomberg couldn't even get laid at Little St. James Island, right, guys?
No, because he was there networking.
He was there to link and build, dude.
It is a privilege to share the stage with Adam Friedland making his hometown debut.
Thanks for having me.
So,
my boy.
As I mentioned in the first act.
That's right, dude. My dad's coming out at the end. All right.
As I referenced in the first half of this show, we're bringing Adam on here because we're shifting our focus. Because by all accounts, it's Bernie and Bloomberg now.
That's it.
That's it.
He is cut. Everyone before him has fallen.
And like right now, we are in kind of like a uncharted waters for our dying democracy. And by that I mean, like, will it be fully old Yellard? Or like we get an EKG, like a fucking like EKG,
right.
like
because the thing that is hard to get your head around is that what Bloomberg is doing has never happened before in American history. No one has ever spent this much money themselves to elect themselves president. It is unprecedented. So we don't know what the effect is. So far, it's just poll numbers. We have no idea how it actually affects voter
We've never seen
behavior.
a campaign this well-funded and this, frankly, efficient
and we're
at
hearing all
navigating
these stories.
the communications environment.
And we're hearing all these stories of people who say, like, I didn't like Bloomberg, but then I heard Obama endorsed him. And the reason they believe that is because Bloomberg is spending hundreds of millions of dollars on ads that basically imply, without stating out directly, that Bloomberg was endorsed by Obama.
Though, hang on a sec, Will. This is a late-breaking story.
Will, what's
I just
talking?
saw this backstage. It might not be Bernie versus Bloomberg. This is from Axios. The headline, Sign of the Times, a pro-Warren super PAC. And I'll just read you the first paragraph. A group of women progressives who back Senator Elizabeth Warren has formed Persist PAC, a super PAC airing pro-Warren ads starting Wednesday in an effort to boost her performance ahead of Saturday's crucial Nevada caucuses.
My tummy hurts.
Do we have any names for ovarian cyst pack? Do we know anyone who's on this?
We do actually. Persist PAC's board includes 4 women in progressive politics who have worked in the labor, civil liberties, and reproductive rights movements. Denise Fariazi, Christine Kippens, Karen Johansson, and Kim Rogers.
Christine Kittens?
A lot of K's there.
Christine Kittens?
That's adorable.
And Axios does these cute little things. Flashback. Warren told her rivals during the February 7th Democratic presidential debate in New Hampshire that everyone on this stage except Amy and me is either a billionaire or is receiving help from PACs that can do unlimited spending. And if the others meant what they said about wanting to reduce unlimited spending and special interests, they should put your money where your mouth is and say no to the PACs.
Wow.
Okay.
God, it's hard to be right about everything all the time. Literally, everyone else in 2019, like, I don't know, Warren, maybe, I don't know,
It's
maybe. And we were like, nope, nope,
Um,
nope, I don't know, maybe, nope, nope, no, I don't know, nope, nope, nope. We were right, 100%.
I have something for this one. Go. I've got that loud pack.
No, stop it. Don't say that. Don't say that. No.
You don't like that, dude?
No,
it was good. Yeah, I think it was good. I thought that was pretty sick. Thank you, Ed.
I don't like that.
So, regardless of persist pack, I'm going to be operating on the assumption here that, I mean, we'll see at the debate tomorrow night, but if you're Klobuchar, Biden, Buttigieg, Warren, doesn't it fucking piss you off that a Republican just bought his way into like more popularity than you've ever had a sniff at?
He made a shambles of your entire life's work. Like, these people spent their entire lives assimilating the value system of political, maneuvering and being like, this is what it takes to get stuff done. This is what it takes to be successful in politics. They follow the rules. This is the rules. This is what it takes. This is the intelligence it takes. And this rich asshole who became a multi-billionaire because he created cocaine Atari terminals for rich morons in the 80s, is able to just wander in with an unlimited checkbook and say, I'm just going to buy my way in front of all of you people. They're all going to get fucking pissed.
Apple Care told me I would be winning the New Hampshire primary.
No, I believe they're going to go ham on that little dude. That little nugget is going to get chewed up.
I mean, what does it say about the modern Democratic Party, though, that a guy who held office as a Republican can just, parachute in and then lap a former fucking vice president, a guy who was Obama's VP? What the fuck? Well, to that point, though.
I hate to put it this way, but it's good. It means
it's clarifying.
Things are not written in stone.
Yes,
it's clarifying.
If someone who had instructions on the Lolita Express that you have to put on your oxygen mask before putting on his, this is insane. It's disruptive. It means not everything is laid out. It means they haven't made a decision. It means things are still contested.
Because they suck and they don't know what they're doing.
They're bad at things.
They're getting owned because they're like decadent, fucking Persian satraps sitting there eating fucking grapes. Like, oh, it's delightful here out in the provinces enjoying my grapes. And then the fucking Turkic warlords come in and cut your fucking head off. That's what's happening.
Yeah, that's it.
That's exactly what's happening.
that's it, Matt. I've seen that Obama Bloomberg ad, and yeah, it is very, very persuasive. And yes, is explicitly suggesting that Obama has endorsed Bloomberg, where you would think maybe President Obama might want to go on TV and say, "No, I don't endorse that guy. He's a fucking Republican." Maybe.
Well, it's almost like he doesn't give a shit.
To the point, though, about Bloomberg ads. There was an ad that ran, I guess an online ad, I'm sure many of you saw it this week, where Bloomberg is trying his hand at the Bernie bro narrative. It's completely failed and it's completely failed and ate shit for everyone else who's tried it thus far. But let's see what happens when you have $100 billion. Here's the thing. The ad takes clips of random people's Twitters that are just like, hey, eat shit, fuck you. And they're like, this has to stop. Somebody put an end to this. Bernie must disavow his toxic followers. This will be a theme in a second. But what I love so much about Democrat brain is that they spent 4 fucking years darkly intoning that, Bernie Sanders has never been vetted. Just wait until all the real dirt comes out on him. And then, a week before New Hampshire, they're like, fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. How about the guy with 64 open sexual harassment lawsuits against him? How about that? Let's go with that guy.
Can you get me the guy who needed a high chair to sit in the Lolita Express?
So, I'm sure Mayor Bloomberg and like every single politician and person in the media that he's bought off would have you believe that Bernie Sanders needs to condemn any individual in America who, I don't know, brings up Mayor Bloomberg's history as mayor of New York City, where he ran an explicitly racist police state for 12 fucking years. If you bring that up, of course, you must be disowned for your toxicity.
You're doing bodies and spaces.
I mean, to be honest, like, again, we said this before, but, like, Trump isn't really a fascist. He's not competent enough.
Yeah.
Bloomberg would have tanks in the fucking streets.
Yes. He fucking did, practically.
He loves them.
And the tanks would also deliver seamless on the side to be as efficient as possible.
But you couldn't order soda that wasn't diet.
Oh, no.
So,
you don't get any sodas, you stupid pigs. What are you drinking all that soda for?
So, to this point about disavowing toxic supporters and associations, let's look into that as it regards one Michael Bloomberg. Who shall be condemned for their associations? Is it Michael Bloomberg or Bernie Sanders? Let's put up that first slide. Oh, what do we have here?
What's up?
What do we have here?
Wait,
hold on a second.
David Blaine,
What
dude.
a fucking trifecta.
David Blaine, no. David Blaine, dude.
No, not a hometown hero.
David Blaine from the Pussy Posse, guys.
What a fucking trifecta this is. David Blaine, Tony Blair, and Mike Bloomberg.
Dude.
Wait, I just want to point out real quick, look how many fucking contacts he has for Bloomberg versus the other two.
This is perfect. It's the perfect, like, superstructural trifecta. It's fucking entertainment, politics, and finance.
Just imagine Hangover 5. David Blaine, Tony Blair, Michael Bloomberg. Let's go.
See, the thing is, what I like about the idea of Trump and Bloomberg facing off is it would be a real choice. Do you want to vote for somebody who is in Epstein's black book or someone who's in Epstein's flight logs?
Guys, I don't know about this. Isn't this doxing?
This is so sad, though. David Blaine's going to be in so much trouble. Musicians aren't supposed to reveal their secrets.
The only good magician is Doug Henning. Real heads remember.
What the fuck?
Who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Twice the show, once
Dude, my
in
man
both
over
acts.
there. My man over there is going nuts for Henning.
Matt makes a joke that
He's
only
going
people
off.
over 75 get, and that one
Oh,
was
the famous escape artist from the Spanish-American War.
Matt's adolescence was like following magicians on tour, like the Grateful Dead.
All right, let's excuse me. Let's go to that next
How
slide.
you doing, Las
Let's go to
Vegas?
that next slide of Bloomberg. Oh, who it is? Look who it is.
Oh, shit!
Folks,
Oh, shit!
folks, yeah, okay, she's got the right idea. Take a photo of this right now. Save it on your phone. It will be useful in the weeks to come. Trust me.
Yeah, because, like, you're going to wake up tomorrow and it's going to be gone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to have trouble finding this.
He's got enough money to scrub this shit off the
What in
internet.
case you want to masturbate later?
She is a 10 out of 10 smoke show of the week.
What I love so much about this
is a smoke show, dude. Seriously.
She is. Ghislaine's a smoke show. I'm sorry.
Actually, El Presidente Dave Portnoy would never condone the activities of Ghislaine Maxwell.
So we have credentials for the debate tomorrow. We have credentials. And spoiler alert, but if we're in the spin room with Bloomberg, I'm going to ask him, do you consider Ghislaine Maxwell a 10 out of 10 smoke show of the week?
He has,
see how
by
that
the way,
goes.
just guaranteed that he will not get in that room.
Yeah.
I have a very funny idea for a bit tomorrow, but it's contingent on whether we can get a duffel bag full of rat traps in there. Or a mongoose.
What I love so much about this photo is that not only that it's one of many featuring Mike Bloomberg standing next to, I don't know, the number 2 person in an international sex trafficking and blackmail conspiracy.
Basically.
But also it just underscores how fucking short he is.
Dude,
look at that.
5'4",
Look at this fucking manlet.
5'4" at best. At best, 5'4".
I will say, though,
Short king, dude, for real though.
She has good bangs. Good bangs.
I think she's late as a snack.
She's
I'll
late
say
as-
it.
It's great.
Ghislaine did, you know, like she had a mental breakdown, cut her own bangs, but she did a good job.
I mean, look, credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
Okay. Third.
I think she's nice with it.
Third.
She trafficked children and stole their passports.
Third slide here of Bloomberg's toxic supporters and associates. Oh, you may not recognize him, but on the far right, that's Les Wexner.
Oh, right.
And right next to him is Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Oh, you idiot. That's Orville Redenbacher.
You see that? That is the admins of the I fucking love science Facebook page.
Yeah, no, if you guys don't know, Les Wexner was like the seed funder of the Epstein network.
Yeah. Epstein's mansion in New York was basically given to him by Wexner.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, this photo, the background to this photo is that's Wexner on the far right. This is at Wexner's private pony horse farm.
Normal.
This is a
normal thing you do.
Yep.
This is a private horse trading event.
Not a euphemism.
Yeah. A private party attended by Michael Bloomberg and Les Wexner, the guy who for some reason gave Jeffrey Epstein's hedge fund, I don't know, $1 billion in power of attorney for some strange reason.
Out of nowhere. For no reason. He had no track record. He never managed anyone's money before. Why would that happen?
Sometimes you just vibe with somebody.
Yeah. Amber, is the Archer character based on him? It's like the name's the same.
You know what? There's something to it.
Here's one more fact about Michael Bloomberg that I think even Matt may not know.
Ooh.
But this is true.
Yeah, he's
Well, it has
Jewish.
nothing to do with the Ottoman Empire.
Sorry, Matt.
Wait a minute. No, all right, I withdraw my recommendation.
Michael Bloomberg is literally an honorary knight commander of the most excellent order of the British Empire.
Ha!
Folks,
What
if you
is
listen
that?
to our show, I don't have to spell out what we're talking about.
He's
here.
a complete nonce.
Okay, no, I said we weren't going to spell it out, Matt.
I'll spell it out. Nonce.
I had to think about it, but he spelled it right. Yes.
Once again, we're gonna lead you out some fishing line here, but we are gonna reel you back in. But just to wrap this up by way of saying, in March 2009, Michael Bloomberg said, I'm quoting the New York Times here, the former New York City mayor who joined the Democratic Party last year to crusade against President Trump announced he would not seek the White House himself in 2020, discarding plans to mount a maverick campaign that would have tested the party's openness to a wealthy centrist with a chameleon-like approach to partisan politics. That was in March of last year. What happened in August of last year? Well, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, and all of his secrets died with him. In October of last year, Bloomberg said he's running for president. You can, it's an easy,
Well, okay. Well, like, maybe it's one of those things where it's like before, like, he knew his friend was depressed, and like in his suicide note, he was like, yo, we had some great times together. I just can't do this anymore, but you need to save this country. I love you. And then he knew he had to run for president. He was doing it for his homie.
So, with Bloomberg, thus far, he has now disclosed something like spending $400 million in broadcast, radio, and cable ads, $42 million in Facebook ads, and $36 million in Google ads. And we don't even know how much money he spent on staff, research, data, polling. Like we said, this is unprecedented. But the entertaining part is that it is truly revealing.
Oh, yes.
About the moment we live in and who's on your side and who isn't. And more than anything else, at least by my opinion, it is truly revealed once and for all how fucking phony and shallow all of this woke fucking scolding was from the beginning. At least, I don't know if it'll make a difference, but at least it's all out in the fucking open now.
Draw them out.
These people could never tell you a fucking thing before, and I hope you didn't let them.
but they especially can't now.
Yeah,
they especially can't
They
even
spent 4
fucking
years
try it.
saying, Bernie, he could be president, but I don't know if his analysis is intersectional enough. And then fucking Bloomberg shows up and he's like, yes, people should be cataloged by blood type and put into different work camps based on their cognitive, projected capacity. And they're like, he's actually a slay king.
They actually just tried to
You
dig
never
up something.
believed in anything.
They actually just tried to dig up something damning about Bernie from when he was pro-gay in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically did the Bernie thing because he plays the hits. And he said something like, look, it doesn't matter if you are gay or straight. I think the most important thing is whether or not you have a job that pays you enough to live a good life. And people are like, that's not intersectional.
There's no intersectionality here at all.
What if there was a database of people of certain blood types?
No, I don't care if someone is gay or straight. I think everyone has an equal right to go into the deli of their choice and get a soup that is warm, that is not room
hot.
temperature.
Not hot.
That is not room temperature. And if
It should not be too hot. It should not be hot enough to burn your mouth, but it must be warmer than room temperature.
No, and if that is room temperature, you will send it back.
It does not matter if you are gay or straight. But after 4, the pastries are half price from the morning. So if you wait all day in the deli, if you loiter for 8 hours and wait until 4 p.m., you start queuing up around 3:55.
Bernie Sanders
are half off.
Bernard Sanders will make the world Zabars.
Oh, we've got some Zabars heads with the crowd? All right.
Some
excellent.
Zabars heads?
Excellent.
It does not matter if you are gay or straight, but this coupon represents a promise from your firm to the customer, okay? I don't care if it's expired. I don't care if it's 8 years expired. You made the customer a promise.
Can we get a little more anti-Semitic here now that we're here?
That's what I'm here for, no?
Look, I have to say, Americans have become so Protestant that we've forgotten how to complain.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's someone still there who remembers that they have a right, that they were made a promise, and maybe it's represented in a coupon, maybe it's in the
A
Bill of
social
Rights.
coupon,
Maybe
if you
that,
will.
Maybe that, but maybe, the punchline to all of these things has a true moral center to it.
I think that's unassailable, ladies and gentlemen.
May I shrug Talmudically?
Amber rests her case for all of us.
I'm just saying.
I gotta say, the boys invited me on to do some zingers about Bloomberg, but right before the show, he donated $2 million to my nonprofit, which is to try to find boyfriends for girls with borderline personality disorder. And also, it's also to bring back hitting your kids. It's like a 2 different. I'm trying to bring. So he donated. I mean, I didn't even know he knew I existed or was doing the show tonight, but I think he's a pretty chill guy.
Okay.
No, yeah, I mean, I was approached by the Bloomberg Foundation for my charity, Penises Without Condoms. Anti-condom awareness group.
Just as an aside, I met someone last night who told me that he only jerks off into condoms. Crazy, right? That's insane.
With Tom Steyer? Wait, you met Tom Steyer too? Wait, you talked to Tom Steyer as well?
Yeah, Tom Steyer.
We had a friend in 7th grade. We had a friend in 7th grade who, like, one of our friends went to his house and, like, opened up a drawer in his room, like, in his desk, and it was just a pile of condoms that he came into.
Oh.
Anyway, that man's name was Michael Bloomberg. Just circling it back.
Okay.
Circling it back.
That was Michael
Hold the call back.
Bloomberg.
Okay.
Albert Einstein. Sorry. I forgot what show this was.
I can't breathe.
So, Las Vegas, House of Blues. Has it gotten dark enough for you yet?
Nah, not
No?
nearly dark enough.
All right. All
Yeah,
right.
way darker in my opinion.
Okay. Well,
Oh, hell
Yeah, I was
Let's
trying.
go.
I tried to find some drip for this show. Let's fucking go.
there we go.
2008 dead stock. Hillary for president.
Look at this nasty woman.
Obama's a Muslim. Yeah.
We have a nasty woman on stage.
Sorry. For the listener at home, I'm wearing a 2008 Hillary Clinton for president. She lost.
She lost. No matter how racist she tried to be.
Yeah.
She's a loser, folks.
She's a loser.
Bye-bye, honey. You're a loser. You'll always be a loser.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
It's my mom's shirt, by the way. I got it.
Happy birthday. Happy
Sure
birthday
it
to
is,
her.
sweetheart. Sure
Like
it
a
is.
small boat
Happy birthday.
in the ocean.
Okay. So like I said, are you guys ready to go to a very
Let's get dark.
a very disturbing place?
Let's do it.
The next video clip will get your mind vibrating on the right frequency, which is bad. All bad. Roll it.
I'll tell you where I'm going. First, Iowa, then New Hampshire. Then get the whole country to behave. Tuba, turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off!
Dude.
Turn it off!
Dude, Epstein.
Oh, God!
Yeah, we got Matt going George C. Scott
Yeah,
and
that is
hardcore
not
mode.
to be viewed.
Okay.
Epstein's Island looks pretty chill to me. I don't know. They do plays.
So I gotta say, Greta Gerwig's Little Women, pretty good.
I'll make the whole country behave.
I'm sorry, but just Trump is so much cooler than him.
Oh, it's not a contest.
He's funny at least.
He is the drag. Him and Giuliani did drag.
Yeah,
and it was fine. Everyone thought it was cool. But then fucking Bloomberg does this, and you just want to die. He's so embarrassing.
I don't want him to win, but
Yeah. If I was Trump's people, I would just run. My only ad would be it's clips of Trump staring directly into the sun. Trump driving this stupid presidential limo around the racetrack.
happy.
Yeah, Trump playing with the truck set to Van Halen Panama. And then interspersed with clips of Michael Bloomberg, every bizarre clip of him that exists for some reason, shaking hands with a man in a menorah costume while frowning. Whatever the fuck that was.
okay. Listen, I didn't like the child detention camps. But when he was at the Easter egg roll and the little boy gave him a MAGA hat and he signed it and then he threw it out back, he was like, that's just comedy gold. Funny. That's very funny.
You heard the kid.
Very funny.
You
Daddy, you little shit.
The kid goes, no. It's so good.
I want my hat.
No.
Every Michael Bloomberg clip, on the other hand, is just it's something somebody made to make fun of Jews.
I would just a few notes about that clip beside how it's like a David Lynch movie. It's like the scene in Eraserhead where the woman's in heaven, everything is fine, but it's a wannabe, the actual
No,
next.
Eraser had the little mutant baby was cuter than Bloomberg.
No, I'm talking about the woman in the radiator with the big cheeks.
Right, okay.
Okay. The way he delivers his line, I know where I'm going, and then he opens. I don't know if you noticed that he opens an umbrella, of which every panel is either the Mets, Yankees, or NYPD.
Dynasty, baby.
And then he says,
hell yeah, dude.
And then he says, I'll go to New Hampshire and Iowa. Well, actually, he didn't. He didn't go.
he didn't either.
He didn't go there. And then he says,
I'll make the whole country behave.
Jesus fucking Christ!
That's a winning message. A 5'4" man who's cartoonishly greedy and a sex maniac who just walks around going like acting like that, just saying, "I'll make sure you don't touch soda." That's a winning campaign.
What a
With
fucking
landslide
loser.
numbers.
Just be rich.
Yeah.
Just be a rich guy. You can do anything you want. You just have to feel like you want to run for president and annoy everyone.
Yeah. You would have to be the tattler in chief. You could just, I don't know, he doesn't seem to enjoy things though, right?
He could literally, with the money that he spent on this, he could buy a fucking island, populate it with like guys from Ohio, and like just knock soda out of their hands. That's what he really wants.
He's paying random posters.
I was going to call it Rock'em Menachem Robots, but that's also
Amber, that's good.
That's very good.
He's paying random people just $200 to tweet things like, I think Michael Bloomberg has the leadership for these uncertain times. It's like you could be paying strangers $200 to post, I shitted out my doo-doo ass. It was fun.
You could.
Michael
do whatever
Bloomberg
you
has
want.
a 12-inch cock. That would be a better use of that money.
He's a pleasureless person, is what we're saying.
You'd like to get it out there that he has like a Milton Berle-sized penis.
Michael Bloomberg could have saved Prospector's account, yet he didn't.
And when was the last time we had a totally anhedonic president?
Okay.
That's a good question.
Carter?
No, Carter was not anhedonic.
Okay.
He loved his
This is going to be
peanuts
another
and his
20
nuclear
minutes.
All
power.
right. We'll
I would
discuss
say
this.
Coolidge.
We'll discuss it after the show.
Interesting.
I
We'll
would say
discuss this
Coolidge was our
backstage.
last
We will
anhedonic
discuss it backstage.
Coolidge.
Oh, we will.
That's right.
Yes. Real quick though, I must credit Jack Allison of Struggle Session for finding that fucking video, which is honestly one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. Who are those people in that play? Where did he find them?
No,
Did he
what it
pay
is
them?
that's part of his, like, Jack found a bunch of these. What it was while he was mayor, there was some fundraiser for some bullshit where the thing you would pay to watch was a review of all of the big Broadway shows that were on that night with their casts, and Bloomberg there too. So that was My Fair Lady. There's a thing from like the producers or whatever. Like everything that was big at Broadway or their How to Succeed business, he is awfully and awkwardly inserted into. Is zero charisma, disgusting, just bummer, reptile man vibe, killing everything you might even consider human joy.
Okay.
But no,
I
that was
just assumed
it.
that was the only furlough you could get from Bedford Hills.
Speaking of killing human beings, let's go to this next clip of Bloomberg talking.
Now let's talk about intelligent cuts rather than this sequestering thing which would devastate defense. There is a ways to slowly decrease the benefits or raise the eligibility age for Medicare and for Social Security. There's a ways to have more copay on Medicaid, which will do two things. One, the service will pay a little more, but two, they'll think twice before they use services.
Oh, you'll think twice before you use services, you little piggies! How dare you use services? How dare you prevent yourself from dying, you disgusting little piglets!
That's the thing. Bloomberg would not be an anhedonic president because there's one thing. There's one reason that guy hasn't fucking killed himself. He likes it when people experience pain because of him. It's the only thing that
sadist.
fucking animates
It's his
him.
only pleasure.
He's a
He's
fucking sadist.
A pure sadist.
Yeah, that is the only reason he would want to be fucking president.
Yes. No, he is a pure sadist.
In that clip, he said, unlike sequestration, which would cut from the defense budget, we don't want to do
Oh my
that.
God,
There are ways of raising the eligibility and retirement age for Social Security and other programs. And then he says, raising the copay for Medicaid. So, and the result of that will be you'll only use it when you really need it.
When you really need it.
When you really
Which
need
in real
it.
terms means when it's 6 months too late to do anything because you waited too long. That's what that means.
Okay.
Because everyone knows the key to fucking survival is prevention, which means earliest possible in detection of anything. And if you have a system where people are disincentivized to ever seek any help for anything other than catastrophic health problems, you're not going to catch anything, and people are going to die early because of it.
Okay.
Let's roll this next clip where I believe Bloomberg talks about a relatively new phenomenon you might have heard of called democratic socialism.
Democratic socialism. And the young people, I don't mean to knock young people, I wish I was one again, but young people...
I got a clone body.
To Bernie Sanders, and they said, yeah, democratic, that's good. Socialism, yeah, that's that social media stuff. Because our kids no longer learn civics in school, they no longer study Western history, they no longer read Western literature. We are trying to change and dumb down the system, and if you don't know what happened in the past, you're going to have to relive it.
That's the Dark Enlightenment.
I think it's very dangerous, the world we're going into. You see both the left and the right coming up here, and the middle is getting, unfortunately, not listened to anymore, and it's the extremists that are going to...
Fuck off!
If we're not careful going forward. And we've had extremism before, particularly on this continent. It didn't work out very well. So, your final point, which is...
Cut it.
What a
That's just the Dark Enlightenment. That's alt-right shit. That's all he's saying.
Western literature?
I would love to know a single work of Western literature that Mayor Bloomberg has read other than fucking Forbes magazine.
Young people are not reading Western literature like Venus and Furs and 120 Days of Sodom.
No, that is him saying, like, we have a limited amount of resources and we're going to give them to the people who are cultured, who are like real human beings. And anybody who hasn't proven themselves through the meritocratic academic system is literally just going to be cut and cold. That's what he's saying. Like, that's as bad as any fucking alt-right Nazi. Like, that
He is an actual fascist.
That is fascism. That is fascism.
If he had social media, it would be like a Greek statue icon.
Yeah. Young people aren't reading the Western canon like Rich Dad, Poor Dad.
They're not showing Mad Bunny with Jim Cramer in schools anymore.
Okay. All right. This next clip is from Bloomberg. This is him speaking at the 2004 Republican National Convention held in New York City, where he endorsed George W. Bush for president.
Greatest city in the fucking world.
At the height of the Iraq fucking war. Play this clip and see what he says here. It's fucking astonishing.
Epitomizes the American experience, American spirit, more than New York City.
That's right.
Ironically, it is exactly because we are a city that embraces freedom, that welcomes everyone and encourages their dreams, that New York remains on the front lines in the war on terror.
Nope.
I want to thank President Bush for supporting New York City, changing the Homeland Security funding formula.
I like how the icon is blocking his booster.
Terrorism.
All right, cut it.
You guys.
Cut it.
You
Real
guys.
quick, though. Real quick. I just want to say, I remember when this happened. And while this was going on, probably like 200,000 to 400,000 people marched in the streets of Manhattan against the fucking war on terror and war in Iraq. While this fucking asshole kettled protesters and put them on the fucking piers on the West Side Highway for like 24 hours to keep them off the fucking streets. I'll say this, though, as a lifelong New Yorker, when he said that for these reasons, New York City must remain on the front lines of the war on terror, no. How about not? How about no fucking terrorism in New York? I don't want to be on the fucking front lines, you asshole. Fuck off.
I gotta tell you guys. I know we're all worried about Bloomberg because this is, as we said, unprecedented. No one has ever spent this much money to try to buy the presidency. We don't know how powerful persuasion is in this era where everyone is so, like, just totally alienated and atomized, and you could buy so much attention just by having enough money. But just listening to that, I'm like, he can't do it.
He's not going to win.
Like, I listened to him talk, and like, within a second, his voice, and we're gonna do the best we're gonna say. It's like I feel like leukemia is being infused into my bloodstream. I feel like I am dying.
This is not a man of charisma.
Like
this is the thing. Give him the rope.
Yeah. No, he's going to be in the debate. He's going to be in the debate tomorrow night. And I swear to God, his numbers are going to drop as soon as people actually hear him talk. That's the end of Michael Bloomberg. He is the least appealing man in human history.
Okay. We have said this about Trump, that he has no positive qualities. But Bloomberg has no fucking human qualities.
Yes. He's a lizard.
Yeah. This is just a fucking Alexa with an algorithm designed to see as much fucking suffering as possible.
At least Trump is very true, because Trump is an evil person, but in a human fashion.
Yes. Relatably evil. Like you can imagine being Trump, having that much money and being like him.
What if I was a giant piece of shit?
Bloomberg is an unfathomable alien relic that we will never comprehend.
Okay. If I had $60 billion from selling Atari consoles that suck off business guys, I would never act like that. Nobody could even conceive of that, to go around like this fucker.
All right, if you thought that was good.
I really loved it, so give me some
If
more,
you thought
please.
that was good, this next clip...
Yummy.
This next clip is of Michael Bloomberg doing an impression of me talking to Felix about why New York City is not a hellhole to live in. Roll the clip.
It's all there for you. From Brooklyn Heights to Bayside, from Coney Island to Chelsea. Take it all in. The world's greatest museum. Broadway, the
God.
Yankees and the Mets. High fashion shopping and and more than 18,000 restaurants in all boroughs, eager to please anyone and fit any budget.
What the fuck is he talking about? Literally, his only interaction with New York is finding homeless men that his daughter can kill for like some fucking abstract, eyes wide shut art performance. What the fuck are you talking about?
He doesn't enjoy any of the things that he listed.
Felix, I tell you this all the time. 18,000 restaurants are the best museums in the world. What are you complaining about? The Yankees, the Mets, Manhattan, Bronx, the Queens, Brooklyn, Staten Island. That's New York City, baby.
It's the only city in the world where you can wake up and get a chopped cheese and then you're having a pretzel in the Statue of Liberty. Thank you, Mike.
Some of the most fashionable stores in the world. Some of the most attractive S&M and bondage and sadomasochism clubs.
Some of the most
people living in abandoned subway stations.
Some of the most crushable animals you've ever seen. Dude, like this is the most fucking disturbing thing I've ever. This is fucking your foster parents are dead. This fucking asshole pretending that there is he left Gracie Manor and saw fucking anything that he liked or recognized. He didn't just look at people and smiled, imagining sewing them together or committing whatever other types of fucking
Come to
medical
New York,
experiments.
folks. We have come to New York. We certainly could use your nutrients that we're going to suck out of your bodies and turn you into the spice melange.
What a fucking otherworldly evil.
Why is he on C-SPAN being like the minister of tourism?
Because this was also at the Republican National Convention in 2004.
Yep.
And he's pitching New York City to these fucking swine who came in to nominate George W. Bush for a second tour.
They think it's Sodom, yeah.
But it is. That's why we live there.
I want to find the mole people though. When we get back to New York.
No. They'll find
They
you.
live under the city. Apparently there are thousands of them.
Oh yeah, no, they're there.
They don't come out to see the sun. They live.
All right.
It's cool.
This is the next one. The next one is our last, and let's just say, best. Bloomberg.
Let's go.
Matt, I would Matt, okay, before we play this one, Matt. Before we play this one, Matt. Matt, I would like you to refrain from commenting on anything that happens.
You got
No, he can because they all kind of look like him. It's allowed.
I'm seeing double for Adams.
This one, I gotta tell you, this guy gets my bones. It gets an ache. He gives me an ache in my side here.
All right.
Please leave it. Please leave it to the your diamond and silk for tonight.
Yeah, please let Adam and Felix.
I'll take this one. I'll take this one.
Seriously.
I'm just saying my hip is twinging.
Please let Adam and Felix comment on this next video. Okay. Roll the clip.
All of these costs keep going up. Nobody wants to pay any more money. And at the rate we're going, healthcare is going to bankrupt us. So not only do we have a problem, it's going to bankrupt us. And we've got to sit here and say which things we're going to do and which things we're not. Nobody wants to do that. You know, when you show up with prostate cancer, and you're 95 years old, we should say, go and enjoy, have a nice, lead a long life. It's no cure. Society's not willing to do that.
Okay.
This
is so bad for us.
No. This clip was directed by the Softy brothers, by the way.
They can say it.
This is This clip is just like the winner on Shark Tank. Hey, I want to make the Holocaust happen again. Just sending this fucking terrible man in a room of Orthodox Jews, just being like, if you can't make any more money, we should kill you. Like, it could be the most anti-Semitic thing I've seen
More than
entirely
five-ish.
starring Jews. More than five-ish, yes.
What I like about this clip, though, is that he says, like, if you're 95 and you have prostate cancer, they should just tell you, sorry, you've had a good life. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And my response to that is, you first, asshole. Fuck you.
Yeah, but he's got the money. He's got the money, so he can afford it.
But here's the other thing. The chilling thing in that clip is he said, society's not willing to do that yet. Yeah.
Why is he also? Why is he telling those guys the plan?
Yeah. I think you know, Adam.
Why is that?
Adam, I think you know why. I think you know why he's telling them the plan.
Matt, come on, Matt. It doesn't work that way.
Matt, there are different types of. Well, okay.
Oh, really?
Matt,
It reminds me of a famous Chris Rock joke. There are two types of.
Well, okay, those guys.
Jewish person. the book and the money. Oh no, just kidding.
Every time you're just trying to have a good time, some Michael Bloomberg shows up.
You can tell that apartment smells like boiled meats. You can just tell.
Yeah, no, that Matt, repress your Bavarian genetic memories. Like, that is not a house of conspiracy. That's like the bunch of guys who own a weird muffler shop.
All right. Here is okay, Nevada.
Yeah.
Here is the last thing. Here is the last thing I'm going to read to you now from Michael Bloomberg that is, in my opinion, the single most disturbing thing I've ever heard come out of his mouth, and the one that portends most darkly for any future in which he is able to gain power of any kind in this country, political power, that is. This is his advice to people about the secret to his success. Ugh. I always tried to be the first one in the morning and the last one to leave at night. Take the fewest vacations and the least time away from the desk to go to the bathroom or have lunch. You gotta be there. I mean, everybody says, oh, that's crazy. But if you want to succeed, you can't control how lucky you are. You can't control how smart you are, but you can control how hard you work. So that's the first thing. Las Vegas, this is the vision of what he wants for all of you.
Harder.
For anyone
Work
in this
harder.
for anyone in this country who is struggling to get by, that is what he will impose on you. That level of discipline, surveillance, control, and eventually incarceration no lunch, no vacation, no bathroom.
No bathroom. No, just diapers. Just a diped up nation. This 400 million people wearing diapers to increase productivity.
It's efficient.
We've already got to see what it's like when this guy runs the city. Fucking constant surveillance, harassment towards Muslims, towards black people, towards fucking anybody.
Even the regular kind of Jews.
Yeah, even the regular kind of Jews. He'll just go to your house and he won't stop talking, and you can't tell him to leave. Yeah, he'll start telling you about death panels, and you really want to get back to the muffler shop. But, like we said, we don't think he's going to win. But the goal of Bloomberg is to cuck a Sanders nomination. And the only way he can do that is by playing those fucking ads where he tries to make it sound like Obama endorses him. By playing those ads where there's as little of his fucking awful voice and awful visage as possible. And the only way he does that, he gets anything out of that, is by scaring your parents, your grandparents, and saying, isn't this Trump guy awful? Wouldn't you do anything to get him out of there? If you're here, you've probably busted your fucking asses here. Like, I know you have.
That's right.
That's right.
Let's go.
I met canvassers in fucking New Hampshire, Iowa, just working harder than fucking anybody. And they killed it. They dropped everything in the impossible juggle of their lives to bring a better world to everyone. But your job now is to pull your fucking parents, your grandparents, your uncles, your aunts away from this fucking goblin.
Let's nip this in the bud. Let's nip this in the fucking bud.
Talk to your family members. Let them know who this guy really is. Make this all for nothing. Make it so he wasted his fucking money. He's not gonna miss it because he makes up that interest, but you'll at least know he will eventually go to his grave without accomplishing what he wanted to.
Las Vegas. Here's the good news. As Felix said, it's not gonna work. Here's why. Since New Hampshire, which was, 1,000 years ago, Jesus Christ, I've lost all track of time.
Is a wheel.
Since the New Hampshire primary, over 50,000 people have attended Bernie Sanders rallies all over this country. I'm going to give you some stats here. In Tacoma, Washington, 17,000. In Richmond, California, 10,300. In Denver, Colorado, 11,400. Right here in Nevada, 2,300. In Mesquite, Texas, 5,370. And in North Carolina, 5,200. There is only one candidate in this race that is actually turning out people. And if Mayor Bloomberg could not pay to get that many fucking people to come hear him speak, and believe me, he's gonna try to do it.
His money's no good here.
Your money is no fucking good here.
And also, I just want to add, let me be clear, my opponent doesn't want you to go to the bathroom, and going to the bathroom is one of my favorite things to do. I am constantly going to the bathroom.
He loves it.
My stomach is a nightmare in there.
Okay.
Bernie is lactose intolerant. He needs to make regular trips.
Oh, I'm really gonna pay for this grilled cheese.
Okay. I have a few thank yous and then some actual information before I get to a closing monologue to end the show. Thank you to, first and foremost, Chris Wade, our producer. Let's give him a round of applause. The guy behind the ones and the twos. Secondly, to Molly O'Brien, our wonderful co-producer and videographer. All the videos that you watched tonight were shot by her. Also, one more round of applause for the amazing, multi-talented man of danger, Kyle Peterson, everybody. Finally, to our good friend, Adam Friendland. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
I just want to say that girl that made me cry She works at Facebook, and I'm now the third mic on a cum podcast, so I think I'm winning, okay?
Adam Friendland, Cumtown, everybody. Let's give it up.
Oh, boy, we love him, and you do, too.
All right. Most importantly, though, we all know what the stakes are. I know we're feeling good, but it hasn't happened yet, Nevada.
We're gonna
It
fucking
hasn't
do
happened
it.
yet until you fucking do it, okay?
Yeah, make it happen.
So every fucking day from now until the caucus, every door you knock on, every phone call you make, is I've said it again, I'll say it before, I'll say it now, is a nail in the fucking coffin to the most evil fucking people on this planet. And guess what? They're feeling it. They're feeling it right now.
I'm sure that you've heard that Bernie Sanders is ahead in Nevada.
Oh, yeah.
But reputable polls have it a bit close for something like a caucus, which is a purposely Byzantine arcane system where there are stages of realignment, turnout is weird, and that can produce fucked up results, as we saw in Iowa. Also, I don't want to discourage you, but it's also crooked as shit. So, in this current media environment, where there are 2 billionaires running for the Democratic nomination who have bought up between them, at this point, I think, look at me, Matt, look at me. Look at me. Look at me when I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Who have bought up, I think, about $500 million in airtime. It means the rules are different. It means that in this situation, the one thing that it comes down to is field operations, is the labor that people put in. And we know that the Bernie Sanders campaign is the only truly national campaign because it has us, because it has volunteers. Nobody's volunteering for Joe Biden. There's maybe a few dozen people volunteering for Elizabeth Warren. Nobody's volunteering for Michael Bloomberg, obviously. These are all paid canvassers, and ideally, I would think if you're working for Bloomberg, you're intentionally half-assing it, you know. You're not even doing your walk list. You're just throwing the pamphlets in the sewer, and you're going to get high.
I guarantee you that's half of the people they pay. No, seriously, most of the people they pay are doing that.
We have people on our side. We have millions of people on our side, and we want it. We just came from Iowa, where a few thousand people came to the February Iowa cold, including people from overseas to do election interference, which we support, to ensure that Bernie Sanders is the winner of the Iowa caucus, which he was. We just came from New Hampshire, where we got horrible viruses.
All of us.
Yeah, we're dying.
And we canvassed with, again, thousands of people who came from out of state to ensure that Bernie Sanders would win, which he fucking did.
He did.
I was just told that the Bernie Sanders campaign in Nevada has cumulatively knocked on 420,000 doors. Not a joke. That's true. So far.
Smoke that shit. 420, baby. Smoke that shit. Smoke that shit.
And there's still more to knock on, which is why I hope that you will join us, members of the critically acclaimed culture podcast Chapo Trap House, canvassing this Thursday at 3 p.m. at the Las Vegas DSA staging location, also known as the Leftist Garage. We will be doing a canvas kickoff, and we will be joined by a sports ball star, Justin Jackson.
Yes.
Who will be making his canvassing debut.
Yes.
And if you've never done it before, we will show you the road. There will be people to show you how. That's ask one. Ask number two, it's a little complicated because this is a complicated process. Who here is familiar with the strip caucuses? Okay, there you go. So, it's kind of like the satellite caucuses we all loved in Iowa, where Bernie Sanders organized and he cleaned up. And that's why he won. I'm sure you saw the pictures of the immigrant workers who all came out to caucus at these satellite locations. Bernie got a lot of delegates from those locations. It's gonna be the same deal with these strip caucuses. If you meet someone who works on the strip or within, I believe, a 1.5 mile radius of the strip. 2.5, 3, 4 over. Okay. All right, close to the damn strip. All right.
2.5.
And they are working on Saturday, the morning of the caucus, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. They've got a shift then. They can go to a satellite caucus location, a strip caucus held within the casinos themselves. This is kind of weird, and not a lot of people know about this either. A lot of people, you might even convince them to go caucus for Bernie Sanders, but then they're like, well, I gotta work. Here's the thing, based on their union contract, no, they can go to the strip caucus and get paid to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I won't lie to you, the administration of the strip caucus is kind of weird because you literally say, talk to your manager about it, and they will give you all the information that you need.
They have to.
They do have to, based on the contract that they have with the unions.
The union did that for them.
So, here's the ask. I know that there are people in the strip caucus team, if you want to cheer again if you remember that team.
Woo!
And they have been going out at 6:30 in the morning to catch people off shift changes.
That's fine. Just don't even go to bed.
Now, and I'm not going to promise you that I'll be up at 6:30 or lucid at 6:30. I guess is a better way to
It
put it.
depends on if I'll be up at 6:30.
But here's something you can do. You don't even actually have to join a team to do this. You can just go out on the strip and talk to the people who are working there. And you can tell them, hey, you heard about this caucus? You heard about Bernie Sanders? You heard about the fucking bosses? And encourage them to go to these strip caucuses and explain what I just explained to you.
Tell you what, it'll help if you tip them well. They'll want to
Tip.
listen to you more.
Okay. Nevada. Nevada? Sorry.
Nevada.
I'll just
Sorry.
say.
He also says rather. So don't take
I'd
it
rather go to Nevada.
I love
just
Dan Rother's reportage.
I'll just say Las Vegas.
Let's go!
Cue the song.
Go Golden Knights.
Here we go.
Raider Nation,
Here we go.
Calm down.
Here we go. Las Vegas, this town and this podcast will never be the same. After we elected Bernie Sanders, all the big podcasts, Chapo, Cumtown, E1, the corporations took them all over. Today, it all sounds like Michael Barbaro's The Daily. In the old days, podcasters knew your name. They knew who the baseball crank was, what organized harassment you did. Today, it's like listening to NPR. And if you want a premium episode, you're lucky if you get it by Thursday. Actually, that part is pretty much the same with the way it was back in the old days. But today, it's all gone. You get a whale guest show up with 4 million followers, and some 25-year-old rose emoji kid wants to know what his problematic posts from 2013 were. But in the end, I wound up right back where I started. I could still annoy people online, and I could still make content for all kinds of antisocial cretins back home. And why mess up a good thing? And that's that.
Woo! And I would like to close things with a little parable. When I think of the Spanish Civil War,
Oh my God.
and I think of those boys from the Abraham Lincoln Brigade raging at this
Why is he
battle
doing
of
it?
Camarra, when they would face up against
up.
the Italians
Shut
and the
up.
Nazis and the Francos.
Shut up.
Why is he doing this?
No one cares.
They would just battle
Literally
for
no one cares.
freedom and liberty.
Literally no one cares.
Anti-fascismo.
No one is 800.
And we would all
Will you
do this
shut the
thing,
fuck up?
and
Will
we-
you shut the fuck up? You know what? I never fucking liked him.
Actually, it hurt.
How is Felix escape damage?
I broke
There's no
mine
hit
earlier.
points.
Me and Adam were told not to bring our bottles into work that day.
dog.
All right, so fill us in on Entourage. What episode have you been watching?
Well, before I was really interrupted and had to start recording, I was watching Day Fuckers, which is actually one of my favorite classic episodes of the show.
Day Fuckers?
Day Fuckers, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So at the beginning of the episode, they're at breakfast, the gang, the four of them. And a girl is making eyes at E, and then they find out through witty banter that he's never had sex with a woman and not had some sort of emotional attachment. So they concoct some sort of bet where E and Turtle they decide that they want to see which one of them can fuck first that day. So Vincent takes E under his wing, and Turtle takes, or Johnny Drama takes Turtle under his wing. Also, upon revisiting the show, the comic duo of Kevin Dillon's character, Johnny Drama, and what's his name, Jerry Ferrera, who plays Turtle. It's just they are really a match made in heaven. I completely forgot about it.
Did you know that Randall Emmett of Vanderpump Rules fame is the person whom Turtle is based on, of Mark Wahlberg's friends?
And who is he again? Is he Lala's boyfriend?
Yes, he's Lala's boyfriend, and he's sort of an aspiring film producer. He had a co-producer credit on The Irishman, and he was the main producer of, lest we forget, Gotti.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He directed Gotti.
No, he didn't direct. Oh, yes, E directed Gotti. Yes,
he directed
Gotti.
Gotti.
Directed Gotti.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
No, I mean, it's like you really see who runs that town. People from Boston, and they're all over the fucking.
True.
They're all over the Federal Reserve. They're fucking 6 seats on the Supreme Court. It's all Boston guys. When are we gonna wake up?
That's true. Like,
are they
Michael
Boston or are they Queens?
Michael Schur is responsible for 90% of sitcoms now that last more than one season, and he's another one of these Boston mafia guys, just like BJ Novak and the rest of them.
That's probably why Ben Shapiro is a Celtics fan.
Yeah, he knows how to get in
Hollywood
get
Boston
on the ground
connection.
floor.
That's how you get in. It's like Scientology. I mean, think about this: Boston guys make up 2% of the population.
Approximately, I think that's right.
Yeah, and look how they're represented.
I mean,
Tell
how
me
do you
there's nothing
get
going on?
How do you have two Wahlberg brothers be famous? And
Well,
then
the
another
show
one
is
gets
produced-
a burger chain? Give me a fucking break.
No, well, I think there's more Wahlberg brothers. I think there's about 14 Wahlberg.
Yeah, but
brothers.
even two of them being even remotely famous is ridiculous. That's a special
wide
influence.
array. Yeah, they
And
have
those
an injured
burgers suck
Wahlberg
dick.
brother.
Those
What's
burgers
that?
are terrible.
I haven't been there.
Awful.
I kind of want to.
It's
I know
garbage.
that they have a special edition of Jordans that are Wahlburgers edition, which I'm
All right, now that
definitely
does
going to
kinda
have to check
fly.
out.
Go cop those.
On the resale market.
But Adam, so you've been sort of you've been binging, you've been just doing a sort of a
Listen.
rewatch of Entourage. I mean, what are your takeaways? Does it hold up?
The world is a nightmare right now, and this is the one thing that's making me feel good. Is this show? Yes, but hijinks ensue, and Turtle and Johnny Drama go to an internet cafe, and then hit up Craigslist casual encounters, and a very beautiful woman. He meets up with her in public. She's looking for a small, cuddly man, and then it turns out that she wants him to dress up as she's a furry fetishist. And I think I haven't finished the episode, but I believe that Turtle does win the bet.
So he
But
does. He yiffs it up.
The thing about Entourage, and I think the reason it makes me feel so good, is that the stakes could not be lower. I mean, even in the A plot,
can Vincent do the movie? That's it.
can he do the movie? It always works out in the end. And then maybe it doesn't work out, but then it works out again.
That's why the last seasons were bad, is because they tried to change that formula. Like the formula, the formula for the first like 4 seasons is like, can the guys hang out today? But then the formula for the last few seasons are like, oh no, is Vince sober? Is Vince going to be okay?
I watched an episode earlier today where the entire C plot was Johnny Drama he wants to appear younger. So he sees someone wearing a trucker hat with a marijuana leaf on it. And the entire episode he goes around Los Angeles trying to find this hat. You know, it's just so many things don't make sense right now, and it's just like there's something about that formula that just is so comforting. It's really like there's absolutely the stakes could not be lower.
I remember on Entourage, like a big plot point was Vincent starring in James Cameron's Aquaman, and the big joke was that like Aquaman would be like the stupidest superhero to make a movie franchise about, but lo and behold, they've gone and done it. And you know what?
Not only that,
done a
that's
pretty
the
good job
only
with
big
it.
hit. That's their only like out of the park hit of the DC fucking universe.
Well,
is
Wonder
the goddamn
Woman was a big hit.
More than Aquaman made more money than Wonder Woman.
Yeah, but I couldn't bring myself to watch it because Vincent Chase is Aquaman to me. Jason Momoa
he's a pretender.
is a joke. I mean, it is a joke. Adrian Grenier is, well, I did see him. I think he used to live in the neighborhood. I did see him at a coffee shop in Clinton Hill. Adrian Grenier asked the barista to turn the music down.
No, he was getting Adam. He was getting a free latte at Playground while you were being shown the door.
Yeah. The community loves Vincent Chase. My brother has an Adrian Grenier story. It like doesn't make him.
Oh, really?
I think we can keep this in. It doesn't make him sound bad at all. He was like, he just overheard these two girls talking, like mid to late 20s, like pretty hot, and they were talking about how they had spent the weekend with Adrian Grenier, and he gave them money to take a cab back to like I don't know Westchester or some shit, but they just pocketed it and took the train. But it's like, he's a good guy. He was going to pay for their cab back after fucking them. Like, good for him.
That's
allegedly.
That's better than the David Jeter or the Derek Jeter gift basket because you got to lug that thing home.
No, yeah. How are you going to do it? Transporting things in New York sucks. Only Adrian Grenier is thinking about your transportation.
Yeah, that's good on him. Honestly,
he is Queens.
Good guy.
He is Queens Boulevard.
No, that's New York City. That's Queens. That's how we do it in Queens, baby.
My friend did see E in a bar once, and he said he is 5'2" in real life.
E is
that's
very
all
little,
celebrities.
Yeah.
There are no celebrities
the
over
Entourage
5
crew
feet tall.
is a manlit crew.
Yeah, Entourage was representation for manlets, and I honestly think we'd have less violence in the country if it was still on TV, like showing manlets that they can overcome.
I think I'm going to do the
pretending
whole
that
series.
these people are normal height, which is what we do with movie magic and CGI.
Yeah,
there's just something so nice about it. About like it kind of is like after the world has fallen apart like it has in the last 6 months. There's something about Entourage that's so comforting.
I know what I know what you mean though, because like you would watch Entourage after you watch Sopranos because Sopranos was so tense.
Mm-hmm.
But now what were the last 2 seasons of The Sopranos about? The collapse of America. And now we're living in
true.
it. But
That's so true.
Vincent Chase is gone.
I used to watch Oz and then The Sopranos. I remember that when that was the lineup, and I'd watch just prison shower sex rapes with my family.
Felix
on a Sunday night.
Felix, you say that Vinny Chase is gone. I say that he is merely occluded.
Yes.
What will Biden bring him back?
Yes, Biden's going to bring back the good vibes and the low stakes of the Entourage universe to America.
I mean, that is the Biden pitch, though, right? It's like you don't have to stop watching Maddow. We can go back to Entourage.
Yes. This is what you mean when you say Biden is going to save the culture. It's because all the people who have now, since Trump became president, have moved all their poker chips in on fighting every political battle on the terrain of culture. We'll immediately go back to not giving a shit about any of this, and we can go back to watching, Hollywood himbos fuck movie stars.
I was thinking about remember the episode where the entire stake is like, is Vincent gonna like do the movie, and the stakes is he wants like Warner Brothers to get him a date with Scarlett Johansson. Simpler time. Like fuck. Dude, I'm gonna start watching that show.
Even the style of hot girl is so antiquated at this point.
Yes.
It's like it was kind of like the golden age of like girls with no ass and like incredibly long hair and dark tans and frayed jean skirts. That was like
every woman that Vince fucks or E or whatever, like they all are the color of like mango jewel. The juice in mango jewel.
Yes.
They're white, but they're the color of that.
Just glowing orange.
Yeah.
Well-
and now no one can do that because of this goddamn Cheeto in the White House. He's giving it a bad name to look like that.
Nobody can do the Cheeto look anymore.
Yeah,
It's like,
it used to denote beauty.
yeah.
He took away these angels. He took it away from them.
Well, you know, that's just a little bit of nostalgia, just a reminder of what they've taken from us. You know,
I might just start my own Entourage podcast. Go episode.
No.
I think that's a great idea.
You got to come on. This is sus. You got to, you know.
I will do Adam. If you want to do,
yeah.
Adam,
We'll do an
let's-
Entourage
yeah, I
episode.
got Ben and Palma tomorrow, but yeah, next week or whenever, let's do it.
I'm down, dude.
Well, before this turns into an episode of This Is Sus, I think.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry
for officially start the show. Hello, it's Chapo. It's me, Matt, and Felix, joined by our good friend Adam Friendland of Cumtown. Adam, how's it going?
Not good, honestly, because there was a community of fellas on Reddit.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well, I was gonna go straight into that.
We're all down a member of the family today.
I was gonna go straight into that and just announce at the top of the show. I was gonna, a little bit of show house cleaning, and by house cleaning I mean that in the very literal sense of like sweeping up and putting out the dead skin that collects around your stuff. And I'm talking, of course, about the permanent banning of both our Chapo Trap House and our Cumtown.
Oh,
so we have a Chapo Cumtown quorum right now. So starting with you, Adam, how are you going to function? How is the show going to continue without its collection of socially maladroit editors who contribute so much to the everything, to being funny, to us being funny, to the show being good.
Well, yeah, they are the fourth mic of our show for sure. And we do
100%.
actually have a seat at the table, much like Elijah on Passover. There's an empty seat for the Cumtown subreddit. No, I feel from what I've heard, because they've been private for a long time, they like me because enough bad things have gone wrong in my life for them to finally have decided that they like me. So, and I was really playing
Pity
a long
is a
con
secret
with
weapon.
them.
It's really useful sometimes.
I was playing along. They don't want to see us win. I think when they found out Nick had muscles, they felt they had like a collective brain aneurysm, because you really want to see your heroes lose, I think.
Oh yeah.
So what I found out is that I was finally in their good books, and now they've been iced by Serena Williams' husband.
And now they won't make any nice. You were going to get nice memes, and now there's no nice memes of you.
They were going to make nice memes about me that would have been very funny, I'm sure.
It wasn't just going to be your head on a bug forever.
I mean, I think the thing is like our fans are like think that they're as funny as Cumtown, and then your fans think they're as smart as Chapo. And I think to some extent that's probably worse.
Well, I think like being a fan of a podcast drives you insane, because I will admit the podcasting paradox that podcasting is incredibly easy, yet barely anyone is good at it.
Yeah.
So you see it and you're like, this is so fucking easy, but you also suck too much to do it.
Yeah.
So if you're an intense fan long enough, you're just like, hey dude, big fan. I'm gonna come to your house and kill you, you fucking fat piece of shit.
Well, apparently, what happened is this is part of a big crackdown on social media. These companies, are they're getting a little bit nervous again about the fever swamps of racism and terrorism and whatnot that are proliferating on their platforms and trying to cover their ass on the back end. So apparently, what Reddit at least was really trying to do was get rid of r/the Donald, which is like the big clearinghouse of, epic-based Trump memes. But they couldn't do that without having some sort of equal and opposite reaction on the left. So they decided to sort of balance it out by giving the axe to the Donald by getting rid of our Chapo Trap House and our Cumtown.
To show that they were being even-handed.
Yeah, being sort of even-handed and
hotbed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Chapo alone is not as powerful as Donald Trump, but Chapo and Cumtown together, well, there you go.
It wasn't just Chapo. It wasn't just the Chapo Trap House subreddit. There were. I knew about one of them. I did not know about the other one. There was a Chapo Trap House 2, and a Chapo Trap House 3, all of which got banned as well. So that's how you know you're really vibing, when you've got a space where people are just budding off like spores every 6 months.
Yeah, I every forum I ever posted on had like an insane offshoot forum because like someone got into a fight with a mod and then it died after a few months, and it's like even on the new internet that's happening. So good. Some things ever change.
I mean, just
posts might not be as good as they used to, but it's still the same disorders going on.
And,
everyone's just as mentally normal as they've ever been.
And I mean, like I know there are worse Reddits out there that if you're considering banning one, but none as personally offensive to me. So cheers to Reddit, the CEO of Reddit, for finally doing what I endeavored to accomplish on my own. And by that I mean I did literally nothing, but. It's
some of your family connections, right?
Well, Will's dad. A lot of people don't know this. Will's dad was a Redditor at the New Yorker.
Yeah.
Will's dad was a moderator of r/New Yorker and was responsible for like some very respected threads in the 70s, like. Here are some heckin' chonkers at the Flatiron Building or fucking whatever.
Yeah, they have like a drawing of like a guy coming home, like just a line drawing of a guy coming home, and then a birthday cake, and there's birthday cake all over his dog's mouth, and then Will's dad would put like captions at the bottom, like and he would write like the N-word at the bottom.
Reddit stuff like that.
Classic,
Reddit stuff like that.
That's how Will got a job on the computer.
Yeah. Well, look, God's justice will find on all of these sickos eventually. But I'm hoping, now that they're both banned, I mean, there's always been a sort of healthy antagonism between your subreddit and ours, and
that was my understanding as well.
Yes. Your subredditors were very very cruel and nasty.
They had this is a true fact. They had some sort of script written where if you had posted on the Chapo subreddit more than like once or twice, bot would pop up and point you out as a Chapo poster.
That's very funny. Salute to the lad. It would say like Chapo, like the Chapo detector bot.
Yeah, and they had a term for people from that subreddit that is very, very. I guess I'd call it un-PC.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean that is. Oh man, no, it's a great war. I guess that is the grand culture war of the internet. Like y'all versus trying to remember things you heard on Legion of Skanks.
Yeah,
just shoot
those are the two internet.
I wonder if
is
the O&A Reddit okay? Did they take?
I hope so.
I want to check it on those. Come on,
I fucking hope so.
If that's I think more serious. Those guys have been there for decades.
Those guys are part of the foundation.
If they got rid of the O&A subreddit, then that's really spitting in the face.
That's
of culture.
burning the Library of Alexandria, basically.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, like I know, it was sort of like our subreddit became sort of the de facto clearinghouse for all epic leftist shit posting or whatever, and it got to the point where I think like it only had a tangential connection to the show, and then I think people are lamenting that loss of a sort of a leftist shit posting space. But I mean, look, you can always just start a new subreddit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how difficult could that be?
I would just like to not have my show's name attached to terrible memes. We'll have our own terrible memes. I don't want to be responsible for someone else's bad memes.
Yeah, if you want to make those memes, it's like, it's a fucking stock photo of like a man looking at a woman, and the woman's labeled like postmodernism, and the man is labeled like late capitalism, my boss, depression, anxiety, my therapist, me, my husband, don't say it, the restaurant, Wendy's, this is Wendy's, the fucking MAGA chuds, liberals, these are the same, gritty. You could do that with, just do that, say that you're doing it for like Pod Save America.
Or rather, you know what? Do something healthy. Go outside and just start shouting the gritty memes from a street corner like an actual insane person.
No, go to a coffee shop, and when they ask you what you want, just be like, liberals, both these things are the same.
Mm-hmm.
You just pull up two headlines and put them side by side and say normal world.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, obviously, there are probably listeners of the show that, are annoyed at us taking this unseemly victory lap over, our own subreddit.
I'm not taking a victory lap. It's part of it's part of life and death. I don't give a shit. I don't it doesn't affect me one way or the other whether it exists or doesn't. I just think it's funny when an internet forum gets banned.
Well, I was going to say
that
though. I mean, if you are annoyed by us joking about this on the show, you can always go to your favorite subreddit and nope, you can't anymore. You can't.
All right, well, you
Sorry
can
about that.
email Virgil. That's still a possibility.
No, yeah, that is still the main forum for actual fans of the show. You can email Virgil like comments, complaints, just to check in. He likes being asked how he is. You can still do that. It's encouraged that you do that.
I think people have been asking Nick if he could do anything about it today.
Man,
he sent us that video of Mufasa falling off the rock and then Scar digging his nails into Please save
I was going to
us.
say, I mean, like, if some new subreddits are going to bloom, I would like to take this opportunity to have. I think someone should start a new subreddit that is the synthesis of the Chapo and Cumtown fan communities that is only for fans who listen and enjoy both programs. Because I think that that is the
most
sweet
enlightened
spot.
of fans.
Because that is a subreddit that I would be proud to, be associated with and not,
Those are people who can
eternally filled with
wrangle.
shame.
They can wrangle conflicts and contradictions and resolve them in their minds.
The cool thing about the O&A Reddit, and the reason I hope it wasn't taken down is because you can really see how a community can grow out of one thing and then become something totally different. Because that hasn't been a show on the radio for years, but there are still thousands of posts a day on that Reddit. And they're they harass Anthony Cumia's brother who lives on Long Island and has a covers band. And they just they've made it their life's work, to follow these people.
Well, salutes up to all the fallen subreddits. I'm sure a million more will be created, this afternoon. So
just start a forum. You could start your own forum. There's not in fact, it's a better format than Reddit. You don't have to pay money for gold, or maybe if you're an enterprising guy, you could maybe have people pay $10 to register. I don't know.
Here's an idea. Move to the woods. Build a shack. Mail packages to airline executives and college professors.
Wait, why? But why did the Chapo Reddit get taken down?
All right, I actually know. I know the background of this.
Yeah.
It happened. It's been under quarantine for months. I don't even know what that means. You have to. I think it just means you have to click to say you're agreeing to go into it because it's dangerous or something. But it got quarantined because they were doing epic memes about how slave owners deserve to die, which in 2019 or whatever, I mean, pretty shocking and edgy stuff, I have to say.
Yeah.
Oh man, if John C. Calhoun was here right now, oh boy, I would dab all over him.
I'd kick his ass.
Yeah.
That's like Mitch's bit about giving death threats to celebrities who just recently died.
Yes.
One of the greatest bits.
But people took it seriously that they got quarantined for advocating violence. And so they've been on the shit list. And so presumably what I think happened is Reddit decides, we don't want to be in the spotlight in this moment of highly tense racial politics and a very intensive media focused atmosphere. We don't want to be connected to things that are going to frown badly to the general website, and things like the Donald and stuff are sort of the flagship for that. And so, but you don't want to alienate all the conservatives who use your platform, so you make a sacrificial goat out of someone on the other side to show balance.
My understanding, the reason the Cumtown subreddit was private was because in their battle with the Chapo subreddit, there were Chapo fans that were going in and posting racial slurs in the Cumtown Reddit in order to get it banned for racism.
Oh my God, that is
so
Gladio
funny.
shit.
Which is so
they
funny
false
because
flagged.
Exactly. And it's funny because if you assume who those guys are the care lords.
Yeah. They
That,
must have been just weeping as they typed those words out. Just it's for the
They were
greater good. It's for the greater good.
They printed out a picture of John Brown and were apologizing to it. No, I have to do this.
They had the same look on their face as George did when he drawn a bead on Lenny, just asking, "Hey, think of the rabbits, Lenny," as they typed out the N-word on just Cumtown subreddit. They had a single tear rolling down their cheek.
That's so funny. It's so funny that they hated each other.
Yeah.
It is funny. Each other. They should have been fighting forever.
I mean, we all love each other though. So like, what does that tell
we're
you?
all friends.
What is that? I mean, I would like, honestly, as long as we're complaining about Reddit, I would like the CEO of Reddit to do something about the fact that literally every post on "Am I the asshole?" and our relationships is 1,000% fake.
Seriously, get some fucking quality
some
control
kind of
on
vetting
this.
on and fact checking on these stories that people write to go viral.
Yeah.
I'm tired of looking at them.
I'm so sick of people just posting and repost, like, who've never seen a fake post in their life, getting like 20,000 retweets for being like, so saw this today, and it's just the most obvious fucking fake post I've ever seen. It's like, am I the asshole for killing my wife? And it's like, what the fuck? Dude.
There was, I think, one thing. It was like on it was like a Reddit. It was a Reddit like parenting forum, and there was the post that went mega viral was like purporting to be parents who had raised their child from birth to believe that they were a wizard in the world of Harry Potter, and that eventually they were going to get to go to Hogwarts and were able to do magic. And they were just sort of asked, how do we ease our child into breaking the news to them that none of this is true? And everyone was just like, oh, could you believe this? Oh, just look at that kid's therapy bills later. And I'm just like, there's no child. This is made up. This is not real. It didn't happen.
Hey, Chapo, you see these libs corn cubbed? They raise their kid to be Harry Potter? They're Karens. They're calling the manager. No, that's just enough of that. Fucking get rid of it.
I hope they haven't touched r/small dick problems. That's the only one that I want to.
That's a good one.
Those guys need each other.
Well,
and that's one of the only like lasting true communities of friendship.
I know.
Yeah,
we did an entire episode on Cumtown about
their
them.
small penises.
Yeah, the best is when big dick guys go in from r/big dick problems.
They brigade.
No, they go to console them. They're like, hey, just so you know, it's not that good.
It's not that great. Every time I get hard, I pass out.
I can't do every position because my penis is too big. And then the small dick problems guys ban them and get furious. And they're like, I would, just for one day, just to hurt a woman with my penis one time, I would die tomorrow. You piece of shit.
It's almost like
this fucking asshole.
Wow. It's almost like Reddit, just as a phenomenon, is just a giant honeypot for antisocial personalities to get even worse.
Not like Twitter. That doesn't happen there at all.
Twitter's good. Twitter's good. All right. Well, moving on from online drama, let's go to some drama that's happening in the real world, because and this is an update to our last episode in which Virgil brought up some sort of like vigilante groups forming to protect the incredibly shitty statues in The Villages, Florida. And wouldn't you know it, things have popped off even further since we last talked about The Villages, which was just on our last episode. I'm reading here from the local news site, CBS 12 in Florida. Trump supporters and anti-Trump protesters clash in The Villages. President chimes in. A pro-Trump parade made up of golf carts encountered some anti-Trump protesters in The Villages, which is in Central Florida. Video of the encounter was posted to Twitter, and it caught the president's eye. The now viral video shows a parade of electric carts decked out with pro-Trump paraphernalia parading down a street before reaching a group of protesters holding anti-Trump signs. In the video, the president retweeted, then deleted, with the comment, "Thank you to the great people of The Villages. One man in a golf cart is heard screaming white power, while a woman can be seen heard shouting, 'Fuck Trump,' as the parade passes by. No one is seen wearing a mask or following social distancing guidelines. The Villages is well known for its elderly and retired population." So, yeah, that was a bit of a controversy to come out of The Villages, is that the president promoted that video of a guy from a sort of a armada of golf carts yelling white power at an anti-Trump protest. So that was going on today, and then he deleted the tweet like a coward.
I just want to know, when are they gonna bust out irons? When are they gonna put the lead to it? What are you doing? That's how you believe problems are solved, is through violence. Let's see a good old fashioned fucking
Donnybrook.
Villages civil war.
Yeah, I would love to be the Johnny Adair of The Villages.
yeah. Let's turn it into Belfast.
Yeah,
throw up some peace walls. Just huck fucking rocks over the top of each other.
I would love to see what
statues there.
Yeah, oh god, who are the statues of?
The statues are of the two schmucks who created The Villages.
It's like
But they were also racist?
Romulus and Remus.
I was gonna say it's like Sid and Marty Krofft. It's like statues of them have created a universe
Leopold
full of
and Loeb.
Muppets. Yeah.
Didn't Leopold move to Florida?
I think he might have.
After, yeah.
It's probably it's the no state income tax. That was the thing that brought him there. But so the Villages shit is popping off. But I would love you said like they should make it like Belfast in the 80s, and I was just wondering. Yeah. I would love to see what some of the murals in the pro-Trump section of the Villages would look like.
Oh my God!
It was just like it'd be like a giant like wall painted with Dan Bongino's head, his big square head, and it was just like freedom fighter banned.
Yeah, it would. It would be like Robert E. Lee grimace, the Israeli flag, like Bolsonaro's dumbest son, just like wall of solidarity.
They would put.
I want to know what the lib wall in Villages would be.
It would be like MSNBC stuff, but I'm
it'd be like Rachel Maddow smiling upon them, like looking like Mao.
But like in Falls Road in Belfast, they have all these murals to like international solidarity with other like kind of like nationalist guerrilla movements.
The Palestinians.
Yeah, the Palestinians and the Kurds, and like there's a lot of that stuff, and like anti-Israeli stuff, and so I was thinking like the Trump wall in the Villages, they could have solidarity with, like you said, Felix, Bolsonaro, Duterte, Kim Jong Un, depending on if it's a good day for him or not.
Viktor Orban.
Yeah, Viktor Orban.
The pro-Trump people could chip in their money to do a Manhattan Project style research program to create a 100-foot-long big mouth Billy Bass to put on the
wall. There's gonna be like an Operation Paperclip to find the most racist next door neighbors, next door posters in the entire country, and bring them to the Villages.
Yeah.
You've made 500 next door posts because you heard a Lou Bega song and said it was gang activity. We need you here.
Nick Fury shows up at your front door. I want to talk to you about the Villages Initiative.
Operation Golf Cart.
That should be retirement for like if you were part of like the Phoenix program or something. This should be like this is your retirement project.
Well, moving on here. I mean, as long as we're talking about cold wars that are heating up, could one of you explain to me this story that I've been seeing a lot about how Russia has been paying bounties to the Taliban to murk U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan? Because people are riled up about this. This is the latest, sort of date that will live in infamy. The final last straw of Trump's, traitorous presidency is that, apparently he was briefed on this a couple months ago and then didn't do anything about it. But like, I don't know what all the people, like all the libs and the MSNBC types that are so incensed about this, what do they want Trump to do? Escalate the war in Afghanistan or like, attack Russia? I mean, what's going on with this? Yeah.
Yeah, they want brinksmanship with Russia to prove that Trump isn't secretly a Putin puppet. So any time that he doesn't sanction Russia or do some terrifying piece of military buildup around Russia or antagonize Russia, then he's doing their bidding.
I'm just reading here from the New York Times, the headline, Russia secretly offered Afghan militants bounties to kill U.S. troops, intelligence says. The Trump administration has been deliberating for months about what to do about a stunning intelligence assessment. And this has got 3 different people's names on the byline of this New York Times article, but only one source, feeding them this intelligence. And given the New York Times history with this, it's pretty funny to read. But I'm just reading here at the top. It says, American intelligence officials have concluded that a Russian military intelligence unit secretly offered bounties to Taliban-linked militants for killing coalition forces in Afghanistan, including targeting American troops amid the peace talks to end the long-running war there, according to officials briefed on the matter. The United States concluded months ago that the Russian unit, which has been linked to assassination attempts and other covert operations in Europe, intended to destabilize the West or take revenge on turncoats, had covertly offered rewards for successful attacks last year. And I like the idea that all the coalition forces that are there to, kill people, it's and they're just doing their job. The fair is fair, but they're not destabilizing the region or this country by extension, by just simply being there and drawing out this disastrous longest war in human. But I mean, it's just the coalition forces that are there killing people are doing their correct and rightly ordered job, and then the Russians who are just giving people a little loot crate for fucking smoking a U.S. troop or whatever. And it's just why the fuck? I mean, if we don't want these bounties getting paid to kill U.S. troops, how about they just not be in Afghanistan? That would seem to be like
Well,
the correct way to deal with this intelligence assessment.
Well, that is my question for people. Like, as has been pointing out, this is incredibly thinly sourced, and it hasn't been verified by anyone but, anonymous fucking NatSec community sources, which, not fucking good enough. Not good enough for this.
Well, I don't know. Hold on a minute. Anonymous intelligence community sources in the New York Times. When has that ever steered anyone wrong?
New York Times, you're right. But, that is the thing, because it's like, what should we do? Everyone who's fucking is just convinced this is happening. What the fuck should we do? Because we've sanctioned Russia to the hilt. If you're telling me this is still happening, then what the fuck is it doing? Should we stay in Afghanistan forever? Should we open up another front against should we openly fight the Russians in Afghanistan? Should we fucking pay the Taliban more to kill what the fuck do you want? Should we go in a bidding war for the Haqqanis? Against the Russians. What the fuck do you want? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here?
People, they're vibing. Okay, people are just trying to one day at a time. That's the U.S. attitude towards Afghanistan.
Yeah, literally the only thing we're patient on. This fucking war.
Well, no, I mean, like what I like about this story, and I think like the reason people have sort of caught on to it. And by the way, this story has gotten 10,000 times more media attention and controversy than the giant Washington Post piece that came out last year that covered like the entire secret history of the Afghan war, that showed that like 3 different presidential administrations has conspired to fucking cover up, has just lied openly to cover up the fucking slaughterhouse that they've helped create in that country, and have lied to the press and the public repeatedly for decades now about their conduct during the Afghan war. That story came and went like that. But because this is a presidential election year now, and people think Trump is vulnerable, they're really they're pushing this one as far as it can go. And I think the reason people are responding to it is because it's sort of like a story that they get, because I think it calls to mind similar pseudo controversies like in the NFL, when it comes out that like the Pittsburgh Steelers defensive coordinator was paying bounties to players for injuries on other star players on opposing teams, where it's just like people they get outraged about that in the NFL, but they still like watching a game that is literally played by causing brain damage to all involved. And it's just sort of like with this, it's just like, oh, you're telling me, they're paying bounties to kill soldiers in a war, where it's like, well, what the fuck do you think our soldiers have been doing there for 20 fucking years now? It's just sort of like, if there's a monetary incentive to it. Hey, what if I told you that, like we said, you could lease a Dodge Charger for killing people in Afghanistan? Is that a bounty that's being paid out by the U.S. government? Seems like it to me.
I think some of those kill teams actually did have bounties on how many Afghans they killed. I'm just wondering, what if the U.S. government, the CIA, had only offered bounties on Russian soldiers in the 80s in Afghanistan? That would have been a model of restraint compared to actively giving them Stinger missiles to shoot down helicopters with, which is what we actually did.
Yeah, funneling hundreds of millions, if not billions, of Saudi money into just God knows where, into Haqqani, into other things there, through Saudi intelligence. Just put it wherever, it ends up wherever. Whatever happens, who gives a shit? It's not your country. But, I mean, this is sort of like the perfect, for the libs now who are feeling their oats, because, Trump is very weak. This is the perfect story. This is the perfect Biden story, because it's saying the U.S. empire is being managed poorly.
Yeah.
That's the whole crux of it.
We get Biden in there, and he's going to shoo those Russians out of there with a big cartoon broom, like the Sandman at the Apollo Theater. Going to sweep all those Russians out of there, and we're finally going to win.
Then we can be in that fucking country forever. Don't worry about it.
Hell yeah. Fuddruckers and Kandahar, it's coming.
Yeah, don't worry. Other people's kids are going to fight for some vague national glory of this war that the entire fucking world knows we lost. Who the fuck are we fooling at this point?
What's amazing is not even ourselves, because as Will pointed out, we have the fucking Afghan papers showing that this whole thing has been a fraud the whole time. There's no plan to win. There's no way to win. And we were just all like, yeah, but that's just what it is now. We're in Afghanistan. Everyone's dying of opium. Who isn't dying of coronavirus? Who isn't dying of gun violence? And there's no solution to any of these problems because we have lost the capacity to manage our own affairs. Everything is going on through its own momentum. and we're just being carried along down the hill. And it'd be very nice if the Russians would not get in there and make it harder for us in this thing that we have no choices over. But I would like to stress it is most likely complete bullshit.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't doubt that Russia is up to some bullshit. Like, no one should be occupying that country. Is what I'm saying. But that said, no one who's fucking raising a thing about this story, they have no positive vision for Afghanistan. Their vision is that Americans go and kill and fucking die, and Afghans die for what? So you can go back to fucking watching Will and Grace. So you can feel good when you close your eyes thinking about this country and the conduct of empire.
I mean, yeah. Imagine if Russia was just giving out challenge coins to Taliban militants for every grisly atrocity they perpetrated against American soldiers. I mean, imagine that. Imagine if a military was giving out trinkets to its soldiers for every fucking war crime that they carried out. I mean, that would really be something if that were a real thing that took place and happened in this world.
Remember when the captain of the USS Vincennes got a medal for shooting down an Iranian passenger plane?
Mm-hmm. And George H.W. Bush, one of the good Republicans, said, "I will never apologize for my country, right or wrong."
Yeah.
Well, moving on, but this is connected because it very much has to do with a guy who was president for 8 years of the Afghanistan war. I'm talking about Barack Obama. And if you guys haven't felt nauseated yet, this New York Times article is sure to bring you there. This is an account of how Obama has shaken off the doldrums of retirement to assert himself into the American political theater once again and preserve his legacy and save the country. This is a headline: How the Trump campaign is drawing Obama out of retirement. He's like John Wick, basically. Trump he killed Beau Obama, and Obama was saving that for Christmas dinner. And he's thinking it was a gift from Tony Rezko. Is the last thing he gave him. It was the guy in the limousine tipped him with a puppy. And this is is Obama back? Yeah, I'm thinking he's back. So listen to this. Just after Donald J. Trump was elected president, Barack Obama slumped in his chair in the Oval Office and addressed an aide standing near a conspicuously placed bowl of apples, emblem of a healthy snacking policy soon to be swept aside, along with so much else. "I am so done with all of this," Mr. Obama said of his job, according to several people familiar with the exchange.
Barack.
Yeah, you really busted. You really
Are you
busted
tired
your
of
ass.
deciding to kill Wisp, Barack? I know it hurts you with a whist.
What I love about this is it's the conspicuously placed bowl of apples, the emblem of the healthy snacking policy soon to be
This
swept
is what
aside.
they've taken from us.
That's the
Healthy
thing that they're leading with. Is that's what Trump is going to come in and get rid of? Is all of the healthy snacks being offered to America? Forget the Iran deal or the Affordable Care Act or like any of the federal judiciary. No, what will be swept aside in this new reactionary tide is healthy snacks.
They say apple a day keeps the doctor away. Are we totally sure that if Trump hadn't come in there and ended the snacking policy, the corona even would have been an issue?
Well, an apple a day, better that than dealing with one of these healthcare exchanges. Am I right, folks? So going on here, it says, there is no model for my kind of post-presidency, he told the aide. I'm clearly renting space in that guy's head. Oh, fucking corn cob, bitch.
God, fuck off.
He won, you dumb bitch.
He just took all your shit, your apples and everything else, and just swept it off the table with his Cheeto dust-soaked fucking hands.
And he canceled literally every accomplishment of Obama on day one. It was dumb.
He owned your ass.
He wrecked him.
Which is not to say that Mr. Obama was not committed to use his pre-Trump retirement vision, a placid life that was to consist of writing sun-flecked fairlays, policy work through his foundation, producing documentaries with Netflix, and family time aplenty at his new $11.7 million spread on Martha's Vineyard. The stakes of that re-engagement were always going to be high. Mr. Obama is nothing if not protective of his legacy, especially in the face of Mr. Trump's many attacks. Yet interviews with more than 50 people in the former president's orbit portray a conflicted combatant trying to balance deep anger at his successor with an instinct to refrain from a brawl that he fears may dent his popularity and challenge his place in history. He goes here, he is doing so very carefully, characteristically intent on keeping his cool, his reputation, his political capital, and his dreams of a cosseted retirement intact. I don't think he is hesitant. I think he is strategic, said Dan Pfeiffer, our old friend, top advisor for over a decade. He has always been strategic about using his voice. It is his most valuable commodity. Oh, it's just, I mean, if this is if this is the retirement he wanted, I mean, couldn't he have just stuck to that? Because, I mean,
has he actually produced anything for Netflix?
Yeah. He did a show about a Chinese company opening an American factory, like a documentary, sort of like Gung Ho but real. And
I believe it was called The Factory.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Most of the other videos he's produced are only available for private screenings in the discreet homes of certain well-connected people in the entertainment industry and finance, if you know what I mean.
Going on here, it says many.
It seems like the only thing he did is just rat fuck Bernie.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. With
That
this
seems like
article,
the only
is
thing
that,
he's actually accomplished as in his post presidency in 4 years.
Yeah, no, it's just like he stayed silent, you know, because of course he wanted to preserve his calm, cool, collected, presentation of himself as well as his legacy. But like, okay, so he's preserving his legacy, and the biggest thing he's done in that regard is make it absolutely certain that Joe Biden will be the Democratic nominee for president. And
yes.
it's like, that's your legacy, dude. Hope you're fucking happy with it. That's what people are going to think of you, if they think of you at all after Trump, is making sure.
Do you think Mayor Pete did the Obama voice when he called him and told him to drop out?
Yeah, there was a bunch of feedback in them. They couldn't hold the phone to their heads because they kept getting the feedback popping in because they had the identical vocal frequency.
He did. He went into Obama. Mr. President, let me be clear. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh golly.
Yeah, he was just sitting on hold, waiting for Obama to come on and going, "Hello, Mayor Pete. You're quite good at turning me on."
I'd like to imagine the hold music while you're waiting for Obama to get on the phone it's all just selections from CDs that are sold at Starbucks.
Yeah. It's Jason Mraz, Nora Jones joint effort.
Going on here says, many supporters have been pressing him to be more aggressive. It would be nice for a change if Barack Obama could emerge from his cave and demand a way forward, the columnist Drew Marjorie wrote in his much-shared Medium post in April titled, "Where the Hell is Barack Obama?" The counter-argument, he did his job and deserves to be left alone.
No, yeah, look how well he did. Look what a good job he did.
That reminds me when he his first public appearance after going parasailing with Richard Branson. His first public appearance was that to talk at Goldman Sachs, right?
Yeah.
And then people were like, you can't tell a black president how he can make his living. That was the defense of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, going on here.
You had no problem with all these white presidents taking money. All of a sudden, but the best thing was they weren't even saying, they were saying you want him to speak to Goldman Sachs for free?
That was great.
And by the way, he had already signed a $65 million publishing contract for his memoir of his 2 terms in office.
Has it dropped?
No, he's still writing it right now. But he says,
"Hurry up!" He's like George R.R. Martin. Fucking drop it already, Christ.
No, but to your point about
my favorite thing people would say was when they would go, "Obama doesn't owe you anything," and it's like he was president. He ran for president. He ran for all of our approval.
And quite frankly, I mean, if he was president for 2 terms, and I voted for him at least one of those times, the first time. Considering what he accomplished as president, he owes me a lot. He owes us all a great fucking deal, considering what he actually did in office.
Well, yeah, he gave us Donald Trump. I mean, it's his fault.
But he goes here to your point about how, don't tell Obama he can't speak at Goldman Sachs. Quote here, it says, Obama has now been out of office for 3.5 years, and he is still facing this kind of scrutiny. No one is pressuring white ex-presidents like George W. Bush and Jimmy Carter the same way, said
so they say that.
Monique Judge, news editor of the online magazine The Root, and author of a 2018 article arguing Mr. Obama no longer owed the country a thing. Well, first of all, if you're talking about Jimmy Carter...
That's such a ridiculous argument, though.
Jimmy Carter gets shit on all the fucking time for being, mildly critical of Israel. And if you're talking about George W. Bush, I mean, the model is not to just warmly embrace everything a fucking ex-president does. All this fucking guy had to do was start painting portraits of his fucking victims, sort of similar to your experience.
I
in
think they're pretty
quarantine,
good,
Adam.
honestly.
I mean, they
Yeah,
are
I
pretty
think they're
good, but
not
it's like,
bad.
you know, it's like John Wayne Gacy. That's all it took for him to be fucking that and give a piece of like a Werther's original to Michelle Obama. That's all he had to do to be fucking fully embraced as like a decent man who, you know, say what you will about him. At least he loved his country and had a decency to him. It's like, were you awake during the George Bush administration, W. Bush? Because he has not an ounce of humanity in him. I mean, the guy, he's like one of the worst monsters ever to occupy the Oval Office. So, like, I don't think the standard that we should be holding ex-presidents to is just totally uncritical embrace of them and everything they've done, and just to allow them to ease into a life of just absolute splendor and comfort, and just, you know, frictionless praise and fucking veneration from the public and media alike. But Mr. Obama's head appears to be somewhere in the middle. He is not planning to scrap his summer vineyard vacation and is still anguishing over the publication of his long-awaited memoir. But last week he stepped up his nominally indirect criticism of Mr. Trump's administration, decrying a shambolic, disorganized, mean-spirited approach to governance during an online Biden fundraiser. So, going on here, I had to like sort of term the keyword search the article for Bernie Sanders, because this is what I was wondering if they were going to address this at all. Because this is, as you mentioned, Adam, this is the only actual like meaningful thing he's done with his power and his post presidency is behind the scenes to intervene as strongly as possible in the Democratic primary, if not fix it outright from the beginning, to make sure that Joe Biden got the nomination, his guy. And in doing that, to coordinate the, you know, Super Tuesday mass dropout of Klobuchar and Buttigieg at the exact same time. And lest we forget, Elizabeth Warren staying in at the same time to really stick the knife in Bernie and finish his chances of getting the nomination. But it says here, Mr. Obama was supportive of Mr. Biden personally from the start of the campaign, but he promised Senator Bernie Sanders in one of their early chats that his public profession of neutrality was genuine and that he was not working secretly to elect his friend, according to party official familiar with the exchange. God, I hope Bernie Sanders believed that.
Well, that settles that.
Yeah. Still, he is an enthusiastic supporter and played a central role in pushing Mr. Sanders to accelerate the end game, quote, that led to Mr. Biden's earlier than expected victory in April. He spent the next few weeks tidying up a few messy political loose ends, working to improve his chilly relationship with Senator Elizabeth Warren, who irked him by criticizing Wall Street's speaking fees as emblematic of the scourge of money in politics, calling it, quote, a snake that slithers through Washington. See? So she fired the first shot about calling someone a snake.
Well, she's right.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'm not going to. There's not much more in this article, but I just thought it was you know, just all the details about how, you know, he was just really hoping to spend some time in, you know, on America's own midsummer island in Martha's Vineyard and just produce Netflix documentaries and write a book that preserves his legacy. But, you know, unfortunately, he's had to come out of retirement to lightly criticize Donald Trump and. Largely, I mean, it is mentioned, but it's not given the weight it should in this article. Is that like his only meaningful intervention was fixing the Democratic primary to the extent that was possible.
I mean, if he's going to be a producer now, like, get Doug Elin on the phone, get Mark Wahlberg on the phone, and let's bring back Entourage, all right?
Netflix is the perfect fucking platform for a relaunched Entourage.
Give us another 100 seasons of Entourage. Let's bring peace. Let's bring some modicum of normalcy back.
And we could have Obama cameo. He could share like a peace conference between Johnny Drama and Turtle over some sort of e-cigarette based business dispute that they have.
Yes, exactly. He could give them his basketball tickets if they're trying to get into a big game. And Obama can show up and like give him their tickets, and they could be like, "Oh my God, it's the president! It's President Obama!
It's the freaking president! Oh my God,
it's the president!"
Turtle, I believe you're sitting in my seat. It's time for you to go.
Oh, you're not friends with Barack Obama? I've been friends with him for years. He helped me with Avion Tequila, the launch. He was friends with Saigon, the rapper that I signed in season 2. Jesus Christ, man. That guy's a loser. I hate Obama.
Fuck him.
He sucks. I hate him worse than Bush at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Because
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, he did all this shit for fucking
For nothing. He did all this shit just to be the asshole with the shitty mansion in St. Louis, just to do that. He did all of that stuff. He became president. He ate the adrenochrome. He sat in the vaulted chamber looking into Satan's assholes that opens up at the top of a pyramid of blood so that he could produce a fucking Netflix special and jet ski. Like, he couldn't have done that as a senator. Just no imagination. Like, our bad guys aren't even motivated by any sort of grand strategic vision like a Nixon or a Kissinger anymore. They're just the most striving little fucking hollow assholes who just don't want to be famous, which is the worst thing you could possibly want to be.
Yeah, Bush at least wanted to impress his dad.
Exactly. There's some psychology there.
Yeah, Obama, like, what do you think Obama would see if he went on a DMT journey and, like, ventured to the center of his spirit to solve his most core desire? Like, what does he see
the
there?
Food and
He
Wine,
sees, like-
the Food and Wine Festival in Aspen, where he gets to meet the
Yeah.
winner of Top Chef.
Yeah, no, that's it. Just a completely dull man. Kind of actually like a very good predecessor to Trump because they both mirror each other's lack of imagination.
Yeah.
And the complete death of any vision in their respective movements.
Yeah, so Obama, good luck to that guy.
Yeah, see you,
Take
Obama.
a hike.
Go bungle somewhere else.
Hey, get this. Thanks, Obama. Being sarcastic there.
Nice.
That was good, dude.
All right, well,
I wish there was
Dude,
a
that was
place
kinda
on the
fire.
internet you could have posted that.
All right, well,
certain subreddit.
to round out today, I have a reading series to cap off this episode that is a return to form for us. This guy lives in the Chapo pantheon. He was featured in a reading series on our second ever episode, the episode where things really took off, and we were like, hey, we got a little something here. We got a little lightning in the bottle. I'm talking, of course, about, as Felix referred to him on that episode, Cold Stone Steve Austin. I'm speaking, of course, about the National Review's roving correspondent of Kevin D. Williamson.
Roving correspondent's such a good name. Because
It is
it's
such a
like-
good name.
It's like Peeping Tom correspondent.
Yeah.
It's like roving correspondent is the title they give you when like you have no area of expertise or knowledge in any given subject, but you certainly like to stalk suburban subdivisions, sort of glowering in people's front yards. And this is exactly what this article is all about. This is an article so pointless and pretentious that it could only come from a roving correspondent. This is, of course, It's called Blowin' in the Wind. The subhead is The Leaf Blower Man and America's Contempt for Public Spaces. Yes,
Oh, boy.
Kevin D. Williamson has written an entire article on how leaf blowers annoy him and what that says about America in 2020.
Oh, hell yeah. Now, this is the shit I love, where you've just lost even the barest filigree of ideology and you are just purely raging about the thing that is annoying you in front of you. The Andy Rooney move.
Yeah, and as I read this article, I'd like to stress once again that think back to the moment in which Kevin D. Williamson was unceremoniously dumped from his new perch at the Atlantic when it came out that he did actually believe all those things he said and wrote about how women who obtain an abortion should be executed by the state, preferably by hanging, as he suggested. There were a lot of people who, before it became obvious that they couldn't defend any of these things he actually said, we're sort of trying to be like, look, yes, he has some controversial points of view, and he's an unapologetic conservative in his beliefs, but you gotta give the guy this. He really can churn out a sentence. His prose really sings. So I would just like you to keep that in mind as you read this unbearably ponderous and tedious article. So let's just go in here. He begins, on Sundays, I get up early to hear the word. On Saturdays, I get up early to hear the leaf blower. Saturdays are for the boys, Kevin. What can I tell you? Traffic noise, or that vacuum cleaner that runs around 70 decibels. A loud alarm clock is about 80 decibels. A leaf blower, by the way of comparison, punishes those nearby with about 115 decibels, midway between the noise of a car horn, 110, and a jetliner taking off, 120. I do not usually sleep very late, but I do not get up early as Hortulanus Americanus, the leaf blower man, and his colleagues. So he created his own sort of Latin genus specification of leaf blower man, Hortulanus Americanus.
What are you, Dave Barry? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. A very special species, the lawnmower, has a distinct breeding pattern. This is terrible.
The leaf blower man and his colleagues work from dawn to dusk, their almost unvaried white pickup trucks prowling and parking, sometimes 4 or 5 blocks on a busy day where I live, constricting the typically wide residential avenues in my town to practically European proportions. The nice people around here can hardly get their Audis past one another. If you do not think very hard about the legal situation, more than a fifth of the landscaping workforce is composed of illegal immigrants, and there is some reason to believe that some of these outfits are less than scrupulous about payroll taxes and the like. There is much to admire about the entrepreneurial spirit and work ethic on display. So he's like, yeah, there's much to admire about them if you allow yourself for even a second to forget that they're all filthy alien viruses invading our country and not paying payroll tax. Love the hustle, hate the noise. An unexpected episode of the coronavirus quarantine. Many of our gardens have never looked so good. We had a fine spring that is turning into a hot summer, and with the golf courses barricaded and gyms shuttered, the bourgeoisie, who in the course of our workdays seldom lift anything heavier than money, had no place to get exercise, and so we turned to our yards and gardens. What to plant? There is a superstition that lavender repels mosquitoes, so I planted 2 kinds. I dug up old grass and planted better grass, and of course, there were tools to buy. I do not like the noise, and I do not like the smell of gasoline. My motorcycle is relatively quiet and a clean one. And if you want to avoid that unpleasantness and also get some exercise, then the thing is an old-fashioned reel mower, which is a human-powered rather than gasoline or electricity. And so I get to have some experience of being a kind of bipedal draft animal. Oh, this is just, they're letting him publish his diary. This is just him scribbling notes about what I did today.
I heard a very rude lawnmower outside. I was sad.
I just like over the course of this one paragraph, he establishes that he lives in some kind of rich suburban cul-de-sac in which there's golf courses nearby and people drive Audis. So it's like fairly well off. And then he tags himself as being a member of the bourgeoisie, the sort of the money lifting class. But then he says, just so you know, in addition to loud noises frightening me, I also very much dislike the smell of gasoline. But then he makes sure parenthetically to let you know that he also drives a motorcycle, but it's a quiet and clean one. This is Kevin Williams.
Is it like, does he drive on it with his twin on weekends? Is he allowed to go by himself?
He goes here, my neighbors look at me a little funny, possibly because I'm the only man on the block who cuts his own grass. Kevin,
I do it while wearing a cape.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kevin, they're looking at you funny because of the way you look and dress, not because that you're pushing a lawnmower up and down your fucking garden. He goes, and in some ways, the real mower really does not work all that well, but I'd rather push that contraption over the same spot 6 times than get the job done with a single sweep of a gasoline lawnmower. I can let my mind wander and then finish up with a perfectly good piece of medieval technology, a broom.
Who gives a shit? Shut the fuck up!
He's like, I wouldn't.
No one cares.
I wouldn't lower myself to ride around or push a gasoline-powered mower because this piece of shit that doesn't even work allows my brain to produce these reveries of thought that I will eventually craft into such a brilliant column such as this one, which I share the fact that I can use a broom with you, my dear reader. Leaf Blower Man watches this and smiles and roars and enchants into whirling motion a furious little cyclone of minced vegetation. God, you can really tell how happy he is writing, you know? You can really tell how much he likes.
Cyclone of minced vegetation.
Yeah. This prose is tough to read, but you can tell while writing it, he was like himself and shit.
Oh yes, it's a minced vegetation.
He was
indeed.
laughing,
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah. Oh man, it's one of those guys who goes to a restaurant and he's like, "Oh, I'll have a potable and some comestibles." And then they just put like 50 pounds of pubes in his food in the fucking kitchen.
Yeah, this prose style is written for like pedophiles that live in hot air balloons. So it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, who enjoys this?
But at this point, like, who is reading the National Review? Because the Republican Party has changed so much, and there's been such an anti-intellectual bent. There's no like. We're smart and we're Republican. Like that's so out at this point.
It's Cape guys. It's other Cape guys. It's all other Cape guys who are also yelling $5 words at leaf blower guys who have headphones in and can't hear them.
This article is for people who have like a marble bust as their Avi and walk around with a cane, even though they don't need it. And when they see like a guy on a gasoline lawnmower, they're just like, the shabbiness of modernity is just thrust in my face every time I leave my castle. It goes on here. There's a lot of stuff about immigrants, and like, there's really no actual like political spleen venting here. He talks about how he just talks about how he spends a lot of time around immigrants, and he likes immigrants because they like America, and even though his family are of old stock, he feels sort of at home among immigrants. Then he goes back to talking about leaf blowers and America being a sort of convenient place to live, and the leaf blower is a pretty good emblem for them, and that it effectuates our inexplicable national contempt for public spaces. Leaf blower man is king of his castle. If he blows his yard waste into the street, that is someone else's problem. Not my problem. Translate that into Latin and inscribe it on the Capitol Rotunda. The leaf blower man blows his trash.
Rotunda, is that what they call you?
I don't know. I kind of like it now. I'm imagining like what's his name, Martin from The Simpsons, growing up.
Wait a minute, is he unhappy about the fact that in America we tend to take externalities from our actions and put them on the public and have that be unpriced and unconsidered? Is he unhappy about that? Because
Matt,
that seems like the defining characteristic of American capitalism.
Matt, the subhead to this piece was leaf blower man and the American contempt for public spaces. I think if you'll remember back, the last Kevin D. Williamson reading series I did on this show was his article about how we should bring back public executions. So I think that's he wants to hear the snap of someone's neck or the fucking thud of a head on a tumbrel instead of hearing a leaf blower whine.
So this guy's like, "Hey, are you guys? Am I alone here, or would you rather see a gallows than a leaf blower in public? Oh, I am alone. Oh, you're calling the police. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind."
I think Adam gets to the heart of it here. Is that like who is this for? And that like the National Review doesn't really have. I mean, its audience is just so diminished because it used to be like the intellectual engine of the conservative movement politics, and like they would always have that sort of that sheen on it. But now there's absolutely no need to have the sheen anymore. They've cut out the middleman entirely, and now it's the OANN network and Dan Bongino.
I mean, that's the best thing that Trump has done is like made like the Republican Party like proud to be stupid.
Yeah.
And like when that wasn't the case, Kevin D. Williamson was much more of a fire breather. He was courting controversy and sort of venting his sort of proud reactionary political spleen in these columns. And now that he's been fired from the Atlantic, and it's just sort of the political moment has passed him by. He had his sort of chance at media celebrity, which is of course what all these people really crave, and he blew it with his idiotic opinions that he authored like a decade before. So life has passed him by, and it's just like he can't even sort of muster the energy to churn out like some good sort of fire breathing, condemnatory prose about liberalism or immigrants or anything like that. He's just sharing his thoughts about how leaf blowers, sort of annoy him, and then just sort of grafting on Frankenstein like these like incredibly labored digressions about Americans and public space and immigration and sort of the American character, and it just goes on and on like this.
I gotta cut in for a second. In 2011, in an interview, when the final season of Entourage was airing, President Barack Obama claimed it was his favorite television show.
All right, well, this is going to happen. Let's do this. Come on, Barack.
Yeah.
You don't even have the fucking...
Okay.
You don't have the vision to bring back Entourage? Nothing? Pathetic.
It's just like, I think you can make a connection here to what Kevin D. Williamson is doing, because in Trump, you have a politics and a leader in a political movement that represents everything Kevin D. Williamson has been striving for his entire career. It's like he's got what he wanted, but it tastes like ashes in his mouth. The sweetness has turned to bitterness because once he's been achieved, there's no need for him anymore. He doesn't have anyone's ear anymore. He's not being feted as sort of like a daring, cutting edge raconteur, and sort of his poison pen dipping into his inkwell to churn out another vicious takedown. There's just no need for him anymore. So what he's retreating into is this is his version of watching Entourage, is just sort of like musings on my suburban neighborhood. And and if Barack Obama's legacy is fulfilled and Joe Biden becomes president, we can all sort of like the liberal and left wing side of it, like we will have that opportunity as well to just sort of not care anymore about the things that we so loudly protested for the last 4 years.
Oh man, it's gonna be so good. New episodes of Entourage every night. Like they write them that day, and then like they make it like the Tonight Show. They write and produce a new Entourage every day.
I mean,
It should be like
easy to write.
it should be
these
like
episodes.
Big Brother. It should just be like the actors living in their Hollywood Hills mansion, having parties, hanging out, getting in hijinks. But it's just all filmed with sort of surveillance cameras in the house, so that they can wake up, being in the role of Turtle, E, Vincent Chase, and Johnny Drama, get out of bed and just sort of go about their lives. And it's edited down every night, and then we watch it on TV.
I can't wait. It's going to be great. Everyone will be dead from Corona, but everyone else will be dead from laughter.
One more thing about Kevin D. Williamson. Wasn't the article that you reviewed on episode 2 basically about how if you're not getting what you need or want from your community, you should just pack up your shit and move?
Yeah,
That's true.
that was it.
Yes,
Well,
it was. Kevin, just
take his
move.
own
Yeah,
advice.
just move. If the lawnmower is too loud, just pack up your Okie wagon and move on to the next town.
Yeah, but the thing is with Kevin D. Williamson, though, like he makes clear that his neighborhood is quite a rich neighborhood. So like in his worldview, there's like, even if they do things to annoy him or that he finds vulgar or uncouth, rich people by virtue of their wealth can't really be morally wrong or subject to any kind of scolding or correction or discipline, because by virtue of their status that they've achieved in society, they're sort of above that. Whereas like his contempt and hatred for poor people of any kind gives him the right to administer sort of justice, discipline, and instruction for their benighted lives. So he can easily tell people in the hollers of Appalachia to just pick up and move to get out of their the fent holler that they're stuck in. But for him, being mildly annoyed by his neighbors, he would never deign to move himself or correct any of his social betters.
Wait, so what's his point? He was
there is
annoyed
no
by a
point.
guy doing
There's
yard
no
work?
point. Yeah, no point
there's
to
no
any of
point
this.
to this.
Okay,
It
I'll
doesn't
just
wrap
finish.
up-
I'll finish reading the last 2 paragraphs, and you tell me what you think you can wring out of this. The smell of gasoline might be understood as the bouquet of our contempt for public places. Where do the homeless congregate? Under freeway overpasses, outside of gas stations, begging drivers waiting in lines at drive-through windows or jammed up at busy intersections. Tattered infantry to our high-riding armored cavalry. Half of the commercial and hospitality spaces in our country, from 7-Eleven to Starbucks, serve as part-time homeless shelters and mental wards for people blown out onto the street like, I won't belabor the metaphor, I'll let Dante do it for me. Standing outside the gates of hell, the great pilgrim sees the souls of the dead making their final procession. As the leaves fall away in autumn, one after another, till the bough sees all its spoils upon the ground, so there the evil seed of Adam, one by one, cast themselves from that shore at signals, like a bird at its call. So yeah, he says, I won't belabor the metaphor. I'll just share a quote from Dante with you to stretch out this leaf thing I'm talking about just a little longer. And then he just says at the end, when life got back to normal for a little bit, I had accumulated things to do, some errands to run, and I started going back to the gym. I was so busy that I neglected my backyard for a few weeks. I was shocked by how quickly the weeds take over once again if you let them. I think he's trying, like he's aiming at this to be some sort of, I don't know, bemused threnody for American culture or some element of our character, but it is just him just farting into his computer.
I'd love to see him like try out his leaf blower bit and just bomb at a Trump rally.
Hey, y'all guys hate leaf blowers? Fuck you! I love my fucking leaf blower. I put it on all fucking day. Fuck, I'll kill you.
It's just like he starts talking and he's like, if I may belabor the metaphor a bit further, I believe William Wordsworth once said, and then you just hear like just a fucking like a wall of leaf blow, just leaves just get blown straight at him as everyone in the front row just unholsters a fucking blower and blasts it right in his fucking dumb fat face.
Then Trump gets up there and he's like, fabric softener doesn't make things soft enough anymore. And everyone's just like, I fucking love you, sir.
I'm imagining modding my leaf blower to roll coal to take it to the Trump rally.
Yes.
As Heinrich Heine wrote in 1821, Where they burn leaves, they will in the end burn human beings too.
Chris brings up a good point because, like, those guys love being publicly annoying.
Yeah, that's the whole. That is all the
reason they're alive.
Is now is what, like, everybody who's freaking out about wearing a mask. Everything. It's what are you gonna do about it? That's the entire ethos. That's what they should put on the stupid snake flag instead of "Don't tread on me." It should just say, "What are you gonna do about it?" That's the entire conservative ethos. Freedom and liberty in this country is the freedom to go in public and have no expectation or understanding that your desires have any boundary.
It's like a predecessor to what's happened to the Republican Party. It's kind of could be seen in John Leguizamo's The Pest, right? That's kind of like what they've all become.
Yeah, originally the RNC invited Trump to the into the fold because they wanted to hunt him for sport on one of their islands, but he got the better of them. He certainly did. That wily pest. No, but I mean, I guess like it's Kevin is he's not trying anymore. He's given up because we haven't talked about him enough on a lot on the show recently because it used to be when he would come out with some new fire. Like there would definitely be something in there to, I don't know, feel angry about because of how it's just sort of inhumane and cruel he was, in addition to being stupid. But this is just like there's nothing there. It's because it's just like I said, like we finally achieved a society as cruel as the one that Kevin would like to live in, but he still doesn't like living in it. So,
darn.
There you go.
Nothing's ever enough.
Shoot,
no,
shucks.
I mean, really, what the national motto of America should be, it should reflect the idea of getting exactly what you want and hating it and crying about it.
Yeah.
That's what
Donald
we're really
Trump
about.
is the avatar of that. Trump has gotten only what he has wanted for the past 75 years of his life, and he is miserable. He has been more miserable every day that he's been alive, and he has never gotten anything other than exactly what he has wanted.
The only good day of his life was the hamburger party with the football team.
Handsome quarterback hamburger party, and when he put the medal on the dog.
Yeah, those were the only two
really
good moments of his
moments.
life. Like those eclipse, like the birth of his children, any of his marriages,
absolutely.
Anything like that.
Yeah.
I was like, someone was speculating on Twitter the other day about this, and it was like a very funny scenario to play out, to imagine happening is if Don Jr. or Eric died before Donald did, like what his eulogy for them would be like. It would just be like, many people just said Don Jr. was a good son, but then again, many people said he wasn't. he sure liked the things that he liked, though.
He liked shooting the animals. He loved it with the animals. He had fun with that.
I thought his beard was very nasty towards the end, though. Well, there we go. I think that about does it for today's episode. I want to thank Adam Friedland for hanging out with us once again. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me on.
And I would like this. I think your third or fourth appearance on the show now. I think I would like this episode to serve as a monument or a sort of a blueprint going forward for the newly formed Chapo and Cumtown joint subreddit. Only for good vibes and fans of both programs who have the correct mindset to imbibe the sort of mutually reinforcing truths that both of our shows are providing for you.
Only the ascendant can touch this realm.
Yes, it's the Chapo Cumtown fan. That synthesis, those are the ascended ones.
Yes.
They will enter the kingdom of God. All others will be cast into Gehenna.
Indeed.
So, till next time, guys.
Bye-bye.
The Christie's auction for digital artist Beeple, whose real name is Mike Winkleman, coming to a close a few moments ago. The final bid, David, $69 million.
Oh, my gosh.
As of 6 months ago, Beeple had yet to sell any work, and most of America and the world are still trying to understand how NFTs fit into overall asset valuations, but
Carl, help me. Carl, help me understand.
I'm
relying on you and Morgan to explain this to me. I can say non-fungible. What is a non-fungible token? But that's about where my understanding ends. Yeah. All right. $69 million. Winkleman. Way to go, Winkleman.
It's me and Felix. We're down a mic today due to unforeseen technical difficulties, but we're not going to leave you with just us. Coming in, filling in, coming off the bench, in the clutch, it's our old friend, Adam Friedland.
What's up, pals?
Adam, it's the
Thanks for
boy.
having
He's
me.
back again. He's back again with it to do his thing with us. Thank you again so much for doing this. So just to kick things off here, I have to ask Adam this question. Adam, do you know what an NFT is?
Kind of. I've been trying to understand it because I think I might start selling my my paintings.
Well, I was about to pitch the
NFT.
idea to you.
All I know is Big Dave said that he's made $5 million off of basketball trading card NFTs.
I don't even think he knows how it works or what he couldn't describe to you what he did.
I've asked him before what it is, and he said it's that he owns clips of people making slam dunks or something. And it's worth millions.
That's great. Yeah, no, that's definitely, yeah. I think he's got it.
So I got to think about the content that I own, and I think that I'm going to start making NFTs for my paintings, and I could be a millionaire like Big Dave.
That's the way to do it. The NFT, of course, if in case you're wondering, stands for non-fungible token. And what it is it's a new wrinkle in the blockchain. If you're not familiar with what the blockchain is, it's what causes Judgment Day in Terminator 2. And Felix, like you were saying, like an NFT is when you sell your internet art to Skynet.
That's basically what it is. Like, yeah, it depends on how you like to think about it. There's a quant and then macro strategy, and the quant strategy is you're selling it to Skynet. The macro strategy is that you're selling it to the computers from the Matrix, and they put out a bunch of energy, and then your thing, which like it could be anything from a webcomic that's like that moment when your depression has anxiety, or priceless art, and it can fetch you anywhere from $5,000 to like $100 million for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's my plan right now.
Yeah, it works like this. Let's say you're an artist like Adam Friedland, and you've done a series of paintings depicting Steven Seagal, Koskol Baba, the Turkish dwarf.
That's the one I have.
Yeah. I mean, that's I'm just talking about my Adam Friedland collection right now. But so you're an artist, and you're just trying to get on that NFT thing. So basically, it works like this. For the amount of electricity it takes, comparable to what the state of California uses in a year, you take that kilowatt per hour number and you apply that electricity to generate a JPEG file that will be the only JPEG file that is authentically blockchain endorsed. But like I said, it will take probably, several pounds of plutonium, I'm just saying, because I could just take a screenshot of Adam's art, but that wouldn't be blockchain back.
You can just copy and paste it, but it wouldn't be the real shit.
And like I said, so it takes the electricity of a small country to be generated in order to verify that the JPEG that you own or the GIF of Vince Carter dunking or something like that is valuable. It's worth something. It's worth something real. It's worth millions of dollars. But if it were just a GIF that you search for, like, in a Twitter comment bar where you just do GIF search, Nicholson nod, I mean, the market's flooded with that. But if you have a blockchain-backed Nicholson nod, that could be worth upwards of $500 million, theoretically.
The point is, guys, is I've taken many an L in my life, and I am sick of losing. I'm in deep with Princess Diana Beanie Babies. I thought that the market would be coming back recently because of Meghan Markle's, but I owe a lot of people a lot of money around town, and this is a way that I can sell someone a JPEG of my shitty paintings I did while I was at my parents' house last year during COVID, and this is how I win, folks.
Well, honestly, I kind of like what you're getting after this, because the reason that people justify NFTs usually is something that's like probably the lowest priority thing in the world, maybe even totally amoral, which is paying artists. And I think we all recognize that they should never be paid.
No.
It's just ever since we started paying artists a little, art's gotten worse. It's like giving a dog table food. It's probably everything's more important than doing that. But pay off gambling debts or finally get rich, that's more than justifies the energy output. an environmental effect.
So, I mean, like, I'm inspired to learn more about NFTs because I saw a headline in the New York Times today that says JPEG file sells for $69 million as NFT mania gathers pace. So that's $69 million for, it says here, a JPEG file made by Mike Winkelmann, the digital artist known as Beeple, was sold on Thursday at Christie's in an online auction for $69.3 million. The price was a new high for artwork that exists only digitally, beating auction records for physical paintings by museum valorized greats like J.M.W. Turner, George Seurat, and Francisco Goya. But, I mean, you know, if you own a Goya painting, I mean, that's pretty cool. But imagine you had a picture of that same painting on your computer that caused a drought in another part of the world to authenticate, but it's now you own a Goya painting on your computer.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I'm just reading here. There's some examples of Beeple's art here. This is the Beeple piece that sold for $69 million is a collage of all the Beeple related art that he's done over the last year. But it says another Beeple piece titled Crossroad it's a 10-second video. An NFT showing animated pedestrians walking past a giant naked likeness of Donald Trump, and it collapsed on the ground and covered in graffiti. So it's a GIF of pedestrians walking past Donald Trump on the street covered in graffiti. That's worth $10 million.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the environmental impact is sad, but I mean, arts kind of doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, could you name the most famous artist in the world? It's probably Banksy.
Him or like Damien Hirst, maybe the Crystal Skull guy.
Do people in Ohio know who Damien Hirst is?
Yeah, no, their jeans have his art on them.
Oh, that's true. They do have Crystal Skull.
Yeah, no, they think the same shit is cool.
True religion.
Yeah, Damien Hirst. Yeah, that was his first work of art. Were those complicated jeans with knee pads?
I had a friend that went to Berlin, and they said in the mall in Berlin they had a Banksy store that you could go to. You could get all your.
You bring up Banksy. You bring up Banksy.
Germans are so cool. That's the coolest country in the world.
I don't know. Like Bitcoin has been on my mind because I keep talking about the mining server farms because someone posted a picture of because people keep building them. And someone posted a picture of these it looks like the fucking Matrix. And it's just at a time when there are blackouts and people in Texas are freezing to death and shit, it doesn't seem like it's the best use of society's resources to prop up the trading of GIF files and basically a purely speculative currency that has no actual value. I could be wrong though.
Yeah.
They could be destroying central banking. Is that worth it? I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds right, but I don't know. The world's ending. You might as well get paid off it.
So yeah, I mean, obviously we should all get into NFTs. I mean, Adam, you already have art. Felix, if you were to do an NFT, blockchain-backed digital art currency, what would you do? What kind of Felix drawing do you think people would appreciate?
I think it would be something from my my artistic oeuvre. Something to deal with the twin dragons of imposter syndrome and mild insomnia. Something memorializing Tuca and Birdie after it was canceled.
What if we were drawing Tuca and Birdie smoking weed, and it's animated so you can see them exhale thick clouds of loud?
That's pretty good. Yeah. No. Something like that. And I think for about $5 million we could make that work.
Well, I mean, as long as we're talking about art, here's another thing that's been on my mind. Have you guys watched WandaVision?
No, I haven't seen any of it.
I've seen the screenshot that is the greatest the greatest piece of writing ever.
Oh yeah, I saw that when people were making fun of it.
I wasn't making fun of it. It's the one, for people who don't know, it's the one where the robot is if you miss somebody because they're dead, that means you love them and still love them. When he's telling the do they have sex?
Yeah, I believe they do.
They're a husband and wife, right?
So it's implied they've had sex. Can they have children? Does the robot, is he fully a robot?
Yeah, they do have children on the show.
Did they adopt them, or did he his dick go into her pussy?
Oh,
I think it's
dick
kind of
definitely
like
went into the pussy.
Okay.
It's kind of like the Muppets, right? Where all the boy kids are frogs and all the girl kids are pigs.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, like a frog, like kind of has a dick or a pussy, but it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like this is a robot. This is a robot and a human ass woman.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think she's a witch.
Okay, all right. Well,
All I know is that
made to be
my
an
dad was disappointed by the finale of WandaVision.
Was he really invested?
Well, a lot
in
of people
WandaVision?
are.
He watches all the Marvel properties.
Oh man,
He's
That's
like
not
mad.
He's big on Disney Plus. Yeah. It all started when when my father saw Avatar and he went into a deep depression for 3 months. Because for the first time in his life, he didn't have to live on this wretched planet. He got to live on Pandora for 2.5 hours. And it was actually a documented depression that people went into
Yeah, we've covered
after
this.
seeing Avatar.
that's
It's
what great art does, and I
it was
think
a
it's
social phenomenon.
I think that's the right reaction, though.
I've seen him get that sad 3 times. And the first was, well, the second was when Bush stole the election in 2000, and the first was because he thought OJ was innocent. And the third time he got really sad was after he saw Avatar.
Wait, well, I mean,
Those are the 3 stages of life. Those are like the 3 vectors of maturity a man goes through.
He was pissed. He was like, Mark Furman is a racist. The LAPD is trying to tear down a great man.
Well, he must have been happy with the outcome of that trial. I mean,
He was
must have felt good.
stoked. He was stoked. He was like the only. It was weird because it was like in school, it was like the black kids thought he was innocent, the white kids thought he was guilty, and I was the only one that thought he was innocent. It was my first time I got the hood pass.
The first, but definitely not the last.
Not the last.
Is your dad prepared for another 3 Avatar movies, though? I mean, will that send him spiraling
I think
into
he'll see all this
new
shit.
depression? Yeah.
I think he's gonna go see all the shit. I think he's stoked. He sees all that crap. I never actually saw Avatar. I know I'm getting us off topic from WandaVision. I know I do this oftentimes, but I didn't see Avatar because I knew I was gonna break up with this girl, and I didn't want to get 2 IMAX 3D tickets because I was too cheap, but I knew that within the next 2 weeks we were going to break up. And then we eventually did break up because of a game of FIFA because she said she wanted me to come over to her apartment, and I didn't see the text message because I was playing too much FIFA. And so that forced her hand. But because of that, I never got to see Avatar.
Well, I think you'll find a lot that you like in Avatar. Like, I consider you like a worldly person.
I know.
And Avatar, like, I think, you've been afraid to see it because of the end of this, of that relationship. But Avatar has a lot on grief, and it's a beautiful story. And I actually think like me and you are going to be some of the last people vaccinated out of anyone we know.
Oh yeah,
but
I don't deserve it.
I think I deserve it more than a normal person. But
oh no, I'm the last in line.
Yeah. But I think like me and you can watch Avatar together with Will, and we can get herd immunity from him being vaccinated.
I'm down, dude.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's become like the Oscar Schindler of vaccinations, and he's just getting people illegitimate vaccine appointments. And he asked me if I wanted one, and I said I felt bad. I felt bad taking the appointment from an old lady or whatever. But it's pretty easy.
They've
from
got
what I
enough.
understand.
They've got like enough to go around.
I feel like they do have enough.
Yeah.
But I think I'll be able to last another 6 weeks.
Joe Biden bought like a ton of the bad one.
Yeah,
is the
the
Johnson & Johnson
Johnson
one
Johnson.
bad, or is it good? I don't know.
It's for babies.
Catholics don't like it.
Okay.
Catholics don't like the Johnson & Johnson one because it's made out of dead babies, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, what are you gonna do?
Well, look, I mean, life is for the living.
Yeah.
Did you watch WandaVision?
I didn't.
I watched the first episode, and I was like, I that was enough for me. I was like, I got it. Oh, well, by the way, sorry, another digression. Did you guys see? Speaking of the vaccine, Trump's statement where he was basically because he can't tweet now. He's getting reporters to just cover his tweets by sending them out on what looks like to be official presidential letterhead.
Yeah.
And he says, it's like, I hope everyone is enjoying their vaccines, but you wouldn't have this beautiful shot in quotation marks. If it wasn't for me.
Why the quotation marks on the shot? People like, when this came out, people were like, oh, he sucks now. Like, this is pathetic. But it's like, no, this is the same shit he's always said. Like, you only think that if you, like, pantomimed being really afraid when he would say stuff like that. No, he's the same old bitch he always has been. I enjoyed that one a lot.
I just love it says from the office of Donald J. Trump, and then it has the
And it
presidential
still has,
seal
like,
on
the
it.
seal.
It has the
Yeah.
presidential seal on it.
Yeah, that's like when people put the little like 7 symbol on their display name to make it look like they're verified. I love that.
Oh gosh, yeah, I miss him. I
miss him a ton.
I barely look at Twitter anymore because it's just not fun without him anymore.
Quality has gone downhill a lot, and the only guy really keeping Twitter alive is Eric Alper.
Who's that one?
He's the guy who asks the
Eric
questions
Alper-
that are so good you have to respond to them.
Eric
that
Alper
guy,
hosts like
yeah.
some fucking show on Sirius XM, but he just has like he's like the Agent Smith of radio hosts because that's just his entire being is being like a agreeable radio host. So every day he tweets like, "What's one movie you always think of?" Like 80,000 people.
He's like a
answered.
quote tweet guy.
Yeah. He's an engagement farmer, but I think there are 2 like main engagement farmers, and one of them is that. Who's that like white old basketball guy? Rex Chapman.
Rex Chapman.
Yeah, and he'll post like, a video of someone like a maggot chunk getting corn cobs at a public event and be like, y'all, this. And it's like he also has like a cool black guy for his Avi, and I know for a fact he's like a balder, older white guy, which is respect, but.
Yeah.
Eric Alper is legitimately like he wants to find out about people. When he has something like, what's the third band you ever saw live? Who's a guitarist you would be buried alive with? Like there's more audience participation and less dishonesty. But he's the only one. The site would have been shut down without him and admittedly Rex Chapman.
It's just not the same
It
without
sucks.
the Don. It was just because Biden, they're just gonna keep in a padded room for the next 4 years. But we got to know if the president was in a good mood every day, or if the president was pissed about something every day.
I loved it.
We were so lucky.
I loved it when he would tell people to have a good weekend. Like the president saying that was so sick. I feel like I have a little egg on my face now because I was like saying. And I still think I'm fundamentally right that Biden can be funnier than Trump. But I knew they would hide him, but it's been amazing how little we get to see of Mac. It sucks.
I mean, yeah, he's not doing a State of the Union.
All his tweets are so not. It's like every week they just post a new video of him and Kamala. Well, they want you to think it's slow motion. But that's just probably Joe Biden walking normally. And it's like
everyone else has to go slow.
yeah. And it'll just caption like week 3 or doing work, and it's like this is whoever manages a professional athlete's account. This sucks.
Because at the end, Donald, he incorporated the videos, where they just really let him rip, and I guess the swan song was right when people were in the Capitol building. When he said you're very special. And little did we know that was the last we were gonna get, where he was like, "You're beautiful, you're very special, I love you."
That was that was sad, and it's like we got rid of that was such a bloodbath because we lost Mike Lindell a day after.
Oh, it's just not fun online anymore.
It really isn't. Twitter sucks.
It's not fun online anymore.
No.
You guys remember when Larry King was alive? R.I.P. to one of the greats, by the way.
Yeah.
But he would have this innovation on his Twitter account where he would he would just, like Larry King does, he would share his thoughts on random issues under the hashtag "It's My 2 cents."
Yeah, my 2 cents.
It's my 2 cents, and I think, obviously, like the people who really love and support Biden, like one of the things that they're most proud of is that we have a president who doesn't tweet anymore, or who doesn't, sort of govern via Twitter. But it's just we're missing something, and I think like. Not the Office of the President account, but like Joe Biden's personal Twitter account should have a hashtag like "It's My 2 cents" that should be like, "That's a fact, Jack," and he could just be like, "Microwave popcorn just isn't as good as when you make it in the pot."
Yeah.
That's a fact, Jack.
Yeah. If you see a girl in ballet flats, she's gonna use her hands. That's a fact, Jack. If she lets you eat the cherry on top of the malt, keep her. Like it's like he's so funny. He's so funny. Like he basically started his campaign by telling a story about a feat, like a Greek mythology feat of strength at a segregated swimming pool.
And you walk to the car and say, "You may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head."
And now it's like, yeah, we just never get to hear any of that cool shit.
The bored kids in that video, that's how bored the kids are, like wearing like their little baby bikinis, having to listen to this old man. just like, who the fuck?
They have no idea. They're all like 4. They have no idea who the fuck that is, like why they have to be behind him.
They have to stand there. They all need to pee.
They're all waiting to get in the pool to take a leak.
And those videos of him, like in Iowa a year before, he was being like when he would short circuit the video where he goes, "And she's been my friend in and out of politics, been my friend, great friend, woman who's a friend, love the woman friend."
Did you see the thing this week where he couldn't remember the name of the Secretary of Defense, so he just says the guy who's in charge over there.
Yeah,
the guy who's running the whole damn show.
That was awesome because at the town hall he said when he was talking about Trump, he said the last guy, and they're like, "Oh, epic shade by Biden." And it's like, no, he literally doesn't remember it was Donald Trump. He doesn't remember who his Secretary of Defense is. He doesn't remember any of these people.
Yeah, I just want to see him like going around the country calling things bastard.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn.
Stupid bastard.
This was like a million years ago, but like when Look Fat happened, that's the thing. Like that, if you remember Look Fat, when that beta cuck Warren supporter tried to challenge Joe, and he was like, "You want to do push-ups right now?"
And there's no way Fat could have beat him in a push-up competition. Let's be honest.
Fat would have been vanquished on the spot.
Everyone felt bad for Fat, but there's no way.
Fat's not beating Joe Biden in push-ups. There's no way. Very few men on earth are. But like the thing is, that's why I think they should let him out more, because if you watch that video, the like just sea of people, the like Iowa manatees, they're all like 80, and they're just like, when he goes, listen, Fat, they murmur, they're like Dark Souls creatures, just like gurgling with approval. If he did that, like no one would stop supporting him. He wouldn't lose any support for it. It might like prevent some young people who aren't as aware of Joe Biden's follies from supporting him if they didn't already. But it's like, it wouldn't be that deleterious to him, and I think everyone would be having a lot more fun if they just sort of like, I'm not saying to let him totally off the leash, like we don't want the episode where Junior walked around Newark in a bathrobe, because he might do that, but like, within reason, within the good parameters of safety for a senior, they should have him do that. Just let him go places.
Speaking of off the leash, did you follow the whole thing with his dogs, or like his dog bit someone and they had to be removed?
What the fuck is going
on? The dog was
his
removed
Nazi
from the White
dog.
House. His Nazi dog, Major. I think it's funny
What was
though, like
that tweet?
If you get a German Shepherd and then you give it a military name, like that's definitely a Nazi dog.
Yeah.
Listen, Mac, here's my dog. It's I call him. His name's the Obergruppenführer.
Yeah. He's an Argentinian Shepherd, Jack.
But they rolled out the dogs right before he got in the White House, and then as soon as he got in the White House, they just started biting people's dick or something, and then they had to be taken away.
But that was something we were supposed to be proud of, because Trump didn't have a dog.
Yeah,
You're right.
He was gross.
He was the first petless White House.
And then Biden literally got like disturbed Nazis.
Yeah. Well, that's the
Biden got like. Do you remember in Queens when Trump tried to show that ICE was good, so he arrested like the last living Nazi, and it was this like brain dead guy in Queens. He got like those. He got like the dog version of that guy.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. Like, Joe Biden he's like a more truer tribune to white people than Donald Trump is, because it's like, yeah, the two most important things for like sort of like English, Irish, German, white Christian America is like having phone calls and writing letters to your son where you're both like, I'm in love with you. I want to kiss you on the mouth. You're my sugar special, sweetie plum guy.
Yeah.
I want, like just French kissing your son. And then.
Yeah, they love when he talks about Bo.
Yeah. He was my special super.
About how he wishes he could still kiss Bo.
Yeah. They love doing that. The dads and sons love doing that. And they also love having a huge, dirty dog that's kind of oily with like not that creative of a name and is like definitely like emotionally fucked up for some reason and being like, he's great. He just loves people so much. He's 190 pounds and 27 years old.
Didn't Charlotte Clymer have a tweet about Bailey the dog? Like, something. God, it made me wanna
she was
kill
like,
myself.
she was like, I'm just fantasizing right now about like, Bailey Warren talking to Major Biden and telling him about like boundaries and consent, but then gets distracted by thinking about burritos or something, and I'm just loving thinking about that.
I love Barney. I love watching Barney too. I'm so glad they made politics into Barney.
That's the thing is like without Trump, these people can go back to watching Barney. That's the problem. Is that for 4 years they couldn't watch Barney?
Yeah. That is so awesome to be like an adult and see that and pretend. That probably got like 1 billion faves. Probably like 1 trillion people in America who like, have like given themselves elevated blood pressure for the past 5 years. Like see that and they're like, yeah.
What if Bailey the dog went poo poo in the house?
Yeah. Oh man, that's like that could be your doctor, just an adult ass baby like that. Like just like clapping like a moron looking at pictures of Joe Biden's dirty dogs.
Do you think the person who was running like the White House dog Twitter account, it was because like they had a Twitter account that was like supposed to be the thoughts of Biden's dog, and it was all like Eppin, Heckin, Woofer stuff.
Yeah.
And then Major mauled someone in the White House and had to be sent back to Delaware. No, I'm reading the news article about it right now. It's so funny.
Major
they have to murder.
Yeah, Major
They have to murder his dog.
Major like castrated someone. Biden is like Theon Greyjoy, and he took one of his enemies from Delaware and had Major bite off his cock.
On Tuesday, the White House press secretary Jen Psaki confirmed Major caused an injury to an unnamed individual, and the White House statement about it is Champ and Major. The other dog's name is Champ.
Real creative names here.
Champ and Major are still getting acclimated and accustomed to their surroundings and new people. And on Monday, the first family's younger dog, Major, was surprised by an unfamiliar person and reacted in a way that resulted in a minor injury to the individual.
I can't believe Pete Buttigieg got attacked.
Yeah, they could sense what he's done in the past.
They can sense his. They know that he's a danger to their kind.
Yeah, he probably killed Major and Champ's mom. Yeah, that would suck. Like you're like some like just ice chewing, sexually frustrated but married like 29-year-old, and you're like, yes, I finally got into the Biden White House because I spent college volunteering for Hillary for America. I finally did it. And you like go home to your wife who like jerks you off once a month. And you're like, yeah, I lost one of my balls because of Biden's old dog.
My penis is never going to be the same.
You can never have a kid named Mason now.
But it's a lateral move.
That's a rough go. It's a rough go in life.
No, they're sending Major back to Delaware to live on a farm.
Yeah, for sure.
They're sending him to. They're giving him to an insurance company in Delaware, and he's going to be the office dog, and he's not going to bite anyone. It's going to be familiar to him. But then they announced the White House is getting a cat. And in the press release, they were like, and this cat is sure to break the internet.
Why?
It's because it's a cat. And I guess the cat will have its own Twitter account. Too.
Just bring back Trump. This sucks.
Boo! The only thing he could do that I would like with a cat is like if he got like a serval or one of those other huge like.
He can't do that. He's not Russian. He's not Russian.
Yeah, he doesn't have the gene.
He doesn't have the warging ability that Russians do. I mean, you cannot. If you're an American or if you're anyone other than a Russian, do not have exotic pets. Exotic animals as pets.
Yeah. I have a new exotic pet. I have a new exotic pet. Yeah, it's true. The Gulfies have a special relationship with birds, but so there's a new. Russian pet community I like. Everyone knows I've been into sables lately. I've been really liking those little 2B bears. But check out Pietka the skunk. She's adorable.
Okay.
I didn't know this.
Actually,
Skunks are really, really cute.
You can degland skunks.
Yeah.
And keep them as pets, so they can't blast you with the stink. Speaking of skunks, are you guys following up on the Pepe Le Pew is canceled now?
Yeah.
Just bring back Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
This sucks.
Yeah.
We've been spending 2 weeks talking about what moral lessons are being robbed from kids by censoring Pepe Le Pew and Warner Brothers cartoons, and fucking is Dr. Seuss racist?
Do you guys remember Amiri King?
Oh yeah, God. Oh yeah, the king of the fucking guy in a car video.
Yeah, invented the genre. Adam, did you ever see this guy?
Or walking around a parking lot.
Amiri King was this like very like 2013 era Facebook guy, one of the first like Facebook stars. You know how like Facebook stars have like a different political tenor than like Twitter stars or YouTube stars?
Yeah.
He was like this like sort of, definitely spent his youth as the white guy, as Nick so brilliantly put, in the UNC powder blue shorts. And then like, got arrested, then grew up and became like a big like Law and Order conservative guy, but still with like sort of like a white trash, like cool aesthetic and way of talking.
Yeah.
And he was ostensibly...
He had like a labret piercing.
Yeah. And he was ostensibly like, a comedian, but most of his videos were just him in a car or him in a parking lot, like after a police shooting. Not that he was at, but like when it was in the news and being like, listen, if you don't want to be shot, you should listen 100% to what officers of the police say. But then his comedy was just like, anything that you get on like Vine or whatever. But then he would do like life advice in the car where he'd be like, I'm 38 years old. I have 3 daughters. I don't consider myself to have any friends. You know why? Friends just use you. Friends they just want things from you. You want as few of them as possible as you get older. Like just one of those guys. And he's been banned from a lot. I think he was a casualty of January 6th. He wasn't there, but it was just like, all right, you've made 500 million posts about how you would have killed Michael Brown. I think it's time to go. But he's getting sort of a second wind by getting really upset about Pepe Le Pew and shit.
God damn it.
I mean, that's like, Dave Chappelle did that joke like 15 years ago about Pepe Le Pew, and now people are taking it seriously. But I don't know if you guys saw this. Apparently, there was going to be a scene in Space Jam 2 with Pepe Le Pew.
Oh, yeah.
And in the scene, LeBron James would have explained, and they filmed this scene, but they didn't animate it because, they cut it from, I guess they could see which way the wind was blowing. But in the scene with LeBron and Pepe Le Pew, LeBron was going to coach and teach Pepe about consent and boundaries. And I think it is a fucking crime that was cut from the movie. I need that scene so badly.
Yeah, that's true. How else will kids know what a pervert is if they're not shown it in cartoon form?
That was going to be an amazing cultural artifact. That was going to be a great moment. We were going to get years out of that thing.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Well, I mean, how much does it cost to like animate that scene? Because if we have the bare bones,
Do those guys in Taiwan still do on-demand animation?
they have to. They
You
have
gotta
to.
get them
It's
on
time,
the line.
guys. It's time we've recognized Taiwan. Make the phone call. We now recognize Taiwan. We need you to animate something.
All right, moving on. Adam, you said I wanted to talk about the bloody royal family. Adam, you said you watched the Oprah interview with Harry and Meghan.
Of course, I take the royals, everything royal very seriously.
You're
Because,
a royal
I'm a child of the Commonwealth.
Yes, that's true. You are.
Yeah, I am. So I'm really into that. And okay, so first of all, my verdict: I saw the baby, and it looks black as hell. Okay, it's one of the blackest babies I've ever seen. All right, no, I watched the interview.
I mean, how did you think they came across well?
I don't. I didn't even know about like what they were talking about. Really, I couldn't tell. My girlfriend wanted to watch it. But it seems like he's chill, Harry. He's like down to like call out his family members for his wife, which I like that vibe.
That's cool.
Yeah. Once you find a wife, then you don't have a family anymore. And also like cousins, like if you're over 18, you shouldn't have cousins anymore.
I agree with that. Yeah, I definitely.
There's
agree with
no
that.
reason to have cousins.
I feel
I'd say
you there.
burn it all down. Whatever. I mean, yeah, I really didn't know what they were talking about, but I did watch the whole hour and a half.
It's an hour and a half. Jesus Christ! I mean, apparently.
Oh yeah, dude, it was a
Of
special.
the highlights, it's Meghan does mention being made to feel awkward about certain conversations she had with unnamed members of the family about as you alluded to, how dark their baby would be, and just
I thought it was Megan the Stallion was gonna be interviewed, but apparently it's some other chick from Suits.
That is really funny. That like it's the lady from Suits that he just went crazy for.
Yeah, that's like someone from Burn Notice got their way into like the royal family.
Yeah,
someone from like a USA like a dramedy series.
It does. Yeah, it just literally we send one American from the USA network, and the royal family is in worse shape than they've been in my lifetime for sure.
Yeah,
this is the closest they are to paying for their crimes, and like I don't like. In the direct sense, I don't give a shit about this, right? Like, who cares? You know? Like, it just, celeb news is fun to look at. But, like, conceptually, as a fan of Morrissey, Lena LaRoche, and other great anti-royalists, this is great.
Yeah, I agree with everything Morrissey says, including England for the English.
That's right.
Okay?
That's not racist. It's like, I don't really like his music at all, but as a political
I'm not into his music at all.
Yeah.
His music's confusing.
I don't get what he's talking about, but like,
what the hell is he talking about?
What do you mean every day is like a Sunday? There are 7 days in a week.
What?
Yeah, what are you talking about, man?
You've been doing bad 1990s stand-up comedy? Okay, the boy with the thorn in his side. What boy? Okay, what boy are we talking about here?
If he's got a thorn in his side, better take him to hospital or in hospital, as you'd say.
Deedle.
The Queen's dead. The Queen's dead. That's news to me. How'd you find out first?
Seems like the Queen's still alive to me. Last I checked. That's the worst genre of stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
I remember when I was starting, there were people there were like white guys doing like Biggie, like bits about like Biggie songs from 1993.
Yeah,
they're like, if you got this isn't Biggie, but if you got a $50 bill, put your hand up. Okay, I don't have that much money on me. If you got a $20 bill, put your hand up. Okay, I think I can manage that.
Oh man.
I mean, it's hard for me to feel too bad for Harry and Meghan, but I mean, the British people and their press are really like putting the screws to me to like wring some sympathy out of me for these people, because I mean, like they are. I mean, we've talked about it before, but like they are like a truly deranged country, and their affection for the fucking royal family is like Exhibit A in their fucking in their sectioning case, so like why that nation should be quarantined from the rest of the world. But
there are guys in England who like they think they can only jack off to Kate and Pippa Middleton. They like have to think that they're the sexiest women in the world. The two most brilliant birds.
I did see the clip of what's his name, Piers Morgan, walking off the show because he was so disgusted
yeah.
by the shocking behavior.
That seems to be his job, like just storming out of things.
And like,
Yeah.
and I saw a lot of clips where like people are smirking when he's like getting like a good head of steam going, defending the royal family, and he's like, I see you smirking there. I see you laughing. This is no laughing matter. Prince Philip is 99 years old and in hospital right now. How dare you laugh? This is very serious. And I'm like, the dude's a fucking mummy. I mean, if he died, it wouldn't be like a tragedy or anything. Like, it's not exactly like people didn't see this one coming.
Yeah. I like how they say in hospital.
And speaking of not seeing something coming, the other thing I've really been enjoying in like the fallout from this Oprah interview is this spate of like very like odd and menacing articles in the British press where they're like these op-ed pieces. Like there was one headline that was like, I fear Harry is making the same mistake as his mother, and I don't want to see him go down that path. They're just basically saying like, hey, have you interviewed any good drivers lately?
Yeah, don't take any underground paths.
It's just like these vaguely threatening articles that are like sending messages to Harry and Meghan about, hey, like, let's not step too far the line because, let's not forget what happened to your mother. It's odd.
Yeah, hopefully this will bring Beanie Babies back, though. That's my
Yeah.
only hope.
Yeah.
Well,
because I invested a lot of money in them shits.
But it's not just the British press flacking for the royals. There are a few Americans who have taken upon themselves to defend the royal family against Harry and Meghan's calumnies against them for being racist. And one of them is like an old time Chapo favorite. We haven't talked about him in a minute, but I think he's got a piece out today that warrants it. It's John Cass, everybody. It's Chicago's own. John Cass is back again to defend the royal family. Now, Adam, are you familiar with who John Cass is?
No.
Okay, Felix, if you had to describe John Cass to Adam, like how would you
John
sum him up?
Cassavetes.
Well, they're both artists. John Cass is a sort of like grimace-shaped Greek man from Chicago who
Don't trust him.
Yeah, he would be, if he stayed in Greece, he would have been a member of Golden Dawn. He writes like just absurdly racist articles, how every police shooting is like basically justified and like just typical like Chicago conservative stuff, very race obsessed, very poor people need to get some work ethic, even though I've just been eating sausage and writing articles for like 70 years. But his work has recently taken a turn because after a lifetime of stuffing his face with like butter-soaked lamb and merguez, he has contracted diabetes, and his prose has taken on a sort of Cormac McCarthy state where every day is just horribly depressing. His columns are just him talking about his depressing days where he can't eat sausage anymore and has to eat berries. His awful wife dragging him to do things that he despises. His family teasing and belittling and emasculating him by keeping delicious fatty meats away from him due to his medical condition. And it just like, this is a man standing in front of the abyss, demanding death, and the abyss says nothing back. He's cursed to the hollowing of life. He cannot find meaning. And he has finally returned to politics, though, with this Harry and Meghan article.
Well, yeah. In case you're wondering what type of American would get emotionally invested in defending the royal family, I mean, Felix's summary of his character is a good indication of that type of person. So this is John Cass writing in the Chicago Tribune. The headline: "With Meghan as Princess of the Woke, we'll skip England for a while." So it begins like this, and it begins in pure classic John Cass style. "We've always wanted to visit England and sample the delicious savory pies, good rare English beef with horseradish." So that's
the reason you go to England is to get beef. That's the thing that's known for. There's no real like history or anything you just got to get over there to eat that pastry crust and beef. Can't get that anywhere else.
So he wanted to go to England to sample the delicious savory pies, but in classic John Cass thing, he's like he wanted to go, but now he can't. like another pleasure has been robbed from him, has been wrung out of his life by circumstances outside of his control. Yeah. So he says here, he wanted to sample the savory pies and delicious English wet beef with horseradish. But he says, most of all, I'd hope we'd immerse ourselves in the absolute wonders of the beautiful game that they call football and we call soccer. The way it's played in the greatest sports league in the world, the English Premier League. So think about how psycho this is. This is an American guy defending the royal family, and the British the English Premier League is the greatest sports league of all time. Adam, are you nodding in agreement? You're a fan of the beautiful game. You love the footy.
You know that Felix's Gooner bit hurts my feelings
sorry.
a lot.
I'm sorry. I got really sad when they got rid of Goonersaurus, though.
I got sad too. They had to make some cuts because of the shocking economy and this bloody COVID.
Well, they brought him back though, right? Like there was a huge outcry for Goonersaurus.
When the fans come back, Goonersaurus will return.
Okay, good.
But I think the man inside of Goonersaurus, I'm afraid to say I don't know if he's gonna come.
Oh well, I hope they get him back.
They're gonna have to put another bloody pervert inside of that dinosaur.
So again, he wanted to visit England to eat the meat pies and see the greatest sport in the world, but he says, but now I don't think it's such a good idea. It's this Meghan Markle business. So I like that he is removing the possibility of going on a vacation with his wife to a country they've always wanted to visit because he doesn't think it's safe now or something. Because
well, she's
Meghan
leaving
Markle
too.
She's in America. I mean, they've been living in California for the last 2 years.
Is this just like he's like, oh, I didn't think they had those there.
So he goes here, after Pope Oprah crowned Markle as the Princess of the Woke. I think Princess of the Woke is like him trying to do a pun on like Princess of Wales or something, but it really just, it doesn't work.
That's clever.
Yeah, he has just like a handful of wet pebbles for a brain. He's also like incredibly stupid. He's a brick-headed man.
Oh, the Princess of Woke.
That's good.
Yeah,
Because the wokeists of Britain have gone bonkers. They're hell-bent on using Markle as their avatar to tear down the British monarchy that has connected the people to their past for some 1,200 years. Some see the monarchy as repressive and wasteful. Some see it as the vanishing thread binding a diverse nation. Some see it as a fairy tale sold to tourists. Throughout the Markle hysteria, I've been thinking of the proud 94-year-old woman, Queen Elizabeth II, trying to protect the monarchy, to hold on against the many idiocies committed by her family. I just love it. He's thinking of this poor 94-year-old woman. I mean, like that's what really matters here, folks. Think about how sad she feels about all this. She's 94 years old. She's not going to be around for much longer. And by much longer, I mean at least another 20 years.
Yes.
I hate to bring this back to Trump, but we had a real friend to the monarchy in the White House that has been lost.
Yeah.
When he went over there on that visit to meet the Queen, he was so happy. Do you remember?
Yeah, and they hated him, but he just didn't notice.
He was having so much fun. He looked like the Capitol right. He looked like the guy that put his feet up in Pelosi's desk. He looked like he was having the best day ever. He walked in front of her. He broke like a 4,000-year tradition. Yeah. He walked in front of the old woman. He looked like a pig in shit.
Yeah, it was great because it's like, that's the thing. Like the royal family is as tacky, and they represent the same things he does. They're all
Can you
both
imagine
like
if
tacky, shitty places.
If he was still around, the tweets against Meghan Markle about calling her a dog and stuff.
Like saying that Harry should ask out Jessica Alba.
Yeah.
I saw Queen Elizabeth on her chair. I moved on her like a bitch.
That was awesome when people were like, look at the shade that Queen Elizabeth did to Donald Trump. And it's like, literally every man in her family is Donald Trump. Like down to the Jeffrey Epstein connection. Like they're the same thing.
Down to being Nazis as well.
Yeah.
So it says here, as an American, I'm not a big fan of royalty, particularly our own American royals, the most powerful royals in the world. Grand Duke Jeff Bezos, Grand Duke Bill Gates, His Highness Sergey Brin, Grand Duke Jack Dorsey, and Grand Duke Mark Zuckerberg. I think he should have used some different royal titles instead of just saying Grand Duke over and over again to make a point that like, tech billionaires are American royalty. It's
also
very
like,
strained here by Cass.
Yeah, Kaz has also like come out for like low taxes and deregulation his entire career, and he's just now surprised that we have rich people, or no, like the only like bad type of rich person, someone that can ban you.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes, they and others like them have the power to tell the rest of us of the world what to read, how to search, and best order thoughts, and how to properly express those thoughts. In the old days, a king like Longshanks might take your tongue or your head if you persisted in aggravating it. And if you've seen Braveheart, you know kings could take your bowels too. As soon as he said Longshanks, I knew he was going to come through with the Braveheart reference, because like that's how he learns it. That's how he knows about history. He's like, and anyone who's seen that movie knows it's a historically documented fact that they'll rip out your intestines.
Yeah,
and kill your gay son's lover. By throwing him out a window.
Yeah, he definitely thinks of himself as an intellectual, but like his only knowledge of history is just like things that he watched while he suffered from a UTI in his basement.
So he goes here, but our big tech royals don't bother about our bowels. They can take minds. And if that's not absolute power, what is? Yet, as a thoroughly modern American, I stubbornly cling to the ye old fiction that we may still speak our minds in our own country. Therefore, it follows that a visit to England now is out of the question. Who wants to end up on the stake burning next to British television host Piers Morgan? Not me. So Piers Morgan he's just gonna get another job on British TV. I don't get what the big fucking deal is. And like Piers Morgan is like one of the most repellent people alive. So obviously John Cash likes him and feels an affinity with him. So it says
He's
here
also a fellow gooner.
He supports the lab.
So is Jeremy Corbyn, brings people together.
Jezza is also a gooner. It's me. It's the three of us. We're the Mount Rushmore of gooners.
I agree with that.
So he goes,
and Harry too, mind you.
Morgan, a co-host of Good Morning Britain, made a terrible political mistake when discussing that Oprah interview with Markle and Prince Harry that I refused to watch. I was busy drinking Hendrix martinis with habanero garlic olives while binge watching Bosch. A man after my own heart. A man after my own heart. I just love that he feels the need to tell you that it's an interview I refused to watch. I was
too busy getting pussy.
That is being like 80 and bragging that you have open access to alcohol. Fucking awesome.
Oh man, wouldn't you love to like give him a smooch after eating all those habanero garlic olives though?
Yeah. I would love to lick his rim clean while watching Bosch.
He goes, to waste my brain cells watching Oprah. I mean, that's true. He doesn't have many left, so I suppose he doesn't want to use them, frivolously.
One of the dumbest men in Cook County.
He says, to waste my brain cells watching Oprah, a billionaire entertainer sitting in a beautiful villa interviewing multimillionaire royals about their feelings, just wasn't my cup of tea. You'd have to pry my eyes open with eyelid locks, as was done to Alex in A Clockwork Orange, to get me to watch. Sorry. He's coming correct with these references. His references are sick.
Yeah, these are very underground movies about England that he knows about.
That was a sick pull.
Yeah. What's your letterbox, John?
He goes, but I've been reading about it, and I learned that before meeting Prince Harry and marrying into the family business, i.e. the firm, and becoming Duchess of Sussex, Markle was a star on the TV show Suits. You'd have to use the lid locks for me to find that one, too. I'll stick with a proper martini. It's like, this is all confused. He's like, yeah, no USA television show for me. I'll be getting drunk. It's like he's comparing two different things here. He's like, you'd have to hold a gun to my head to get me to watch Suits. I'm too busy eating chips in my basement.
Yeah, it's like, I hate to say it, but if you're like mainlining Bosch, it's like, it's not too beneath you to watch Suits. Like Suits is definitely like not.
He's like Bosch is, but my affection for Bosch is well established. But if you're saying that like I'm spending all my time watching intelligence shows like Bosch, and you're looking down your nose at character-driven dramas on the USA Network, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
The same thing. It's the same. You're enjoying the same thing. But I mean, he has to flex about getting drunk again. So I get it.
So he goes, in the Oprah interview, Markle told of alleged racism in the royal family. Markle is the daughter of a black mother and a white father. She said many things with feeling, but what was striking besides the allegations of racism was that she said she'd been driven to thoughts of suicide and the royal family didn't care. Suicide is no joke. If you've lost a friend or loved one, you know it's no joke. I just thought he needs to include that. He was
That's
like,
facts.
In case
That's
you were
facts.
wondering,
Big
I'm
facts.
not making fun of the idea of suicide. And I like he also says, if you've lost a loved one or a friend, it's like, dude, all of Cass's friends and family members end up topping themselves at one point after spending an evening having to like slurp habanero garlic martinis with his fucking and watch Bosch as he farts into a lazy boy for 10 hours a day.
Yeah, just listening to him like bitch to you about how he used to eat these little fudge squares, but his family makes him eat frozen berries now. Just saying something unrepeatable about Colin Kaepernick. Just 7 hours of that. Watching the fat on his face slowly like advance over his eyes.
He goes, still, some did not find her claims believable. On his program the next day, Piers Morgan summed up her interview this way. I'm sorry, said Morgan. I don't believe a word she says. I wouldn't believe her if she read me the weather report. He got into an argument with a co-host, a weather forecaster named Alex Beresford, who said Morgan's behavior was diabolical. That's what you get for not believing weathercasters. Morgan walked off the set, but that wasn't his great sin. His great sin was not believing what Markle said during the Oprah interview. Markle became upset and reportedly called the network to complain. Morgan was told to apologize. He refused and lost his job. He's now busy recasting himself as a Churchillian figure. I mean, yeah, another drunk who wants to gas not white people. So sounds about right. What's frightening is that the entire sordid business of hurt feelings and outrage is being monitored by the proper UK authority, Ofcom, which regulates it all. If you go to its website, you'll see what this organization is about. We make sure people get the best from their broadband, home phone, and mobile services, as well as keeping an eye on TV and radio, the Ofcom site explains rather clinically, and that viewers and listeners are protected from harmful or offensive material on TV, radio, and on demand. Is that reassuring or chilling? We once hoped to visit London during Christmas to attend Boxing Day matches and have a proper English Christmas dinner at Simpson's in the Strand. But England will have to wait. It's the only prudent thing to do. So once again,
they've always had, like, first of all, yeah, what he describes sucks, but it's like this more or less the same as what the FCC does, which I don't know how many columns John Cass has written about that. There is probably like some black 17-year-old that got shot by 30 different cops that, he had to say was a criminal. But also, like, he seems to imply that, like, England does have, like, more stringent hate speech laws than America. I think that's, like, one of the things that we have over England is that we have far less restriction on speech. But he seems to imply that Meghan Markle caused it. No, they've been doing this for fucking ever.
And like that,
they don't have a First Amendment.
You can still get mince pie on St. Swithin's Day anywhere you want in England if you want to go visit.
It's also like
not a problem.
Yeah, no one's gonna ban or arrest John Cass from England. Most people in that country have his exact same fucking opinions, and are him, just like pleasureless mounds.
I love like this fits so perfectly in the Cass oeuvre because, like I said, what I love so much about it is like how he is intentionally robbing himself of something that could be pleasurable or enjoyable in the not too many moments he has left in his life. It's like visiting England with his wife or something, and he's like, nope, I won't be doing that. I'll be getting drunk and watching Bosch because that's the only thing safe for me to do anymore.
Yeah, if there's like a Bosch Black Lives Matter episode, does he just kill himself? No, he probably just. This is one of those guys who just likes feeling bad. He'll probably get like 7 columns out of that.
Well, there we go. It's the bloody royal family. They're at it again, and it's my fervent hope that they will implode finally under the weight of their own incest, atrocity, and racism.
I don't know. Isn't this just making them like interesting again? Like people like drama. They liked it when Princess Diana died because they were like, oh, it's so sad a princess died.
I mean, it'll probably like make the English circle the wagons around them.
It's like a reality show for them.
Yeah.
About like the ugliest, most boring people.
Yeah.
It's like a reality show about like just unfuckable people.
Yeah, it's like if there was a reality show about like Sumner Redstone and his family.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, about a family of burn victims.
I miss him. This is another guy I miss, Sumner.
The GOAT.
Yeah.
Think about that. Sums it up for today. That's John Cass on Harry and Meghan and Bosch, the greatest TV show of all time. Adam, I want to thank you for filling in on short notice.
Yeah, thank you, Adam.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
talk
guys.
Talk to the lad.
Always a pleasure.
And you know where to find Adam. He's on Cumtown.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. And
That's
you
all we
can.
got for today.
No. I am launching an app actually. Since
really?
early in COVID, I've been developing an app with some developers in India. It's an Adam Friendland app where the Adam Friendland fans can get the latest news. They can chill with each other. It's just me, you know. I can give them post selfies and stuff for them, see what they think.
And also your
hate
political
speech,
beliefs won't be
we're
censored.
gonna be like we're gonna be tightly monitoring hate speech.
There's no
Sounds
room
good.
for hate in the Adam
Yeah.
Friedland fan community.
No, you have to be nice.
That sounds good.
And for $14.99 a month, you can get Adam Friendland Plus, which is a
Ooh.
premium service on there.
Okay. What are the inducements to go Adam AF Plus?
Early access to my acoustic singer-songwriter originals that I've been working on. Kind of like a folk country situation.
Ooh.
And you know, I'm coming up with some other big surprises. So we're gonna try to get that on the Android and the Apple store pretty soon.
That sounds great.
Well, I hope you're not
Yeah.
censored by big
And-
tech.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and there's gonna be a lot of ads. Okay, and just just X out of the ads. And you'll find the content, but you gotta get. It's kind of like when you're like illegally streaming like an athletic event.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of pop-ups.
There's going to be a lot of X's
ads
that look
just,
like
you know,
it's a closed window, but it actually takes you to another link. You just got to find the right closed window.
It takes you to
button
another link.
and just
Yeah,
keep
if
pressing
it shoots you over to Safari, just get out of Safari, go back to the Adam Friedland app, and just be persistent.
Do people do need to give their social security number to join the Adam Friedland app, right? I mean, that's for safety, just to make sure there's no hate speech.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's just so I can. Well, I'm going to give all of them to the police, but then if someone does something naughty, then they'll have it like on speed dial. I can report people, but yeah, you're going to have to give up some sensitive information.
I mean, yeah, well, that is how to keep online communities safe and hate free. And well, it's good. I applaud you for your efforts, Adam.
Yeah, a lot of these social media platforms are very dangerous these days, and I'm working on developing the safest social media platform imaginable. So safe that you can't even really post on it.
That sounds good.
That sounds great. But you can get the latest Adam Friedland news, though.
You can just like. That's all you can do is like me.
I have a plug for a similarly safe thing. If you subscribe right now on Stitcher Premium to Time for My Stories and enter the code Chapo and get 50% off, you will be in a totally safe community where if you post, the forbidden things, like if you post the forbidden 2017 things like Gritty 2024 or like, go on Chapo, none of my followers will take a picture of your house. Mm-hmm. No one will attempt to kill you. No one will get you fired. No one will harass you. No one will call your grandparents. This is the second safest space online behind the Adam Friedland app.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly safe.
Yeah.
First, it's Matt and I today. Felix is off for today, but if you're not joining us, pinch hitting for Felix from Cumtown, it's our good friend Adam Friedland. Adam, once again, how you doing?
I'm good. I was just telling Will before that I saw Ambulance last night. I think it might be the best movie I've ever seen in my entire life.
Adam, I seriously, I agree. Ambulance was comprehensively the most fun I've had in a movie theater in a long time.
It felt that way too. I said that walking out. I haven't gone to the cinema and just felt a thrill like that in so long.
Yeah, no, I seriously, one of my biggest pet peeves is people who applaud at the end of movies because, guess what, asshole? None of the actors, filmmakers are here tonight. But I swear to God, I clapped at the end of Ambulance because I was so happy.
After the landing of a plane.
It
felt that way. It felt like there was so much turbulence. And really, it's so beautiful that they've given Michael Bay drone technology because he can go even more Bay now. It's just it's a match made in heaven. The way those drone shots work, and the camera is never still.
Oh God, yeah, he's a genius. And like I said, most of the drone shots were in like the first third of the movie, so I figured he like crashed all of the drones that he was given or ran out of money or something. But yeah, what he does with drone camera work is like because they've done drone camera work in movies, like I've noticed that before, but like the way Bay does it is just like he's like doing a kamikaze fucking pilot, like suicide mission run.
It's so sick. Yeah, it feels like an event movie that you have to see in a cinema. I'm not being paid by Michael Bay right now, but I just couldn't get over it. I think I found out afterwards that it's the new Morpheus from the second Matrix, or from the fourth Matrix, I guess. But
yes, he is the hero of the movie. Will Sharp.
Yeah,
and Gyllenhaal in complete manic weirdo mode, which is really his strongest suit.
There's something wrong. There's something wrong. It felt so real.
So that's just a little Chapo movie corner for you.
I don't want to.
Adam and I both give 2 thumbs up to Michael Bay's Ambulance.
Oh my God, run, don't walk.
If you're tuning into this show right now, you already know what we're doing the podcast on today. Because like, look, when I program the show, or what are we going to talk about? You pick up the news stories that you think work the best, but sometimes. The course of like human events smiles on me personally and the show in a way that is unprecedented. I'm speaking, of course, about Rod Dreher's getting divorced. In a shocking twist, a man who has been living in Hungary by himself for a year, basically curating a cadre of young male grad students, his wife is divorcing him.
Who could have seen it coming? They seem so happy.
Wait, so he's like running like a monastery. He has like young monks.
No, that's just it. He's not doing that. He's just hanging out. He's eating oysters with like Orban orbiters or Orbanitors.
Orban. Oh, those guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I remember one of the last times he talked about Rod on the show. Like again, like he's been living by himself in Budapest for a year now. And like I think the last Rod post we did, or one of the more recent ones, it was just like, I was taking a cab home with a young grad student friend of mine, and he explained in like in heartbreaking terms how Blue's Clues is indoctrinating children into becoming trans or something like that, or like the famous oyster photo of him in Budapest soy facing at the oysters, and it's like, imagine being Rod's wife, or your husband like back in America, taking care of the kids, and I think his kids are like college age or whatever. It's not like they're running around the house, but like, dog, when your wife sees you soy facing and having oyster lunches with young men in Budapest, while you're back in America, it's living by yourself. It's like, dude, it's curtains for you. You're like, she contacted the attorney that day. So I gotta say, when I saw the news that Rod was getting a divorce, and that he announced it in a post on his blog at American Conservative titled Tears at Golgotha, I swear to God, this is the closest I've ever come to calling an emergency podcast recording. This is like when the Mueller report dropped. For me, like this is like the Mueller report. Like this is breaking news that like is so attuned to like my interests, and because I've been a long time Rod head, and this Rod news is spectacular. So let's just dive into the post here. I'll just say right off the bat, titling the post announcing your divorce by referencing the crucifixion of Jesus Christ is so fucking tight.
Look, he just happened to be at Golgotha crying. He's not making any kind of connection to the pain and sacrifice of Christ. He just happened to be at the same place that Jesus cried, crying himself. Total coincidence.
Father, please take this wife from my lips. Yeah. So tears. I just thinking of this, the phrase "tears at Golgotha." All I can think about is, of course, Eric Clapton singing a song called "Tears at Golgotha." But it's not about his kid crawling out a window. It's about his wife leaving him. Okay. So "Tears at Golgotha." Rod Dreher, April 20th, 2022. Rod begins. Some of you will have intuited that given the amount of time I have been spending in Budapest this past year, things have not been well for me at home. You were right. I received an email from Julie last Saturday, the day before I left for Jerusalem, giving me some news. News that occasions this statement, the text of which has been approved by my wife. So this is the wife-approved text. It pains me more than I can say to announce that my wife recently filed a petition of divorce, and I have agreed unreservedly to her request for a mutual and amicable parting. While this will come as a great shock to my readers, it will not surprise those who know us best. We are both exhausted from 9 years of excruciating struggle to save this marriage. I can safely say that I have learned through bitter experience the truth of the saying that nobody really knows what goes on in a marriage. We've agreed that I won't be talking in public about the circumstances leading up to the divorce. That would be unfair to her because she has no platform and cruel to our children who remain our greatest concern. I can say, and she has approved everything in this statement, that, and again, this is italicized, that infidelity was never, ever an issue on either side. There is plenty of blame on both sides, but we'll have the rest of our lives to think about that. So, you have to be clear, the wife approved sex, infidelity on either side was not the cause of this divorce. Continuing on, he says, that's it. That's all we feel comfortable with me saying. Please pray for us and our children. As I mentioned, this news came to me just before I left to spend Orthodox Holy Week in Jerusalem, worshiping and doing a little research for my next book. You can now understand why I have been posting so little since the weekend and spending so much time this week praying at the actual hill of Golgotha inside the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It feels to me that evil has won. I must believe that there will be resurrection.
Evil, settle down, man. Happens to everybody. Literally.
It's a cool church. I've been there. It's a pretty badass place. A lot of bells, a lot of smells. A lot of incense. A place where you could think about a woman doing you wrong for sure. It's cool though also because that church is like divided by like there's every sect of I think it's Eastern Orthodox Christianity has like a little different corner. So there's like an Assyrian Orthodox section and stuff. It's so funny that he's crying about his wife there. It's hilarious. Like next to Japanese tourists. They're on like a Sheldon Adelson funded like propaganda trip. Like, it's very funny.
They're like, oh yeah, like could you I'm sorry, like a crying beardo in the corner. Do you mind if my wife takes a photo with you?
Yeah, can you take a picture for us? Yeah. There's some guy trying to this is where they laid down Christ and asking him for a picture. And he's like tearing his shirt like a man in mourning. That's great.
It feels to me that evil has won.
Very
and
cinematic.
Also, like he said, like this will come as a shock to my readers. Again, I am a close Rod reader. This is the least shocking news I have ever read in my life. And all right, so continuing on, he says, I will continue posting close to normal.
Of course.
I believe. I mean, that I believe.
Yes. The real first love. I'll never get divorced from posting. That's my promise.
I will continue posting close to normal, even though it's going to seem jarring to you with me blogging about news events and cultural trends after disclosing this crisis. I ask you to withhold judgment. Remember that writing is how I deal with pain. When I travel, sometimes I meet people who tell me they can't understand how I write so much. This torment... This torment for my wife and me has been going on since 2013. Let the reader understand. You will not be surprised to learn that I have turned off comments on this thread. I know that there will be countless people who will be delighted to learn of my suffering. Correct. Once again, Rod is on point with that observation. I can't do anything about that. And besides, nothing they say can be worse than the fact of all this. All I can do is pray that they never have to endure what my wife and I have endured and are enduring. Honest to God, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Wow, that's sad.
I like that he says, like, I turned off comments for this post because too many people would be gloating about, the fact that I've like spent my entire career condemning other people for getting divorced or saying that divorce is never an option, and then also mostly claiming that gay people will undermine the institution of marriage, and just generally being a hectoring scold about the sex lives and relationships of other adults. I think he turned off the comments because he knows that the majority of people responding into it would be his own fans taking him to task for submitting to like the judgment of a secular court. I mean, yeah,
he's cafeteriaing it right now. Although I don't know. I actually don't know if the Orthodox are as jihadist about divorce as the Catholics are.
What is his readership at this point beyond you guys? Like, who likes
Shut-ins,
this
I
shit?
think.
It's not cool to like be smart and conservative anymore, right? I thought Trump killed that shit. I guess he has like 12. It's like you guys sunning him, and then like 12 like nerds, or like is it the young kids that are all religious now?
I mean, it's hard for me to imagine who like the average Rod Dreher fan is, but I think you're right. I think like being the smart bow tie guy conservative has lost its purchase, but like
Tucker doesn't even do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think Rod's ever...
like that's. You can't just be like, if you look at here at the Laffer curve, you can't like be talking about policy in that respect. But if you want to get like mystical and shit, that's still, there's plenty of territory there. Like the mystical right. That's how you are able to like use pretentious language, but without having the stigma of, nerd on you. Because like you've transcended those categories because you're like speaking into the ether.
It is funny to imagine like a guy at home reading that and then praying on it. And being like, damn, this is the realest shit I ever read. I gotta pray on this shit.
I feel like evil has won. Yeah, that bar was fire.
Yeah, that's
I know, but
bars.
like Rod though, I think like to Matt's point about the sort of like the mystical right. I think Rod inhabits now, and I guess like this with some consistency is always inhabited, like that. It's a niche that fits in on the right, but like I don't know if it's growing, but like it still has purchase, and that is the sort of like Victorian era male hysteric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like that's Jordan Peterson's whole deal.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like these guys would have been so much better off if they lived in like the Victorian era.
But
where,
JP, I feel like he can translate more to a dumb guy. Like his stuff is like more self-helpy and like simpler to digest than like some like what's the word for it? Like it's not a dandy, but it's with an FL. No, it's like it's like a flanange or something.
A flaneur?
A flaneur. Yeah, that's what. Is am I using that word in the right way? I try to look up 5 new words to use on Chapo before. I try to work in flaneur.
Yeah, I think JP, even though like he like if you've ever tried like reading one of his, it is sort of a gobbledygook of like Jungian psychoanalysis, but like as a public figure, the buy-in for JP is lower because to take Rod Dreher seriously, you have to share his religious mania, which is like that's a higher buy-in.
JP talks about like cartoons. He like cries about Geppetto and stuff. Like that's like something an idiot can understand.
I mean, Rod cries about cartoons too, but like he's mainly like religiously fixated, and he's written articles in the past about the culture of divorce. And you know what? I gotta say, you were supposed to be the patriarch of your family, Rod. How are you gonna let your wife divorce you? That is not you're not fulfilling your religious duty, Rod. And honestly, you deserve to be shamed for this. Because I mean, also like, just moving to a different country to get away from your wife, and then being like, divorce is like the logical outcome there. It's going to happen.
I gotta say, if he wants people to like not speculate and stuff, he did a bad job with the weirdly intriguing bit about how like he didn't just say like we've been having problems over the years. He said it started in 2013.
2013.
Well, that's the clue.
Like
We gotta
it's so
figure that out.
specific. Like this is clearly like a deal where like if you were introducing this character in a modernist novel, you would refer to the incident. What is the incident, Rob? We all want to know now. I'm sorry, you've got us intrigued.
He's leaving breadcrumbs. We have to like figure this out. What happened in 2013?
What happened in 2013, Rod? Now I want to go back to his writing. I want to go back to the 2013 blogging, and I want to see if it like shows up anywhere in the subtext.
Oh, George Zimmerman was acquitted.
The Snowden leaks, the marathon bombing. It's the Boston Marathon bombing. Has to be. Has to be.
Yeah, the incident was his wife bought a pressure cooker for two handsome lads from Boston.
Oh, gay marriage. The Supreme Court fines for gay marriage.
Oberfell.
Okay.
That's it. We cracked
It's like,
it.
oh, this marriage is now garbage.
Yeah, no,
How am I supposed
exactly.
to keep
That's
carrying
it.
on this
that
relationship?
is it. That is
Gays have
it.
Sullied the very institution.
We cracked it.
But also, like, I mean, like it ruined. I think he was right in a certain extent that, like, gay marriage was going to ruin his marriage, because once it became a legal, accepted thing, like, he's like, oh, I've wasted my life. Or maybe his wife was supportive of gay marriage. I don't know. Maybe, like, this is what sent him over the edge. And like I said, it will take some sleuthing to suss out what led to this point. But what is happening now is that Rod is doing like a divorced guy speed run. In another post this is the post directly before the Tears at Golgotha post, entitled Jerusalem Diary. He reveals that he got a tattoo in Jerusalem.
Oh boy.
Like,
that's so fast, man. That's so fast.
Wow, he's really spinning out.
Like,
he's really spinning out.
The day he found out that his wife was divorcing him, he got a tattoo. And I can't wait to see, like, I'm really excited to see where Rod takes it from here, because, like, I want more diary posts. I want to see him wearing, like, necklaces and bracelets and becoming sort of like, and talking about his new roommate, Paolo,
Yeah, he's going to get leather strap bracelets. He's going to do more of a Johnny Depp thing.
I'm just waiting for him to come down with Jerusalem syndrome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, he's literally writing about, like, looking at the holy fire and going to
he's halfway
like,
there.
how is he not going to just decide, oh yeah, I'm Jesus? Turns out that was me the whole time.
I'm praying so hard for Rod right now that he gets through this. And I think the best way he can get through this is by going full Buzz Bissinger and just literally start dressing in like $30,000 Gucci
S&M
like
fetish
boots.
gear. Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
He's just wearing a lot of Rick
addicted
Owens.
to buying clothing. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
But the Jerusalem Diary post is fun too, because it's basically just like little dispatches from Rod's vacation in the Holy Land.
It's a pilgrimage, thank you.
The post
It's
begins,
not a vacation.
Hello from the old city of Jerusalem, where I arrived yesterday to spend the Orthodox Holy Week. I am here first to pray, but also to gather material for my book on re-enchantment. After I checked into my hotel, I sent straight to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to pray at the chapel over Golgotha. I received some truly grievous news from back home on Saturday morning. Sorry, I have to protect the privacy of others. And wanted to rush to pray for those dear to my heart who are suffering because of me. The Golgotha Chapel is on the second level of the Holy Sepulchre Church. It really is built over the hill where Jesus was crucified. How do we know this? Because the place on which the Holy Sepulchre Church was built and where Golgotha was identified fits the biblical description of the place of crucifixion. And the Romans built a temple to Venus on the site, encompassing both Golgotha and what is believed to be Christ's tomb, which now constitutes the Holy Sepulchre Church. Why did they do that? Given that it was a strange place outside the city. Some theorize it was to discourage Christians from the early church from gathering at these places to pray. So Helena, the mother of Emperor Constantine, came on the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Her son's predecessor on the imperial throne had inadvertently marked the spot. So again, like, this post goes on, it's just photos of him and like taking pictures and stuff. And then it gets really funny because, like, one of the pictures is he meets with a Greek patriarch of the Orthodox Church, the Greek patriarch Theophilos, the unbroken successor of St. James, the first bishop of Jerusalem. And I'm going to make this photo the cover art for this episode, because it's Rod grinning like a complete jackass next to, like, a guy who looks like goth Santa Claus, who is just absolutely stony faced. And I just wonder what this ancient Greek patriarch thinks of Rod Dreher, just like flicking it up with him during Holy Week. He knows. But let's get to the part about the tattoo, because that's really good. He's talking about talking to a friend, and he says, a second thing that she took from her time in America is how insane it is over what we call wokeness. She knew the word. She said it was absolutely shocking to her as a Palestinian to have to deal with LGBT ideology in U.S. academia. She said it was not only shocking in itself, but the inability to say anything critical about it really knocked her for a loop. She learned very quickly to keep her mouth shut about what she really believed. She did not fail to notice that her fellow students prided themselves on being supremely open-minded and tolerant, but instead she found them to be rich, culturally illiterate, liberal bumpkins. She talked further about how resentful her people are of U.S. cultural imperialism, by which she meant the spread of LGBT ideology. I mentioned to her that it is very hard for conservative Americans like me to accept that our country, which we love, has now become responsible for bringing so much corruption into the world. This is new to you, maybe, but I've always seen you Americans that way, she said sharply. Sorry, I'm very direct. I thanked her for her honesty. When we parted, I went to see Wasim Razuk at his tattoo shop in the Old City. Maybe you read it about in the New York Times the other day. And he goes, I went to see Wasim because I was interested in the phenomenon of why certain religious pilgrims feel the need to mark their visit to the holy city with a tattoo. We had a great interview, but honestly, it's 1:25 here in Jerusalem, and I'm too tired to transcribe it now. I will tell you, though, that I decided to get a tattoo. I am no fan of tattoo culture, but there is no other city like Jerusalem and no other place like Razuk's. Besides, standing at the site of Christ's death on the cross the night before and praying for my loved ones caught up in this terrible situation back home, I found that I wanted somehow to feel in my skin for all the days left in my life the truth that Jesus Christ conquers. That nothing we have to suffer today is the final word, that the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has triumphed. So I chose the medieval Greek cross with the symbols that mean Jesus Christ conquers. So and then he got a tattoo on his wrist of and then he has yeah.
That's pretty pimp, dude. He's thinking about getting some after the marriage. I got a tattoo of a Greek cross with a boy named Calvin from a popular comic strip kneeling before it.
He has a tattoo of Calvin pissing on just the letters LGBT.
And he's pissing on a gay guy. I later found out that this is a common practice in homosexual lovemaking. Dude, this guy is spinning out. He needs love. We got to get him back with his wife. I don't like hearing about this. It should be illegal to get a divorce. He's right.
Well, I mean, the first step to healing your marriage and coming back into the fold of the church and its teachings would be to move back to America. Mm-hmm. Stop living it up in Budapest, Rod. You've got responsibilities at home. You are the father. You are the pater familias. You've got work to do, man. But no, instead he's going on pilgrimage, he's blogging, he's just sharing photos, selfies of himself, hanging out with, ancient Greek patriarchs and tattoo shop owners and shit like that. It's like, come on, man.
Also,
your family needs you.
Disciples, right? His Hungarian boy disciples. It's like it sounds a lot like the new season of the. What do you call it? The Gemstones.
Oh, the Gemstones, like Calvin's Muscle Man. Yeah. Calvin Gemstones Muscle Man. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like that.
Except Rod's, I mean, they're all young men, but none of them seem particularly muscled.
Strong.
They're all sort of grad students of a particular cast of mind. Like I said, the type of
He's
people
got
worried.
more twinkish tastes than Calvin Gemstone.
Yeah, but I mean, so Rod, all I gotta say, I'm here for you, brother. I'm here for you.
Hang in there, buddy. It gets better, as they say in the LGBTQ community.
Oh man,
2013 was gay marriage. I think we cracked it.
No, Adam, you hit the nail on the head.
Around the time that the Supreme Court passed gay marriage, my wife started trying to seduce me into having gay sex with her. A new form of sex they're calling gay sex.
I mean, I guess for someone like Rod, who has written extensively about, the culture of divorce and, inveighing against the increasing social acceptance of, gay and lesbian and now trans individuals, obviously it seems crazy to a normal person, the idea that two gay people being able to get married would somehow degrade or affect your marriage. But for someone like Rod, he's not wrong about that, given his own psychology. Gay marriage does present an existential threat to his, sense of self, identity, and family.
Yeah, because it's not terribly secure. It's just waiting for a stiff breeze to blow it over.
Well, there you go. That is our coverage of the Rod Dreher divorce.
I'm sure we will come back to him because
I will
he's definitely on a journey right now in more ways than one.
Maybe he's about to make his best stuff in years. He's about to drop the divorce album.
Him and Kanye need to collaborate.
Yeah,
oh my God, yeah.
He's gonna get mad at. He's gonna start harassing.
They both love Jesus. They're both having a hard time with their divorce. I think.
Yeah.
Skeet Davidson. Yeah.
My wife started fucking a comedian from Saturday Night Live named Pete Davidson.
No, so stay tuned for updates because I will be checking Rod's blog daily. As he, like I said, as he rapidly evolves into like his final form, which is now a tattooed, divorced, closeted gay man. He rules. We love Rod. All right. So moving on. What else is going on? What's up, guys? I suppose like the other thing that everyone was talking about this week was Taylor Lorenz's expose on the woman who is behind the account Libs of TikTok. Adam, are you familiar with Libs of TikTok?
I followed this a bit. I didn't know the account, but I followed the fallout this week because she was crying on MSNBC a couple weeks ago about how toxic the environment online is, and then and she said that people threatened doxing on her, and then she doxed. Is this right? She doxed some Twitter account.
The supporters of Libs of TikTok are accusing Taylor Lorenz of doxing, an anonymous, private citizen, for her political views or whatever, and this whole debate about sort of like media ethics and social media and like what doxing is or isn't doesn't really interest me because I just think the thing to keep in mind about this whole affair is that like anyone who is attempting to maintain or craft for themselves some sort of like perfectly logically and morally consistent standard by which it's okay to dox to do this to this type of person but not this type of person, or just like it's never okay, is playing a mugs game. They're fooling themselves because like the truth is, while I tend to err on the side of I don't think that people anonymous accounts should be sort of investigated for public speculation. I tend to err on the side of it's more wrong than right. I'm sorry, this woman, I don't care what happens to her because I think once you cross a certain threshold of evil, I don't care about being seeming like a hypocrite or having the only standard is that everyone has determines for themselves who they would like to suffer and who they would like to be punished for their thoughts, actions, and beliefs. And as far as this woman is concerned, don't give a shit. She's fucking terrible, and especially when you run an account that is all about inviting public scrutiny from for other people and trying to get them fired. And then what you put out there will come back to you twofold. And you can't play the game and then fucking cry foul when the same thing is applied to you. So that's my take on this. And also the fact that she's a landlord in Brooklyn means that even if she wasn't running the Libs of TikTok account, I think that justifies ruining her life.
Oh well, I was on your side until I found out she was a landlord in Brooklyn.
She's Shabbat, Adam.
I think she's in Chabad.
Yeah, Chabad. Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah, she is.
Whoa. Really? And she was posting an account of liberals chimping out? That's kind of wow. That's a twist to me. That's crazy.
I mean,
they're Matt's old neighbors.
Yeah, I used to live a block from their world headquarters.
Yeah, you used to have the mitzvah tank running through your neighborhood.
Yeah, every day. The people above me would do the weird clomping dances every Friday.
I wouldn't call them weird, but yeah,
they were terrified of my dog too.
Really?
And it was a pug.
They were terrified of your pug.
They would one time the doors opened and of the elevator, and there was a mom there with her kid, and they saw the dog, and the mom screamed at the top of her lungs, and then freaked out her daughter, who ran away and fell on her face.
No, we were talking about before you got on the air, before you joined the call, Adam. Like the Chabad people, like they're the ones who have like a Messiah that they believe like.
Yeah, the Lubavitch or Rebbe.
Yeah. Mosaic is here.
Menachem Schneerson came and is going to come back.
Well, I mean, when I lived in Crown Heights, I would see the posters, like up on like street lights or just like they were everywhere, and it was all like Mosaic is here, like the Messiah has returned, and it's just a photo of like a 112-year-old man who looks like a fucking mummy, who's since died, by the way.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah,
he's dead.
He died.
Well, that's controversial. Some people think that he is occluded. Others think that he's like faked his own death. There's a lot of theories.
Mm-hmm. They were the only Hasidic sect to encourage people to wear masks. The rest, they were, when that was popping off in Brooklyn, they were the only ones that were that weren't getting in fights with the NYPD. So take that however you want to take it, but. I'm not saying they're good guys, but
I mean, like as far as sects of like extremely Orthodox Judaism, like the Chabad how do you say Lubavitchers?
Lubavitch, yeah,
Lubavitchers. Like they have reconciled themselves more with like modern interacting with like contemporary secular culture more than the other ones have.
Secular Jews, they're the only ones that proselytize to like lapsed Jews. They're like they want to.
They're the ones who
back
approach you on the
fold.
street and say like oh, excuse me, sir, like are you
They're
Jewish?
the guys that approach you on the street and say like have you done the tefillin today?
Well,
when they're like, are you Jewish? I'm always like no. And they're like, come on, man, come on.
Well, Matt, I think your point about them is that like they've just become Christians.
Yeah, I know. They really show the danger of getting
it's polytheistic.
Too close.
Yeah,
because now they're running around proselytizing, talking about the Messiah being back. What are you
doing? They're evangelizing. They're literally claiming that the Messiah was back, and it was just this fucking random old guy who's since died, or become occluded. Let's be.
Wow, it's crazy that one of those
and then one of them
TikTok
has been running a fucking Twitter account where she just and the Libs of TikTok account is like. I mean, she like definitely was like if it had just been like context free, like clips of people being weird on TikTok, like that's one thing. But like 9 out of every 10 videos she posts are just like a public school teacher with like purple hair, and that's it. And it's like we got to fire this person. It reminds me of the what's like the women posting L's account, where like maybe 1 out of every 50 things they posted was like, oh, that's kind of funny, but like it's just like the bit only lasted like 5 minutes. Before like it just betrayed their obvious like seething hatred and resentment of women, and most of the things are just like a woman like, oh, like I tripped going down the stairs onto the subway today, and they're like, fucking L, bitch.
And I was pregnant and I miscarried. That's a massive L. I don't know. I followed that account for 10 minutes and then they post a screenshot like Adam Friedland has followed you, and I'm like, I'm not following this anymore. This man is not acting in good faith.
It used to be about it should be about the L's.
Yeah.
It should be about the L's. It's not about the clout, okay?
Yeah.
Stop trying to coast off of getting the gay guy from Cumtown for the follow. No, but
so she's run this Twitter account, and like her thing was like she stated flat out that like any teacher that like comes out to their students should be fired. And I think like in like coming out to your students and like in the worldview that encompasses these people and the fans of the account is like if you are gay or lesbian and you acknowledge to your students in any way the reality of like your life or relationship or whatever, like you should be fired for that.
Well, yeah, because it's bringing like sexuality into the classroom setting, and like the response is, well, what about teachers who are straight and talk about that? And what's the difference? And the difference, it's like these are the normative questions that you're supposed to trust, the intermediating structures of society to handle, but we don't anymore at all. So everyone is just like, all you can do is become a internet vigilante, one way or the other, dox one side or the other in order to try to enforce some sort of normative values that otherwise are going to be left to institutions that you just don't have any faith in anymore.
Yeah, and like, as I said, I have no sympathy for this fucking woman or her stupid, awful account. But I got to say, Taylor Lorenz breaking this story, Stop crying on television about how fucking mean people are to you on the internet, because it really does undermine the like the whatever point or being you as the messenger for this. It does undermine your credibility here.
Yeah, like if online is the Wild West, it's the place where you can get a posse together and force some rough justice. Then you can't complain when it happens to you, because you're once again now you want the fucking the teacher to show up, you want the principal. Like that, the whole point of this, the whole reason that people feel compelled to do, this sort of activist journalism or whatever, is because of the failure of institutions. So what the hell? Who are you complaining to? I thought we all understood that they've all failed, and it can only fail.
And yeah, don't get mad, get even. Like, if Tucker Carlson's fans are like, saying awful things to you or whatever, like when you go on TV and cry about them doing that, you're giving them exactly what they want, which is like a confirmation that they know that they're getting to you, which means they're only going to do it more. And it just makes you look weak. It just you're fucking up the brand.
Well, I mean, honestly, the real joke of it is everyone thinks like, well, we're doing one version or another of rough justice to make up for the failing public space, but all generally that ends up happening is that the person who gets targeted either way is able to make a career out of it, who is able to turn their victimhood into cash. Like and that only incentivizes everybody to continue it, because at some point maybe you get owned, and that means that now, boom, you're in the clover.
Yeah, it seems like Taylor Lorenz is the only one catching a check for this, human centipede of outrage, right? She's getting paid for it.
I mean, the Libs of TikTok lady was probably. I mean, she was like she was
making
funded by
now they're fundraising off of it.
Yeah. And now she's like a permanent staff member at the Babylon Bee, so like she will never ever be prevented from sharing a video of like a t-shirt with like a septum piercing and like blue hair.
That's what the account was.
Gender or whatever.
What I assumed it was like. I mean, I didn't look at the account, but what I assumed it was like that lady freaking out about Ruth Bader Ginsburg dying and stuff, like those clips.
No, it's mostly focused on like gay teachers, sharing stories about like, oh, like I have a rainbow flag on my desk to like support pride or whatever, and they're like, oh, like that's sexualizing children, like you're a sicko, like you should be fired, etc.
I used to think about all my girl teachers having sex with their husbands.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet that was hot. I bet that was real hot. I bet this 65-year-old woman just getting plowed. I just used to daydream about that in class and draw pictures of it. But that's okay, right? That's
natural law. That's natural.
DeSantis would want me to, right? Like that's me being
that's
a good
just
boy.
a red-blooded American boy.
That's just
right
me.
there.
I'm hot for teacher.
I'm thinking about some of these ladies who were my teachers and how nasty they were. Just having sex. Oh my god, hilarious.
And were they all married?
I mean, I would hope so. I wouldn't want some. Wouldn't want some harlot. I wouldn't want some loose. I mean, otherwise she'd be having sex with all the boys in the class. That's where it has to go. You gotta get only married women, because if you have a single woman, she's gonna be on Dateline NBC any minute.
It's also like this idea that like teachers and their personal lives, if they're gay, should exist in a vacuum, where people are like, I've seen a lot of people like respond to this stuff to be like, I didn't know anything about my teachers. I never knew any of my teachers were married or whatever, and it's just like I had to think it's like these are the people who think that like teachers just like sleep at school, or they go into some sort of like hibernation chamber until like the bell rings the next day. Like if you ran into them on the weekend, you'd have some sort of psychic break because you're like, oh, I thought they just like disappeared at the end of the school day.
I do have a very clear memory of in third grade, our teacher, our female teacher, getting us all in a circle and explaining that she was getting divorced.
Really?
Cried.
Mm-hmm.
It was very awkward.
I had that experience too, and I mean, I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not. But second semester, she did come out to us as gay. But it was very funny because she was my English teacher, And first semester, she was super mad at men, and then she made us start reading like Kate Chopin's The Awakening and like the yellow wallpaper and stuff. And like all the books were about how like shitty men were, and then she's like, "I have a roommate now," and then she like told us all that, and we were like, "We don't care about your life, lady. This is like too much. This is like." It was very funny though.
Well, I mean, if libs of TikTok had existed back then,
I don't want to give her any material. I don't want to give her
yeah.
any material, but it was all of us were just like, so is this going to be on the test or like, do we have to? Is this on the final?
Yeah. No, is there an extra credit assignment I can wring out of this?
This is so funny. I was such a shit because I would just agree. I would work teachers, and like if I had a teacher who was a like pro Iraq war, like I'd be like, yeah, me too. You know, I just like play. I'd play my teachers.
You're trying to work the refs, Adam.
I would work the refs. Yeah, I believe it was called I wasn't. They didn't know that I was a piece of shit pretty early on, but I'd brown nose.
So, like, if a teacher was supported the Iraq War, you'd be like, yeah. Like,
I'd be like, yeah, I think it's good. We need to, dead or
we're
alive.
building democracy, and we're saving people from Saddam Hussein. And when your teacher's like, I'm getting divorced, I'm a lesbian, you were like, yeah, me too. I'm a lesbian.
Me too. I'm a lesbian. Girl, you're a lesbian? Yeah, me too. That's an actual line from a Drake song. She says she a lesbian. Yeah, me too.
Your teacher's getting divorced. You're like, yeah, I support you. I can't wait to get divorced.
I think the teachers should sleep at school. I think you're right, actually, Will.
Yeah, they're not people.
They're losers. We gotta keep them at school.
How are you as a grown ass adult gonna be back in fucking grade school?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Another tight job, like plastic surgeon.
Like, yeah,
race car
I'm
driver.
thinking about this. It makes perfect sense. You could just put a Murphy bed in each classroom.
Mm-hmm.
They sleep in it. Then when it's time for the kids to show up, they put it back into the wall. It would save so much gas money. I mean, it would be incredibly efficient.
Yeah. I did have really bad teachers growing up. I think that most teachers aren't really burdening students with their personal lives. And if they say they're gay, I don't think kids would.
But like if they are, it's just it's incidental to like it's just like I mean I just think most kids aren't, like you said, Adam, like aren't really interested one way or the other.
No kids
and like
care.
like if a teacher is just like, oh, like my husband and I we went to a museum this weekend, and then they're like, oh, or like just acknowledging like their sexual like they're not sharing details of their sex life, like gay or straight. If a teacher is just like,
no,
my wife gave me, topped me off so lovely last night, or like, or just like, no one is, and again, like if any teacher, gay or straight, is doing that, I would say that's inappropriate.
But was it,
that's wrong.
When you're on Cumtown, Nick was saying it's also like, if you can't use gay people in like a math problem, like Philip and Robert, who are married and in love, have 8 apples, and, that's part of the Florida law.
Yeah, if Heather has 2 mommies and loses one, how many mommies does she have?
I feel like it's just I mean, maybe I'm just affected by living in liberal New York City, but like I feel like this is like really like Bush 2 era.
Oh yeah, it's back, baby.
I feel like they're like, oh, they're gonna be trying to ban Sharia law. Like this is they're really playing the hits.
There's only so many of these things that you can like get neurotically fixated on, and so like it seemed like, oh, we're over with this, but it was really just it was a strategic retreat. And you know what? If 2008 hadn't happened and the economy had still been going up, who knows? Maybe people would be like, yeah, I don't really care about this. But in conditions of just accelerating and continuing precarity, that kind of shit is the only thing that it pays to care about, because you actually can like feel like you're in charge of something, because you can't feel like you're in charge of anything else. No one in power is willing to give any other complaint a hearing. So this is a way that if you are somebody who is anxiety riddled about cultural change because you have a bias against it. You're intolerant of it. This is a way to get some power back. And yeah, there's only so many things to fixate on.
But I feel like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like even a large percentage of Republicans don't care about gay people, or they're not worried about gay people.
I mean, it does at this point. It doesn't really matter because they're into it because it works, because it gets people going.
Well, it also just gets liberals like actuallying it, right? It also it kind of preoccupies liberals too.
We're talking about the incident in 2013, which was the Supreme Court, making gay marriage legal,
ruining that man's marriage.
Yeah, ruining Roger's life. I think sort of naively assumed that pretty quickly after that, gay marriage or gay people in American public life sort of ceased to be a major focal point of the culture wars. But I think for the Republican Party, as a thing could they ran elections off of it when it benefited them, but as soon as it became legal, they were sort of well, we don't really give a shit because it doesn't pick anyone's pocket, it doesn't really affect the bottom line. But I think for a large percentage of their voters or the conservative movement, they have not for a second given up on fighting the gay agenda or rolling back the rights of gay people. Yeah,
because I feel like half of commercials now are interracial or gay couple. That's how kind of corporate America, after Black Lives Matter in 2020, we're actually we're inclusive and we're gonna have two guys going to Chase Bank together as husbands. That was I mean maybe I'm wrong, but I noticed.
Oh no, it's absolutely happened because
that's kind of how they were oh, we're actually good guys.
Yeah, because that's all they can do too. The GOP legislative infrastructure, all they could do is try to ban saying gay in schools, and then all the Democrats, you can't even do anything at this point legislatively. All they can do is have their fellow travelers in the culture industry and in corporate America just try to signal to everybody that we're good people, and because these principles are now the accepted educated person's understanding of what it is to be good, is to be accepting, and is to
they can
be
make
inclusive.
A crosswalk in a rainbow flag.
Yeah, and so everybody then
have a sign say Black Lives Matter,
and then people who don't have that value system just see that, and it's just one more poke in the eye and one more thing to remind them that they're not in charge of culture, and make them even more willing to vote for people who will try to turn it back the clock.
Speaking of being in charge of culture, have you seen the thing where DeSantis in Florida, they're seriously going to revoke Disney World's Vatican City status as a self-governing the land purchase of the swamps surrounding Orlando where they built Disney World was part of a huge sweetheart tax deal where they pay I'm sure basically no taxes to the state of Florida, but also are basically given a Hong Kong status as this special economic protectorate zone that now Republicans in Florida are seeking to revoke.
They let husbands go there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they're because after giving money to DeSantis. They've because of some backlash from their fans or employees have been critical of the "Don't Say Gay" bill.
That guy's gonna be president.
Well, like I said, the fact that he is going so hard after Disney shows he doesn't care about the State House anymore. He's got his eyes on the White House.
He steals all the headlines now as a conservative that wiles out.
And you can also sort of tell he tries to talk and act like Trump too, down to
and
the
stand
mannerisms and stand. Yeah.
He's making his body look more like him too. He's putting on weight.
Yeah, he's trying to eat McDonald's every day. He's trying to get the Trump gloss, the Trump wetness. That's the thing, Matt. You did a very good rundown of the varying spectrum of wet to dry of American presidents, and DeSantis to be the next Trump, he's got to cultivate more wetness.
He's got to get wetter.
Yeah, you got to get.
He's a little dewy right now, but he's got to get way wetter.
He's dewy, but Trump, especially in that Piers Morgan interview clip yesterday, dude is drenched,
absolutely glistening.
He's the goat. Wait, who's on your power ranking? Unless you already said this on the show, and you don't have to go back through it.
For what? For 2024?
No, for wettest versus driest
yeah,
presidents.
Who was the dry? You said Eisenhower was completely.
Eisenhower is very dry. We've gone from incredibly dry to incredibly wet to incredibly dry in the last two presidents. It seems like we're going back and forth.
Oh, so it's kind of like let's get the dry guy in.
Well, Biden is dry, so if you're betting on the next
dry.
election, the American people will. The pendulum swings back and forth between wet and dry. And
I feel like Biden had a lot of plastic surgery, so it's harder.
Yeah,
to
and he
sweat.
doesn't sweat anymore.
Yeah,
he's
they
like
got
Prince
those
Andrew.
glands removed.
Yeah, he's like Prince Andrew. He has a medical condition that makes it impossible for him to sweat.
I don't sweat. Yeah, that's such a good line.
And I guess finally, if we're talking about New Horizons and gender and masculinity, the hot new thing on the right is basically cooking your testicles under a heat lamp. You guys seen this? There was Tucker had a whole segment on it.
Tucker,
yeah.
Talk about having hot balls.
Yeah,
you gotta get those. You gotta cultivate those hot balls.
You gotta get your balls hot.
It's the only way to stay masculine.
Dude, Tucker is the best.
Testicle tanning.
You gotta give it tanning. Testicle tanning. Oh, so it's about the color.
Well, no, it's not about the color. It's about like sort of heating your balls to preserve your testosterone levels.
Oh,
yeah, no, it is a technique cultivated by hokum artists who it claims there's sort of benefits to reversing the effects of falling testosterone on your body as you age.
So it's soy to have cold balls.
Yeah. Or if your balls, if you don't heat, like I said, in the video clip of it, it's like these guys standing in front of what is essentially like a vertical Arby's heat lamp, like what would normally be like keeping the prime rib nice and warm. You just stand like totally nude with your balls just getting cooked by this I don't know this certain kind of tanning lamp or something like that.
That rocks.
Apparently, this is a way of slowing or halting the falling testosterone levels, and you want to keep that T high up, and you got to do that by keeping your balls nice and toasty, like at least once a day. Get your balls nice
if you
and hot.
avoid seed oils and you keep your balls nice and microwaved, you will prevent global homo from stealing your testosterone.
Wow, honestly, that's a good one. I feel like that took a lot of creativity, and I commend them for that one. It sounds right. They convinced me. I'm about to put my shit in the microwave.
By the way, Adam, I love Nick's Tucker impression.
It's so good.
It's so good. I mean,
what are we doing?
He gets the voice, but he also gets like the sort of template for every one of his little monologues is like a rapid fire series of like asking and then answering questions to yourself.
Yeah.
Like, who let this happen? Who asked us that? Who's making our balls cold? Not me. My balls are my balls are warm. We should, So like, did anyone ask your permission to take away your testosterone?
Uh-huh. It's also so funny because it's all just like 90-year-olds that are watching that. They're so old. They're watching that. And they're like, "Oh, that's what's wrong with me. I'm not actually dying. I'm not actually."
Yeah, it's like,
my balls are
you're not losing
testosterone
testosterone because you're in your 70s. That's not why.
Oh, that's why I have tits now because I've been heating my balls every day. I love it.
And in the clip, there was like someone's just like, what, like testicle tanning? What the fuck? And he's like, it may sound crazy, but like the crazier thing is that testosterone levels are falling, and no one's providing a solution. So like instead of asking, is this crazy? Shouldn't the real question be, isn't it crazy that testosterone is falling? And then why wouldn't we embrace any solution to halt the deadly decline of testosterone levels?
Yeah, that's why once again, the comparison is to Victorian hysteria, and it's largely the same deal. Like anxious middle class dudes who are not comfortable with change, trying to master their lives by just giving themselves something to do to feel like they're in charge. And it used to be like putting yogurt up your ass and eating graham crackers to not jack off, and now it's fucking putting your balls under a heat lamp.
And and semen retention, of course, is a corollary to testicle tanning and ball sack heating, because it's not so much that you have to preserve your testosterone by cooking your nuts, but you also have to retain the manly essence by never jacking up, never spilling your seed.
Ball sack. It's about the size of like a finished Jiffy Pop bag, and it's just like a dark, rich walnut.
That's so good. The injuries that are going to happen because of this are great. Even if it's a handful, they're going to be hilarious. It's also smart that they've kind of rebranded like Goop kind of shit that like women have been buying up for years for like just old men now. It's like a way to like, it's like they're doing like a Gwyneth Paltrow thing, but just for retired dentists in the villages.
Exactly. And I'm waiting to see, honestly, I really hope testicle tanning catches on among Tucker's audience, because I'm waiting for like the equivalent of the Great Chicago Fire happening in the villages because of like shoddily constructed testicle tanning setups.
They're putting their balls on hot plates.
Some guys just do like his giant beach ball testicles knock over one of the things and smashes into the ground.
Those guys got some big balls. I don't know if you've been in a gym locker room before. Those guys got some big old balls.
They're hanging low. And again, they're probably hanging too low to like meet the range of most, most commercially branded testicular tanning apparatuses.
Oh man, there's gonna be some
guys. I'm just imagining like
figure out
someone
some DIY stuff.
You wake up in the morning, you stand fully nude in front of like the equivalent of like an X-ray machine pointed directly at your nuts. You're saving up all your sperm. You're heating your balls. And then you just like, because you're old, you like leave the house to go play pickleball, but leave the fucking the testicle heat lamp on, and it burns your house to the fucking ground.
You kill your wife.
L.
You're broken. That's a massive L. It's her L though. She caught that L.
That's
when
a
you
huge
marry
L.
a man who's trying to heat his balls and then you die, that's a woman catching an L. Even if you've been with him for 90 years. That's so funny. I love Tucker.
No, Matt, like the connections, like
so good.
Like again, to bring a full circle back to Rod, and now to testicle tanning and shit. You're right. Like this is a Victorian era, like these crises in masculinity that are caused by sort of like foppish middle to upper class men who have a quality of life that is so essentially predictable and safe that it drives them crazy. So they have to invent ways to like inject an element of sort of a simulation of danger, or like a masculine competence, or because like you have to spar. You've got to like cook. You got to eat raw meat. You've got to
no seed oils.
Yeah, no seed oils. Yeah, but it is all a crisis of like changing social mores, but ultimately, I think it really is about men who have to invent ways to like imagine that they are at war or in danger or fighting for something because their lives are so, because they do lead the life of kind of a foppish dandy, and it's like and all the convenience and ease drives them insane.
Yeah, that's why you have to leave your wife in America, because you have to go to battle. And you have to find your disciples.
You have to, exactly.
Your boy disciples. He's like Odysseus.
So I think testicle tanning. I think that I'll check it out. I'd give it a try.
Yeah, exactly. We're knocking this. We haven't tried it yet. We have no idea how we'll feel afterwards. How high our T will be.
I have to do it, dude. I have to do it. I have to get this machine. How much does it cost? Tucker selling it?
I don't know how much it costs. My guess would be probably $10,000.
Did Tucker have the guy who? Did he have like the My Pillow?
Yeah, no, he had an interview with a guy,
equivalent
a proponent, or like one of the premier proponents of
we gotta find this guy's
tanning.
background.
Yeah, so I mean, T levels are dropping. Semen is getting wasted everywhere. wives are divorcing husbands. Men, it's time to stand up. You can only point out women taking L's so long before you have to look at inside at all the L's men are taking by leaving their balls, cold and withered.
If you're cold, your balls are cold. Bring them inside.
Pull up your pants. Okay, I think that does it for today's
the
episode.
guy who invented this is so funny. Rob Filipowski. You got to look at a pic of this guy.
I'm sorry. I am not allowing a Polak anywhere near my ball sack. Sorry.
This is a very Polish invention.
How many does it take to screw in the light bulbs to my ball heater?
He wrote a book about how to start and manage a travel baseball team.
Okay.
Looks pretty interesting also. It's all boys on the cover of the book. He's a boys baseball manager who invented ball tanning.
Like I said, I would give it a try. Adam, if people would like more Adam Friedland, is there anything you'd like to plug? Any upcoming dates?
I'm booking some dates that I'll be announcing in the next couple of weeks. Also, I'm releasing my fashion line. It's going to be coming in 2 weeks. I'm
Really?
selling T-shirts.
Sick.
Of paintings that I've done. I'm going to be selling.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, T-shirt of Bush, the My Pet Goat painting I did.
I mean, Adam, I don't know if you can notice this, but right over Matt's shoulder is a framed Adam Friedland painting.
Yeah,
Paul Giamatti on the subway.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one, honestly. I should make a shirt of that.
One of my most prized possessions.
I was talking to a real artist the other day, and I was like, why don't you, instead of selling your paintings, why don't you put them on T-shirts and then sell them? You could probably make more money that way. And they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, but I'm doing that one, and then I did a portrait of Steve Harvey, which I will also be selling. So
I'm looking across my living room right now at the Adam Friedland original depicting Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin.
Unfortunately, because of world events,
I have to take that down.
The State Department's going to show up and impound that thing.
I can't because of fucking that fucking war, dude. I can't stand that war. It's ruining things for me. I can't sell that.
Adam, I can't stand all wars.
Dude, I fucking hate war, bro.
I hate it. I hate wars. Okay, gentlemen, always a pleasure. Till next time, Adam, thank you for filling in today.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys. Love you.
Love you, boys. All right. Today is the host of the Adam Friedland Show, Adam Friedland. Adam, welcome. Welcome back.
Hello, my friends. Hello, my boys. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Is it echoey? It sounds.
Don't worry about it.
Matt, are you mad at me?
If we have to change any more audio inputs, I will fucking kill every single person on this call and everyone listening.
I'm not.
He'll do a psychic boom attack like a Pokemon.
I don't know. I miss my friends. I don't want to mess up the podcast.
You miss us. You're doing psychic damage to us right now. You made me drive a mic to your house.
It's a free episode. They can handle some reverb.
What happened? Why are you guys in such a bad mood? Because the baseball crank did something? What's wrong, guys?
Adam's doing diva-like behavior to us.
That was Adam. This is
a common theme with you guys.
No, it's not with not with us.
Oh.
Not with us. This has not happened to us. For people who don't know, we went through a battery of audio issues where Adam had to find several different inputs, and it gave us.
Will just signed on.
Well, yeah, but the problem wasn't. My point is, it gave us the experience of being on one of those podcasts that has 12 rotating hosts.
Yes.
It's fine, though. It's in the past. If there's reverb, who cares?
I think it's fine.
It's for free listeners.
I think it's fine.
Exactly. No, I don't want to hear anything about audio ever again. Who fucking cares? Podcasts are bad.
I don't listen to them.
Exactly.
Well,
It's fine. Watch sports, you fucking idiots. What's wrong with everyone? Talk about Lacan or some shit.
Who's doing that?
It's good to see my boys.
No, thank you.
Who's doing it?
Who's talking about Lacan?
I think the lady that played Mimi Bobek on Drew Carey show. She has a Lacan Slut podcast.
See, things like Lacan is really more of a YouTube philosopher.
They don't really talk about him on podcasts.
He was a YouTuber also?
No, just like YouTubers love to talk about Lacan because you can show pictures better to like describe
Mr. Beast?
the obscure object or whatever the fuck you're talking about.
I don't even know what the fuck Lacan is, dude. I don't know anything. I just watch Just Like That, the new Sex and the City.
Why'd they change the name?
Because, okay, don't get me started. Okay. First of all, now there are 3. Because in real life, they were all mean to Samantha. But my understanding is she will be coming back this season. But in the last episode, guys, I'm a little bit tight about it because she said that marrying Mr. Big, who dies in the series premiere, may have been a mistake. She gets back with Aiden, the woodworker, my least favorite Carrie boyfriend.
Yeah, he was broke.
And they're doing this just because Chris Noth like committed all those assaults in real life.
Who is that from Sex and the City?
The guy who played Mr. Big.
Chris
Oh,
Noth.
he did.
Yeah,
I don't know if
of former Law and Order fame.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He did. It was kind of like,
You know what I heard?
a Seventh Heaven situation where it was a
Yeah.
they had a monster.
Exactly. Did you know Chris Noth? I heard the greatest rumor about him after the Me Too. He would go to like Columbia undergrad hangout bars, and he would like pick up girls there, but he would never take them to his house. He would make them sign him into their dorms when he was like 53.
He just maybe missed campus lifestyle.
That's true. Learning is a lifelong process.
Somebody should tell him that he's misspelling his own name. It's North, idiot.
Yeah, what a dumb. How are my boys? You guys are good?
Yeah, I'm doing good. But I'm actually going out to LA this week. I'm gonna
That's
be
right,
with
baby.
the warm embrace of the boys by week's end. I'm looking forward to that, but I'd like to kick off this show by referencing something that we talked about on the last episode, which Felix was not on that show. Adam, you were also not on that show. It was just me and Matt, and I felt that it was something that we were woefully unprepared and just really was not our lived experience to talk about. I'm referring to, of course, comments made by Rudy Giuliani to Paramore Noel Dunphy that Jewish men's cocks stop growing or indeed shrink after marriage because they don't use them, as opposed to Italian men's who gets bigger.
What Rudy Giuliani's an expert. Go ahead. Fucking idiot. Why would he be talking that way about us after everything we've done for him?
Yeah, we made
After
him.
all this support.
We made him. He was going to be a one-term mayor until my dad made all those phone calls telling people not to go to work that day. Right after I got home from camp.
It's so sad. Like, I was like, we make a lot of jokes about 9/11, but like, I have been thinking about it a lot, and it is really sad that a lot of Jews almost died. If they didn't not go.
They had to process so much trauma. Survivors.
It is traumatic. There was like a near-death experience for pretty much every single Jew that worked in that building.
Think about, like now it's like, it's like how we look at the movie Sleepless in Seattle now. Now it's like, oh, you just fucking Google him. Oh, you could instant message him. But this was in the era of house phones. What if like your kid picked up the call telling you not to go to work and forgot to tell you?
That would be such a like my kid especially. I would get so pissed off. I would curse his name
terrible.
As I was mad-menning out of that building. How'd they get away with that intro? It's absurd. It's a show about selling cigarettes. And they're like, the intro is going to be the Muhammad Atta and
like the falling man.
Yeah. Why do they have 9/11 as their intro?
I don't think that was literally
that's a direct reference to 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most. Come on, it was.
I thought it was more of a direct reference to the opening credits of Casino.
Oh, where the car explodes.
The guy falling and falling through all the neon and the opera aria.
Yeah, people have been falling out of buildings for a really long time. I mean, before 9/11, everyone thought about stockbrokers killing themselves.
That's true. That's a classic move. Guy with a striped shirt and suspenders jumping off a building.
Yeah.
Just pancaking.
Yeah, it was a big bummer for Eric Clapton's son, who was at that point the most famous falling out of a building guy.
And also a stockbroker. Little known fact.
Yes, he was a baby
down huge in soy. That's why he had to end it all.
But yeah, so Rudy Giuliani slandering the Giulianery, slandering the size and girth of Jewish men's cocks, but also said the parting of the Red Sea was not that big a deal because it's happened before. I'm just wondering, any further thoughts on this slander from Rudy Giuliani?
Yeah, it's a made up story for babies. Oh, fucking Star Wars wasn't that big a deal. Okay, congrats, Rudy. Oh, that'd be fake as hell. It's a story for peasants. It's people that didn't have toilet paper. They were telling a story about a tide, probably. Probably was a tide. Rudy's actually right.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll let that one go.
I'll let that one
go. Yeah, everyone has their own theories. Like, we don't even know what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's whatever. It's like deleted scenes.
The stuff from Neon
It's
Genesis Evangelion.
Right. You don't know if it's supposed to be canon or not because they took it out. Maybe they didn't think it was good enough. But the cocks getting smaller or staying the same size because they never use them again after they get married. It's like, I thought we went through all of this like 6 years ago during Me Too, proving that a lot of Jewish men cheat on their wives so much that they end up on lists.
Yeah, they lose their penises.
Yeah.
They lose their cocks.
Yeah.
Well, I hope I'll find it. Did you check under the couch?
Yeah, it's a very ironic punishment. You lose your cock cheating on your wife, and she's the only one who can find it for you.
Oh my God, I'd be lost without her. I'd be lost.
Yeah. But he's basically saying only Italian men cheat, which is just that's just not true. It's not true. I don't necessarily take offense.
Yeah, has he heard of the French, for example?
Yeah. But I don't necessarily take offense. I just think he's woefully undereducated.
I do have a friend who was he was Latin American, and his uncle took him to a house of working women at like 13, and he swears that it was so traumatic that his penis stopped growing then.
Wait, where are these kids that had cool dads? Where are all the good dads out there? What the fuck?
No, it wasn't cool. He cried in front of
well, no disrespect to him, but I'm
Panamanian sex workers. He cried.
I can imagine that would be kind of traumatizing, honestly.
Yeah, of course. And he claims his penis stopped growing. It scared him. It turtled into his body.
That's a very Dr. Drewian analysis. Like whenever on Loveline, when a girl would call and she had like a very like sort of baby voice, you'd be like instantly go like, "Did you get molested when you were 3?" Because that's when your voice starts to stop getting deeper because you're in that period forever. I feel like the thing of going to see a sex worker when you're 13, I've heard. The only people I've ever heard tell that story are Latin Americans.
Yeah, I think it's part of like a male bravado kind of thing. Although my grandfather, they claim that it's family lore that also at 13.
I mean, you do not want to be entering the 8th grade without having gotten pussy. I mean, so I think like the dad or the unc needs to take that mission upon him.
Yeah, I think you have to go to the mine at that age, so it's not that much of a stretch.
Well, moving on from comments made on last week's episode about Jewish men and their penises, I'd like to turn now
Look at Matt's
to
face right now in this chat right now. I don't like that. I don't like the way you're looking into the chat.
Matt,
there have been many a time where I've been
smile,
like,
sweetie,
Matt, you're not saying it, but I know what you're thinking about the truth about the Jews. He's never said it out loud, but I can just see on his face.
The last time I've seen that face, the only other guy who made that face, Michael Richards, right before at the Laugh Factory. 60 years ago, we would have had you as part of a IKEA piece of furniture.
Look, I have made my peace with the Jews, okay? Don't worry about it.
What do you mean made your peace? What was your war? The Second World War?
I mean, the fact that I'm fucking circumcised for no good goddamn reason.
Where'd you make your peace? Yalta? I've made my peace.
But that's I don't. Okay, circumcision. Like, I don't agree with it. Right? You know, I've been on record about it many times. But like that's. Like, ultimately, that's on your parents.
No, absolutely. But, you know.
I disagree. It's on your father. It's on the father. And I'm only saying this because my girlfriend and I have been, I don't know, we're talking about the future and stuff, and she's like, she doesn't want it, and I'm like, why? I don't want that. I don't want him judging me with his gorgeous foreskin, walking around my house. Like some sort of like Dominican farm system guy with his beautiful cock. It should look. It should be my call. And also, like, why is she saying that? She was on fucking. There was a Danish guy on study abroad that she'll be thinking about the rest of her life.
That is something I've thought about, because it's like, I used to think like no debate. If I have a son, I'm never getting him circumcised. That's his call. But then I thought about the logistics of it, and it's like, who the fuck is going to teach him how to clean that thing? It's not going to be me. And if it's no one in my family.
Felix, I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to.
We're both going to prison. If that happens. Hey, I invited my friend to come over and molest my son.
It's something you can explain.
The bris is kind of like, it's insane that my parents invited their friends, and there was like catering there.
Yeah.
Like my grandma was watching it happen. Like my tiny cock. Like there was a deli tray.
You gotta have a catered lunch. It's not.
And there was a fucking old freak. There was an old freak wizard. What's that?
Who's gonna come if there's no spread? Just to watch some kids get dick get cut. No,
they didn't even have any food.
Yeah.
At least we saw a child's penis.
Yeah. I will.
At least we saw the child's penis.
You know what? I accept it. It's absolutely on my dad. Who I had an older dad, second family. Like he had a whole family with a wife, and then she fucking died on him. And then he was just like lonely, and he didn't want to do his own laundry, so he got married again. But his younger second wife, of course, wanted kids, and he's like, fine. So like by the time I was born, unlike his first family, like by that point, it's all the rage, cutting kids' dicks off. We love it. It's the new scientific.
They don't cut it off, Matt.
Thing to do. And so when I got born, they're just like, hey, there's this thing we do now to the dick. And he was just like looking up from a racing form, like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Who do you have in the fifth?
So Adam, you had a whole religious ceremony with yours, right?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I remember it.
I hope there was a camcorder present.
Oh my god, I'd watch it.
That's better though.
Oh yeah,
it's not good, because like
then doing it in a medical environment where it's sterile.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Some fucking a woman doctor just did mine in a secular environment.
They let a girl do it to you? Okay.
And it's never been the same for me since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's sort of all been downhill ever since then.
Yeah. Now you're afraid of girls.
I mean, yeah, like the first time a girl touches your dick, part of it comes off in her hand.
No, the first time it touches
a little formative.
Your mom when you're going out of the canal.
Wait a minute, she grabs your dick on the way out?
What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
She pulls you out by the dick? Is that how it works in your family?
It's obviously going to touch her.
She pulls you out by the cock?
Passively, maybe. Not her hands,
yes,
though.
My mom was her own OBGYN, of course. It's a family tradition. So what's up, guys?
Welcome to the Sound of Freedom podcast hour. We've been funding child rescues.
So what's the baseball crank up to?
Baseball crank is he's been cranking away. He's just like he's in an impossible position now because he's like always been kind of like an anti-Trump conservative, but now he's in the position of being against the people who are against Trump, even though he is also against Trump. So he's sort of like he's pro DeSantis, but he thinks Trump being indicted,
arrested,
he's just allergic to friends.
You can tell that he's feeling a little insecure because he's punching to the right.
Because he's Antifa
out of just to like establish his position. Like I'm not another Trump guy, even though I agree with everything they say. He came out the other day and said, by the way, he basically did a rose emoji post. He was like, by the way, Jefferson Davis should have been hanged.
I love what you guys do with your beautiful boys. Like these freaks that you just keep. It's like the reason you have Facebook is you just like watch freaks for like the kid that said he was Wiccan in high school.
I still look at what he does.
What's he up to?
But you do it
Is
with
he still
these.
wicking?
You do it with bloggers.
Yeah.
Was he still wicking that guy?
He in high school, he'd be like, I'm engaged. And we'd be like, no, you're not. He's like, I'm Wiccan and I'm engaged. And he used to have a bumper sticker that said, don't make fun of dragons because you'll get burned or something. Oh my God. He's very happy. He's married. He is married.
Was he on VampireFreaks.com?
I don't think he was vampire style. I think he was Middle Earth style.
Yeah, but Vampire Freaks was like a catch-all for those types of people, even if they were not vampires.
I love the idea of a Wiccan in Las Vegas. Good luck, dude. Are you going to go like put a little altar in front of Neptune at the little animatronic thing at Caesar's Palace? Like, there's not even a tree to hug.
Yeah, they worship the trees.
Yeah, good luck.
A Wiccan
and a female deity. Is that right?
You know,
Lady
Gaia, the whole deal. You know,
Perfect for Vegas.
Gaia. Female coded. A Wiccan in Las Vegas is so much like an Israeli settler, just getting sunburned all day.
Plucky, enterprising,
racist. I have thought that before though about all our guys. I think it's
beautiful. It's like looking at your baseball card collection when you go back to your parents' house. You go back and you're like, oh, let's see what Mariano Rivera is up to. These are all my little boys. And you're flipping through your book. It's nice. I admire it. That's why it was a compliment, honestly. Fournier and all your guys.
Kevin McReynolds.
The longer
it's my favorite Met.
The longer you watch them, the harder of a time you have, like, hating them as you use.
No, you love them all now.
Almost all of them. Like, I will say Ross, I have this like kind of love for a lot of them, but there are some that are just like so repulsive that it never gets to that point.
Who's still
like,
bad?
Like Steven Crowder. Like,
oh, he's terrible.
That's the only one. It's one of the only ones where it's like the more we've taken in, the more I've hated him.
It's not funny anymore.
Well, there's just no humanity there.
The thing with his wife, it's not funny anymore.
Yeah, well, like, okay,
she's being abused. That video is so sad.
She's free now. It's fine.
They divorced?
She'll be fine.
Yeah.
They're getting divorced, but like the reason that you never get that.
Felix, you gonna smash?
What does she look like?
I don't know. Google real quick. This is a boys chat. This is a boys chat.
All right.
Google.
I'll
sure
do it.
she's all right.
I'll do. I'm sure she is. I'll do it on my own time.
You'll treat her good.
I mean, I won't treat her bad, but I won't.
You're not treat her Crowder style.
I would never treat a woman Crowder style, but I'm not necessarily like a good partner,
Give yourself some credit. You're not Crowder style.
I would never say that, but I'm just, it's more, it's sort of the opposite. It's sort of the opposite. I would say I'm like a Casey Anthony style boyfriend. It's like I would never instruct a woman to handle these harmful dog cancer pills. But just by not paying attention to her, maybe she would touch them to either get my attention or out of ignorance. That's kind of how it is. But the reason that Crowder
just move back to New York, guys.
I'm fucking going.
This is the fun we used to have. We used to have this fun.
I'm fucking going to eventually. I'm going to fucking eventually. I'm just.
He's at his business. He's about his business.
You're yelling at me.
The man is about his business.
Yeah,
no, just move. I miss you.
I miss you too.
Wait, you have to go sell cell phone accessories in Glendale?
He'd be very good at it.
Well,
you have a kiosk?
Oh no, you should have seen the one time I tried to do sales.
When did you try to do sales?
It really didn't go well. It was one of the many jobs I had in Minnesota.
What did you sell?
Good at it?
But
what did you sell?
I was trying to sell Primerica for like a day.
What is that? Isn't that what
it's a pyramid scheme?
Oh.
And I knew it was a pyramid scheme, but I was like, maybe I could do this because I'm selling it to Gentiles and they're stupid. But I was just too off-putting, and I quit after a day, and I didn't make any money. I was like 22.
Yeah, that's why Matt hates us.
Again, though. But it's like if you buy Primerica, it's your fault.
What is it? They used to have a ballpark, didn't they?
No, that's Comerica.
Co-America.
No, but there's also a Primerica ballpark.
I don't think so because that is a fly-by-night scam-ass operation. I encountered them one time too.
Yeah, they're never.
There's a
crypto.com
arena.
Yeah, they fell through the cracks. Really, Primerica. It feels like they're sort of just lingering as a legacy operation. They're not cut of the edge scam anymore.
Yeah.
Will, you used to work for Madoff, no?
I didn't work for Madoff. What the fuck are you talking about?
You always told me you worked for Madoff.
Shut the fuck
How are we gonna
up.
be friends for 8 years? And I now find out you didn't work for Madoff.
Shut the fuck up, Adam.
I'm sorry. I just miss you guys. This is the fun we used to have.
I'm fucking. I swear to
Felix,
God,
if you don't pay
I swear
attention to Adam,
God.
he's going to touch the dog cancer pills and kill himself. He's going to eat them.
I'm fine.
I'm telling him I'm coming back.
I'm making a Jewish. I'm making the Heshi Teschwitz hour. It's so funny. Nick is the executive producer of the America's most Jewish product.
Well, you guys are like the only late night TV show in the game right now. This writer's strike continues forever.
really
You guys are
are.
eating.
I can't. I hope 1,000 years writer's strike. and SAG. Did you guys do solidarity on the show?
Like how so?
With the strikes.
What do you mean?
You had guests talk about it?
Yeah, we have.
Who'd you have? Adam Ruins Everything?
Fuck up.
He was one of the leaders of the strikes. I saw him speaking about the strikes.
Adam, I'm pointing a gun. I'm pointing a gun through my screen at your face. I'm reaching. I'm reaching through the screen.
Everyone's responding to me like everything I'm saying is insane. What did I do?
We have done. There is content we have done and will do on the strikes.
You did have Adam Ruins Everything? Is that
No,
why
we
you're
did
mad
not
at
have
me?
Adam Ruins Everything on. I talked to a guy who was a creator of the creator of the Brotherhood TV show on Showtime and Rubicon on AMC. We had him on to talk.
Who? Marlon Wayans?
So fucking good.
Yeah. Marlon Wayans? I don't know.
Oh, that's the Wayans brothers.
They would have treated Marlon Wayans terribly on Showtime's Brotherhood. Let me tell you. There's a lot of racial tension on that show.
Okay, sorry, I'm knocking everything off course. I'm a bad guest.
Adam is ruining everything currently.
I'm putting my feet on the couch. I'm putting my shoes on the couch.
All right. I'm going to try to okay, let's insert some order to this podcast, television program podcast. Jesus Christ. Okay, Chris, let's talk Donald Trump because he's been on fire this week. Let's talk number 45. Let's bring up the clip we have queued up.
So, little things like your sink. You buy a sink and no water comes out because they have regulators on the water. Even if you're in a state where water comes out of heaven all day long, doesn't make any difference. When you take a shower, I like to have, I have this gorgeous head of hair. When I take a shower, I want water to pour down on me. When you go into these new homes with showers, the water drips down slowly. You have suds, beautiful, nice, wonderful suds, a lot of money, Procter & Gamble, all that crap that they say is good. Probably cost them about 2 cents and they sell it for $10. But you can't, it takes you 10 minutes to wash your hair. You know what you do? You just stay in the shower about 10 times longer than you would have. It's the same. You probably use more water. I broke all that up.
Beautiful suds.
How'd that happen so quickly? Like that is some medieval, like that is some, the king has like cured my scrofula shit there. How did we go from wonderful, full strength showers under Trump to just boom, instantly Biden, he just pressed a button and all of the existing shower heads got bad? How did that happen?
I have to say I have not had that problem.
Yeah.
How many showers have you sampled?
I mean, I don't know. My shower the water pressure is pretty tight.
Mine's fine.
It doesn't take me 10 minutes. Yeah, it doesn't take me 10 minutes to wash my hair. I get those beautiful suds all over me.
It takes him 10 minutes to wash his hair because it is some sort of a monstrosity that involves like a side piece that goes down to his ass that he then has to spend like 2 hours in the morning whipping up like fucking cotton candy into a little circle to stay on. Of course, it fucking takes him that long to get his hair wet.
The toilets, I agreed with him totally.
The toilets are dog shit. Correct. We need industrial strength toilets. Let's do some desalinization or whatever the fuck and get some toilets that will actually flush something down a toilet.
I've clogged 2 fucking toilets in 2 hotels in the past 2 years. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen.
No.
That shouldn't happen.
What they're doing with the toilets.
I've clogged the toilet, when I was like 260. Okay, that makes sense, right? But then I clogged the toilet when I was 195, which is incredible, like emaciated for me. That shouldn't happen. It wasn't
something
like
funny.
a
There's
big
something funny going
fucking,
on.
Yeah, it wasn't like a big fucking log.
Wait, but Biden made a worse toilet?
I mean, not Biden, but there have been like flow reduction
Yeah.
toilets introduced into the
Yeah.
market,
Oh, yeah,
sort of
yeah.
as a counterpoint to like
That's
electric
crap.
and hybrid
That's crap.
vehicles.
I'm MAGA on straws too. The straw thing drove me insane.
That there was a
Straw
while
thing's
there where
insane.
everyone just decided overnight to switch to the cardboard straws, and then it was ridiculous. But I
It was
will
a
say, a lot of places now have figured out how to do a non-plastic straw that will not like instantly melt as you drink out of it. Like the technology has progressed, but yeah, the
You
paper
just
straws
get more
are
water.
unusable.
It's a more efficient means of drinking.
At the same time, though,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I know this is ableist, but if you have a problem with your straw, the solution is you just take up the beverage and you turn it to its side and put your mouth next to it. What the fuck is your problem?
Come on, dude.
What if I'm lying in bed? What do I do then?
What about a fucking milkshake?
Yeah,
if you drink a milkshake,
How many milkshakes are you drinking?
One a day.
Milkshakes? That's like
Guys.
a once every 6 months fancy
Once
trip
every
to the
6
diner.
months? What are you, a
When your
fucking
family
monk?
tells you that your parents tell you that they're getting divorced, that is when you should be drinking milkshakes.
No. What? Once a month? You are in the global 0.1%. You have a milkshake once a year.
Maybe
that's,
like maybe 2 or 3. I have ice cream a lot, but I don't know, milkshakes.
Matt, you're from the Midwest. You probably had them with dinner.
No, we had
every night.
milk with dinner. Thank you very much. A big old glass of 2%
Disgusting.
milk.
These goys. Milk with dinner.
I had milk with dinner every night.
It's fine. We did that in my household.
You did?
Yeah.
Everyone gets a froggy throat.
Not me. I'm normal, dude.
No.
No.
Not really.
Everyone gets sounds like snake.
Sounds like a you problem. Sounds like a skills issue.
No, you get too froggy.
Not me,
from it.
baby.
I
feel like we're at the Algonquin Roundtable right now.
Milk is the best thing to drink after you physically exert yourself. That's the other thing. And I feel like it goes down. It's more refreshing than water in a lot of ways.
Matt, did you have it with ice?
No. 2% milk just out of the fridge. I never second guessed. I never thought, why are we drinking this? It always just felt natural. I'm from Wisconsin, the dairy state. It felt like it might even have been state mandated.
And what did you have on the plate? Salisbury steak?
Typical terrible food. terrible middle American cuisine, which that is one thing. America, people talk about everything's gotten worse in the last 40 years. And yes, but one thing that is absolutely the opposite is food.
Restaurants are better.
Coffee has gotten remarkably better.
Well, and just what you are likely to do.
Restaurants are better.
What a random American is likely to cook for their family is also vastly better. Because yes, we're talking Salisbury steak, and most of all, the thing that was the bane of my goddamn existence was the fucking bush baked beans. Every other goddamn meal, some bush baked beans, and my stepmom would make me eat them. And what I would do is I would stuff them in my mouth, and then I would take a big swig of the milk to take it down like I'm taking pills. So that's why I have as I got older, I was like, I'm leaving milk behind. Bad associations, but yeah, refreshing.
Well, I can't have it because it makes me crap my ass.
I really understand the rage of your people. We had milk with dinner while my mom was cooking restaurant quality meals.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, my parents were good cooks too. I imagine in the Midwest, everyone is just sitting at a meal, having Salisbury steak, and saying thank you to each other, but not meaning it. Everyone's being polite, but in their mind, they're like, fuck you.
Yeah, kind of. One of the things my mom would make for the family, like for reunions and stuff, it was her specialty was pasta sauce. She'd make a big old pot of spaghetti sauce. The Sunday gravy. But for her, the ingredients were like 2 big cans of Prego and then some paste picante salsa.
Salsa.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That would be the spaghetti sauce.
Yeah, that's.
You had salsa.
Yeah.
You had a hot salsa.
It wasn't hot. It was the medium stuff or the mild stuff. It was mostly sweet, is the thing, because those.
Yeah, it's like salsa is mostly sugar.
The bottled ones, like
salsa.
the Prego and the ragu, are just like they they zhuzh that shit up. It's basically cotton. It's candy. But yeah, so, she added some chunks from the salsa.
Oh, for texture.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my.
But then another thing that would be made would be a meat. But my stepmom made a meat sauce for the noodles that was literally just like meat. There was no seasoning to it at all. It was like
just like
loose
hamburger
meat sort of on.
Because you guys are white
it
people.
had some sort of binding agent, but it did not have any flavor.
So it was just a hamburger helper.
Well, we had that.
Hamburger
too,
helper
of
has got
course.
seasoning.
That was good.
Hamburger helper is not bad.
That stuff was great. I was always happy.
Yeah,
to have
hamburger
that.
That stuff is good.
I've never had it.
It's good.
It helps the shit out of that hamburger. I'll tell you that.
I used to go over to my Mormon friend's house, and their moms would make hamburger helper, and they used to have King's Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, those are King's Hawaiian rolls are great.
Yeah,
those are top
fucking
notch.
They're so good.
Yeah.
The zesty
so
Italian
good.
was the hamburger helper of choice for my family, and I loved it.
Oh, because if you're from the old country.
Yes, and then sometimes nobody wanted to cook. The Hungry Man TV dinner, which is still in my mind some of the best fried chicken ever made by a human. It was like had something like 5,000% of your daily sodium, and it had these pieces of chicken where it's like you bite into the fried crust and it would just like break off because it was like a half an inch thick. And then of course there'd be the little brownie.
But you're absolutely right. Food, like restaurants have gotten way better.
Yes, they have.
Food is way better.
Yeah,
I've been rewatching Seinfeld. The restaurants and the meals they were having looked like shit. People would maybe go to a red sauce Italian place. Thai food came out like maybe 3.5 years ago.
Yeah, no, Thai food is insanely new.
Pad Thai dropped 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I feel
Now
like
everyone has
we're working with a bad sample size here. We had all types of delicacies.
We literally lived in Hyde Park. Get out of here.
Yeah, the south side of Chicago. Me, Chief Keef, King Vaughn, Little Dirk. We were all eating Thai food.
Yeah,
we were all
because you
eating
were
the
in
best
an urban
possible
center.
food.
That's where the South started in the 80s and then spread. like ethnic cuisine as we know it is, and like high dining were all invented in the go-go 80s in the big cities. I wasn't from one of them, sir. We had like one Chinese buffet. That was it.
The standardized Thai food menu at American Thai restaurants was imported by the monarchy of Thailand.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why they all have the same menus, and to promote Thai cuisine.
And pad Thai.
And I think it was in the
job.
90s, probably. Yeah, hell of a job. Hell of a job.
Congratulations to the Thai royal family for their wonderful dishes.
Shout out to the Thai.
Pad Thai is not like a traditional ancient Thai dish. It's like a modern project, state building like project. In the 30s, the Thai dictator just said, we need a national dish, and I don't want it to be fucking rice. So we got to get a noodle dish.
Gotta have the
that's a national
noodles.
fucking dish, and we're going to call it after the country, and it's fucking Pad Thai, and you're eating it.
Uh-huh.
And now we all love it.
It's right there in the name.
All right. Well,
yeah, we got people have said this before, and it is true.
These are all petering out.
The nicest restaurant in my hometown is in like it had indirect lighting and something like a leatherette banquette or something to something other than just fluorescence and hardback chairs was the Pizza Hut.
Yeah, Nick told me that he had neighbors across the street that would put on like ties.
It was nice in there. They had the glass chandeliers over your table. It was dark.
Some of my earliest memories were the twilight of the quality Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
It got really bad once I turned like 4. It was sad. It was very sad.
Turning in my my little book it report to get a free personal pan pizza.
What was would you turn in a book report to get a personal pan pizza?
They had a literacy program. They were a lot like Castro's Cuba.
Yeah.
Or Krispy Kreme donuts.
trying to persuade the illiterate slobs of the Midwest to fucking crack a book. And it was called Book It.
It was just like Venezuela, where you read, but you eat rats.
And if you wrote down
during the 80s, when Daniel Ortega would visit Democratic lawmakers, he went to one of those Pizza Huts, and that is how he increased literacy in Nicaragua.
It was a bad idea though, because you're telling the kids the kids who read are probably already the most indoorsy, the least likely to get any exercise, and you're shoving them full of
You're
Pizza Hut.
fat. You're plumping up the good boys.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme used to give you a donut for every A. I remember. I used to go with my report card.
I don't know.
What I'm really getting, Matt, from your tale, from your culinary tales is World War One was just the worst thing to ever happen to you people. It was terrible. Like it really, actual German food. It's not like the most, bold, flavorful thing ever, but it's good. It's good.
I would have killed. Are you telling me what I would have done for some Hassenpfeffer or a fucking schnitzel as a child?
Schnitzel,
I would have been. It would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Woodrow Wilson, who invented nationalism so it would lead to globalism. One of his worst crimes is what he did to you people.
It's true. He wiped out all of our fun culture and our delicious foods.
You had a great cuisine, and look how it ended up.
Well, I mean,
It's terrible.
2 parts of it got turned into the national cuisine. It was like the Germans just said, "Okay, we're going to knock off on the German stuff. We're going to rename all the towns and stuff. Never mind it. We're just Americans now." And here, as a token of that, here are our Frankfurters and hamburgers, and you can enjoy them, and we can all enjoy them. But then that's it. Everything else just gone. I never had a pig knuckle.
Those are good.
Mhm.
Those are really good.
Matt, you're saying you wish you could be more German? Is that what you're
I mean, just a little more texture than what we got.
It's not. It's not an overall negative thing. We don't put the same thing on the Japanese, and they were right
they
there.
have amazing food.
Exactly, they were right there with them. There's nothing wrong with being proud to be German. They did a lot of great stuff. They did some bad stuff. Everyone did.
Felix is auditioning for Richard Hanania's new op-ed spot.
This has always been my line on them, though. I think it's like you prevent Nazism by letting them be themselves.
It's true. If we got, yep. I mean, I would say that they are they're the premier white people, and as a result, they did the best stuff and the worst stuff.
They're really good at BDSM.
When you're the number one among the whites, you're going to have the best and the worst record just because of, the.
So, Matt, you're going on the record, number one whites, the Aryan race?
Luther, Marx, but literally everyone in the 19th century, basically.
No, the only real whites
Beethoven?
are Lithuanian Jews.
The few of them that are left.
And the Jews, the German Jews, amongst the premier Jews.
No, they're the worst ones. They're the worst one. Robert Moses, he destroyed the city.
There were some good ones.
Yeah.
Karl Marx.
Yeah, Karl Marx, motherfucker.
What did he do? What was his vibe?
All right, I got two more. I got two more Trump posts for you.
I miss him so much.
This is from, because he's been indicted, and I always like when you can tell that he's actually writing the post, because we've talked about this before. You can tell the ones that are done by committee. And the couple that he spit out this weekend was definitely the real McCoy. So the first was, I purposely didn't comment on Nancy Pelosi's very weird story concerning her husband, but now I can because she said something about me with glee that was really quite vicious. I saw a scared puppy, she said, as she watched me on television, like millions of others that didn't see that. I wasn't scared. Nevertheless, how mean a thing to say. She is a wicked witch whose husband's journey from hell starts and finishes with her. She is a sick and demented psycho who will someday live in hell. She is a sick and demented psycho who will one day live in hell.
She will live in hell.
She will one day live in hell.
I love that because it sounds like it was translated from Japanese. It sounds like a Buddhist curse.
Yeah.
Her husband's road to hell starts and begins with her. That is.
He's only saying that because he's good at the stock market, right?
And and then
he's referring to the hammer.
The hammer incident.
Well, Paul Pelosi, I don't know if you guys knew this, but he really knows how to pick them.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Over on Wall
Street. One of the most talented to do it, really, of all time.
How does he do it?
It's amazing.
It's like he's like a new Warren Buffett. They say.
He's like Nostradamus. This guy.
And like both of these, calling Pelosi a demented psycho. Trump is at his best when he's being bitchy about ladies. And this next one is right up there. The shocking and totally unexpected loss by the U.S. women's soccer team to Sweden is fully emblematic of what is happening to our once great nation under crooked Joe Biden. Many of our players were openly hostile to America. No other country behaved in such a manner or even close. Woke equals failure. Nice shot, Megan. The USA is going to hell. MAGA.
Nice shot. Nice shot, Megan. You've damned us all.
Women's soccer.
Yeah, that's the funniest part about
that.
These guys, the people complaining about the woke team lost. It's like, I'm sorry, you are pretending to care about women's soccer. Wokeness is won. Wokeness is winning in your heart every moment. Are you fucking kidding me?
He's like, I want the women's soccer team to salute the flag.
Like 20 years ago, back when things were based, according to you, it was no one who was not a woman and a specific kind of woman cared about any women's sport, and they made a big show about how much they didn't care about women's sports, and they made an even bigger show about how much they didn't care about soccer. And now you're out here like, oh no, our ladies, they lost it on the pitch today. I'm gutted.
It was not tears in my eyes, but it was not from a master class. It was from a master loss of pride in America, which is in hell right now.
The next Republican presidential candidate, like after this cycle, will call Megan Rapinoe a white feminist. college comes for everyone.
It's true. Enjoy your women's soccer, guys, and defending the citadel of masculinity.
Rapinoe gave a really funny speech. I think during Obama, she gave a really funny speech after they won the World Cup where she was wasted. And it was like the closest to the Sam Hyde TED Talk IRL that I've ever seen. It made no sense. It was meandering. It's very funny. You guys should watch it.
But yeah, like he's calling Bette Midler a washed up psycho.
That was like during a hurricane or something. Like there was a national disaster happening, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
and he just stops to be like, that washed up psycho Bette Midler.
But it's just when he's being a catty bitch to other women, like to other ladies.
He's just a Jewish woman. He's just a Jewish woman.
He is a Jewish woman. It's true.
Yeah,
he's my grandmother. He's like, no one said thank you. Just everyone wants me to die. You'll be so happy when I'm dead. They hate me.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
When he talked at the handsome football player part.
Oh my God.
The way that he was like, by the way, I bought all the food.
Yep.
You're welcome.
And the way it was these handsome football men, someone should get them. I wish I was their agent. I can't wait for their careers in the NFL. It's going to be so lucrative.
You know, it's another thing in the audio clip we played of him talking about the suds. This is another sort of like tick that he does when he starts like riffing about stuff. He'll always like he brings up the Procter and Gamble company, and he's always bringing up these like big like proud American like capitalist firms to just shit on their product. He's just being like, they sell that garbage. It probably cost them 2 cents to make, but it's garbage. I'll buy it anyway. With the Coca-Cola company, I'll keep drinking that garbage. He likes to celebrate the greatness of American companies by pointing out what cheap, shoddy products they all produce and how we all love them.
We got to make them great again. We're going to fix it. We're going to bring back, folks, Procter & Gamble, we're going to bring back the satanic moon man on the packaging. We're going to do it.
Adam, what do you make of all these indictments? You think Trump's going to jail, or you think he's going to skate off this one like he did everything else?
I don't know. I just like, if I learn too much, then I have to talk longer on the phone when my dad is.
Adam, you were telling me the other day that your parents are afraid of incels now. You said your parents and their friends.
No, it's not my parents. My aunt.
Your aunt. Okay, your aunt. Your relatives. Yeah.
And then the guest we had last week, who's a legend. I mean, Will knows who it is.
Yes, I do know.
He was talking. Yeah, he mentioned incels too. I don't know what I think there's something on liberal Facebook now that's
the incels are coming.
No, it's so mean. No, she's from America.
Oh, darn
it. Whatever. But they think, that they're watching cartoon pornography, and it makes them basically Al Qaeda. I mean, it's so mean that like the worst thing in the world is not getting pussy. The worst thing in the world is not getting pussy.
Yeah.
And then they're making them out to be beyond like just losers. Then they're making them out to be fucking Osama bin Laden. It's the meanest thing I can imagine.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Just be nice to these people. They don't get pussy. They want it so bad. They're so lonely. They're so lonely and they can't get pussy.
I don't know.
It drives me insane. It's so mean.
I don't know. I think like the current incel ideology is that they all claim that they don't want to get pussy because women are disgusting, and that it's like that.
They want pussy.
Yeah,
they want pussy.
Well, like okay, it's like the difference between like a big L libertarian versus a small L or whatever, right? There are a lot of involuntary celibates in this country, but maybe you're referring to the ones who self-label as incel, or maybe some of them who do. It's like,
it's like it's a pejorative. It's not an identity. It's not someone that's like, oh, I listen to the incel podcast and I'm like, I got all the incel merch.
Well, it's become
our
like
merchandise is available at chapotraphouse.com/merchandise.
Well, it's become one of those,
and they get pussy. These guys a lot.
Well, it's become one of these like Americanized words where it's just like the way that like when you hear a politician talk anytime in the last 20 years, it's clear that they just take racist to mean bad.
Yeah.
Instead of its like literal definition. It's the same thing. I heard someone call like The Weeknd an entitled incel, which is just like objective.
What?
That's
The
like
Weeknd?
not right.
What is wrong with the world?
Somebody called Doja Cat's boyfriend an incel. It's like, you only know who he is because he's fucking this woman. What are you talking about?
So it's like a slur. It's like a pejorative now.
Right. It's a pejorative where it's like, okay, what you mean is like misogynist or sexist or something, but it's
that's what they mean.
But you're saying incel because it's a word that you learned online and it's a pejorative. It means you're not getting pussy, but it just like, this has been frustrating me for like 5 years. Do you remember when the Joker was coming out and people were like, incels are going to do terrorism because of it?
One of the funniest
One
things
of the
ever.
dumbest fucking things I've ever seen.
No, it's just like they've learned words from social media, like TikTok, like gaslight,
privilege.
Yeah,
they have no
everyone's gaslighting. Like, even, can I be honest with you guys? Autistic dropped 5 years ago. Now everything's autistic.
Yeah.
Everything is autistic
How are you gonna,
now. This guy. What about just being rude? People are rude.
Here's the thing.
They're rude people. He's so autistic. I don't care. I'm not fucking Sigmund Freud. You're just rude.
Words gain like a stable definition through repeated use in context. And that's the thing. If it's online, by definition, there is no context. It's just whatever you think it is. And so every word gets turned into, oh, that's a thing that means bad. I'm going to use that to sound smarter when saying what I wanted to say anyway. And all meaning gets annihilated. It's Pontypool, baby.
Yeah, no, it's the exact same thing is half the time it's like people using it as a pejorative. The other half of the time it's people using it as a self-ID, which is, I think, more the case that happened with autistic. People used autistic just to a shorthand to show that they were really into something. They're really smart. Really watch out for me. The new thing is schizo.
Yes.
The new thing, that is the most fucking irritating thing in the goddamn world. No, they're just like, oh, I'm a schizo because I read the Wikipedia article for MK Ultra. Watch out for me. I'm like Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
You're not even annoying like a real mentally ill person. You're annoying in a different way.
Yeah, I read a lot of posts and they made me go crazy.
Schizo
Whoa,
means,
watch out for me. I'm really
like,
kooky.
I've discovered demons are real through the internet. And now, I can see through their illusions.
Yeah, it's like
it's just you're annoying.
Trying to turn themselves into, just through sheer repetitious belief, like I'm touching the divine in my madness. But it's like all you're doing is looking at posts, man. That cannot ever translate to what you want it to do.
Every self-ID'd schizo is just they're an Invader Zim guy. It's the same fucking thing. I am so fucking sick of it.
You know what's another term that's like recently entered the vernacular, but has also like experienced like a rapid definitional creep, in my opinion. That's the phrase "the GOAT" to stand for greatest of all time. Have you guys noticed that? Like, when
that's just fire.
But
like younger kids, when they say like who the GOAT is, I think they just mean this is my favorite of a particular thing, not the greatest of all time. Like, Adam, when I was watching the NBA draft, one of the guys getting drafted, they were like, "Oh, who do you think is the GOAT?" And he said, "Like, to me, the GOAT is Paul George." And I was just like, "Wait a second." Paul George is a good basketball player, but like
that's just a bad take.
That's just like,
and it's also just a kid that was born in like 2013.
Yeah, probably.
Like, he's just like you can't blame him. He's just a baby. He doesn't know about when Jordan was playing against truck drivers who played real defense.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course they don't know what it means.
He's playing against guys with CDLs.
Because what is GOAT supposed to stand for? Greatest of all time? What time? That is gone. Like, the past does not exist. If you did not directly experience it, it is not real. So the greatest of all time just means instinctively my favorite guy I saw.
Yeah, it's just hyperbole. That's just what that's nice, and it's also a compliment.
Yeah,
I'm fine with people complimenting each other. Everything is tearing each other down, and everyone is BP. Every girl has BPD, and every
There's
guy is
another one.
autistic nowadays.
Yep.
Maybe people are just nice to each other. There's some. Don't with this crap. Watch sports. Be nice to your friends and your family. It's
Call
very
your mother.
simple,
Call your mother.
guys.
Call your
mother. Call your mother.
Call your mother. She's sitting there by the phone right
my-
now. Just pause the show. Call your mom. Tell her you love her.
What?
And then what? And then watch Sports Center. Or pardon the interruption.
Have you been watching It Is What It Is?
Oh, the Cameron fucking podcast.
The Cameron Mace sports talk show?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's fantastic.
It's incredible.
They're
really...
How did it feel when Cameron called you gay on Instagram?
He called me gay on Instagram. Well, I think he said homie took it too far. But
Yeah.
it was one of the greatest moments of my life. A hero of mine.
Yeah.
He said, yeah. But, they were like, I watched one the other day where there's a guy, Grady Dick, that just got drafted by the Toronto Raptors. And Fat Joe tweeted, I like Dick from Kansas because he went to University of Kansas. And they were losing their minds. It's fantastic. Yeah. I highly recommend that. No, I feel like it all just stems, and you guys have probably talked about this on the show a lot, but like it just stems from fucking loneliness. People are so fucking lonely nowadays, and they're trying to make, like, my friend's a middle school teacher. She said that kids are dumb now because they weren't at school for 2 years, and they're weird. They weren't socialized. It's very sad.
Well, yeah, younger people.
And now they're not getting laid.
I'll say like broadly under 30s. You know, it's like the way that a prisoner will count every crack in the wall on their cell. When you're lonely and there's nothing to bounce your words or thoughts or feelings off of, and no tactile sensation or anything else, you put everything into categories. You assign everything to these broad words that have lost their definition. You organize the little that you have.
When that Taylor Swift thing happened,
which Taylor Swift
with
thing?
us?
Oh, with you, yeah.
The Maddie Healy thing.
The Maddie Healy thing. I didn't pay any attention to it for like 4 months, right? And then I checked my mentions, and they were like, they were literally like people were. Someone said that I will never know peace again. They said that. They said you will never know peace again.
You've never known peace to begin with.
Yeah, whatever. I was like, what is this? Why? I didn't understand. And then another girl said, I'm going to push you in front of a train. And then, folks, boys, lads, even Adolf Hitler had the class to put us on the train, okay? Okay? And this child wants to push. So I called my sister, and I was like, what's going on? And she's like, okay, I've been waiting for you for this phone call. And so she explained it to me, and she was like, Taylor Swift is making all of her albums over again because Scooter Braun owned her masters or something. So now her fans, I guess all of her albums are about different breakups, right? So now her fans are having to relive the traumas of all of those breakups all over again. But this time, they're worse, right? And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? And then, but it makes me really sad. Like, people are so lonely that this is like their cause or something. This is like their like civil rights movement or something.
This is Eras tour.
Adam, I heard tales once of in Saudi Arabia, like middle class and higher women who would just have to stay inside all day unless they had a male guardian to go outside with them. And even then, once they were able to start watching South Korean soap operas, they would get so invested in them that they would like attempt suicide because of the overwhelming rush of emotion in the void of nothingness. Similar type of thing. Not as dramatic for us.
Well, yeah, it's
same type of idea though.
It's energy that has nowhere else to express itself, and this is the only real spot, the only area where you are allowed to really go crazy like that. Because everywhere else, it'll get you like locked up or something.
No, far be it for me to tell you guys your crap, but it's just that the economy doesn't have jobs for everyone now.
Well, see, this is why I was
People
saying.
the economy doesn't have enough jobs to absorb
that's
people, and so therefore they're pushed out and they're alienated.
There's this push to have kids go back to work. You know, like Sarah Huckabee Sanders just signed a bill into law allowing more child labor in Arkansas, and she's just smiling there at a table with these little kids in suits who look like they're about to be executed. And I think that is, of course, bullshit. But I do think that there should be like I mean, if you want to address that issue of getting people to do some meaningful activity that brings them together, then, you know, turning education into an applied process where you're like brought together with other kids, maybe from other places, and brought around a project to accomplish at your level of skill. And in so doing, learn to do another level of skill, and then, you know, be integrated into a social order instead of, what we do now, just expect people to sit in front of their computers all day and then say, okay, now be a human being. Good luck.
So you think they should go to the triangle shirtwaist factory?
No, not make shirtwaist in that kind of conditions. Like, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
I agree. The fact that they're not even fucking each other anymore.
Yeah,
right.
That's not good.
Yeah. Like fucking someone, like going out and meeting someone and hooking up with them implies that you feel like you're part of a community, at least, right?
Yeah. Well,
there is like some sort of like social kind of understanding.
You have enough
right?
trust that you know that I could go out there and I could try to interact with somebody, and it might be embarrassing, but it could also be really good. I think now people in their minds can only imagine bad outcomes from interactions with anybody who they don't know very, very well. And as a result, it's like safer to just pour all that energy into the fucking computer and just thwart it and tie it off from
into pushing me in front of a train.
Yeah.
well, what you said about there not being enough jobs to fill the space. I mean, there are plenty of jobs, but there aren't plenty of jobs that allow you to be a not invisible person.
Yeah.
There are more jobs than ever since 1900, where you are a totally invisible person, where you are a DoorDasher, or you sanitize the aisles in CVS. You are a person that those with jobs that make them a real person in our world just look over you, do not acknowledge you. And coincidentally, a lot of those invisible person jobs are jobs that abrogate a lot of the filler space in our life, where we would previously go out and engage with people. You don't even go to the restaurant to pick up your food anymore. That's for someone else. They leave it at your door. You only see their name on the little notification. There are a billion fucking jobs like that prevent you from ever seeing anyone and engaging with them.
Yeah,
I will say, when I saw the controversy this week over that Richard Benihana guy and all of his sort of race realism past blog posting, leaving all that aside, his comment that he was a too high IQ to work at McDonald's. When I read that, I was like, we need to bring back selective service. Like, we need to have a universal draft of 18-year-olds in this country, but to do 4 years in the service industry. Because that is the modern day equivalent of the Somme or Verdun or something, is dealing with the human wave attacks of the American consumer.
Yeah, being just humiliated and prostrated before the demand.
And I think it would straighten a lot of these BPD, schizo, autistic bums out.
Yeah.
Just do your time doing a fucking shitty dead-end job, and maybe you'll connect with some people or regain some of your own humanity.
And get a little humble, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, some humility.
We'd all use that. Jesus Christ.
Or we could just go to the war, like our grandfather.
I mean, that's the ultimate way out. That
used to just be what a guy did. You go to the war.
That doesn't work. That doesn't even work. That doesn't even work anymore.
We don't have to do that shit anymore.
But that doesn't even work anymore. Have you met people who've gone to the war? They're just as bad.
No, I mean, of course.
Yeah, they're all selling books.
But that's just it. It's not the same thing. It's not the war anymore. It's just a bunch of theaters.
The guys from my high school, a lot. Yeah. They're all like kids that like did meth.
It's a bunch of theaters of action, and it's not it's selective. People join, so it is not a collective experience. So it can't be the war for anybody.
Yeah, like even like going into comedy it's just pathetic. Like my dad just came to visit. And I was like, I had this talk with him like 12 years ago where I was like, this is my calling, and I found my thing and all this crap. And I'm like, Dad, I apologize. Like that must have driven you insane for your son to be like, I'm a clown. This is my identity. I'm coming out to you as a clown. Previously, you just had to be the wise guy in your unit in Korea.
Yeah, you know, Moskowitz. You're cracking me up.
wise
You should go to the
kid.
Moskowitz. This guy Moskowitz. He was. No, there's like my girlfriend's grandfather went to art school, and he went to Korea. And there's a really cool picture of him. Like he painted a nativity scene for his unit because it was Christmas, right? And so that's, I mean, he wasn't like, oh, I need to go to NYU, you know, like he wasn't yelling at his parents.
I just have to kill like a third of this country.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, it wasn't like, yeah, of course, I'm not advocating that war is good. But maybe,
well, I mean, like that's how I'm imagining.
Is it?
When I imagine like national service, you know,
General Matt, that would be so sick.
General who?
Matt.
You?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you'd be incredible at troop movements
I could never,
and resupplies.
No, I'm a Libra. I can't make decisions. Not going to happen. I could not.
What did you say, Libra?
Deciding when to attack and what direction.
You said Libra?
No, thank you. Get all anxious.
Why did you move to LA? You say Libra.
I know I'm a Libra.
For a serious, cool question like that. For a cool question like that about you fucking being with General fucking Monty planning D-Day.
No, no.
And you're like, oh, I'm too much of a Gemini for. Shut up, man. I mean, just move back to New York. Why do you go
I'm not
there?
saying I wouldn't kill anybody. I'm saying I would be.
I'm
very
too
bad
much of
at
a
making
Libra.
decisions.
I used to know a king. I used to know a titan.
That is,
you were 1,000 feet tall.
In Matt's defense, Monty and Eisenhower and MacArthur would also have said that about being Libras.
They were very.
No,
fruity.
Monty was BPD for real.
That's true. He did.
They all were. It used to be if you were a man's man, if you were Andrew Tate, you went into fucking musical theater, and if you were a big fucking fruitcake, you were a general.
Monty.
All right, fine.
I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy.
As long as I can get ivory handled 45.
Hello, boys.
And there'd be articles written where it's like, is George Gershwin a toxic influence on newsboys?
And then the corresponding article in the fashion section: General Patton unveils new epaulets and golden helmet.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Matt, what's your favorite war?
The U.S. Civil. It's always going to be my boy. Number one
So
war. That's
crazy.
the one I started with.
It's. I think that was my first too, for real.
Yeah, you always love your first.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
So sick.
Anyone here?
Antietam? Yeah, that was
yeah.
fucking wild.
Bloodiest day, baby.
Wild. Yeah.
Anyone rock with the Russo-Japanese War like I do?
I mean, what a weeb. We fucking weeb over here. I fuck with U.S. wars.
They fucking own. They
did own the shit out of Russia. Yeah.
Fuck that entire part of the world. Japan rocks, except for a few things that they did.
It is kind of the BP. It is kind of the BPDs versus the toxic Russo-Japanese. If you want to versus the autistic. Sorry.
That war is very funny.
The Russo BPD, the Japanese autist.
You know what the Japanese? Well, not all Japanese. Chinese and Japanese Buddhists, they say.
I say they're different.
Okay, they're different.
What?
I
You
didn't
saying
say
like they're the same?
Chinese, Japanese, same thing. I said that both of them have a belief that's similar to this, where no one is innately born with a soul, like we say in our Judeo-Christian tradition. Your identity is a combination of social, economic, and historical factors. But if you want, you could create a soul over time, like your own science project, in the words of our friend Sean Moorhead. And maybe that's the answer to all this.
Yeah, we
We have to be able to make a project out of our souls, and we currently are not allowed to do that. It is literally priced out of the marketplace, and everyone is creating these dark, twisted, pathological, reactive souls just because it's the only space they can actually do so. Because pathology could be endlessly absorbed by the system and monetized.
You could do it if you're upper middle class.
Well, yeah, of course, money allows you to do anything, but but the thing is, even in the context that you live in, as somebody who is like higher up, makes it harder to even do that because you have to deal with everybody else who's constantly miserable and has been turned into a fucking meat puppet, and it confronts every day with dead fucking eyes.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you got you.
Mm-hmm.
And me, I'm like halfway there, getting my soul.
You beat Zelda or no?
I don't fuck Nintendo. I don't support them at all. Fuck them.
Phyllis,
Why? Because of Pearl Harbor?
No. I support mostly Japanese game studios and publishers. I hate Nintendo because of their litigiousness and animosity towards modding.
Why? You got sued by Pikachu?
No, I never did. They would Do you think they would ever try that on me? So the best lawyer in Japan would get beaten by a half Jewish paralegal. I've never been to law school. I would take on the greatest lawyer that country's ever produced. They're good at a lot of things, but I would fucking destroy them at law.
Yeah.
They would not touch me.
Ace Attorney.
Yeah. They tried to make a video game about being an attorney, Nintendo. They really don't get it.
It does make. I think you're right because I'm pretty sure that almost every Japanese legal case is settled by everyone getting in a room and just politely nodding at each other. Just like doing little bows. You went in there and you're like, actually, just open your mouth. They would just be stunned. You'd destroy them.
Yeah.
You would go in Johnny Cochran razzle dazzle style. You'd be making things rhyme.
The streets would not be ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're also okay. You called me a weeb. But in Japan, a lot of Japanese people are weebs for Judaism.
That's true. That's
true.
true.
I'm not kidding. They, everyone, I've told this story a billion times on the show, but when Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan were allied, they sent in Japan Protocols of the Elders of Zion in Japan because they had no historical animosity or really contact with any Jews. They read it and were like, these people are fucking awesome.
And a lot of people think that actually.
Yeah, but even after
most
that,
people think Jews are pretty cool.
Not speaking for myself. I'm just saying.
What is the face?
There are certain populations.
Why with your face like that? Every time I open my mouth
in the Middle East.
We didn't put the fucking corn syrup in your pasta sauce.
Oh my god, you have hot salsa for dinner?
Woodrow Wilson, not us.
People.
Yeah, but if you play any Japanese game, tons of Jewish things pop up. Shabriri, the Hebrew demon of blindness. There's a Pokemon called Golem. They love Dybbuk. They love all our monsters. They're really into it, and it makes me feel better about me being into their stuff because there's an exchange. No one has a current account deficit. It's equal trade.
Well, they have their native, they've got their spooks and goblins and ghouls that they have. They like them all. And so they can accommodate really any other religious tradition that's heavy on little guys, little goblins running around. And they're like, oh, yeah, like we got.
Yeah.
That is one thing Christianity, it really does suffer for lacking. Even Islam's got jinn. Like what? Angels and devils or whatever, they either possess people or they just watch you from a cloud. There's nobody running around. Nobody you're going to meet going to the park. In Christianity.
Wait, in what? In Christian? Yeah. Well, I
don't know. Just Jesus Christ when he's been resurrected.
In post 1800s Christianity, yeah, but
medieval Christianity was great.
They really tried a bunch of interesting things with Christianity. They really tried spicing it up, but ultimately, Jewish John Calvin, the lawyer, was like, "Hey, silly seeds, it's over. You're either on the list or you're not." And you are not going to meet a scary little devil in the park.
I mean, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. But I think most people think Jews are really awesome and pretty funny and handsome, cute.
There's a lot of people who don't like Jews, but in America,
They're very popular in America for sure.
No,
America's the best place for us.
No.
Ever.
The Metagon don't want us. Don't forget that.
Oh my god! Shut up.
The Metagon don't want us.
Shut up. We're like above white people. We're above like regular white people in this country.
It's so
amazing.
crazy. I mean,
All right,
Dinesh D'Souza is really popular. None of this is going on in the pod. I can tell you, Chris is Xing this. He's like, we're going to be on post left watch with this.
We got to wrap it
We're
up.
already
We
on
gotta
that.
wrap it up. All right, we got to put a pin in it for this for today.
Guys, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Our Canada show is almost totally sold out, but hey, why not? ChapoTrapHouse.com/tour. We'll be in Toronto and Montreal August 17th and 19th. Hope to see you there. Live. Oh, sorry, ChapoTrapHouse.com/live. Sorry. That's ChapoTrapHouse.com/live. But yeah, Adam, thank you so much for coming on the show, and congratulations so much on the Adam Friedland show.
Guys, subscribe to TAFs on YouTube, subscribe on Patreon. We are an independent production. We appreciate all the help we can get.
Unironically, and I've said it before, the Adam Friedland show is the most interesting and funny and like genuinely innovative thing I've seen with podcasts.
I just want the boys to like it.
Yeah,
I don't care about these pigs out there in the world, but if you say that, that makes me feel fantastic. I really mean it.
I think no, it's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
It really is.
We worked on that dance for 4 weeks. It's the hardest we've ever tried at anything.
And it all paid off.
Not yet.
Well, it was a good dance.
Eventually, I'm going to get Tucker goddamn Carlson on there.
Yeah, that'll happen
I'm
for
going to tell
sure.
him what's what.
He'll do that, no question.
My two biggest I want are Dolezal and Hunter.
I think Dolezal's
gettable.
Hunter's going to be a problem.
She's misunderstood. People are so mean to her.
I think Hunter would say yes, but like he would get like trank darted and dragged to Promises Malibu immediately on the way to the fucking
WTF, Mark Maron.
All right, guys.
Mark, yeah,
Bye-bye.
but that's like bye. You got pregnant with me. The night your wife was pregnant, you cheated on me with a porn star. I want you to do that to me, Buster Brown.
Hey everybody! It's Friday, June 28th. We're coming to you a day later than usual, obviously to provide some reaction to last night's historic presidential debate. CNN was calling it an unprecedented presidential debate, and I'll just say I think the tenor of the evening and how things would go started early. I was over at Adam's house and we were watching the CNN pregame before the debate, and the CNN, the Chiron under CNN with their big panel said, First Lady Jill Biden, I know Joe is ready to go. And Adam, your girlfriend Maya made the point that it sounded like this was hospice and we were all getting ready to say goodbye to him. It's just like, it's his time. You're going to say your goodbyes, but he's ready. He's ready to let go.
Well, I apologize. She's got a dark sense of humor. It rubs a lot of people the wrong way, and she doesn't respect the office. So,
but I don't even know where to begin on last night's debate. So I'll just say, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I thought Joe Biden did pretty good.
Expectations were high. Everyone knows that, and he somehow exceeded them. That was surprising. I'm to the left of everyone. I supported Julian Castro in the fucking primaries. But that was the greatest debate performance by anyone in history.
He knocked it out of the park, and things are good today because just a few of the reactions from today, with the benefit of hindsight. This one from Barack Obama: "Bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know. But this election is still a choice between someone who has fought for ordinary folks his entire life and someone who only cares about himself. Between someone who tells the truth, who knows right from wrong, and will give it to the American people straight, and someone who lies through his teeth for his own benefit. Last night didn't change that, and it's why so much is still at stake in November. JoeBiden.com." And look, things are going bad for the Democrats when Obama has to start using the word folks. When he breaks out the F word, I mean, like, I think that's an indication of the morning after poll show an 8-point swing towards Trump after that debate.
Could they not think of anything except for like go to his website?
Yeah, no one uses websites.
That's always what whenever Biden fucks up like horrifically, they're like, just like Google him. Just go like when Joe. Do you remember the insane thing in the debate? Like if I think it was the second debate in 2020 when Biden went, "If you're black, make your kids listen to the radio," and then he realized he said something like insane and was like, "Go to JoeBiden.com."
Adam, I think like after we watched throughout the entire debate last night, and after, I just want to turn like there's something you kept saying over and over again, which is, "This is America. This is our country."
I mean, it was powerful. It used to be. I mean, it's America. I mean, we did we have LeBron. We're a pretty important country. Like, I don't understand. It's pretty embarrassing. I'm honestly I feel like my dad called me on January 6th, and he was like, "This is a sad day for our democracy." And I was like, "What are you talking? This is so funny. Like, this is the best. This is the best show I've ever seen." I was like, "What channel are you watching? This is the funniest thing I've ever seen." I felt like my dad on January 6th last night. I was like, the British, they did a flag ceremony and kissed the Indian boy servant on the lips and then waved goodbye. They had dignity. We had we had that. It's way worse.
Yeah.
It's really embarrassing. The British just did a military style flag thing with Hong Kong,
Yeah.
It makes them look so much better than us. I mean, and they stink.
They don't even have LeBron over there.
We have crossovers. We have Scorsese. We have dunks. We have good stuff. And it's just they're making LeBron look bad. And they never asked about the GOAT debate, which is it was a big miss. I'm actually kind of sad for America right now, honestly, and it feels pathetic. I feel like a Hillary woman or something. I feel like this is the punishment for our sins, right? We as a global hegemon, we've been satanic, sure. We deserve this. The right has played to populist whatever the fuck. This was bound to happen, but still seeing it, it used to be funny. Remember when it was funny? It was so funny with fucking when he said to Jeb that his brother did 9/11 and his dad killed Kennedy. It was so funny, and Hillary you'd go to jail. It's right now. It's just we stink. We stink. I'm gonna run. Should I run?
Yes.
Felix, you wanna Karl Rove me?
In what sense? Tell people that you have a black child, or run your campaign.
Which Karl Rove are you thinking of?
The same one you are. The only one. The only guy named Karl Rove.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I think that he was George Bush's
That would be the one.
I'll look it up. Yeah, but do you want to abandon me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's what I meant. Did you laugh? Felix, were you laughing?
Yeah.
Ugh.
What?
Because me and Will were laughing. It was like when you see Blazing Saddles as an adult.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
You're forced laughing for the first 10 minutes, and you're like, "Oh, it's not funny. I'm doing it because I
wasn't laughing at one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I wasn't laughing when Joe Biden said we need the machines 7 times in a row. I wasn't laughing during any of it.
Palestine Joe was funny. That was very good. Black Jobs was funny. There's a couple good ones. But for the most part, we didn't get low energy.
That's fucking done. The era of Trump having a quotable. I know that's a big thing now. Everyone loves their Zin and their this sort of new style of tweet decking, where everyone pretends Trump also isn't incredibly degenerated. But that was a secondary takeaway for me. Joe Biden performed. I have never seen a worse performance from an American public figure. It is not only bad, it was alarming. It was, they should deport everyone who works for him. But
Trump, I kept waiting for like a decisive knockout punch, like a moment we would remember forever. His own version of "There You Go Again" or whatever the fuck, because he was so open for it, and he just never did it. He never did
he's
it.
a nice guy.
All he did was like say, "I'm not fat. I'll do it."
No, I think legit he felt bad for Biden. I think Trump was being a nice guy about it. Honestly, I think Biden was doing such a bad job. Even Donald Trump couldn't shoot him in the head. That's how sad.
I don't think
I said to
it.
Will, I was like, this guy is party to a genocide right now, right? And we still feel bad for him. That's how bad of a job he's doing. He has blood on his hands, and we're like, oh, come on, just smile, sweetie, just smile a little bit. People love those pearly whites.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, it's pathetic to the point that you like forget that he specifically volunteered to do this and repeatedly insisted on doing this, and not just running for president, but doing it again, running for re-election after he said he wouldn't do it. It's so pathetic that you forget this is so singularly his fault. It is horrifying to the point that you almost absolve him of responsibility just through pure emotion.
Mm-hmm. Felix, you said to me once, you were like, the most boring thing is the thing that always happens, right? It was like during the first time Biden ran, and you're like, yeah, Biden's going to win. It's the most boring thing. There's no boring thing anymore. That's I think what's alarming to me right now.
But there kind of is, because no matter what happens, it's already happened. We've already fucking seen it. And whatever will come is a diminished form of the thing that already happened. So, I mean, the most boring thing still holds, even in a complete historic decline.
Felix, to your point about how this is uniquely of Joe Biden's making, Joe Biden and the people around him, yes, in insisting that he continue to run for president, and up until now, just completely brushing off any question of replacing him on the ticket or with anyone. And then not only that, but for the last couple months, issuing and other media surrogates issuing statements about, hey, these deceptively edited clips of Joe Biden that make it seem like he is, severely in decline or in a state of dotage. These are all deceptively edited. And, I know from people who have been in meetings with Joe Biden behind closed doors, he's smart as a whip. He's doing push-ups. His command of the issues and statistics is par none. He's probably the smartest, most mentally acute guy who's ever been in the White House. And this is what they've all been saying. But not only that, but the fact that it was the Democratic Party, it was his campaign that wanted to have these debates in June rather than October. They wanted to have them in the summer, right after Trump's conviction, to define him to the voting public going into the summer and then the fall. And not only that, they let CNN do it in prime time at 9 p.m. Oh man, was that a mistake? Oh man, was that a mistake?
Maybe they thought that people would forget because it's so far ahead that they're by November people are going to be like, oh, that's old.
Well, I mean, that's what they're saying now. But if they're all saying, well, the debate doesn't matter. Well, then why do they insist on having it? And if Biden had won that debate, they would be using it to define Trump. They'd be like, he's a liar, he's a crook. All Joe Biden had to do in this debate was show up and look alive. And he failed to do that. And the thing that struck me from the first minute or two of the debate is that in a split screen where you're seeing both of their faces, when Trump was talking, Joe Biden's eyes were cast down and his mouth was totally slack. I mean, and he looked like a skull. His skin was so wan, and it was just the visual contrast between the two of them, which is what most people picked up on before turning off, was so starkly awful for Biden that when it was over and they cut to the CNN panel, they were looking like they all just got a cancer diagnosis, and none of them could say with a straight face that that was anything other than an unmitigated disaster for Biden. And they were all saying their phones were blowing up with all my friends who are Democrats or high level Democratic officials. They're in panic mode right now, and they're talking about replacing him on the ticket.
Van Jones looked like he was in the last scene of Old Yeller.
I just think about how for the last, let's say, 4 years, they have said, oh, in private, he really has his shit together. He's really coherent. He's very lucid.
okay, they knowingly marched him into the debate that was on primetime. They won the coin toss and had him go first for some reason. Just many choices I'll never understand. But like, okay, they knew he was in this state, right? Think about what they have seen when Joe Biden isn't on, medicinal speedballs or whatever. Think about the horrifying things they know about that they have seen that we do not know about. And they still went ahead with this. They still insisted on this. I don't think we're not going to fully, unless Biden loses, and then we'll probably find out pretty soon. We probably won't know for a few years the extent of his dementia or his senility or anything. But like, it's however bad it is in public on primetime with preparation, it's a million times worse in private.
It's stunning, and I gotta say, like, in terms of like, it was so bad. I saw this morning the resurrection of a classic genre of post, and this one is from this guy, Elie Mystel.
Eli
Wiesel, yeah.
Yeah, very prolific guy.
He came back.
Yeah, that's how serious this election is.
Yeah.
And he said,
he's like, who's worse than the Holocaust?
He said, so this is Eli Mystel. He says, my kid just said, it's sad to watch a pack of lies beat a good person just because the good person can't speak.
Why does this kid talk like Walter Matthau? When was your kid born? 1947? A pack of lies. What?
My kid said, "Give me a sawbuck, Dad. I want to go down to the soda fountain." No, and then he says, "I literally just gave him a hug and said that debates don't matter." Mm-hmm. And would you bring back the classic? My kid says something profound. From the mouth of babes comes truth. But Felix, I want to pick up another thing that you mentioned this morning, which is like another line that I'm seeing from people who are like, I think like what is now a very small and tiny minority of Democrats, like the people who are still in Virgil. Like, for instance, the liberal Groiper that you posted this morning, that had my jaw dropped when I saw that. That was
dude. The second the liberal Groiper got posted, it was like the Al Gore book purchasing scene in The Simpsons. It got printed out instantly. It got rushed to some deep bowels of the Pentagon, way beneath, like 50 levels beneath the crust of the earth. Some high-level general we've never heard of received the liberal Groiper. Sir, they've developed him. They've developed the progressive Groiper.
And the image was a Groiper holding a sign that says, like, fuck it. Like, I'm still voting for Biden, don't care. Still voting for Biden, don't care. And the other thing that you mentioned is like the line that, like I said, I think is held by a very nervous but small cadre of riding with Joe people, is this idea that, like, they said, it's June. By the summer, people will forget about this. There's a long way to go to November. Let's just move it. Like this is just one bad debate. And your point on that is, if there's anything sure to improve the conditions of senility and dementia, it's the advance of time.
Yeah, just wait. That is, look, I've had a lot of members of my family who, went senile, had dementia, and the number one thing doctors always tell us is just wait. When someone is on death's door, what you want to do is just, it's like, what's that plant that you only have to water every 2 months? It's basically like that.
A jade plant. Yeah.
A jade plant. Exactly. They were not just saying this about, like, hey, it's a long way till voting day. They were saying, don't worry, there's another debate that's much closer to election day in September when he's sure to be in better condition.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no. When you're on death's door, there is something called getting your swagger back. It's a medical term.
You get memories of your childhood. You start getting morning wood again. You go through a second puberty.
And I also like this came across. There's a Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News posted this while the debate was going on. She posted, 2 sources familiar with the situation say President Biden has a cold.
Oh, well, okay then.
Yeah.
We should
Not
take
so bad.
all this back. Let's take this back, guys.
Yeah,
we've been harsh.
I thought he was fucking on death's door. I thought he was done. I thought he was senile. It turns out he just nearly died from getting a cold.
Yeah.
So that's like really not that bad.
Man, it really is impossible. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I've been saying this now for, I feel like years now, is that like it is impossible for me to imagine that the Democrats can push this much further, or like how. And I think like their plan was to just get him across the finish line to November and then deal with the problem of replacing him. But like, I think this has dramatically advanced the schedule of them having to deal with that. But it is still totally conceivable to me that they will not do anything, that they will just keep going.
Is there like a short list that's come out?
No, they don't have that. They're not prepared. They do not give a shit enough for that.
I've been thinking. I was thinking today, but then I looked up, and Mr. Beast is only 26, so it's going to be 9 years.
That's rough.
But I feel like he could save America a little bit. No,
I mean, he'd certainly get the youth vote.
I love Mr. Beast's content.
But to get into some of the specifics of the debate, I think the bar of the night from Trump, like the best burn that Trump had, the best Trump line of the night, is one of the only times he directly referenced Israel and Palestine, which was very smart of him, by the way, to completely ignore that issue, is when he said, he was like, Joe Biden wants to be a Palestinian, but they don't like him very much. He's a bad Palestinian, a weak one.
That was sick.
That was
so sick. That was like they gave us a little bit. That was a little nugget of like what we used to love.
And then like to be fair, the only blows that Joe Biden landed last night came in like the second hour of the debate, very close to the end, when he called Trump fat and a whiner. Those are the only things that rattled Trump a little bit. Yeah, when he went bitch mode, and when he said the best line that Biden had, where he goes, "Sure, everyone believes you're 6'5", 220," but then it got into this whole ridiculous thing where they were debating about who's a better golfer.
Golf, yeah. And Biden's also lying. He's doing a Kim Jong-un. He's like, he's not a 6 handicap. What are you talking about? You can't drive, brother. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, look, they both lied about a lot of things, but the one thing I am confident about is that Trump would easily beat Biden in a game of golf. I mean, like, playing golf, like, that's what Trump does. I have never seen a clip of Joe Biden golfing ever. I've seen him be like, I think Biden could beat Trump in a bicycle race, but golf, that's Trump's thing.
Biden's nice at bicycle?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Didn't he fall? He had a fall.
Yeah,
no?
but that's only because he's on the bicycle a lot.
What bicyclist doesn't fall, you know?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
part of the game.
Yeah.
Every great bicyclist has fallen off their bike, you know, more times than they can count.
How is he running for president? Like, how? How is he running for president? I don't even like the Democrat. It is a joke of a political party. How? It's like they're just laughing at us. I feel like literally it'll be 15% voter turnout. Like, who is hyped on this?
I mean, I think it's not impossible that is part of the strategy, because low turnout no longer structurally harms Democrats. If you look at most of their, I mean, for some people they were upsets, but really they were kind of in line with polling. A lot of their successes from 2022 to the present in, you know, both special elections and midterms, a lot of the time they're cleaning up when there's incredibly low turnout. And who can call it at this point? But like, I don't think it's impossible that Joe Biden walks away with it if it's
he's dead,
incredibly low turnout. Yeah, and he was half dead the last time. These are the only two people who lose to each other. They're the only two people that can fucking lose to each other. They both, like, I cannot overstate how incompetent and unpopular both of these campaigns are. It's astounding.
Yeah, and Felix, that's the other thing. It's like it's not like Trump turned in a barn burner performance here. It's not like even against
He's just
an opponent.
not dead.
He was just slightly less dead, and like
He
and also
crushed
like
by being not dead.
yeah.
Yes.
And here's the thing, like I think from like a certain point of view, if you are a Democratic partisan who is like believes that like preventing Donald Trump from becoming president is like the most important thing in the world. In a certain sense, last night was probably the best thing that could have happened for that cause, because last night was the only thing that I've ever seen that like has seriously rattled the Democratic leadership, and that they are, at least according to news reports, and like now you look at the New York Times this morning, it's like Thomas Friedman, fucking Paul Krugman, Nicholas Kristof. I mean, they're all saying we love Joe. He's the best president of our lifetime. He's a fundamentally decent man, but the time has come for him to step aside, and that's the best thing he can do for the country. Like, because I think the consensus was any other Democrat, just generic Democrat on that stage with Donald Trump, probably would have defeated him pretty easily.
I could have defeated Trump so easy.
like
it would have been so easy.
James Clyburn said, "This is strike one." What does strike two look like? Him killing himself? He comes out naked. He tries to fuck Donald Trump. What's strike two?
This is strike one, but in the process of missing the pitch and swinging your bat around, somehow the bat goes all the way around far enough to hit you in the face.
Yeah.
He can't.
Your body twists around.
This is strike one in the sense that Reggie Jackson in Naked Gun being there like, trying to kill the kid in England had one strike. I can't. It's just like I've argued with a few people about this. People in my family who are more, Democrats than me. Let's say.
I feel so bad for our families right now.
Yeah,
they're so sad.
I do too.
They can't blame Russia anymore.
My family never did that, but like they, I don't know. Someone close to me said, I don't think they don't give a shit. I think they're scared and they don't know what to do, which like that would be fine if they were drafted into this job.
Yeah, they're a soldier at Verdun. I'm just scared. I just want to live. I don't want to die. I was a 19-year-old kid in the French countryside a month ago.
Yeah. It's just like these are all like 62-year-old West exec shitheads who have made $100 million, covering up the Deepwater Horizon. And they wanted to do this. They signed up to work for Biden. They wanted to work in the White House. And it's like, maybe I'm not a very empathetic person. I just cannot feel bad for anyone involved in this situation. Outside of the voters, outside of a normal Democrat,
You know what? Also, fuck the election. He shouldn't be the president now.
No.
No.
That's the other thing. No one's talking about this. He shouldn't be the president now.
He should have been the president in 2020.
How's this going to affect November? He should not be the president now. Far be it for me to be crying and hugging the flag. But it's like, I guess Ronald Reagan, during the second term of Reagan, right? He was also dead. We've had
he was pretty senile. Yeah.
Yeah, but we almost went to nuclear war, didn't we?
That was in his first term.
Was that first term?
Yeah, that was first term Reagan.
When he was sharp, when he had
no, and then actually when his brain went to turn into jelly, that's actually when he actually got serious about arms control. So swings and roundabouts.
Didn't Nancy throat the throat go?
Superhead.
She had a psychic, right? That was
fortune teller. Yeah.
No. It was horoscopes. She was into fortune telling, but she was also deeply into astrology as well. There was a White House astrologer,
and they were making state decisions based on the astrologer, right? Like when they had summits and state dinners and stuff. Or is that wrong?
Yeah, no. I mean, I think there was some
I don't know. I'm a nightclub comedian. What the hell do I know about this?
No. I think that is correct. I think she was at Camp David or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Reagan wasn't around, when everything was constantly recorded. During an age where everyone is on camera, everyone has very high quality cameras and recording devices. So, like, maybe Reagan would have looked worse, right, in today's media environment. The fact is,
I know what you're saying.
The fact is, though, that, like, again, these people chose to run in that media environment. They chose this candidate. There's no such thing as fair. I'm sorry.
No. Felix, you raise a good point. Like, Biden, at this point, should leak his meat, I feel like. Like, if we see that he's still got a monster, okay? His brain is not what it used to be, but he still has a monster, I would follow him into battle.
I want to talk about like a few moments from the debate where it was like, it wasn't just that Biden was bordering on complete incoherence for long stretches of the debate and like coughing and like touching his face weirdly for a very prolonged amount of time. But there was a number of moments where he not just like looked bad on his own, but he was assisting Trump in his own beatdown. He was like, Adam, a point you made when we were watching is that when he referred to the Trump tax cuts where he said, yeah, he passed the largest tax cut in American history.
Why would you say that?
That's what the Republicans say about their tax cuts. And if you're just like listening at home and you're accusing your opponent of passing the largest tax cut in American history, you're probably thinking like, oh, that's pretty good.
But also Biden owns COVID now.
Yeah, that was another incredible thing.
Somehow Biden owns COVID. That's the one thing they have going against Trump. And it's now Biden was the president, I guess. It's like they're so bad. I've never seen someone do this bad at any.
Remember when the question was about abortion? Probably has helped Democrats more than any single issue, has defeated more Republicans in special elections than any single issue, than any single reason. It is the lifeline of all lifelines, the single issue which is unambiguously bolstered the party and is probably the only reason Joe even has a chance. He got that question about abortion and he immediately launched into a confusing story about how an illegal immigrant raped somebody.
Wait, Felix, I have the quote here.
What do you even fucking say?
Why?
What do you say?
How bad? He was trying to do bad. No?
I don't know. When he said, no, here's the quote. Here's the quote. He says, there's a lot of young women being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters. The sister. But no, Felix, you're like that, and like they're like on CNN, on the CNN panel, they had like two former Trump people who worked for him. Who have now betrayed him, and now like all they do is collect the check by telling everyone how dangerous he is. But like the guy that looked like Vic Mackey from The Shield on CNN said something that I thought was like, I was stunned that like no one else brought this up. But he said exactly what you said, Felix. He said, where was Biden talking about abortion? His best issue, that he flubbed a question that was just set up for him to dunk it on Trump, and he lost it completely. And you'll notice that what Trump did throughout the entire debate is just basically always brought, no matter what question he was asked, brought it back to immigration. And the millions of people, they're invading the country for mental asylums. They're coming here and they're killing so many people. We're living in hell right now.
They're jesters. They're clowns. They're psychos.
And like, yeah, because that's his issue. That's what fires up his base. That's what they want to hear about. And like, it greatly advantages him in his campaign. Biden did none of that with abortion. And he flubbed the fucking. Biden badly lost both of the exchanges that were set up to give him.
He lost January 6th.
He lost the January 6th question.
He lost January 6th.
He couldn't get that one right.
How do you do that? Like
the Jewish media was trying to help him so much. Tapper was like, "Please, this one." They were giving him layup after layup, and he was just bricking.
January 6th is their favorite day in history. They're so upset. They love January 6th. For years after January 6th, they were like, we're still finding people who are there. We're going to kill the Bob's Burger actor who was at January 6th. They love it. They love it. And it comes to January 6th, and he's like, you cheated on me with a pregnant wife. You're a porn star. You tried to go to Kiev.
You're a porn star.
Here's the classic guy. Sir, I know Peter North. And your lords are no Peter North, sir.
I know Lexington Steel.
You, sir, are no Peter North.
Oh my God.
Okay,
it used to be funny.
Here's another one.
Hillary was so funny.
Here's another one. I like when their exchange over Trump calling the troops losers and suckers, and when Biden goes, "My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser."
Oh my God.
That was.
It was like middle school.
And he blew that exchange too, because when Trump was like, "They're lying," he's lying. I have 19 people. I have 19.
Gay. I talk
like,
to the troops. They think you're gay.
And and then Biden he kind of half said it because he said, "Look, it was a 4-star general. It was John Kelly. He was the one who said that you said that." But he missed the opening to talk about where it's just Trump's it was a bad general. I fired him. That's why he said it. He appointed that dude. And I think the point to make about Trump is why is it that everyone who's ever worked for him is now either under indictment, testifying against him, or by his own estimation, a very bad, dishonest, nasty person. So it's either that your judge of character is so bad that you surround yourself with liars, betrayers, and snakes, or you surround yourself with criminals, frauds, and snakes because goes with like. It's one or the other, and both of them means that you cannot be chief executive of the United States.
Instead of that, which would have been a good line of attack, he said, "You've never fired anyone."
What did that mean?
You've never fired anyone.
You know what, guys? I'm gonna vote for Trump. It just must feel so good. It's gotta feel amazing when you just press Trump. If my girlfriend has one of the that morning, election day, if she's like, "I had a dream and you did something and now I'm mad at you," I'm gonna vote for Trump. I swear to God. I swear to you guys. That's what she deserves. The boys are back in town.
Another moment that really kind of it did make me almost feel bad for Joe Biden is when I don't know, it was about halfway through the first act, he tried to bust out the old hit, a big single from 4 years ago, and he goes, "That's the biggest load of malarkey I've ever heard," but it landed so flat. And it was just no, yeah. There's you can't squeeze any more juice out of malarkey.
Malarkey's
Joe.
never been a hit. It's never been a good song. He dropped malarkey like it was fucking Stairway to Heaven, and it's what do you? No one ever liked malarkey. Who's oh yeah, I ride with malarkey. It's whack.
Malarkey was the biggest industry plant of 2020. All the they were really feeling themselves when they were everyone's saying malarkey. It's so cool.
It's like that girl that does the interviews with the rappers. It's constructed by the elders of Zion.
The industry plant.
Bobby
Malarkey was an
Altoff.
Malarkey
is the Bobby Altoff of
Adam, there's a new white 17-year-old rapper named Ian. His name
I've seen. He's industry plant. They're saying.
Yeah.
That's
what malarkey is. Malarkey is the rapper named Ian.
Ian's
on a new song with Vivio Foreign. Use it or keep it.
I'm just trying to be myself. I got everybody mad at me for it. I hate to be so hard. They give me a surplus battery for it.
I love rap.
Okay. Another great exchange in which I thought both Biden and Trump came out with some absolute fire was when they were talking about the border, and somehow they got on the topic of Joe Biden kept talking about fentanyl machines.
We need the machines,
and as you said, Felix, he kept talking about fentanyl machines, and I was like, dude, I would love one of those right now. But he kept saying, "We need those machines. We need those machines." But then previously, Trump had made a comment about, "We've got a new kind of dog. It's unbelievable. You wouldn't believe how good this dog is." I was going, "What,
dude?" That part of the conversation. That part of the conversation.
The new dog.
If that was between two members of your family, if that was between two elder members of your family, you would call the mayor of whatever town you're in and say, "Hey, listen to this. I'm gonna kill my uncle and my grandfather with this shotgun, just to end this. They're not okay." They'd be "All right, we'll send someone to pick up their bodies later."
What compromise does Bibi have on this guy? It's the only explanation that makes sense. Bibi must like have Biden doing something incredibly embarrassing. I feel like there has to be some sort of nefarious power that is like keeping this in place right now. Because it makes
I know what it is. I know what it is, Adam. He has the ghostwriter of Malarkey ready to go public and be like, none of those bars with Joe Biden. He uses a ghostwriter for everything.
What, like, how is Biden also, like, I told you before the debate, I'm like, Trump's not going to touch Israel. But, like, how has he gotten disrespected publicly so much during his presidency? It is like, someone has to have a picture of him, like, literally kissing, like, having sex with a dog or something. Israel definitely has the dog sex tape or something. I can't figure out, like, what is keeping this going right now?
Well, I mean,
Cut all that.
No.
We're going to be on post-left watch for that.
But no, I think the point we made, like, the fact that Trump, other than like a few, like in glancing reference, like he did talk about Hamas and Israel, but for the most part, he completely demurred on engaging with the issue, except when he said the truthful thing is that Biden's lying, that it's only Hamas that wants the war to continue. When he said, actually, it's Netanyahu, he wants the war to continue, and you should let him. You should let him finish the job. And Joe thinks he's a Palestinian, but he's a very weak one. They don't even like him. He's a fake Palestinian. But I think the interesting thing is when he talked about Ukraine and he talked about Zelensky. I felt that like the way he talked about Zelensky and the fact that we're giving them all these weapons and getting nothing in return, or like we're spending all this money on them and like they're not paying their fair share. I thought that was like his oblique way of saying the exact same thing about Israel.
I don't know. In general, with all Donald Trump policy things, I will believe it when I see it when it comes to his non-interventionist, even passively non-Zionist turn. That is just never happening. We're never getting a Republican who does that. I don't believe in it.
To his credit, he didn't go to war with Iran.
He fucking killed Soleimani.
Yeah, one guy.
Right.
And it was a precise attack. He died like a dog.
He died like one of those new dogs that we have at the border.
One of the new dogs, the fentanyl dogs. He died like a fentanyl dog.
I need to know that they've created a new dog. I need to know about a new dog. What is it?
He hates dogs in person, but he loves dogs as like pieces of technology. Like, you remember the dog that helped kill al-Baghdadi, and he gave him a medal?
Yeah, I love that.
That was awesome.
You know what it sounded like? It was a conversation. You know a guy that's in front of Whole Foods and he's got like 12 backpacks, and he's just like, the stuff they were saying on that stage is one of like it's indecipherable from just a guy with 12 backpacks in front of Whole Foods. Like literally, they sound like hobos, the two of them. The new dog was crazy.
New dog did just get overshadowed by the sheer amount of times that Biden said, we need the machine, and how increasingly ominous he sounded.
What is he?
Who is he, Skynet?
That was insane. That was insane. Like, that was, I don't know what he was trying to convey. I don't know what mood he was trying to represent. It was so it was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, like, a real person do.
It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Here's another clip. I did like when Trump said, all the things that we've done, nobody has ever seen anything like that, even from a medical standpoint, to try where we can to try space-age materials instead of going to Asia. So...
It sounded good. That sounded good because he wasn't dead.
We could have space-age materials, but instead we're going to Asia to get regular materials.
They both riffed on this topic because Trump said instead of space we're going to Asia, but Biden, sort of apropos of nothing, went, we used to get 5% of our chips. We only had 3% of the chips. Mm-hmm. Now we went to Asia and we made 90% of the chips.
It's as if they're warming their hands in front of a barrel with a fire.
Yeah. They're like an old style of hobo. They're
Yeah,
like
like
the types of
old school
hobos.
hobo.
They're like the types of hobos who like the trash they interact with has entire fish skeletons.
Yeah, they're like, I'm going to California.
Yeah. They would be in a Coleman Francis film.
It was so Dust Bowl. It was Faulkner.
This is like, do you know that story about how the last Civil War widow died in 2020 because she was a girl who was born in like 1920, and during the Dust Bowl, her family tried to make money by like doing chores for this 90-year-old fucking Civil War veteran, and he couldn't pay her, but instead he offered to marry her so that when he died she would get his benefits. That's probably what being around either of these men is like being married
to someone who fought in Antietam.
Civil War combat veteran.
Well, speaking of another thing that I love, another great thing that Trump did during the debate is that he kept talking about Biden. He's killed so many people. He's killed so many people. So many more people have died. More people died under Biden than died under Trump. Like whether he was talking about COVID or talking about like illegal immigrants killing and raping people. I just love that he kept I just love that he kept going back to like he's killed so many people and we're living in hell right now. We're literally in hell. This country is hell.
It was such a contrast. Like Trump had three modes. Like one was, we're living in hell. All these fucking Guatemalans are coming over. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill your family. Our cities are in hell.
Third world country,
etc. Like the usual like rapists and criminals type stuff. And then Joe's incompetent. Joe's the worst president ever. Everything you do is a fucking huge disaster. You ruin the economy. And then like there was a little bit of like 2016. When like the one moment he kind of capitalized on Biden's whatever you want to call it, where he goes, I don't even think he knows what he said there.
Yeah.
No, that was mercy. That's what I mean.
I don't
earlier
think it's
when I said
mercy.
he's being a nice guy. He's like, this is a sad display.
I think part of it is a conscious effort because in 2020 he did alienate a lot of voters he needed by that like weird debate where he kept interrupting Biden, was like really combative. Though a lot of voters did like it, even though on the whole it hurt him. It had a net negative effect. I think part of that was a conscious effort. Part of it is like he's also like very old and fucked up. Like neither of these guys are in good shape.
Trump said he's in bed. He's like I feel as good as I did 25 years ago, and actually, if anything, I'm slightly like I weigh slightly less. He's like lost some weight from 25 years ago.
You didn't mention the worst comeback of the night, which was he's like actually 43
oh god, the presidential scholars one.
The scholars, they say you are the worst.
Awful.
Oh, that was so bad.
The Democratic Party is a joke.
He came back to that line twice. He
thought it was bars.
Because Trump was like, he's the worst president of all time. There's not even close. It's the most disastrous administration in our entire history. It's very sad what's happening. He's the worst president. And then Biden's come back to that as like, but actually, sir, 159 presidential scholars have all agreed that you're the worst president. And then when Trump came back and said, I have my own list of scholars, and they actually rate me the number one president. I have my own, I'll show you another.
I have Dr. Drew. I have Dr. Dre.
But then Biden kept back again to saying, like, look it up. The 159 presidential scholars say Trump's the worst president ever. That's like saying,
who cares?
Actually, all the teachers had a meeting and they all agreed that you're the worst student in class.
Yeah, it reminded me of when after Biden won, they were, people were really feeling themselves, and they got mad over people not calling Jill Biden doctor. And I saw this one liberal account say, we should have a million PhD march on Washington. I always think about that. It's like the same line of thinking. And it's just such a good, It's such a good insight onto how do you get here. How do you get here from there?
To copy Farrakhan also is amazing. To steal the bit from Farrakhan. To have a nerd march.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. But before the debate on Biden's Twitter account, they were hawking this. Okay, so he tweeted right before the debate, I don't know what they've gotten these performance enhancers, but I'm feeling pretty jacked up. And it was a photo of the official Joe Biden canned water. And it's the dark Brandon, like the red eyes Biden, and it says zero malarkey on top. And then on the bottom it says, get real, Jack. It's just water. And I'm thinking, like, now with the million nerd march, they should be selling Joe Biden bean pies as well. They need to get on
gotta
that
help
shit.
him, guys. We have to help him. We have to help him. Listen, guys, it's all your fault. It's the dirt bag left. Okay, we could have had this beautiful woman have 8 years of a gorgeous presidency, and now we have this, and we all share some responsibility. We have to write some bars for this guy.
be his ghost
Flexing off of a water after you poop your pants in front of America. He crapped his pants. There's a moment where people think he crapped.
I mean, look, fortunately, they've been there before with the crap rumor. They've dealt with that before. They know what
How does the government keep crapping their pants? They had Nadler, and then they had what's his name, McConnell. They just keep pooping themselves.
Well, McConnell just froze. McConnell just froze. You know, we don't know that he crapped.
Oh, I smelled it. People were there. They smelled that shit.
I mean, like, if I was advising Biden, or if I wanted to write some bars for him, like, I would return to the only hits he did have is when he got Caddy. When he got Caddy and called him fat and a whiner.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he needs gay guys. He needs gay guys cooking on this. He needs Sex and the City writers.
And or it's like, or on the question when like where Trump was like, I'm only running for president again. I also like when he said, I would much rather not be doing this. I could be at one of many fabulous locations. Or he said, my favorite locations.
He's amazing. He's the goat. He's the fucking goat.
But I mean, like, that would have been an opening to just be like, just call him out for capping on this. Like, he's running again because he can't stand being a loser. And like,
call him a loser.
Yeah, just call him a loser. Call him he's a fat loser. And I was like when Trump said, I didn't have sex with a porn star. Why didn't Biden jump all over that? To just be like, yes, you did, and you paid for it.
Well,
Trump even...
That's cool.
The first time Biden said that, Trump even made a face like, man, I did do that.
Yeah, but
I don't even like having sex. Why did I do that?
Yeah.
No, he has to go Samantha Sex in the City mode. That's the last. He has to be like, you've seriously never taken a ride on the brown side? He has to just go, bitch.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm probably forgetting like a number of other jaw-dropping and hilarious moments from that. But if Chris, you have one?
The multiple times Trump referred to post-birth abortions. And even mimicked taking a fetus out of did a hand motion of taking a fetus out of a lady and putting it on a tray and like strangling it in front of him.
They're hobo.
Another thing that one would think might be a retort for it. He mentioned post-birth abortions at least twice, which also got me thinking that I think you could refer to basically any homicide as a post-birth abortion. But no retort, zero. Like, just totally just let that go. Like literally, they're killing folks. They're taking babies out of the lady and they're killing them right on the tray. They're doing it.
One thing I thought was interesting about that whole line of attack was that he basically said Ralph Northam personally is doing this. Like, now that he's not governor anymore, he's just like, he's like the guy in Kung Fu. He's traveling around Virginia finding babies just being born and just fucking slicing them open because that's what he really likes to do. But like, he was trying to also strike a conciliatory tone at the same time, which was very weird to see him do. After he did that, after he said Ralph Northam's killing all these babies the moment they're born, he went, but you know what? No one wants that. No Democrat or Republican wants that. So, like, we're all against this. Joe's against this. I'm against this. And it's really only Ralph Northam, the guy who isn't in office anymore, who's doing this. And me and Joe are going to stop him together. So I thought that was nice.
Well, I mean, like, that's another example of of how badly he flubbed the whole exchange over abortion is because like Trump painted himself as basically a moderate, and he said everyone agreed that Roe v. Wade should be overturned. All the constitutional scholars, he came out with another list. Everyone agreed, liberals and conservatives, and he was going, I believe in exceptions, for the rape and incest and the life of the mother, and he allowed him to like present himself as a moderate on abortion and be like, but they're strangling babies as soon as they're born. But like, I know Biden tried to turn it back on him, but like, there should have been way more emphasis on the fact that like the party you represent does not make these distinctions, and like what outlawing abortion practically means. Like, for instance, like Trump, anytime there's a telegenic white woman who gets killed by an illegal immigrant in like a car accident or a murder or something like that, Trump talking about her name, he goes to her funeral or whatever. Why didn't Biden have like a roster of telegenic white women who have either died or nearly died from like from sepsis because a hospital in Texas is like, could you go home and come back when you're a little bit closer to death so that we can do this like very simple medical procedure?
Because Biden is personally squeamish on the issue.
Yeah.
He, to this day, says abortion should be rare, that he's personally against it. He is so not the man for the moment in every way. But holy shit, he can get even worse than you think.
Another like similar thing to this, where I'm just like thinking of things that are huge wasted opportunities. I kept imagining a competent person up there who's like could look at Trump's current platform and what he likes talking about, i.e., stuff like invoking the U.S. military and state national guards to do illegal immigrant sweeps, and just have somebody up there being like, imagine this: you live in Georgia, a federal army officer from New York or California knocks on your door and demands to see your birth certificate, or you get immediately thrown into military jail. Is that what you want? Because that is what Trump is proposing.
Well, Biden also can't touch that because he's signed off on that. He thinks that's good and tried to brag multiple times about streamlining that process.
By the way, I don't know if we want to get into this at all. Maybe we can talk about it later, but I dipped back into Pod Save America this week for a very specific reason that maybe we'll bring up.
Who's Jay Flores?
Oh, no, the other one, the inverse of that one.
Sorry.
And it's just amazing to hear, their line before and after the debate, the episode just before the debate, they were indeed very much complaining frustratedly about what they were calling cheap fakes, which were the poorly edited, the misrepresentationally edited videos of Joe, and being like, oh, these get so much traction on TikTok, and that's the way people see Joe Biden, and it's all misrepresenting him, and this is going to be his big opportunity. And definitely when they checked in after the debate, they were not talking about that. But then the one that was really galling was on their episode when they were talking about immigration, how seamlessly they slid into like, well, strength on the border was always our policy. It's always been about strengthening and securing the border so we can do the sensible, humane, domestic immigration policy that we've always wanted to do. This has always been the policy, and Joe is doing a great job.
That is a group of guys that believes in a lot. They stand on their word. Yeah. No matter what else you could say about them. They're also incredibly original content creators.
Yeah, they're very original too.
Yes.
More to come on that.
They come up with all their own ideas.
Yeah, we can maybe allude to that and get into that more later because it is very funny.
But okay, last thing I got here, I just remembered the best thing that the funniest thing Joe Biden said all night. I can't believe I forgot this until now. Right at the very end, my favorite Joe Biden moment of the night is when he said, I was in France just last week for D-Day. It's like, I was landing on Omaha Beach, Jack, and let me tell you, it was no picnic. I was in France last week for D-Day is such a funny way to put it. Well,
how do we fuck up America? They made so much money off of like rebuilding the world. And they blew it in like 10 minutes. Like they've tried so hard to fuck it up. I imagine they hit the lottery.
I don't know. I mean, like you can talk about like late stage imperial decline as sort of a cliche or a bit of a punchline, but man, seeing that debate last night, you really you really you see it, and it's like yeah, like you said, Adam, it's not quite as funny as it used to be.
There's
But-
no dignity. Like, and I'm saying we don't deserve dignity, but like, it isn't nice to LeBron. That's all I'm saying. It's not fair. It's not fair to Martin Scorsese. It's not fair to the things we've done okay.
Oh man,
Take that, Le Decline.
yeah. I mean, I guess like to wrap things up, like the only thing that's on my mind is like it's going to be interesting to see what like the next couple of days and weeks will hold. And if I had to bet, I don't think that they are going to replace him. I mean, like I don't know.
think so either.
I just have this feeling like I think they're going to weather it for a week or whatever, but because I think they know like they haven't planned for it. I don't know why I don't know what's stopping them from doing it, but it's just like because I said it earlier in the show. I've had this thought over and over again, like. Even not as a fan of the Democratic Party, I'm like, don't they have an ounce of like self-preservation or an instinct for their own survival? And I guess my response to that is I don't think they care. I really don't think they care.
No, but they also fundraise well when Trump's the president. I think that's what they're banking.
I don't know.
They flat out don't give a shit. Don't ever let them guilt you into doing or thinking anything ever again in your life. Just everything they say about reproductive rights and the Supreme Court. Well, this is how little they give a shit about any of those things. They care exactly this much.
I think that's a good way to put it. Let's wrap it up there for today, boys. But
so you guys are still undecided, or
I don't know. I'm giving RFK Jr. another serious look.
Yeah,
I think he's got a lot of really important and funny things to say.
Palestinians gave me dirt heroin in the 70s. That's why I sound like this.
Oh man. But yeah, I think it legitimately was a fairly historic night last night. And going into it, I was worried that this was just going to be completely boring. But I think we all witnessed something pretty special last night. And it was a joy to share with all of you. And I want to thank Adam, host of the Adam Friedland Show, for being our guest
sorry
today.
I got so passionate. I love America. We've done so many cool things.
It'll be fun. Adam, you know who used to be like a huge empire? Like these guys, they had it so on lock that they had a program where they would take white babies and turn them into Master Chief. They had a white baby super soldier program, and everyone just let them do it. They had everything on lock. And then they did a genocide and a bunch of other things, and they were declining for a while. And the Ottoman Empire was no more. And then there was Turkey. And is Turkey doing great right now at this specific moment? No. But what does Turkey have? Turkey has Hassan. Turkey still has TV. They make the TV that everyone in the world watches. They had their own 5th generation fighter jet. And it's like, it's not going to be so bad. We deserve a lot worse, but like, really,
Felix,
you know.
If it fucks up, you and I have to move to Israel. We're the victims in this.
And you know what?
I don't want to move to Israel.
You know what, Felix? Here's another way to look at it. All of those Balkan young boys who were drafted into the Ottoman Master Chief program, now they're stars in the NBA. Like, Nikola Jokic would have been like the greatest janissary of all time back in the day, but now he's a 3-time MVP All-Star.
Yeah, Adam,
champion.
let me say something to you. It's from the video game Dark Souls 3, and this quote had like a major impact.
Is that the one with like Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck?
No, that's Kingdom Hearts. I don't play Kingdom Hearts.
Sorry, I'm not into
kidding
baby stuff.
Me?
Sorry, I like sports.
Adult man,
girls.
I'm an adult man. I play serious shit. Everything that has been alive and that will ever live is part of a great cycle that will move around forever and ever.
No, I think it's Linkin Park said that.
No, they did. No, they didn't write the item description. That's an item description in Dark Souls 3 for an item you pick up outside of Firelink Shrine, and it's not Kingdom Hearts. It's quite different. They could not be more different.
I think it sounds similar. I love you, boys.
All right. Gang, signing off. Talk to you next week, everybody. Bye-bye. Yeah, no Chris recording today, so we can truly say whatever we want on the show. I hope the audio comes in okay. But, Adam, I've been laughing for the last hour since I got off the phone with you, thinking about all the cool things Doug Emhoff could do as first gentleman in the White House.
Well, I'm about to drop my my incredibly self kind of important documentary tour doc for my London dates. But I do a bit about how Doug... I mean, the joke is that I'm an idiot, and I think Doug is just going to be blazing and chilling at the White House.
He can smoke weed.
It is really sick that, theoretic... I mean, we've let these hoes get away with, Lady Bird Johnson,
Betty Ford.
We've let these absolute whores. Chris isn't here, guys.
Yeah, we can say whatever we want.
We've let these holes get away for so long. We've let Michelle Obama no fucking vegetables. Lady Bird Johnson, flowers. Barbara Bush, give pussy to everyone. It's just Doug's project is going to be I hope he does nothing. I hope he's she comes back from the border and she's like, everyone's calling me a bitch right now. And he's like, the chef made carnitas.
I like the idea of Doug as a white guy in giant and one basketball shorts who gets everywhere by walking on the shoulder of the highway. It is always drinking a giant jug of Arizona iced tea.
That is really white culture.
Yeah, and he's married to a woman who has a job, or lives with a woman who has a job, and that's Kamala. But just one of those guys who's like, damn, can you give me a ride back? I swear to God, my girl has a job. I'll smoke you out. But the job is president.
Yeah, he's a ass, grass, or gas guy.
Yeah.
Well, because if Trump wins re-election, then we get Melania back in the White House, and I think she was unfairly maligned for her eyes wide shut Christmas tree party, for doing whatever she did to the Rose Garden. I don't know. She turned it into probably a place to put for all her makeup. You know how these ladies are like. But with Doug, we have the opportunity for a first gentleman that can finally put a sort of a symbolic agenda out there for the fellas. Saturday is officially for the boys. It's now U.S. government policy.
I just like the idea of her just coming back from a summit with Putin and him being like, why are you always talking about yourself, dude? What about me? Why are you interested in my life? I watched Borat today with the boys. I got a 35 millimeter.
You also said
it was an arranged marriage, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. Doug is such a warrior of the California Democratic Party because 10 years ago they came to him and they're like, hey, listen, do you remember Kamala Harris? You did a fundraiser for her when she was running for Attorney General. Well, she's getting the bump up, she's getting made. We need you. We know that you cheated on your wife and got divorced. Can you marry her and pretend that she's raising your kids who are already 37?
Yeah.
So people think she's normal. And he was like, absolutely. Yeah.
I thought it was an arranged marriage. In India, where she's from. Oh, I'm just kidding. Chris isn't here, guys. Chris isn't here. Just kidding. No, yeah, I think that they were just the Californian Democratic Party was like, we need to get her some dick. We need to get a fine ass Doug in the mix. But it is so very funny. They have to do an Eagle Scout project as the first
the first spouse. Yeah,
as the first spouse. I wonder what his is going to be.
I think it's giving Brazzers passwords to all the fellas in the world. You don't have to share passwords anymore. Just free pornographies and sort of cable TV sports packages for the men of this country. I know. And then the other thing, I think it's funny.
What was Jill's project?
Jill Biden?
He was making the sad boy sit on Uzbek energy board. Yeah,
I remember
oil companies in China. Yeah,
the last thing I remember Jill doing was releasing a lasagna recipe. So maybe it was that. I think it was more, the Bidens are.
That's sick.
Yeah, the Bidens are older,
So her projects were like more traditional, like wife projects, recipes, book clubs.
My understanding was she was like, you have to keep running for president. That it was like very much the family.
Oh yeah. She's like Edith Wilson. You know, she's like if Edith Wilson was a blonde woman
a doctor
from the East Coast. Yeah, that's one of my favorite memories from the early Biden days, back before Brandonization happened, was when like there was a minor controversy when like Kevin McCarthy or someone like called her Jill Biden, and all these people were like, she's a PhD, she's a doctor. And then someone recommended, I think, the greatest protest ever, which was they said that there should be 1 million PhD march on Washington, D.C. to protest Republicans not calling Dr. Jill Biden doctor.
The Democrats. I hate them. It would be sick if Doug's project was trying to make breast reductions illegal.
Well, I mean, I think we have some. You know, there's sort of like a gender gap between male and female voting patterns in this country right now, and I think having a first gentleman. Okay, okay, Adam's getting up to get a package now, but I was gonna say I think it's funny to have your wife have a job where literally everybody hates her, and then you can be like, don't look at me, I gotta live with her.
Got the whole house to myself. It's like I died and went to hell.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of going like back and forth on
voting for Trump.
No, I've already done that.
Oh yeah,
I got an early ballot, but like I'm going back and forth about like who I think is like most favored here, and like I guess like gun to my head, I still think Kamala is slightly favored just because of like how bad the electoral math is for Trump, but there's no chance that, you know, the honeymoon lasts even like a month. Like she's gonna be so fucking
mean to her.
Yeah, she's gonna be so detested. She's gonna be so detested, and she's like not gonna understand why. She's going to like do the classic Democrat thing where like the media treats you differently once you're in office, and she's just gonna think it's like unprecedented. And it kind of will be, because it will be like the quickest honeymoon since Trump. But like, I was just like, did you watch the town hall last night?
It was.
No, my dad got mad at me that I didn't watch it.
Well, I mean, okay. Did you see the response where she was like, "I'm a bit of a nerd."
So I may not be quick to have the answer as soon as you ask it about a specific policy issue sometimes, because I'm going to want to research it. I'm going to want to study it. I'm kind of a nerd sometimes. I confess.
I'm a bit of a nerd, so I need to.
That was a fucking question where like one of these fucking like subhuman undecided voters, who they keep in a shipping container, was like, "What's your greatest weakness?" And she went, "My greatest weakness is that I surround myself with too many smart people, and that if you ask me my opinion on a policy, I may not immediately have the answer because I want to do more homework about it."
Oh,
but
God.
What's going to happen when there's like a Katrina level hurricane, or like, you know, Israel nukes somebody, and she goes out and does that, like the thing that she did for 98% of her public appearances since this summer, where she cannot answer any direct question. She doesn't have any signature like fallback themes like Biden or Trump has. And it's just like, I can't think of anyone like less inspiring for their supporters.
It's going to be like every policy that they have is like, sounds like a Nathan for you. It's like you get a 5% tax credit if you go to the top of a mountain. It's so convoluted, every plank of that platform. I mean, it's so easy to win this election. And they're literally, honestly, when I saw the McDonald's, I'm like, it's a wrap. The boy's back.
Okay,
it was the same as like, remember Biden was talking about his Corvette, and he's like, I love American muscle. I love to drive fast. I'm like, it's a wrap. The boys got it. When I saw the French fries, I was like, that it was Trump's Corvette moment.
Yeah, when he felt
the Democrats are trying to say, well, real McDonald's people say that he fried them wrong. They're literally trying to do that right now. They're pathetic.
You know, I have thought that he's looked terrible this election, just physically. Like, whoever got him on Ozempic should be fired. They should be exiled from Trump world. He looked like the glow is gone. He stopped saying nearly as funny things.
No,
but
he's back.
Once
he's been
you
cooking.
put him in front of the fries, it was like a bonfire. All his status effects were gone.
No,
all his HP was back.
The French fries were just the tip of the iceberg. I think he's had a great couple weeks. First of all, Arnold Palmer's dick, I was like...
That was amazing.
And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable. I had to say it.
And he's a lot of man. They showered with him, and they couldn't believe how big his cock was. This is a guy who's only 97-year-olds know who he is. Like, Felix, did you watch the Al Smith dinner?
No.
The boy. I mean, it's Nick DiPaolo, I guess Will told me, wrote for him. And Nick DiPaolo is a very funny comedian who's watched too much Fox News. But, like, he did one bit, which was did you see the de Blasio one, Will?
I didn't see that one.
He's like, Kamala, first of all, didn't show up. It was like the first Democratic nominee not to show up since Walter Mondale, who famously won one state, right? And he's like cooking, just bars. Because the truth is this, every comic had to like stay at home and get off the road during COVID. And the boy was doing stadiums. The boy is sharp. Like the boy killed Herman Cain so he could just be doing arena gigs. But like, no, seriously. But he's like, and by the way, we have the worst mayor in New York history here, and the weasel, the little guy, the billionaire,
Michael Bloomberg.
Bloomberg's right in front of him, just purple, so mad. He's just furious the whole speech. And he goes, "Don't worry, Mike, it's not you. Bill de Blasio's here." And he's like, I'm not doing a joke. I know this is a comedy set. He was the absolute worst mayor we've ever had, the most pathetic mayor we've ever had. He did a terrible job. He's like, the criminals love you. The criminals love you. And it was just like, it was so mean. It was like Chuck Schumer was sitting right next to him. And he's like, don't worry. Like, your party's gotten so woke. He's like, Kamala can lose, but you can still become the first female president. He said that to Chuck Schumer. And he's like, he told Chuck that he was going to transition. It's just ridiculous.
It was like the celebrity roast of Shaq where Jamie Foxx just ruined that guy's life.
This is your conscience.
Yeah. Well, actually, speaking of people who Donald Trump have ruined their life, Herman Cain died to bring us Donald Trump's stadium tour. But I've been thinking a lot about Rudy Giuliani lately because, you know, Yankees are back in the World Series. But right as the Yankees enter the World Series, a judgment has just been levied against Rudy Giuliani that will compel him to give up his Yankee memorabilia to two election workers in Georgia that he defamed.
Well, they also have to. They also get to take control of his penthouse, which is probably like a specific racist nightmare he had like years ago when he was mayor.
Yeah.
He probably like went to therapy over a nightmare he was having where it's like, I keep having this dream that I'll have to give my penthouse to two black ladies.
No, he has to give it
and they're like
to the luggage thief that Biden had in the administration. Remember that?
Yeah.
That guy, they rocked.
That was the best one.
Yeah. I'm just going to read here. It says, Rudy Giuliani recently lost a civil lawsuit and will now be forced to turn over his most valuable assets in order to pay off debts. According to court documents unsealed on Tuesday, Giuliani has been ordered to turn over some of his most valuable possessions, including property, jewelry, and even sports memorabilia. Included in the list of items to be turned over to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss is a trove of valuable sports memorabilia, much of which was accumulated during Giuliani's long prosecutorial and mayoral career in New York City. Among the items are a shirt signed signed by legendary baseball player Joe DiMaggio, a signed photo of Yankee Stadium, a signed photo of Reggie Jackson. The filing also mentions 3 World Series rings that may be transferred to Freeman and Moss, pending a challenge of ownership by Giuliani's son. So, like, I think he had bequeathed the World Series rings to his son Andrew, but now they may be subject to this lawsuit. So that's the Giuliani birthright being taken away. But no, that's not actually my favorite item that is going to be up on the auction block. Authorities are also requesting the seizure of the former mayor's penthouse apartment and a 1980 Mercedes that once belonged to Hollywood film star Lauren Bacall.
Wow.
I think that's awesome to buy a car that Lauren Bacall has sat in one time at least.
The Democrats, the indictments, it's just how far will they go? Like they're just gonna destroy good men with these courts. It makes me so sad.
I mean,
is Adams running in this election or no? When did they vote for mayor? It's like a weird time.
Yeah, no, no. Adams is not standing for re-election in this election. He's got an election coming up next year, I believe.
We're all voting for him, right?
Of course.
Best mayor ever.
We'll see. We'll see. If the Yankees win the World Series, then yes, I'm voting for Eric Adams again.
Who are they giving it to? To 2 ladies that worked at a poll in Georgia?
Yeah, because it was a defamation suit.
I don't remember what the suits were.
Well, a lot of Republicans, like Mike Lindell and Giuliani specifically, like they were sued for saying like either, voting machine companies were Chinese like operations to subvert democracy or whatever.
Wow.
Or that like individual poll workers like threw out votes.
So these 2 ladies get like Derek Jeter's underpants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
so
yeah.
weird. They don't deserve it. 27 rings, baby. We're going to give these 2 ladies Derek Jeter's cup. We're going to give him his jock strap. Dude, that series was the best World Series ever. Beyond Young Kim.
I guess I should officially start the show. It's Thursday, October 24th, and our guest is host of the Adam Friendland Show, Adam Friendland. Letting things slide now that Chris is stuck in traffic. But I'm just going to remind you again, you have less than a week to pre-order Matt Christman's book. And a lot of people are asking, can I still get a copy of the Matt Christman book if I don't pre-order the book? No, there will not be any orders after the pre-order. And the fact that you haven't ordered already is like spitting in the face of Matt and his family. So you have till October 31st.
The baby.
Yeah, the baby. Especially the baby. And then also just to remind you that our ticket's still available for our Election Day Eve live show, November 4th in Los Angeles, Chapo Trap House. And E1 will be ringing in the election year with a live show. And the several Joe Bidens will be in attendance, as well as Josh Shapiro. So please buy tickets for that right now.
You're going to get the Kill Tony crew also to do, you're going to get Shane to do Trump. Oh, by the way, this weekend, Denver, Colorado, they've given me 10 days to sell 1,200 tickets. My career is failing. Please come. Comedy Works Denver. Please come. And and I have a thing coming out.
You'll have
20-minute little.
Adam, you will have ample time to plug it at the end of the show.
Well, you did your plugs now, but I can't do my plugs. Wait, this is the plugs part because no one's going to be listening by the end after I say it, and you know what I'm going to say. Israel has a right to defend itself.
I want to go back to the town hall with Kamala Harris. We mentioned her response about how she's a bit of a nerd and won't have the answer to a policy question on the tip of her tongue because she, likes to do a lot of homework about the issue. But probably the biggest takeaway from the town hall was when asked about people who will stay home because of the what's going on in Gaza. She said of that issue,
I don't know that anyone who has seen the images who would not have strong feelings about what has happened, much less those who have relatives who have died and been killed. And I know people and have talked with people. So I appreciate that. But I also do know that for many people who care about this issue, they also care about bringing down the price of groceries.
Care about bringing down the price of groceries. That kind of says it all.
Fucking idiots. They're so stupid. Dude, I talked to my sister the other day, it's so simple what they have to be saying. I said I don't want to be supporting this shit. I don't want to be supporting $25 billion to Raytheon so people die, right? And my sister said, I'm a woman and like Trump got rid of abortion. And she's like, if you frame the election that way, it is the biggest winner they have. If you tell everyone that votes for Trump that they're voting against every woman, then they make the election about offering something to people. You know, it's the same way as like Obama cucked on Merrick Garland. It made the election like, oh, we have to like protect the Supreme Court. And a lot of closed-pin voters went to the polls for Hillary. But the entire thing has become about what? The Nazis or something?
Well, yeah, all her answers go back to like either January 6th or like, oh, like John Kelly and H.R. McMaster said that, you know, he likes Hitler and that he's an authoritarian, which is like, that sort of like loses its luster when you're openly going, well, we have the same border policy as him. Okay, what policies of his are like Hitler then? If you like his immigration policy, if you have the same Israel policy, if you have the same policy on all these things, then what is the difference? You could say abortion, but then you are campaigning with two Republican politicians, one of whom was maybe the most evil vice president in history, both of whom celebrated the Dobbs decision.
100%.
Liz Cheney openly celebrated it. But it's easier to be a member of the Democratic coalition being anti-abortion than it is to even condition military aid. That's completely out of the fucking question. But it's a completely confused, just baffling campaign, in part because Harris doesn't have like patter. When Trump gets like when he sounds stupid or like gets cornered or like, remembers that he's 80 when he's on TV, he can talk about like the wall and jobs and fucking deals. The same like three themes he's been hitting since 2015. Even Biden, even when he fucks up, can be like, my entire family died. That's his thing. What's Harris's?
I killed my entire family.
Yeah. Yeah. My wife was sure a clumsy driver.
Yeah.
Now I have this great story. What is Harris's theme? Every time Harris is like, she has an opportunity to like distinguish herself, it's like the same fucking weird word salad. We're looking at opportunities that we can have to come together to form a consensus to which we can hold to account the very ideas that we want to study in order to put into practice what is best to create those opportunities through which all of us. Me and his son watched the town hall last night, and if you kind of like take the pauses out of what she says, she's just saying like fucking nothing 90% of the time. Even when she's given a softball, she was given softball after softball by Anderson Cooper last night to like steer the conversation towards Dobbs, talk about abortion, anything. But it was either January 6th, Hitler,
who cares?
January 6th, Hitler, and then just pablum.
Okay, first of all, Trump was already president for 4 years, okay? He could have done Hitler, right? He just wanted to go to dinner. That's all he wanted to do. Literally. He let McConnell just do whatever McConnell wanted to do. He doesn't want to do the work to do Hitler. He's too lazy. He likes Buckingham Palace and shit. Like, the Democrats, the only time, correct me if I'm a stupid person, right? The only time that the first midterm for a new president where the incumbent party hasn't gotten wiped was 2002 and 2022. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but yeah, like
after
usually
9/11 and then after Roe v. Wade, right?
Yeah, yeah. If we're talking like since like the 1930s, yeah,
right. Okay, why is that? Because of fucking abortion. Because the Republicans got rid of abortion. It's a winner. Just make the election about the fact that we are going to codify a woman's right to choose and the Republican. Don't like 85% of people in America support choice? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it like
it's overwhelmingly positive, and even the people who say that they are like anti-choice, if you actually talk to them, about like 30 to 40% of them will go, "Oh, I'm against abortion unless it's like rape or incest, or there's a medical thing, or just the woman
Or
doesn't
I need
want
one.
the kid, or she doesn't have enough money," and so it's like probably like 85%. If we're
my sister is vehemently against like our policy in Israel, but she lives in Nevada, which is a swing state, and she said because of this one issue, she had no choice but to vote for Kamala Harris, and I respect that. I respect that because she's a woman, right? If they just framed the election as offering anything to the voting public, as if they considered politics to be transactional, but it's the same bullshit from these fucking people where it's like the Republicans are like no immigrants and lower taxes, and the Democrats are like, but there's a crosswalk and we made it into a rainbow flag for George Floyd, and he would have loved it. You know, like
they're not even doing that anymore. Like this entire Harris 2024 has been an extended apology tour for Harris 2019 and the Harris vice presidential campaign in 2020. It has been an extended apology tour for everything that her internet addicted staffers got her to commit to in fucking 2019. Everything like Medicare for all or like conditioning aid, all these things that were like mainstream positions when the party was trying to stymie Bernie are now, if they're brought up at all, it's Harris distancing herself from these things.
Who is voting? I go with Dick Cheney. Literally, who's like, well, I was waiting on Dick Cheney. No one. Literally, not a single person.
Do you know who they sent to Michigan as a surrogate?
Who? Heinrich Himmler?
Close.
Richie Torres.
Herman Goering? Richie Torres.
Richie Torres.
He's a New York representative. What is he doing in Michigan?
Richie Torres has no name recognition. I mean, I was going to say
he has a huge Muslim population, and he's one of the fucking most vehement Zionists in Congress. For what?
The only reason that people in Dearborn recognize his name, why he has any name recognition there, is because he has directly called for their families to be murdered for the last year.
What are they doing? Eminem was a good move, though.
Yeah.
Let's give him that.
I do wonder.
Did he do his rap? Did he do Awfully Hot Coffee Pot?
No, but Obama did
some lyrics.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't do Awfully Hot Coffee Pot. Smash it on Donald Trump. His freestyle, we really should have Kid Rock versus Eminem for president. Then it would be good.
And people discovering that Eminem is political now. Oh, how quickly you forgot the song "Mosh" from 2004, the protest anthem of the Kerry Bush election.
Yeah,
wait,
Mosh.
You don't remember Mosh? You don't remember Mosh?
Yeah.
For this monster, this coward that we have empowered. This is Bin Laden. Look at his head nodding.
No, I was reading Proust at the time. I missed that one.
you were 10 at the time. No, it was.
You might forget his song. You make my pee-pee go doing doing doing. The Crank Yankers music video.
Proust did that?
Yeah, Proust. He talked about he did an entire verse as Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. It was brilliant.
Wow, he was so ahead of his time.
Really was.
But Adam, back to your observation that it seems like malpractice for the Democrats not to offer the voters like the one issue, let alone the one signature issue of which they have like a 100-point advantage on in terms of public opinion. And look, I think Kamala and Democratic partisans would point you to like, her webpage or public statement she's made about supporting a woman's right to choose, but they have certainly not front-loaded the messaging, certainly in the closing weeks of this campaign, about reinstating Roe v. Wade or having a federal protection for a woman's right to choose. No, like you said, it's been the Dick and Liz Cheney show, and this rehash of like the John Kelly stuff about how he admired Hitler's generals, which is like we've heard all this before. Generals.
Wow. I thought he had micro penis.
We've heard all this before, but I know I was going to say though, like, I think for the modern Democratic Party, Adam, I think they really regard, especially at a national political level, promising things to voters and like offering them things in exchange for their vote is kind of distasteful. And I think that's why you're getting like the closing argument in the campaign is about preserving American democracy. That like vote and that like it's conceding
From
the
what?
point. Well, from Donald Trump, but like they're conceding the point that they have nothing to offer. And that, like, you know, she's not going to be different than Biden, or really, like, not going to be that much different than Trump on a certain couple of key issues as well.
But she wants abortion rights, right? She does.
I assume so.
I would
Yeah.
assume she does, right?
She does, but I think
they're not going to do the work to do it. They're just
at the same time, I think that like they want to have like a permanent national coalition at the presidential level that is made up of people who are moved by like Richie Torres or the Cheneys, because it is way harder to codify abortion than it is to, like, you know, I don't know, sell F-15s to Azerbaijan or whatever their plan of action will be.
Yeah,
like a sort of like
Armenia, fuck
like
them.
A sort of like degraded military Keynesianism.
We support Armenia
like
on this show. I want to make that very clear.
I'm Azer all the way.
But you kind of have to go back to like Hillary 2016, who, you know, they saw the same opportunity that they could build a coalition that shows up every 4 years that is a combination of most parts of the Democratic base, though lost a little bit at the margins with working class voters, replaced by like previous Republican voters who demand way less of them in their eyes.
Yeah.
How many of those people vote for the Democrats? Like this notion of the fucking undecided moderate. We know that everyone knows who they're going to vote for. It's a turnout election. You have to talk to the people that are like disgusted by Gaza, and you have to give it stakes. Like honestly, I don't want to put too much credit like in this conversation with my sister, but I'm like, that is the one thing that makes sense. Is that she's like, I'm a woman, and I have to do this. I'm in a swing state, you know.
No, and like I certainly wouldn't shit on anyone who made that calculation, because they really do have your fucking have you in a vice. I'm just saying, like, if I could return to the quote from the Kamala town hall, it's like in making the waning days of this campaign about preserving American democracy and literally saying all the issues are off the table, but like we've got a coalition that includes Bernie Sanders, Dick Cheney, and Taylor Swift, and to just be like, we represent America, so that voting really isn't about wanting to enact a policy or like seeking to, I don't know, have your values reflected in your own government. It's about like your duty as an to just keep this democracy going. And I think that's just like, not only is it unappealing to most voters or swing voters, it's just this idea that like, well, if preserving democracy means that like our democratic choice is essentially like removed, and that you just have to vote for like democracy or not democracy. If this is what our democracy has produced, then I think many people will gladly vote for no democracy.
You think like 12 people are going to vote? I have a feeling.
I think it is going to be like a much lower turnout election than definitely 2020, maybe even 2016. I do think that, I mean, if you look at the 2022 midterms and some of the special elections before that, you know, low turnout doesn't necessarily harm Democrats in the same way that it once used to. The conventional wisdom there has changed, along with, you know, things like racial depolarization and like the rise of the normal white voter, the white voter who traditionally like would vote Republican but is freaked out by forcing 11-year-olds to give birth and like all the fucking culture war stuff that they constantly lean on. I don't see how most people could motivate themselves to care in this one beyond abortion. But I do think, I don't know, again, that might favor the Democrats.
I don't know. I thought that there are more Democrats in America than Republicans. And low turnout
there definitely are. but like the thanks to the Electoral College and things like gerrymandering, and this isn't necessarily reflected in the government.
That thing
But,
about like there being more Democrats or more Republicans, it's kind of hard to get an actual beat on that because there are people who have voted Republican for the last 40 years and just never changed their registration because they live in Mississippi or someplace like that where, their parents said that they would never vote Democrat their parents said they would never be Republicans because of the fucking Civil War or something stupid like that. There isn't too much you can evince out of just sheer numbers nationwide like that. It really depends on the locality.
And 3 states also. Really, it's just 3 states still. It's just Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right?
Not really.
They're breaking the bank on ads in Pennsylvania right now.
Oh my god!
But I was going to say, have you guys seen the sort of stirrings of the idea that there's an October surprise out there about Donald Trump that's going to be a game changer? And I have no idea what it is, but I've seen that the Democrat liberal media has been, sort of intoning about it. Of just be watch this space. It's going to be a game changer. And then the right-wing media has been saying, don't believe anything you see or hear. It's deep fakes are real, and they're going to deep fake Trump saying or doing something terrible, and just vote. Just stay in line to vote. But what I want to know is what is the thing that you think could possibly be out there at this point about Donald Trump? Because I've heard speculation it's video of him groping some woman at a fundraising event, but
crucially, the rumor is that he's groping the underage daughter of a donor.
Okay. Well, okay. I guess that answers my question about what's the one thing.
Well, Biden did that, and that was his bread and butter.
Yes, the hair smelling.
I didn't. Yeah. At least I didn't smell her like Biden did. I just touched with my hands. I'm not a sniffer. No, I mean honestly, whatever it's going to be is going to make him look cool.
Even if you're grabbing a child,
you really want to commit to that?
You want to commit to that?
You really want to commit to that?
No. I don't think No. I'm saying. No. I'm saying. Wait.
Yeah, very.
So we know it's no. Shut up. So we know it's him molesting a child.
No, I mean that's what.
The point is that we don't know.
No, it's going to be like the Stormy Daniels thing, where it's can you believe he had sex with a porn star? And people are what a pimp. I mean, it was
no one thought that. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god,
what?
You fucked Stormy Daniels? You must be the coolest guy ever.
Yeah,
he's so hot.
Guys in Ohio were damn, he fucks porn stars. Yeah,
no one thinks Stormy Daniels is a porn star.
Well, not in your community.
He looks just like Pauline Kael. He looks just like Pauline Kael. No one I know is jacked off to Stormy Daniels.
Trying to hit him on a getting girls thing. The Democrats,
but the girl could be 13, Adam.
No, I don't. I'm not talking about a child. Chris, where are you? Chris, who put you up to this? Nick, where are you, Nick? Nick put you up to this? Where is he? Where is he? He's next to you, isn't he? No. Okay. Save for him molesting a child, but also Biden was doing the. I mean, come on, brother.
Yeah. No
one. Yeah, that was bizarre. Biden was sniffing and it was disgusting, but that never was a controversy for him. I'm saying that the Democrats are going to do something that is going to be this is going to be the one thing that works. It's every single time they're now we got him, and then it completely backfires. And yes, Stormy Daniels. Okay, fine. She doesn't have the pedigree of an Alexis Texas. Pardon me, Felix. A mother of a former member of the show. The mother of a former member of the show.
Chris, get back on the show.
Leave that on. That was bars. Please give me that. Please give me one.
That was bars.
Because you guys just made me seem like a pedophile. You made me seem like a pedophile. I mean, okay. What I'm saying is this: their smugness with the Stormy Daniels thing. They're we fucking got him, and it did nothing because it was a rich guy had sex with a lady, right? No one even cared about grab by the pussy. Did What was the repercussion?
Okay, grab him by the pussy.
It was bizarre.
We go into this in my limited series on Conservative Inc., debuting December 1st. Grab him by the pussy. If he was running against Bernie or Biden or, the O'Bungler or fucking Martin O'Malley.
Not a hot lady like Hillary, you're saying.
Right,
You're a misogynist.
Sexy
You're a
woman
misogynist,
like
Felix.
Hillary. If he was running against any of those people, it would be the October surprise to end all other October surprises. It would have permanently foreclosed his chances on the White House and probably ensured an 8 to 10 point blowout. The thing is, he was running against the Clintons. And one of the only competent things that Steve Bannon did his entire tenure working for Trump was that do you remember that right after that, the debate right after that, Steve Bannon set up an event where it was all of Clinton's accusers. And the response from Democratic partisans in the media and the liberal commentariat was like, oh, isn't this so ridiculous? They're trying to bring up all these old scandals that failed to sink Clinton in the 90s. And it's like, no, that's not the point. The point that they were making is that the Clintons have traded on this idea that sexual harassment and sexual assault don't really matter in serious politics. That if you get the job done, it's okay to have done that, as long as you are a competent executive. And Trump was just making the argument that, not Trump, but Bannon was kind of making the argument that okay, well, if you really care about sexual assault and sexual harassment in politics, this is kind of a wash. That can only work on the fucking Clintons. The Clintons are so uniquely weak on that. It worked on them, and it gave voters, it didn't win anyone over, but it gave people who were iffy on Trump an excuse to.
But Juanita Broderick and Jennifer Flowers did nothing in '92, right? No one cared.
But that was a totally different culture.
Everyone was.
That's 24 years ago.
That's when it was legal. That's when that you're saying that it was legal.
You wouldn't compare the environment in which McGovern lost to the 1996 election. It's a totally different electorate. In 24 years, there are a lot of cultural changes. There are changes in the electorate.
In retrospect, it's insane the way Monica was treated by America.
Yeah.
They were calling her fat. She was a child. She was 20 or something, right?
Yeah.
They were like, look at that fat girl with cum on her dress. He put a fucking thing in her he put a fucking cigar. It's disgusting at work. And everyone was like, ha ha. Everyone was so mean to Monica.
No, I mean, kind of in a mirror image too. Democrats were like, "Isn't this cool?
Isn't
this
you're right.
cool that he fucked a 19-year-old and put a cigar in her pussy?"
Exactly.
But that's my point. No one really thinks that's cool now.
Okay,
except for very old people.
I'm looking up if Stormy Daniels has any AVN awards because I think you're absolutely off base on this one.
Well, it's funny.
She's a legend.
You bring up Bill Clinton. I have a Bill Clinton story for you here. This is from just the other week. Bill Clinton claims Ethel Kennedy would flirt with me during bizarre eulogy at her funeral. This is some grande dame of the Kennedy clan just passed away. And
William, I know this is your show, and I know I'm interrupting you. 2014 Hall of Fame AVN inductee Stormy Daniels. Okay, Hall of Fame. She's a Hall of Fame. She went to Cooperstown. Okay.
Adam, I think you win this round.
No one cares about Stormy Daniels. Shut up. Shut up. It makes him seem to dumbass guys like, oh yeah, he rich. He's got gold and he fuck.
What race is the guy that you're doing the voice for?
What race?
Yeah, I'd like to rewind on that voice.
Like a fucking one of your Monster Energy Ohio guys.
Okay, yeah.
One of those guys that's like,
all right,
has a kid at 17 and works at Enterprise rental car, and really liked. What's his name? Juggalos? Didn't they nominate?
Yeah, Kamala? They did just endorse Kamala, the insane clown posse. Yeah,
we like that. Okay, but yeah, there was this kid in 8th grade named Phil, who I sat next to in life science, and he was terrifying. And he had a bleeding knuckles. He was one of these guys, and he was like a white kid, and he would wear like Averex and like whatever, like South Pole. And I was like, Phil, your hands are bleeding. And he's like, beat my daddy ass. He beat his he beat his father up. Can you imagine?
I would be terrified of a kid in my class who I knew beat his dad up.
Beat my daddy ass. Yeah. He's one of those guys. Yeah.
I knew kids like that where like they would regularly have like they were in a low intensity civil war with their brother who was like 3 months younger than them somehow, and they would always like fist fight each other over who gets custody of the Davucci jacket.
2004 Best New Starlet. Okay. She came on the scene huge. 2007 winner, Contract Star of the Year. What is contract? That's bizarre. She worked for Blackwater. 2008 Crossover Star of the Year. Oh, what is crossover? What is
Yeah, you like acting in non-pornographic roles?
Stormy Daniels is one of the most important artists of a generation. All right, let's get back to it. Sorry.
All right, I was going to say Bill Clinton flirting with Ethel Kennedy at her funeral. I got nowhere to go with that now. But Adam, since you're talking about bad kids and the things bad kids do, I did want to transition out of politics for a moment to talk about a very important story. Mr. Beast and Logan Paul stand accused of selling kids moldy lunches. Mr. Beast and Logan Paul are poisoning children with mold. And this is part of their sort of Lunchables brand. And I don't know, like, do you guys remember Lunchables?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were awful. They were. I mean, did anyone like Lunchables? Am I speaking out of turn here? Did other of you guys?
I was jealous. I was jealous of them. I thought it was cool when kids got them.
It was a bad kid classic.
Yeah.
And it was exciting for 6-year-olds, but
they're marketing
they're
these
quite
lunches
gross.
for like teenagers now.
No, I think Mr. Beast is the same, is 6th grade, 5th grade. But I can't really speak on this, guys. It's a conflict of interest because I am on the mailing list for Feastables and now the new Lunchables, so I did have them sent to my house.
Okay, well, did they have mold on them? Is the cheese moldy?
My girlfriend wouldn't allow them in the house. And I was like, Mr. Beast was kind enough to send this to me. Listen, Logan Paul, Mr. Beast, I'm in that space now. I'm a YouTuber, okay? And so I can't really, it's a colleague. So
yeah.
Whatever happened, it's probably the supply chain and Biden, and it could not possibly be Mr. Beast's fault at all. So I'm gonna stay off this one.
So your Mr. Beast Lunchables, you had them sent to you, but they were not allowed inside your apartment.
Yeah, my girlfriend said that looked disgusting, and to put it out on the street. So I think I maybe poisoned someone outside. But
do you think Kamala would let Doug have his Lunchables in the White House?
No, she's so mean. Probably he probably gets in trouble all the time. He can't do his thing. Just being that boyfriend that does nothing all day and your girlfriend's just stressed out about her day, and then just the defiance of being like, I've been through a lot too. Like, why? Just it's the funniest guy. We've all been there. Like,
oh yeah, desperately searching for some reason why you would also be stressed.
Yeah. It smells like weed that wasn't from today. That was from yesterday. Yeah. I have gotten the Feastables, and I'm not a paid sponsor, but I am on the mailing list. And what Mr. Beast has done for peanut butter and chocolate, I'm literally not shitting you. It is incredible. It is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be the president. You understand that?
I have no doubt about that.
Like, more people on Earth know who he is than fucking Austin Butler.
I don't really know. I think Keemstar is more likely to be president.
No, that guy's washed. He's washed.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, Felix, you just said Stormy Daniels was a no account porn star that no one cared about.
I didn't call her no account.
You're calling her
no one's impressed by someone by an 80-year-old man having sex with her in like 2015.
A guy who beat his daddy ass when he's 12 is impressed by that. I can assure you.
That was during the Bush administration.
I know. It was so stressful with the war, and he was lying about Iraq.
That's
what
why
was
the kid beat
Colin
up his
Powell
dad.
doing?
That's why the kid beat up his dad.
I've never heard anyone be like, "Oh my god, you know who my hall pass is?
Because
Stormy
you're not
Daniels."
hanging out there. You're not at a fucking convenience store in Dayton, Ohio.
Felix is industry. He's not in the streets, so he doesn't. He's not. His finger isn't on the pulse of the nation.
Yeah. If I'll go to county, I'll get arrested for something.
I'm sorry, Hassan Piquer is not impressed by that. But the people I hang out with, the real Americans, the salt of the earth, they did a fucking they went. I mean, honestly, the next time I searched on one of the browsers, one of the pornographic browsers, I had to check out because her name was in the zeitgeist. I had to see her work.
So review?
Yeah, not very exciting. I don't really like pornography. Were I a younger man, it may have been titillating, but love is what I'm into these days. Why'd you leave me hanging on that fucking pause? That was brutal.
I'm sorry. I was trying to think about how to segue. Like, who's the woman who just had a kid with Al Pacino has been spotted canoodling with Bill Maher at the Chateau Marmont in L.A.
That's awesome.
What do you make of that?
The man, the charisma. I mean, you can't deny the charisma. Can you imagine him? Like, someone was telling me he goes to bottle service clubs with just girls at his table, and he just lectures them smugly about like the Republican. He's the.
I've never wanted to be a hot woman more.
If I was a girl, I would just do it for the story.
Oh my god! I think it would be really fun to fuck Bill Maher as like a 24-year-old woman.
It would be funny if he got murdered by Al Pacino. Now that Al Pacino does like his voice is now he just does like a he just changed to black guy voice at a certain point.
Al Pacino?
When was it? It was like around the time of the De Palma movie, I think. When he
Scarface or Carlito's Way?
Carlito's Way.
Carlito's Way?
It was in a very similar way to Seagal. Seagal had like a southerner voice, and then he just went black guy voice.
Wait, when was Al Pacino talking like a black guy?
He was talking like
in the rest
like
of
a
his
Latino.
In the rest, no, in every interview.
What movie is he? What are you talking about?
Okay, do you have to be proven wrong? I'm going to go on the AVN award site, and I will.
Best black voice, Al Pacino.
Oh my word! Oh my word!
Wait. As I see here, it says Bill Maher, 68, and Al Pacino's girlfriend, Noor Alfala, 30, seen leaving the Chateau Marmont together in L.A. Bill Maher and Al Pacino's girlfriend, it says here, the comedian, 68, and Alfala, 30, appeared relaxed as paparazzi surrounded them while leaving the Ritzy Hotel in his black sedan after midnight Sunday. It's unclear what the duo were up to at the hotel, and reps for both Maher and Pacino weren't immediately available to Page 6 to comment. Hours before, Alfala and the Godfather star, 84, were photographed at Chez Mia restaurant in West Hollywood, California together. It says the couple welcomed a son named Roman in June 2023. Well, apparently this Alfala woman has been connected to Clint Eastwood as well. And I think she has some sort of like Bene Gesserit program for like breeding the greatest of America's actors and comedians. But once they pass the age of 70.
Yeah, takes all kinds.
Yeah, apparently I've heard, this is serious, that Bill Maher's got the biggest in Hollywood.
I've heard that as well.
That doesn't surprise me.
He really acts like he just has the biggest Johnson of all time. That's where the smugness comes from.
Yeah, I mean, like,
he doesn't have the humility of me with a. I care about Gaza because of.
I would never lecture a woman on anything.
Good guy. Yeah. I'm just Googling Al Pacino black scent. Not much.
Any results? Any results?
Yeah, a lot. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines.
Adam, is there any chance you could get some Mr. Beast Lunchables and report back on whether it poisons you?
I feel like I don't know. I don't want to ask too much of the man. Apparently, like Caleb was telling me that because like he does it in like North Carolina, that there are like literally like zombies in Walmart parking lots walking around. And they're like, Mr. Beast, come here. Mr. Beast, come here. And they're just like waiting for like a free iPhone 15 or like $2,000. It's so bleak.
Wait, are they congregating in a mall that Mr. Beast has already showed up to and given people money, or are they just standing there in the hopes that Mr. Beast will show up?
There will be like rumors that like Mr. Beast will be coming to this parking lot of a Walmart in fucking I don't know, in wherever in North Carolina, and people just like walk around like it's a very sad. It's very sad.
What can Kamala do to reach these voters? That's what I want to know. What's their plan for election day?
I don't know. Maybe just try to fucking do a Squid Game challenge where she I think the Elon thing where he's giving people $1 million a day.
Well, I mean, if we can,
they're doing Mr. Beast. That's Mr. Beast style. It has to be illegal. No,
almost certainly.
Probably, yeah. Well, Mr. Beast. A big part of his content is locking people in locations.
Dude, he
like every Mr. Beast video I've seen.
Human being. It is evil the way he treats these desperate poor people. And
well, what is he supposed to do? He's working with a group of people whose only talent is that they can endure being locked inside of a place. What else is he supposed to do with them? Is he supposed to have a talent show?
What are you talking about?
They can't play the xylophone.
The peasants?
Yeah, just the types of people who are in Mr. Beast videos, yes.
No, they're so happy about it. And when he gives them the money, they cry. They're like, Mr. Beast, you changed my life. No one believed me. I was going to kill myself. And now I have $11,000 from being tortured by you. He's literally the clown from Saw. It is just he's also like stepping it up. Like there was one where he locked people in a room where it was like just the brightest fluorescent light 24 hours a day.
That's horrible.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Every single video is the Stanford prison experiment. And like the cool thing about it is like his editing style, it looks like channel like 63. It looks like True TV. It looks like it's a television show and it's edited in that way. And I very much enjoy Mr. Beast's content. I do watch it. At first you want to be like, this sucks. And then 2 minutes in, you're like, let's see what this is all about.
Do you have a favorite Mr. Beast social experiment? Or I saw the one where he like bought a town and filled everything with fireworks and then blew it up. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. That was the one where, I don't like the ones where it's like, I'm going to buy a $1 boat and then I'm going to buy a $1 billion boat. And he goes through the levels of boats. Those are boring to me. But the one where he's really just torturing peasants, that's the one. Those are the ones I really go for.
Yeah. Did you see the one where he locks all those people in a grocery store?
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's a great one.
But by the end, they're like, I miss my family. It's been 83 days. I stand to make like $47,000. I mean, it's just like, it's just really. These people get so emotional. There's the circle one is great where he has like 500 people stand inside of a circle and then he keeps making the circle smaller and smaller. And people are like sleeping there and stuff. And then his dipshit friends are just like trying to do bits with the people. Yeah, and he just tortures these human beings, and he will run for president as a Republican the moment he turns 35 and win.
No, he's not going to win. Like it's like
he will.
Americans are more likely to elect Keemstar. Keemstar is like a safer bet. Like,
bro.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He's
washed,
not.
bro.
Keemstar is like just entering his prime.
Dude,
I don't even think you watch his videos.
Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. It's going to be Mr. Beast against Speed for president. Speed will be a progressive.
Well, Speed is pro-Palestine.
Yeah.
Not the worst choice.
He is pro-Palestine. And he also jumped over 2 Lamborghinis. I mean, it's
Yeah.
What is do we know Mr. Beast's stance on Israel Palestine? Because I think he'd be interested, because the whole country is kind of like a social experiment about like, what if we put more and more people in one area and less of them in another?
Mr. Beast is undoubtedly a far right wing person. One of his friends transitioned, and they were like supportive of it, but you could just see the like the stink on his face. You could tell that he just stands for absolutely nothing. I really want to know how Mr. Beast comes, because it has to be like the most revolting like set of circumstances, like a fucking Rube Goldberg machine of torture and evil that all results in something like falling into his ass and then him feeling like God.
If 100 people stay locked in a closet for several weeks, it will power a device that shows you a selection from Stormy Daniels' 2014 AVN award-winning scene.
Thank you. Nothing but respect.
All right, boys, let's leave it there for today.
Also,
Adam,
I didn't say it was okay. If Trump molested a child, I did not say that was okay.
Adam, why don't you drop some plugs one more time? If you don't sell out Denver, they're going to kill you. Mr. Beast is going to kill you.
No, I'm releasing this like 20-minute thing from London. I showed it to Will. He said he enjoyed it, but it's much more better massaged at this point. I think it's cool. I really present it as like an incredibly self-indulgent like documentary about myself and how important I am. And then there's like my stand-up is spliced in. I try to do something a little bit fun with it, but it's not whatever. It's just it's 18 minutes of some bullshit that I have to use it before the election because it's all topical, and before the genocide they finish it. So, Chris, where is he?
He's in traffic.
We cannot be trusted. Adam, cannot be trusted.
What about your Denver? What about your Denver dates?
This weekend, the 25th and 26th at Comedy Works in Denver, there's a low ticket warning. Low as in there have been 3 tickets sold. I think it should be fun. It's a great club. I really like going to Denver, and I really like it when everyone I've ever known who's like I'm moving to Denver is just like the guy that's like, yo, I made beer. Like you know that stuff we got at the store? I made beer. You want to come over and have it at my house? And then they say they moved to Denver, and a lot of those people have been hitting me up, and I will unfortunately have to see them. So, but beyond that, I'm looking forward to Denver. And what else? I'll be in Syracuse, New York. My career is failing. There's going to be a new... I'll say this right now. There will be a new episode of the Adam Friedland Show talk show that is going to be coming out this week. And you will understand a lot of why Nick and I have been driving ourselves insane the last 7 months. And I hope you're proud of us. You won't be. You're probably going to kill me. Someone's going to kill me.
We will have links to all of those in the show description. Links for your tour dates, to the Adam Friedland Show, and is the special out yet? I mean, do you have a link to the special, or
that'll be out like at the end of this week? I'm just getting the sound fixed because so apparently they recorded it on like one of those, like when you have a tin can and a string and your friend is in the treehouse next to you. That's literally what it sounds like.
That's how we started doing this show.
I know, dude. I miss it. Back in the day when you guys were making fun of the retarded 9/11 movie. Chris! 9/11 retard. Chris! Dude, Chris is going to get so stressed.
He's going to be heated.
That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Those bars. I wish we could go back. That was bars.
And now these freaking Democrats, I can't believe it. They took everything away from us that we love.
Joining Felix and I on today's program is the host of the Adam Friedland Show, Adam Friedland. Adam, how's it going?
Well,
it's good to have you back. A GQ, a Gentleman Quarterly on the program.
Yeah, okay. I just saw stuff. No. I got a real. I mean, I assume every like group chat of every comedian is just having a great time with those pictures.
I thought they were good. I thought it was a good profile.
Yeah. Should be called Scoundrels Quarterly, right?
Just to kick things off on today's show, little bit of news that caught my eye before logging on today. It is the return of Biden spokes vampire Matt Miller. Did you see that this guy's cropped up back again in the news?
The rapper.
Yes. Mac Miller. Matt Miller. He did an interview with Sky News, and former Biden official Matthew Miller says Israel has without a doubt committed war crimes in Gaza. Says, speaking to the Trump 100 podcast, Matthew Miller, who is a State Department spokesperson, was the face and voice of the U.S. government's foreign policy under Mr. Biden, revealed disagreements and tensions and challenges within the former administration. He says it was without a doubt true that Israel has committed war crimes, that Israeli soldiers were not being held accountable, and that there were disagreements all along the way about how to handle policy, and that he would have wanted to have a better candidate than Mr. Biden for the 2024 election. Now, he sort of defends himself here by saying, quote, look, one of the things about being a spokesperson is you're not a spokesperson for yourself. You're a spokesperson for the president, the administration, and you espouse the positions of the administration. And when you're not in the administration, you can just give your own opinions. So I think it's safe to say he has been fully exonerated, and he was just simply doing his job.
Yeah, I mean, it is very revealing because it's like for the people that, I didn't know he had come back to life, Mac Miller, and descended to this position. For the people that Mac Miller knows, like this is exonerating. Like, of course, yeah,
Brandon.
You if you're working for Brandon, yeah, of course you would say all these things that aren't true. Like I'm just doing my job is completely exculpatory for them.
And I wonder, like, what's his current job? Is what he's saying on this podcast a reflection of their priorities or what? Or is this his point of view?
He's
it's hard to figure out.
He's streaming on Kick now.
Yeah.
He's a gambling streamer.
He has a steak deal.
Yeah. He has a steak deal, and he also runs the gimmick account, Asian People Wildest Moments.
That it is good. He co-runs it with the libs of TikTok, I thought.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, they have the same management.
We all.
Yeah, I mean, we're all under the same management.
She's with Ceausescu's guy, right?
Yeah, Ceausescu's guy who founded the account Filipinos Going Savage.
No, that was Wardell.
Oh yeah.
When I said Brandon, I realized you thought I meant Joe Brandon, but I meant Wardell.
I caught that, Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed
with the late
that.
rapper.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of rappers, this is actually a good segue to another sort of quick hit that I saw before coming on the show today. This is one of my favorite genres of story, where former members of the mafia weigh in on issues of morality. This is the headline from worldstar.com, one of my favorite news sources. Ex-mafioso Sammy the Bull says that Diddy needs to have his brains blown out, calls his freak-offs pure evil, and says he would be killed if he were in the mafia. I just love a guy who killed people for money weighing in on whether someone else is pure evil or not.
Yeah.
Sammy the Bull killed 30 people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what publication is this for? Sorry, I didn't hear.
World Star.
Okay, I was about to say, why is Financial Times asking Sammy the Bull what he said, But I get it makes sense that I mean, you watch Vlad TV and all those channels.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, all the interviews that aren't with Boozy, it's just interviewing mafia turncoats. And I get those are the only people that will always pick up when they're like, hey, I'm revealing more mob secrets, or here's what I think about Diddy.
Yeah, I kind of had to put on the dress when I took those pictures, so I kind of understand a little bit what they must have been going through at the freak-offs.
But and this is obviously Diddy's legal woes have led people to speculate that Donald Trump may pardon him because they were good friends. Wasn't Diddy on The Apprentice?
Trump did say I might pardon him.
Why not? Just why the hell not at this point?
But this is sort of like Trump coming up this week. He also pardoned the GD guy, Larry Hoover.
He commuted Larry Hoover's sentence.
He commuted his sentence.
Oh,
no,
maybe,
the real.
Maybe.
Well, Kanye had that
and Drake.
concert for him. Yeah, him and Drake.
And we all made fun of him at the time because
Not
we're like,
me.
oh,
Not I took it seriously.
I mean, you were right. Well, all of us, me and the other members of the BD Street Gang.
Oh, in the wild hundreds.
Yeah. I was over there watching, and we were like, what is this going to do to free Larry Hoover? What
It was like a
idiot.
Chicago murders. You, Tim Pool, the BDs.
Yeah. It was
the rest
all,
of the
all
Chicago
people,
crew.
It was, me and all the other people who knew Vaughn, me and Tim Pool, the only white boys in the building. And we were like, Larry Hoover isn't getting out from this, but look what happened.
And through Trump, all things are possible. But he also committed the some federal gun charge for NBA YoungBoy.
Yeah, which raises. I mean, he might pardon Lil Durk for the least careful murder for hire scheme ever. I mean, why not?
Wait, remind me again. What did Little Dirk do? Like he hired someone to kill someone and did it all over text messages, or just,
he
took out a billboard. Like, are you a professional assassin?
He set up these interstate murder for hires and was no even attempt at a code. It was hey, did you shoot that guy that I paid you for?
Social security
you had no trouble.
number.
You had no trouble getting the guns in California where I sent you, right? But I mean, why? Who cares? Why not?
I really don't care about him. I mean, he's cool. It's cool. I'm a hip hop head. So is Felix. I mean, he respects the culture. He's good for the culture. Is that? Yeah. Honestly, speaking of World Star, that is kind of how I follow public sentiment.
It's through World Star videos.
I knew that Kamala was cooked from the comments on World Star Instagram. Yeah. I knew she was done. And then also the Kanye, with the anti-Semitism, people were like, he's an artist, let him speak his truth. And then when the cousin thing dropped, people are like, I can't with Kanye no more. So that's kind of how I track. It's kind of my I'm my Frank Luntz kind of system.
No, it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good system, honestly. Lil Durk, just some background on his case. So the O Block murder case, the O Block Rico.
Oh, I like the back of my hand.
Well, okay, that shooting that happened in 2020 in Chicago, and it was a big deal because it happened on the Gold Coast, which is it's sort of the Upper East Side. Yeah.
The Oprah part.
Yeah. So they found out that O Block, which is King Von was a part of. Lil Durk he didn't grow up there, but he was affiliated with those guys. And the speculation was that for years that he supplied guns to these guys and shit. People would say I don't know how he hasn't been indicted yet. But around that time when all these guys he knew and people had speculated about were getting federal sentences, he was I'm a Muslim now. I think I'm going to get my degree actually now. And it was the
degree
most
in Muslim?
No, degree in high school, which is a prerequisite to get your Muslim degree.
Good on him.
I mean, it seemed it was
the 5 pillars: geometry, biology, AP history.
It was he was doing the stuff you do in prison before. It's a vaccine.
right.
I saw it. Did you see that video of King Von being I'm gay. Can you protective custody. Yeah, if you tell them you're gay, you get to go into the gay part of the prison, which is I would do even before I got to prison. It seems so mean in there and scary. And he was laughing while he was saying it. Is this making the episode? The hip hop corner?
Well, yeah, of course.
We have I love it actually.
I saw some commentary on this by people who had been to Cook County jail, and
Rob Blagojevich.
No, he was he was in federal
Common.
Possibly Common. Yeah. They were this is a good if your op is in PC, you should do this.
Oh, to get the guy in the gay part.
Yeah.
How do they determine if you're gay or not? You just you just have to
say
take your
you're
word
gay.
for it. You just have to say it.
I mean, it's not like the Turkish military where you have to take a video.
Yeah.
I've always said I would just if I was being beaten up and used as a fleshlight, I would tattle. I mean, I don't understand why that's not a more common thing.
I mean, a lot of guys do tattle, but then you're just you're still in prison.
Yeah, so they just there has to be something in the rules against using me as a fleshlight.
I mean, there is.
I don't know. I
but
haven't
they're
read
just,
the
like,
rule
They're
book.
not like very good at protecting those guys.
Oh, you don't know me. I would tattle all the way to the warden. I was thinking the other day about like, what if my aunt was a hostage on October 7th and it literally October 8th, it would have been over the war. She's that annoying. It's funny. Also, they did send back the old ladies first. And can you like? I mean, sorry, I don't. Listen, I don't want to. Hamas is not funny to me. Okay, I've said this plenty of times.
Yes.
But sending back the old Jewish ladies first, they must have been like being so annoying when they were.
I don't know. Did you see that video where like the Qassam fighters are like taking pictures with that old lady? Like they.
Well, because they gave her a Zan. She was barred out. It was sick. She was like, "You guys are great boys." She was like goofed. Yeah, she was taking sticks. I've said this before, but I want to make a movie about like just Ohio State kind of a Felix kind of guy those kind of guys he likes that like hears that you get pussy and it's free if you go on birthright, so he lies, and then he goes to the Burning Man next to the Warsaw Ghetto thing. And then he gets kidnapped by Hamas, and he's like, "Yo, I'm just here to get. I heard it was free, and I was trying to get pussy. I'm not even Jewish.
I don't even like the music.
It'd be a good movie." And then Hamas is like, "Okay, we need you to be double agent for us." He's like, "Of course, dude. I don't even like Jewish people." He sends him. Then the Israelis intercept him. They're like, "We need you to be a double agent for us."
Oh,
double cross.
So then they
double
send
cross.
him back.
Yeah.
They said, and he's like, "Dude, can I just fucking go, dude? I didn't even. I was just trying to get pussy for free from Sheldon Adelson." This is so annoying, dude. I'd like it. Yeah. So they sent him back, and then it kind of in an Ishtar way. Like, yeah, he accidentally solves the, but it would never get made in this current climate. It's my big idea for a movie.
Yeah.
I get laughed out of meetings. They won't even let me take the Fiji water. Listen, sir, I'm the millennial Jon Stewart. Oh my God. I didn't even say that. I have higher aspirations than Jon Stewart. I want to be the millennial fucking,
Larry King.
No, like Bill Maher, maybe.
Bill Maher? Yeah.
Yeah. You fool.
Did you guys see that Club Random is shutting down?
Yeah. I
no.
mean, talk about things
Yeah.
like not being appreciated in their time.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Because of what? The woke?
I just think I think they're like overexpanded. I think there were too many Club Random podcasts.
I love him so much. I can't. I need to chill with Felix. You're gonna say no, but we have to chill with him.
No, I agree.
No, you're gonna bail. I know
No,
you're gonna bail at the last second. I'm gonna be
No, I won't.
I'm gonna be at a freak off with Bill. I'm gonna be like, here's the address, and then Felix doesn't show up all night.
That's never happened.
And they're gonna put the dress on me. You're gonna abandon. I'm gonna be wearing the dress, and it's gonna be me and Uncle Phil from or what's it called? Carl Winslow from Family Matters.
I don't think. I don't think
Reginald Val Johnson.
I don't think Bill would put the dress on. I think they would tell it. They would tell him like you have to like put the dress on the next up and coming.
He's the most powerful man in Hollywood. You have no idea.
No, he would be like, I think the brothers have been through enough.
Haven't the brothers been through enough?
The brothers have been through enough.
Apparently,
without
his cock
worrying
is
about
like-
if their ass looks.
Apparently,
good,
he has the biggest penis of all time.
That's not surprising.
Which is so awesome. It's so awesome to think about him having that in his pants and just being like, no, of course, you peasant. Of course, no babies have died in Gaza. You fool.
Did you guys see Jake Tapper on Real Time with Bill Maher over the weekend?
I'm trying to get him so bad for the show.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's weird. It's I sort of feel like everyone got the same talking points about Gaza because, like, not in terms of policy, but in terms of public opinion, there does seem to be like sort of a crack up in the glacier here with some governments and people who are like being like, it kind of seems like they're doing the G word. But Jake Tapper's take on it is that
what's the G word? What are you talking
genocide.
about? Who, Hamas?
Yeah,
What
well,
are you talking
them
about? I
among
can't
other
even
parties.
follow. You're speaking code. So Tapper said it's G?
No, Tapper did not say it's G. He was saying it's the opposite, and he said
He's
that
Z. He went Z.
What if you let him finish what he's telling you?
I'm just having. I'm goofing as if I've never heard of the war.
Will's trying to tell you, and you're like, wait,
Felix,
who's
I was
Jake
10 minutes
Tapper?
late. I was 10 minutes late, and you didn't allow me to get water. You're basically Jeff Bezos. I'm basically an Amazon facility.
You walked in your apartment.
I was in Stavi's world. I'm at the studio right now of where I work and I live. Thank you. I won that argument. Will, go ahead. What's going on in Israel right now? Sorry. I'm being a dickhead.
All right. I'm moving on to the next story.
What did Tapper say?
Tapper just said he was like, the problem is that everyone sees Israel, or like college students. The problem with them is that they see Israel, Palestine in this like enforced dichotomy between oppressor and oppressed.
I can't believe
and that's
it.
why it makes them so agitated about this, because they see Israel as oppressors and Palestinians as the oppressed. And like the talking point goes that like this is sort of like a Marxist dialectic way of looking at the world, and like you have to divide everyone into the oppressor and the oppressed, and that means you can kill the oppressor.
It's true.
Like, but like I don't know. I mean,
Nicole Brown Simpson as someone who's been stabbed to death, but
right.
In fact, that's a Marxist dialectical. If you read theory, in fact, O.J. Simpson is the one oppressed by his wife hanging out with a waiter.
Well, I mean, like,
Ron Goldman.
I don't know what the argument, like, is it implying like that there isn't oppression going on there, or the oppression only goes one way and it's Palestinians who are oppressing Israel?
It's like a replay of that. Like, remember when before they settled on like DEI, how they talked about like critical race theory all the time?
Yes, yeah.
True.
Yeah, it's sort of like a replay of that, where it's like, oh, it's this like fucked up view of the world where like some people are oppressors and some people aren't. Which, I mean, it seems to like fly in the face of how they talk about things. I mean, they're saying that also you'll be killed if you're a Jewish college student at Columbia. So is that like oppressor? Like what is it?
Yeah.
I mean, like, is the argument that there is no oppression going on in the occupied territories, or just that we shouldn't care about it?
I think it's one of those things. It's a mix of we shouldn't care about it and like, oh, really? You learned the history. They always extend the time of the conflict. You're learning the history of a 10,000-year-old conflict from a TikTok.
That's the best one.
And breaking it down into oppressors and oppressees.
Yeah, this is so old. You have no idea. You have to learn. They didn't just arrive at the end of the 19th century. No. This has been happening for 50,000 years. There were dinosaurs that were Palestinians.
Yeah.
Well, Marco Rubio said
predates humanity. There were chimps fighting over this.
There were Jewish chimps.
Marco Rubio said this week that that America wouldn't exist without Israel.
Marco Rubio said that?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my God, Felix, we're fucked. Felix, I still think about that conversation we had about they're gonna take white away from us, and it's all Will's fault. And I know that I'm sucking up to you now to get back in your good graces because I cut Will off on his story, but we're gonna lose white, and we're gonna be literally like old men. We're gonna have to learn how to not be white. It stinks.
I mean, well, by then it won't matter for us, but
yeah, of course it'll matter.
Maybe, I don't know.
I've dreamed of not being white. Now it would be a waste.
yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, why wasn't this happening when I was in middle school?
Yeah,
That's
we
what I'll think.
could have been in freestyle club.
Yeah. Oh my God.
We could have been doing. Yeah, we could have been battling with Eli.
Well, a different world. I don't know. I think that like European anti-Semitism is too. It's like there's too much like reading for Americans, but I do think that like there is some effect when like the official message of this government is like the government shouldn't help you do anything. It's funny when people die in plane crashes. If you're on Social Security, go fuck yourself. We don't owe you anything. But also, if a Jew ever feels like kind of nervous, we have to send in like the FBI. If you're like a guy in North Dakota, like a 19-year-old in North Dakota, and you see that, like, what do you think?
Yeah, it sounds.
If you're watching, Marco Rubio say America wouldn't exist without Israel, you would start. There's a good chance you would start thinking like Turner Diary things, right?
Or like, why do we let Bibi just do open mic night in the middle of our government whenever he wants to? What other country do they let the guy talk at the government?
and you get yelled at if you don't go. Like if they were like, you skipped the speech of the president of Azerbaijan.
Well, yeah.
What's wrong with
to
you?
be mean to the current president too? To fuck with like Obama and Biden, he just comes out like it's the Apollo. But he did drop that one fire bar last time. You could tell Jerry's writing for him now.
Wait, what was the bar? What was it?
They say gays for Hamas. What? That's like saying chickens for KFC.
Holy shit! I bet Seinfeld did write that.
That is so Jerry.
I mean, that sounds like Jerry. Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding,
Boom. That'd be funny if Michael Richards was writing for him at his speech to Congress.
It'd be better if Michael Rappaport was writing for him.
That would be a great speech. Yo, what up, God? That's how he starts.
Yeah, BB's saying dead ass on God type shit. Hamas, October 7th type shit. The October 7th type shit was 50,000 9/11s combined type shit.
Hamas committed 50,000 rapes against fine shit. That was at the concert.
I got another story here. I didn't get a chance to get to this story on our last show, but it is pretty astonishing. Are you guys familiar with that Italian guy who was tortured in Soho for like 2 weeks and then like escaped nude onto the streets of Lower Manhattan?
Oh yeah, that is a nightmare of mine, having to escape somewhere nude.
Yeah, it's like an anxiety dream. But no,
oh my God.
So apparently it's like he was tortured by these like crypto guys who like kidnapped him and like tried to get his password for his like crypto wallet from him. But but the headline here is NYPD detectives on Eric Adams' security detail may be tied to crypto millionaire torture case.
So
it
far,
says,
I'm voting for him again.
2 members of the NYPD, including a detective in Mayor Adams' security detail, have been placed on modified duty this week after links surfaced to 2 crypto businessmen charged with kidnapping an Italian tourist earlier this month. Sources close to the case tell News 4. Sources familiar with the case say NYPD brass learned the detective assigned to protect Adams had provided security at the Prince Street townhouse in Nolita, where crypto businessmen John Waltz and William Duplessis allegedly tortured and held captive an Italian tourist for 17 days. Sources believe the detective working off duty for the 2 crypto businessmen also picked up the Italian tourist from the airport earlier this month. So, I mean, the case here seems to be that like an NYPD detective was moonlighting as security for these like crypto sharks, and then escorted this Italian guy from the airport to his kidnapping, essentially.
Oh man, I really feel like, think how bad you feel when you get out of an airport and then immediately you're naked and getting beaten.
I feel those guys too, by businessmen.
It's one thing to get beaten by like heavies, like a mafia guy, but like a business guy. God, I'm not going to say no one's had it worse than this guy, but it's pretty bad.
It's the worst. It's pretty much the worst. Besides how Felix and I have it currently as Jews in this country, it's the second worst.
Well, I mean,
businessmen, they keep calling them.
But I mean, like they held this guy for over 2 weeks, and apparently he didn't
Jesus
crack.
Christ.
Apparently he didn't give them the password, which is like,
really,
like casino. I knew you would have squealed by now.
Gamora, this guy.
yeah.
Wait, so he was I feel like I need more info. He was a random tourist, but they knew.
No, he was not a random tourist.
No.
He was a crypto whale, and I guess they maybe got wind that he was traveling with like, I don't know, like a flash drive with like millions of dollars on it, but they just need like a password to just take the money. So that's why they were torturing him, like for his password. Like
it's like Pokemon is now money. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. This is like, imagine
Pokemon.
Yeah, imagine having like tens of millions of dollars just like on a flash drive, and the only thing stopping someone from just putting in their pocket is like your password. I mean, like, your ATM number is one thing, but that's not like tens of millions of dollars in your checking account.
Right? It's not all your money.
Yeah, it's not all your money. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
And you can only take out so much money. Imagine like some guys have like tortured you for your ATM code. They take you to an ATM and then you have to like withdraw millions of dollars in increments of $200.
Before before it became really easy to buy crypto in the last decade or so,
you had to go like pedophile part of the internet.
Yeah. Well, you have to go to a website called like Mount Gox, and it's like that's embarrassing for everyone. But one way I heard that like there were some cartels that would like transfer or like hold large sums of money in like Counter-Strike skin lockers. So like someone's been tortured for their Steam password the same way, probably.
Well, it says in the story that he did give up the password after his weeks-long ordeal. So I mean,
he's a
I would have cracked a lot earlier. I would have cracked a lot earlier than him. But the article also says it is not unusual for members of the NYPD to moonlight on outside security jobs while off duty. It's like
Really?
shouldn't that be like illegal or something? Shouldn't you have to like officially retire from the force before you can start being like a private police officer for criminals?
Yeah, it's one thing to like work security for like a bar or even like an actual company, but like if you're like, hey, I'm just security for this guy, that's just you're a hired goon.
Yeah, that's just like being
how
in a
many
gang.
guys are getting paid to be hired goons like this?
The economy's rough out there, but it's boom times for goons.
It's good for gooners, for Arsenal, dude. Can you apologize for that Arsenal? It's not it. The gooner joke is. It seemed like you're having so much fun with it, but it means a lot to me.
I haven't done that in years.
Sorry. Okay, well,
I never even made fun of them.
I
just said I'm a gooner, and then like
Adam, we're all bloody gooners for life, Adam.
Thank you, Will.
And it was
Will's
before
sports guy too. You should have been the first to stand up for me, while Felix was gooning on. He was being.
I don't think this is ever an attack on Arsenal supporters, Adam.
Now these children think that it means masturbating your penis, and
okay. The last time I told that joke, it was years before gooning meant jacking.
It seemed
off.
like it was so fun though.
I was having fun.
I was like, I wish this wasn't hurting my feelings.
Why did it hurt your feelings?
Because I care so much about this, but
I'm not.
It's so embarrassing. It's being an American soccer fan it's the worst kind of guy you could be. No, it's like being a Ted Lasso. It's like being just sending the worst gift to like a work reply all. Like just the most awful guy in the world at like someone that's like, what are we doing? Say like a guy that's like hump day, almost there. That guy is an American soccer fan.
When I was 19, I would stay home from parties so I could watch Yushin Okami fight in Hamburg, Germany.
What is that? Oh,
exactly.
MMA?
Yeah.
Well, you were right about now the most popular. The thing that gets
sucks now. It's never been worse.
MMA is bad now.
It sucks now. Terrible.
Really? What happened? They
well,
got rid of all the wokes.
I mean, kind of, but no, it's a long story. But basically, the way that they do sponsorships and the sheer volume of UFC events per year means that there's no more middle class of talent, like guys who would probably never contend for a title, but were exciting and could make a good living through sponsors. We made fun of the guys who had. They would wear shorts with condomdepot.com plastered across their ass. But that was like, most fighters are never going to fight for a championship. But like there used to be tons of fighters who were they were outside of the top 10, but they were gatekeepers to the gatekeepers. And they had tons of fans.
Stepping stones.
Yeah. And they could make decent money through sponsors. And then they got rid of that.
I have in now with that because my friend Steiny from the Nelk Boys is friends with Dana White. I had him on my show. This fellow Steiny, that's on the Nelk Boys, the Full Send podcast, and he was at UFC ringside with Dana White, and he's had Trump 4 times on his podcast. What are we doing with our lives?
Well, I mean, he should be, if he wants to save MMA, he should aggravate Dana's Meniere's disease.
What's that?
I used to think it was totally made up because a bunch of like Meniere's disease.
It's like a Lena Dunham thing.
Well, that's what it used to be like when you would make fun of a guy online who said they were a veteran. They'd be like, I actually have Meniere's disease for my service. So I thought it was like, chronic fatigue syndrome for men. But it's apparently a real thing, and Dana White has it. And it just sounds like being hungover all the time, which maybe he is, but maybe it can be provoked and we can save MMA. I don't know.
I can maybe see if Steiny could put you in touch. He's very close with this Dana White.
Dana White would go, you fucking goofball, and hang up on me. That's what he calls people he doesn't like.
Goofball is sick.
Yeah, he's been calling people.
It's like calling someone a bum.
Yeah, he's like, you're a fucking goof.
It's funny to call like a lady politician a bum. It seems a little misogynistic, but you can't explain why. You're like, Pelosi, you fucking bum. It's funny, right?
Yeah, she's a bozo, a bum.
A bum. Yeah, like you're on the
stinking bum.
bleachers at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
Anyway, cut that because I now have a responsibility to society, so you can cut that bum part.
I don't like. I've asked you this before because you're
Yeah.
talking about your new friend from the Nelk Boys, but I don't think I.
What do you mean new?
I don't-
Friend? You're like I can make him your friend
You
too.
called him your new friend.
Well, he is a new friend, but the way Will said it was as if like, oh,
Okay.
I've moved on.
No.
I want us all to be friends. I want you, me, Steve will do it. Felix, if he wants to show up, freak off.
Oh, fuck off.
What do you mean fuck off?
I show up to most things.
I'm teasing.
I was
Okay,
like,
go ahead.
Adam.
Yeah.
You're my best friend. The Nelk Boy is your new friend. I don't think we need to
Thank
like
you.
gauge levels of friendship here. But like, I guess my point is, I was asking is like, I know you've explained this to me, and I guess I'm
Yeah.
going to do it again for the benefit of our listeners. I still don't really understand who the Nelk Boys are. I know they're very influential. I know they do crazy numbers. They've
Well,
had
I
Trump,
know
as you said,
everything now. I know everything.
they've had Trump on 4 times, and I guess I'm just wondering, like as you've described to me, it's like a podcast with guys who get drunk with each other. Are they
it
drinking on air?
Well, it started as prank content, and then it became lifestyle content. It was started by Kyle Forgard and Jesse. And Jesse left because he got sober. And it's tough to be around that group if you're a sober gentleman. That's what
I bet it
that's
was
what-
a lot like some kind of monster, the Metallica documentary.
Exactly. If you can't fully send it, like, that's part of your responsibility and your job, right? But then the prank content there was a podcast that started around COVID time, 2020, called the Full Send Podcast. And they've had, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. They've had the president, they've had JD Vance. Dana White is a champion of theirs.
I think it's so interesting. Steve will do it. He used to.
He's phenomenal. This guy.
Well,
I love him.
I knew about him before because he would be in FaZe Banks' vlogs, and he was
Right.
just like, FaZe Banks did treat him like a medieval buffoon. Like he was just this like oaf that FaZe Banks kept around, where he's like, "Hey, check this out. This guy will drink an entire handle of vodka."
Yeah, it
for
was a lot of
$48.
chugging content. A lot of chugging content. And then
he
now
wasn't in FaZe. He was just like, FaZe Banks was the king, and this was his jester.
So yeah,
he shoots with a crossbow, and then Steve became like a real person with a bank account.
Steve is he's the talent of that world. He's tremendous. I have not. I think he's like the right wing Hassan. That's at least makes sense to me in my mind. And guess what? He's having a lot better of a time. I'll tell you that. But no. But
Are they actually are they right wing, or do they just have right wing guests on? Or are they just kind of like
They're like,
guys who just sort of absorb politics by?
Listen, the truth is this, guys. The three of us were losers, right? We liked politics as kids, and we got called gay for it, and it needs to go back to that, right?
Not the Tony private schools that I went to, Adam.
Everyone likes politics now, right?
Yeah.
So these guys are like, because they have a platform, they've now, I mean, what it did more for Trump to do fucking Full Send podcast 3 times than for Kamala to have Oprah to have Beyonce, but they didn't have enough money for her to sing. I mean, like, think about it that way. Like, it makes it more pathetic what's happening on the other side, to be honest with you, that they haven't figured out that you have to chill. You have to crack a Happy Dad, which is their brand of hard seltzer, which we bought. I bought $300 of Happy Dad on DoorDash before Steiny came. And yeah, I mean, that's what's interesting about the show in general with me, is that I've made a living online for 9 years, but I don't really know much. Like, I kind of like know a little bit, but I'm not like deep in like what things are. Like when I had that guy Destiny, I was like, I didn't understand that this was a world of arguments, like debating on Twitch.
His life fell apart after he was on the Adam. Not that I'm saying
Well,
the two things are
it's
connected.
another Bam Margera situation. I mean, it's a classic Bam
very
Margera.
similar.
It's a classic
very
Margera.
similar.
No, I mean, but for me, it's like I remember I was like telling, like, people were talking to me and honestly, I did it partially out of spite, because people were talking to me. They're like, you have no idea what you've done. You've like awoken a giant. I was like, what is this? These are people that have, these are it's the celebrity and arguing celebrity.
Yeah, it's really big for people who like, when you see a post on Twitter where it's like, my political evolution, age 11, social democrat, age 12, fascist, age 13, integralist, age 14, Maoist. Like the people who have
I think he's brought a lot of people away from Peterson. I think that's
a lot of his fans are like 16-year-olds who are like, well, you guessed it, I've changed religions for a third and final time.
Yeah,
I'm now a Unitarian.
Yeah. I think, which I don't, whatever. Just because like I don't understand this, and then I do like research for 2 weeks. It's like for me, I still kind of like approaching it as an outsider. I have a lot of like internet people that are coming on this season, and it's just like my initial reaction is always like, if the show is put in a time capsule and then taken out in 50 years time, I want people to be like, it's really that was fucking gay. And I know I'm on Chap, I can't say that. What's a word I can say?
It's just say it's whack.
Whack isn't good. There has to be something.
No, it's not. It's not very good.
Really, it stinks. It like they weren't embarrassed of themselves. That's kind of I think has some merit to it in a loose sense, where it's like if I can kind of just have it speak to that would be worthwhile. That feels.
Well, Adam,
worthwhile.
I mean, like you mentioned that, like Trump going on the Full Send podcast 4 times probably did more for him than all of the earned media that Kamala did, or just any of like the traditional media sort of stovepipe to like talk to the public and talk to your voters, create a public perception about yourself, a brand in like the public consciousness. One of the stories we've been covering on this show over the last couple of weeks is like there've been a spate of articles and like announcements from the Democratic Party and their like official, sort of think tanks and organs that they're going to be investing money into like how to go viral like online, and how to like attract specifically young men with like content that speaks to them. And like they're like, yeah, we need to be less scolding and like morally hectoring young men, and we need to like do cool stuff like drink beer and stuff. So like Adam, like this is, I'm just wondering like in your interactions with like the young male influencer sphere, like what do you think the Democrats are missing that Trump does so well here? Is it just
I have way more respect for those guys than the Democrats at this point. I mean, I just what's apparent with kind of like the MMA kind of nootropic side of the internet is that they're just like fucking. There's no like ideological kind of project. The truth is this: Democrats can't say a bunch of shit. There's like a ton of shit you can't say if you're a Democrat, right? So Republicans can say whatever they want. And that's why they've won online, And,
what's something?
We're not for me. We're not for me and you fellas. We're the last people. We're the last bastion of sanity in this fucking world.
But Democrats, yeah. I mean that it's. I think more than anything, it's that they can't they're unable to have patter. Like Trump can talk about like things in the news or pop culture and have like a patter to it because he's able to make jokes about it or give his opinion. Every time that you've seen Kamala or really any Democrat on something like The Breakfast Club or something like that, everything is so non-committal in a way that's like antithetical to that type of content.
I don't know. Pete kind of smashed it on Schultz though, right? Pete low-key smashed it.
Wow.
I'm serious. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I was like, this is the best a Democrat has ever. This is the best Pete's ever done. He's gonna get caught in a closeted straight scandal though.
Well,
no, but think about it this way. Here's a better example. Like Zuckerberg during COVID was doing all that like fake news censorship about like the vaccine and like rates of the whatever. And he had that like congressional hearing and the stock price plummeted, right? So then he got muscles in a chain, and like all the guys that were like, you're an enemy of free speech are like, you're fucking sick now. But it's like obviously like there's a an incentive or there's like a benefit. You know, it's like it's better for his business, right? I mean, I asked Steiny that. I was like, but like, what do you fucking owe this guy if he's just trying to use you? And he's like, dude, it'll do fucking numbers, dude. And I was like, yeah, you're that's pretty much right. I mean, do fucking numbers, dude.
Well, I mean, like, to your point, like, I think this speaks to a dynamic where, like, I really think, like, the people who run the Democratic Party and, like, their most motivated voters and, like, the media that speaks to them, like, it is from top to bottom all produced by people who got, like, perfect scores on the SATs and were, like, really, like, good at doing homework, like, smart in the traditional sense. Like, I don't mean this as a value judgment, but, like, they don't know how to talk to stupid people. And I'm not using stupid as an insult here. I'm using it as a compliment.
People.
They loathe stupid people. They loathe people like
Trump won because the voters are so stupid, which like drives me nuts. It's like they're acting like they were molested in the election. And there's no concept of like representational democracy. It's like that they were hurt, they were abused by the voters. It's repulsive. Beyond that, they're just like that. It's reprehensible to me that they think that Oprah at a rally is like what the world is. You know, that's really what.
Like I said, like one side is like people who they loathe stupid and lazy people, and like let's be honest, most people are stupid and lazy. I'm including myself in that category.
Most people are chill, dude.
I mean, like that's. I think being stupid and lazy is part of being chill, personally.
Most people are probably just watching Disney Plus. That's probably just what the reality is. Like most people like don't have money, but there's enough Disney Plus. You know, there's enough Andor.
I've been thinking about this because like I engaged with some sort of market focused abundance YIMBY people online this week, and I realized that like they're just like, look at this guy, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and like I don't.
Is it your fault because Ezra canceled? I was supposed to have Ezra.
No, I did not do anything with Ezra.
Thanks a lot, Will.
They just send me graphs, and I just think it's like it's obvious to me that like the political side that's winning is the one where top to bottom the people in charge of it and running it and voting for it are like all on like uppers, or like they're just like having a good time. They're on meth. Like they can say and do it what they
at the
want.
Heritage Foundation, they all got A's too, right?
I don't right. That's what
Stephen
I'm saying.
Miller got A's.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Politics is all on every side filled with like overachievers who aren't necessarily smart. If they were at the highest end of like book smart, they would be, designing seeker heads or doing high frequency trading. But they're just like below that level.
They're too ugly, probably.
Right, and they're hideous.
They're busted. Yeah.
Right, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I do think like there is something true to the idea that like Democrats, they had this like there was this like vice grip over culture for the longest time, and they sort of confused that for like enduring popular support. Well, like, what do you mean? Everyone loves this. They're fucking. We're telling jokes about incels on She-Hulk.
That's
and
so
then,
mean.
But now, like that exact same thing is happening on the right wing side, and it started with Twitter. Like the same exact phenomenon where you buy Twitter or you have Twitter and you curate everything so it amplifies everything on your side, and you go, well, look at that! Like everyone loves this shit. The same thing is happening now on the right wing side, and I think like any
they're doing Clapter, they're doing Kate McKinnon,
right? Right.
They're right. They are like doing the same thing that the Democrats were doing.
Right. Like obviously, I think like the Democratic Party as an institute, like there was any type of like meritocracy or sense of right and wrong, it would be defunct as a party. It would not be able to come back after Gaza, after Biden, after all those Matt Miller press briefings. But I don't see the other side as particularly more canny. Yeah. I mean, this is again, like people are talking about this election like it was this fucking 1988 landslide, and it was a cost of living year where they beat Kamala Harris, one of the shittiest candidates I've ever seen, by like 1.2 points in the pot. Like it's just a game of who gets to hold the flaming bag of shit last, and that bag of shit being
the U.S. consumer economy right at the end of our prestige, right as we are no longer able to scare people into our terms, and right as we have disgraced ourselves on a world stage. And I don't see one side or the other as having one set of answers or not to their cultural insights into voters. Like they're both guilty of this thing where it's like, oh, we won the last election, so that's a vindication of us doing things exactly how we want to do them all the time.
Right.
One thing is, though, far be it for me to compliment the fascist in chief, and again, guys, I will not rest until he is in prison. Okay, that's just I will destroy him through the Jewish talk show on YouTube.com that I've done 5 episodes of. His days are numbered, but Trump realized like early on, like he went on Stern almost 100 times, right? And polite society was like, this is smut and this is crap. And he was like, no, this is a massive audience, right? If anything, he was kind of the one that figured it out. I've been going back through.
What out? That, like, then is Anna Nicole Smith a genius? Like, what are we talking about here?
Well, figured out how to make The Apprentice into the #1 rated show behind the Super Bowl. He's not a real estate genius. He's not a business genius. He's from TV, right? And the Nelk Boys full send appearance model is a product of that, right? Is a product of the fact that Stern had him on like almost 100 times, and Donald Trump called like
but
said
like,
he was buying the Miss International or what's it Miss Universe tournament.
If Donald Trump won because he went on the Nelk Boys,
no, I'm not
did
saying that.
Joe Biden win because he went on the Breakfast Club? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? It's just it is the thing that everyone does, where just the last thing that was in front of you is the key to everything.
Well, there is a merit to the size, the amount of people that are
sure.
So like Joe's getting 10 times more than Anderson Cooper, right? It's a bigger audience. That's all. I'm not saying that.
It's not a
Stern,
detriment.
I'm not saying Stern was because he was a scoundrel. Like no, he had a huge audience, and everyone was like, oh, this gentleman peddles in smut. That like polite society looked down on it, and he was like, no, fuck it. I'm gonna go on and like market the shit out of my like fights at my casino and my fucking TV show where Meatloaf has to make a business or something. You know, I mean that's all I'm saying, right? Like he's just recognized like, oh, this is what people.
Or you could look at it in the way that he occupied this certain area of American culture for a very long time, and for most of that time, he was as far away from, legitimacy as someone could be. But then eventually things shook out in such a way that there was no longer all the institutional safeguards had rotted away. They had traded away their legitimacy for short-term gain, similar to how they did under Biden. That things,
again, he didn't want to be the president.
It wasn't that he rose to where they are. It's more that like
he's a mirror. He's a symptom. He's not a mastermind. He's a product of both political parties. Like, yeah, he's a product of a fucking guy from Skull and Bones and Yale putting on a Carhartt and eating like a fried butter, right?
Right.
They're like playing to these popular sentiments, but then they kind of. You remember like during 2016, like Reince Priebus would just keep throwing up one of them. He'd be like lying Ted or like Little Marco, like, this is your week, please try. And he was just smacking. It was the best TV show of all time. I miss it so much. I mean, it was incredible. But I was saying this earlier, but there was like a moment where I was like, oh, this is different. When like, I think lying Ted was like, how can anyone vote for you when you gave Hillary money? And he was like, yeah, I'm rich. I give everyone money. And it was like a moment where it's like, oh, yes. I'm not saying Donald Trump is a genius, but it was like, oh, yeah, we all know that, but they never say it, right?
Right. No, yeah. I think that he absolutely, I'll be the first to say that he had like incredible instincts specifically for the time that he actually chose to run.
Correct. They lost control. And he's from TV. Again, he didn't want to be the president. He was renegotiating with Jeff Zucker for the new season of Apprentice. It's the funniest thing that's ever happened ever. It is the funny, and we were together that night. It is the funniest thing of all time. And Matt was screaming at fucking what's his name? Podesta.
John Podesta.
Yeah, Podesta.
Yeah.
Matt said they're gonna blame us for this.
No,
And I
Matt
was
Matt
like,
was
what?
like Matt was like, Chapo's over, dude. We're the fucking Daily Show now. We have to be the fucking Daily Show now. And I was like, no, dude, you get to.
You were like, listen,
This
there's
is good for
one
you.
star in
This
Hollywood.
is great for you. Come
On
to
the
my
Hollywood
freak
Walk
off.
of Stars.
I'm taking you to a freak off.
You
right
have to go
now.
to Bill Cosby's star.
I didn't say I. You know that people say that Carl Winslow was at one of the freak offs.
Carl Winslow,
Who's
Reginald
saying
Val
this?
Johnson,
the dad from Family Matters.
Yes,
and then McClane's
Yeah.
partner from Die Hard.
Exactly.
Who's saying this?
A trusted source, Jake Tapper.
Oh wow! I got to start watching the
Apparently,
show.
someone walked in on allegedly Puffy having sex with Carl Winslow from Family.
I don't believe.
And
I
don't-
think Mr.
I
Tapper
don't
has to
believe
check
that.
his sources on this one.
why would Tapper lie after all this? Why would he lie?
That's right. And this is, I know this is probably well-trod material for the show, but there's another big New York Times piece this week about Elon Musk and his drug habits. And it's got some pretty choice stuff in it. And I guess, like, I'd like to preface this by just imagining, like, just asking you and the listeners to imagine if there was an article written in the paper of record about your behavior that, like, contained the phrase, it was affecting his bladder. Like, just imagine that, like the shit you've done in your life, it gets put out on blast in the New York Times like this. Because
they brought me pooping my pants in the Gentleman's Quarterly.
That's very true.
So I know exactly how Elon feels right now. It's tough to be some of the most famous people in the world and important people in the world. It seems like he's lost his mind. This gentleman.
Yeah, it says, as Elon Musk became one of Donald J. Trump's closest allies last year, leading raucous rallies and donating about $275 million to help him win the presidency, he was also using drugs far more intensely than previously known, according to people familiar with his activities. Mr. Musk's drug consumption went well beyond occasional use. He told people he was taking so much ketamine, a powerful anesthetic, that it was affecting his bladder, a known effect of chronic use. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall.
That's the most insane part, the ecstasy thing. It's like, I figure that, like, everyone with that kind of nation state wealth has, like, a former Marine or someone whose job is to, like, source drugs for them. He's doing, like, 200 milligrams of, like, just incredibly pure MDMA with, like, a 75 milligram parachute.
Yeah.
And he's pulsating so hard, the floor is shaking.
He's at a cuddle.
All the lights and sounds are just completely enrapturing. But he's at CPAC, and the guy he has to go up to is like David Clark.
Yeah.
Like, it's so, holy shit. Bad Roll does not even, it does not even describe the half of it.
It's so Burning Man, like, to think that drugs make you smart, right? Like, drugs are for getting fucked up. Like, right?
Every-
you take drugs because you want to
guy-
get fucked up. That's what
guy-
an adult does. But they're like, it's nerds. It's nerds that are like, we're the jocks. And
I'm working
this is making
ketamine,
me-
ecstasy, and acid into
smart
my
now.
daily stack.
Every person I have ever known who's like, I need to, like, realign my life, but I'm going to do LSD, and I'm going to figure out what I really want to do.
Yeah.
To a person, their lives have been ruined. I don't know a single person who that has gone well for. And that's all of these guys. These guys they all like microdose everything because they.
Well, it seems like Elon is macro dosing. I mean, have you seen him recently?
Yeah. Well, he
had a black eye in the White House the other day, and he said it was because his kid punched him.
Yeah. His behavior is terrible. But he'll just go to rehab and then be rich again, right?
I don't know. I mean, I think he's so rich he doesn't even have to go to rehab. I think you can just keep doing
who's
drugs.
going to tell him to go to rehab?
Stupid. It's like, he isn't the richest guy in the world. Like, probably Putin and MBS are, right? But they don't care.
I mean, at
about
that
being
level,
on the
it sort
list.
of doesn't matter.
Well, what I'm saying is they don't care about being on the list. It's like the same reason, like, he still posts stuff like memes and stuff. It's like if I was him, I'd be a ghost. I wouldn't be going on the Cumtown subreddit and like defending myself. Like seeing someone at that level it's like LeBron. LeBron embarrasses himself all the time, and there's like a palatable like vulnerability there. That's just be the richest guy in the world. Like just shut up. Like can you stop legalizing comedy? Like
he's still he's still like bitching about people like complaining about the Nazi salute. Like if you'll get his tweets just like pumped into your feed, whether you follow him or not. And I get like 3 things a day where he's retweeting people like showing, Cory Booker.
Yeah, I saw that
yesterday. It's like you're still fucking talking about that. Like,
well, I mean, like that goes to show that they got him. I mean, he absolutely was a Nazi.
Reading
salute.
the comments. He's still reading comments.
I mean, Elon Musk is by the standards of like, I don't know, American or, mainstream culture is someone who is like on record being more sympathetic to Hitler than the average person. So that when he does a salute like that, let's just say it gets less of the benefit of the doubt than when Cory Booker does. But it's actually Cory Booker's a great example because he's also a Nazi.
Is he?
No, I'm just kidding.
I thought he's from New Jersey.
But like, neither here nor there. The point is that he's still looking for people who are defending him.
No,
on that.
He thought it was going to be a dope meme. That's and then people were like, "That's crazy." It's the inauguration. And he's like, I am the meme. I'm the meme man. I am meme. It's the same as LeBron, to be honest with you. Like LeBron gets caught lying all the time, and it's just like it hurts to actually watch. But like this guy is just so desperate to be seen as funny, which is just be rich. Rich used to mean that you like, I don't know, do a satanic blood ritual, like have a little class. Like, yeah, read like an ancient tome, do some fucking like Ninth Gate type of shit. Yeah, like torture a baby or something.
Yeah, like
just shut up about me, like the meme man. I am meme. It stinks.
JP Morgan would beat people with his cane if they took a picture of his face. Like it just
Can you imagine getting sent to Auschwitz too by a guy that's like, I has cheeseburger? It would be worse. It would be worse than the Holocaust. It literally would.
It says here, Mr. Musk has described some of his mental health issues in interviews and on social media, saying in one post that he felt great highs, terrible lows, and unrelenting stress. He has denounced traditional therapy and antidepressants. I love that he's denouncing traditional therapy and antidepressants as he takes ketamine so much that he's pissing his pants.
This is how they treated you for like depression in 1870.
This is how they treated Rosemary Kennedy for depression is what he's doing with the holes he's putting in his fucking brain.
I wonder how, in a room, how Trump was handling it. Because he's famously a teetotaler.
Listen to this. It says here, he plays video games for hours on end. He struggles with binge eating.
He lied about being the best. Diablo or whatever.
Okay.
It says he struggles with binge eating, according to people familiar with his habits, and takes weight loss medication. And he posts day and night on his social media platform X. Now, do you remember a couple of weeks ago where Trump made reference to like an unnamed billionaire he's friends with who's on the Ozempic?
Oh,
and he was like, he was like, it's not working for him. He's a very neurotic guy, very successful. So but I said, whatever you're taking, it's not working. I mean, like he was absolutely talking about Musk there.
Oh wow!
Eli, it briefly worked for him, and he debuted a new wardrobe that was it was like Fallout inspired. That was when he said he had the famous like "Go fuck yourself."
At CPAC, he was wearing a shirt that was like just chilling and side questing or something.
Right. He's right. The CPAC thing, I think, was one of the most disgraceful events in American history because literally that afternoon, Grimes added him and was like, "Your son is dying." And then he came out there wearing like a Target soda t-shirt and was like, who's ready to laugh?
Mr. Musk had been using ketamine often, sometimes daily, and mixing it with other drugs, according to people familiar with his consumption. The line between medical use and recreation was blurry, troubling some people close to him. He also took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms at private gatherings across the United States and on at least one other country, according to those who attended the events. On October 5th, he appeared with Mr. Trump at a rally for the first time, bouncing up and down around the candidate. That evening, Mr. Musk shared his excitement with a person close to him. I'm feeling more optimistic after tonight, he wrote in a text message. Tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the Matrix. This is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised, Mr. Musk added about an hour later. Lasers from space. I don't get to what that last thing, lasers from space, is I'm referring to, but
I don't know. It's probably a thing. It's probably a real thing.
It's something that he has access to.
It was probably like a video where him and Trump are edited into 300.
Laser cats from space. Yeah. He's so like Homestar Runner coded. Nerds who get bad grades. Do you remember those guys? They weren't
Yeah.
even, they didn't even get good grades. They were just losers.
Right. You thought they had some academic prowess because they were wearing like socks that went right below their knees.
Yeah, they got Fs.
But no, they weren't
Yeah.
good at anything.
Yeah, they stunk.
Right. It was like guys who were autistic, but they were autistic for like Clive Cussler novels.
Well, the thought I had reading this article, Adam, to your point, the thought I had reading this article is that like I want to become straight edge now. Like I think I'm giving up drugs after reading this shit. Because like
he should talk
I didn't
to-
think it was possible to make taking ecstasy and mushrooms uncool, but apparently Elon has done it, and I guess for that I thank him for my sobriety.
Oh, come on, dude. He's not poser dirtbag, dude. We're real dirtbag. We can't lose who we are. What do you mean? Just he wants to appropriate our lifestyle as dirt bags? No. He should talk to Chief Keef. Because I always thought Chief Keef was like a little bit like
fuck rehab.
No, I saw that. Did you see that interview with him?
Yeah, he's autistic.
No, he's normal. He was just like, yeah, I just had to get out of like Chicago. He's like, I moved to LA and yeah. He's like a normal guy.
But
I always thought he was like a freak.
he is autistic.
Yeah, but he was on drugs the whole time. Yeah, of course, everyone's autistic. It's,
No, but like I mean in like the actual set, like he was like diagnosed.
Oh.
It wasn't this thing where someone just goes, "Oh, I love Wikipedia. I must have autism."
Well, he just seems like a nice gentleman now.
No, yeah,
'Cause he's
yeah,
like he's off of whatever the crap he was on, and now he's like, yeah, I moved to LA, and yeah, it's just I can't. Yeah, it was too crazy. Chicago. I hated being sober. Yeah, he's just regular now. Maybe Musk can be. I mean, I don't know. Like what?
Maybe he should move. Maybe Elon Musk should move to Chicago and become a drill rapper.
He's just he's just doing too many drugs. I mean, like, yeah, it's out of control, everything. But like, I don't know. I really do wonder how Trump. It must have been like Tony seeing AJ on AIM Messenger.
Yeah.
What was Trump making with like I am the meme man, like I am meme, destroyer of planet. Like, can you imagine Trump listening to that kind of gibberish of like a man who's like fucked up on drugs? He must have been like, I don't know what the fuck this gay shit is that you're sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris. Again, I gotta stop. I have a career now. Guys, are you gonna take my career seriously?
Oh, we're having you on the show, Adam.
What do you mean? You let me on the show when I was a nothing. You people are my day ones.
Yeah, absolutely. And
my
we'll
day
keep having you
two
on.
is Steiny. I mean, I don't know.
Adam, we're getting to the end of the episode. So, in light of your career, can you give us a preview? I mean, like I saw the Anthony Weiner interview got written up in the New York Post.
Did it?
Did you see that? Yeah, it did.
Oh my God, what an honor! On page 6 or just regular post?
No, there's a regular New York Post article. It says, this guy just can't stop talking about sex. Disgraced ex-congressman Anthony Weiner joked that women are crazy about me and riffed about his sexting scandal during a spirited interview as he seeks a political comeback by running for New York City Council seat. For sure, my God, they're crazy about me. Women are crazy about me, said the registered sex offender when podcast host Adam Friedland asked if women find powerful men, such as politicians, attractive.
Yeah, I mean, he said that. I guess I don't know. It's like it's interesting, like why this guy is like still wants to enter public life, and I think I kind of, as I talked to him, like got an impression that he kind of learned the backroom aspect of politics, right? He like learned from Schumer, like the maneuvering, the Frank Underwood, like the I Claudius part.
Yeah.
He has like no kind of concept of like the representative democracy aspect. I think in his mind, he's like, I'm the best. Why won't they give it to me? I deserve it, and it's
so he's like delusional. He thinks this could be like a stepladder to a
he thinks that he's the best at like operating and maneuvering in at the game.
Well, like clearly not.
He thinks he's the best at the game. Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean,
think about all the pedophiles in Congress who like never even get arrested.
Well, I try to throw him a bone with that too. I was like, listen, you were the first, dick scandal, because Twitter was new. I was like, Matt Gaetz fucked a kid. It's like it wouldn't even be top 1,000 news stories. And he's like, whatever. My name was Weena. It was slow news cycle. It's the same. I really think it's interesting.
Oh yeah, no, the same thing everyone does. I would have won if all the conditions that made me lose weren't there.
Yeah, but yeah, it's funny. So one of my employees told me that people think that the DNC sent him here because they want him back, which is like, I can assure you guys they most certainly don't. Like everyone is he's rubbed everyone the wrong way in power in that party. So if anything, Will, you should support him. He's
yeah. he's molested a lot of Democrats.
But genuinely speaking, I try to figure out what kind of guy it is beforehand, and I couldn't get a read on him. And I think that it's just like he's so about the game that it's kind of like stripped a kind of like a soul away in many moments. I had that impression. I mean, he yelled at me because I said he seems more like a Yankee fan than a Met fan. He got furious. I mean, like from the jump, he started yelling at me, which was awesome. I really enjoyed it, but I don't know. I'm having fun with it though, and I appreciate you guys letting me come on. And Felix, I'm sorry again that I did whatever it was that you.
Well, whatever it was.
I was in Stavi's world before this, and now I'm in.
Was that a surprise? Did he like wake you up and kidnap you?
Who, Stav?
Like, okay, already being late, fine, but.
I was in a car coming back from Queens, and
you couldn't get water when you walked in the fucking door.
No, because I wanted to turn on the computer so I could get on the thing faster. Oh no, I'm 100% innocent in this respect, but it's your show, and I don't want to upstage you. I'm but a guest, and I don't. This is this is not what I would call Southern hospitality. One of your best friends is hanging out with you in front of millions of people right now online. No, I'm just kidding, guys. It's so fun to do the show with you guys. I hate podcasting, and it's only fun when I do it with you fine gentlemen, because we're the last vanguard of sanity and rationality in this crazy world.
We're all Adam. We're all you, I, Felix, Chris. We are all gooners for life.
I told my girlfriend the other day, I was like, I think I'm probably I'm gonna have to fucking run for president at a certain point. I'm like, I think who the fuck else is going to do it? Like, as like a joke. And she was like, I don't want to be with a president. She said, with a president.
Wait, you're saying she doesn't, you're saying she doesn't want to be first lady if that were
she
on
said,
offer?
I don't want to be with a president. A president really bothered me. But second of all,
like Grover Cleveland is on offer for her?
No, it was like, what? But now it's what? Oh, you won't let me be the president? Now I'm spiteful. I'm going to do a spite run just because I'm like marginally upset about my girlfriend not laughing at a non-funny joke that admittedly that I told, but no. Yeah, so now I'm probably going to have to do it, dude. Who else is going to do it? I asked Felix multiple times that I would Steve Bannon him, but I'm just going to have to do it my goddamn self.
Well, you got the
message about running like a single issue campaign where
Israel.
I would just where I would just
Israel.
I would just draw aggro of the ADL. Like I would run for Senate in Nebraska or something, and my ads would just be like the same logo every time, an American flag, and then you see a Star of David burning through it, and then the snake's head pops out. Like just so like
an anti-Semitic Jew campaign would be incredible.
I'm not even talking about my opponent. I'm just like running ads about like the USS Liberty, and it would just purely to like draw the aggro of the Israel lobby. I'm not trying to win. I'm just trying to sop up resources. So
yeah, the DNC
they don't like
gives you
support more like
$100 million.
doctors.
Yeah. Listen, folks, I'm a Jew, and I know them better than anyone else. And we used to be sneakier. What the hell are these fools even doing?
I've been to the meetings. They don't have your best interests in mind. I've talked to the European Council of Rabbis that Justin Bieber had to apologize to. They're laughing at you.
They definitely hit up like Benson Boone to like attract men. They're like that absolutely. Actually, I was saying that half kidding. They definitely hit up the flip guy, the guy that does flips.
Oh, who hit him up?
The DNC.
The
They were like,
okay,
we
yeah.
need to connect with young men. Benson Boone. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are familiar.
Yeah, no, he does flips. That's
He's
that,
the
yeah, I know who you're talking about.
They're approaching the worst. Yeah, they're like, we got to bring Randy Rainbow back.
Oh yes.
Did they do something with Benson Boone?
I just imagine they would or have. But Randy, where is he at nowadays? I gotta have him on TAFs.
Randy Rainbow is still touring.
Is he crushing?
I mean, I
he just sold out a
imagine.
concert of 3 million people in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Shut up. If you go to the
huge.
global south, if you go to the global south, his songs mean a different thing.
Yeah, he's like a Rage Against the Machine. He's huge down there.
Like, and Ansura Law actually loves Randy Rainbow.
Dude, I
he actually
miss him
spoke
so
at their last
much.
conference.
His songs were so good. His Cuomo sexuality songs were incredible. I thought he was straight.
Well, you may have another. Well, look, I mean, if Andrew Cuomo becomes mayor of New York, maybe Randy could be like his press secretary or official sort of bard.
I've heard he may need one. I've heard that Cuomo is Bidening, like he's sundowning, and that's why like they won't let him talk to any media.
He's doing
Adam. You should ask Chris.
I'm going on News Nation on Thursday, by the way. I'm going on Chris's show on channel 1070 million, whatever he's on, News Nation.
God. Yeah, what distributor carries News Nation?
Israel.
Yeah, obviously.
What was the Israel channel that we all did?
I didn't do it. You guys did it.
Oh,
I didn't do it.
Your hands are clean.
Well, yeah.
Who did it? Virgil? Matt? Did
Yeah,
Matt
Virgil
do
and
it?
Matt. Virgil and Matt did it.
Yeah.
So sick, dude. I love it. Yeah, that was the worst. That was the most. Honestly, I've done a lot of embarrassing things. That was the most embarrassing thing I've ever. The makeup artist made me look like a muñeca. I look like a Mexican 11-year-old girl. I look like I was having my
quinceañera.
Yeah. I was just wearing blush. I look like an American Girl doll, and I was like, young Jews are having problems with the Zionists. Yeah. I swore that was going to be the last time I'd try to be smart in public, but now I had to now I have to go back to the old me.
All right. Adam Friedland. The show is the Adam Friedland Show. Let's leave it there for today, boys. Adam, once again, thanks
Felix,
so much
you
for
want to do
coming
another
on.
hour? We have to patch things up. You want to go to dinner? You want to get a sandwich?
What, like now?
Well, I'm really thirsty. I wasn't allowed to have water.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Fuck up.
I love you boys. I appreciate it. Check out the show.
All right. The Adam Friedland Show season 2 is now on YouTube.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank
And
you, Adam.
also buy our t-shirts at chapotraphouse.store.
Thanks, boys.
All right. Till next time, everybody.